During my ascent in the diamond rank, I was unexpectedly transported to the Douluo Continent, where I became the bearer of the Nine-Star Begonia martial soul. Just as I was grappling with uncertainties regarding my future, I inadvertently awakened the king system. From that moment forth, I ventured into the mysterious ice abyss and battled the returning ruins insects, breaking through amidst the fierce competition among various factions, even experiencing the pursuit of the heavenly path. Ultimately, as my powers converged, I unbound the system and became the ancestor of Dao, witnessing the convergence of the myriad realms. This journey, which commenced from the diamond tier in the Douluo realm, has finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 1. The New Season, a Transcendence in a Diamond Rank. Wow, it's finally updated, Lin Tao exclaimed, fixated on his phone screen, eagerly awaiting the countdown to end. At 3 in the morning, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for the notification sound of the Honor of Kings update emanating from his device. He swiftly entered the game, and upon the page loading, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The new season boasted a cyberpunk aesthetic that was nothing short of spectacular, featuring the new hero, Shadowblade, wielding a scythe with an undeniable air of elegance. However, the pivotal detail was that his rank had been reset to Diamond 5 at UG, back to square one in Diamond. How annoying, Lin Tao muttered, yet his fingers moved with alacrity as he quickly initiated matchmaking. In the first match, he chose Mi Yue, while the opposing support was Yao. The game unfolded with remarkable ease, Lin Tao maneuvering Mi Yue in and out of the canyon as if it were a leisurely pastime. Before long, they demolished the enemy crystal and secured victory at the conclusion. The screen heralded him as MVP, accompanied by the gold medal mage badge, which filled him with elation. Hee, a splendid start to the new season. Look at my skills, I'll surely ascend to the rank of king this season. Lin Tao chuckled with pride and promptly queued for the next match. However, the second game proved to be far less fortuitous that he opted for the jungler lawn, but upon entering the arena, he found himself mercilessly targeted by the opposing marksman. That marksman seemed to have an unfair advantage, focusing solely on him during team fights, and Lin Tao found himself falling repeatedly without landing a single blow. What the hell? I'm in great shape today, yet I'm being singled out like this? Lin Tao lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. The match concluded with a disheartening score of 0-5, leaving him utterly crestfallen. At that moment, his roommate, Lao Chun, returned from a shower, glancing at Lin Tao's phone and unable to resist a jab. Oh, look at that, a diamond rank player performing so poorly. Lin Tao, hearing this, grew indignant. Nonsense. I was MVP in the first match, this was just a minor mishap. I'll show you. Tonight, he'll reach the rank of Star Glory. Determined to prove himself, Lin Tao immediately teamed up with his friend Akai for a duo queue. They figured a jungler support combination would allow them to dominate the canyon. Yet, to their dismay, they encountered trouble right from the first match. Akai, playing as the support Lu Shan, mistakenly ventured to the top lane to clear minions, leaving the bottom lane vulnerable. After finishing his buffs in the jungle, Lin Tao noticed the absence of defenders in the bottom lane, his heart sinking. Akai, what are you doing? Why are you in the top lane? Are we abandoning the bottom lane? Lin Tao shouted in the voice chat, urgency lacing his words. Akai, equally bewildered, replied, oh no, I thought I was supposed to go to the top lane. What do we do now? By the time they grasped the situation, the enemy marksman and support had already obliterated the bottom turret. To make matters worse, at a critical juncture, Akai had the audacity to steal Lin Tao's red buff. What are you doing? I need to farm this red buff too, Lin Tao exclaimed, stomping his feet in frustration. This match had been nothing short of exasperating, culminating in a loss. Akai, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, old Lin, this one's on me. Well, definitely do better in the next game. The third match proved to be even more unfortunate, as they were paired with a couple of players who had no grasp of the game and offered nonsensical commands. The female player used Kai Wenji, while her partner played Ho-E. Kai Wenji merely followed Ho-E around, oblivious to the map, completely unaware of the enemy ambushes. As for Ho-E, his positioning was akin to a wooden post, only knowing how to engage in direct combat during team fights. Lin Tao shouted into the voice chat, do you two even know how to play? Can you at least pay attention to the map and stop running aimlessly? The couple took offense, with the female player typing in the public chat. What does our gameplay have to do with you? If you're so skilled, why don't you carry us? Lin Tao was on the verge of exploding with rage, and naturally, they lost this match as well. That be why the fifth game, despair began to settle in for Lin Tao. The early stages saw them falling significantly behind, with the opposing team boasting a substantial economic advantage. Finally, they reached the point where the Storm Dragon had refreshed, and Lin Tao thought of stealing the dragon to turn the tide, he stealthily ventured into the dragon pit and initiated the dragon. However, his teammate Zhou Yu placed a fire outside the pit, inadvertently stealing the dragon from him. Damn it! After half an hour of effort, it's all for nothing, Lin Tao exclaimed, throwing his phone in frustration, collapsing on his bed, and staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though his mental fortitude was crumbling into dust. In his moment of despair, Lin Tao decided to browse the forum to vent his frustrations. He posted a thread titled "Why Are There So Many Oddballs in Diamond Matches?" detailing his misadventures. Shortly after, a user with the ID Qing Yuan replied, "If you're bad, practice more. Blaming teammates is less productive than reflecting on your own performance." Lin Tao's anger flared instantly. Me? If it weren't for those bizarre teammates, I wouldn't have lost those matches. If you're so good, why don't you step up? He began to argue with Qing Yuan on the forum. The following day, Lin Tao prepared to queue for ranked matches again. To his surprise, a system bug paired him with Qing Yuan in the same match, now as opponents. Qing Yuan played Diao Chan, executing maneuvers that were nothing short of dazzling. Lin Tao, playing as Xinhua, felt like an elementary student in comparison. Within mere minutes, Qing Yuan had eliminated Lin Tao 3 times. Qing Yuan taunted in the public chat, "A mage that can't control vision? Your skills are akin to those of a super minion." Lin Tao felt utterly humiliated, a mix of anger and frustration bubbling within him. Yet, a part of him was unwilling to concede defeat. He wanted to challenge Qing Yuan once more. At that moment, Qing Yuan sent him a private message. "Want to climb ranks? Tomorrow at dawn, they'll teach you some speed training methods, provided you can endure." Lin Tao hesitated briefly. On one hand, he found Qing Yuan's tone rather rude. On the other hand, he genuinely wished to improve his rank and skills. After much internal conflict, he eventually replied with a simple, "All right." At 2 in the morning, Lin Tao logged on punctually, and Qing Yuan was already present. Without further ado, Qing Yuan invited Lin Tao to a custom room to practice their champion pools. "First, take Mi Yue and watch my moves," Qing Yuan declared, promptly initiating a match. Her prowess with Mi Yue was nothing short of extraordinary while farming in the jungle. She encountered an adversary attempting to invade. Unfazed, she deftly maneuvered with Mi Yue's first skill, effortlessly evading the incoming assault. With a swift counter, she unleashed her ultimate ability, ensnaring her opponent and rendering them powerless to retaliate. Yes, 2 days swiftly passed. Lin Tao, under Qing Yuan's tutelage, particularly in mastering Mi Yue's abilities, became increasingly adept and conscious of his gameplay. On this day, Lin Tao prepared to embark on a new journey in his pursuit of the coveted king rank. The screen of his phone illuminated with the ranked matchmaking interface of Honor of Kings. Adjusting his mindset, he clicked to enter the ranked queue, attentively watching the display. Given the rapid matchmaking of the new season, he anticipated a swift entry. However, at that moment, the brightness of his phone unexpectedly intensified. Lin Tao, oblivious to this change, presumed it was merely an automatic brightness adjustment. As time progressed, and the matchmaking continued to linger beyond the 20-second mark without transitioning to the hero selection screen, Lin Tao sensed something amiss. How could it be that the new season's matchmaking was so sluggish? Moreover, the brightness seemed excessive. Determined to exit the queue, Lin Tao attempted to adjust the brightness settings, only to be startled by the realization that his body had become utterly immobile. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over him. Had he overindulged in gaming and succumbed to some ailment? As the brightness escalated, it became unbearable for his eyes, yet he found himself powerless to evade the blinding light. With the intensity of the luminescence surging from his phone, enveloping him in its radiant grasp, the next moment saw Lin Tao and his device vanish entirely from the confines of his dormitory. Chapter 2. Crossing into Douluo, uncertain of the time that had passed, Lin Tao gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself not in his dormitory but surrounded by a whimsical array of pink feminine attire. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Tao was preparing to rise and explore when a pair of exquisite, snow-white legs entered his field of vision. This unexpected sight ignited a rush of blood in Lin Tao, who had always been single. However, as he moved, he realized that these splendid legs belonged to him. In a state of bewilderment, he began to search for a mirror in this unfamiliar room, hastily making his way to one. To his astonishment, the reflection in the mirror revealed a strikingly beautiful young woman of considerable height. Yet, instead of exhilaration, Lin Tao was engulfed by a wave of panic. Just as he was about to remove his dress for inspection, a torrent of information flooded his mind. He stood frozen, eyes wide. As he struggled to process the influx of thoughts, after what felt like an eternity, he disregarded his stunning appearance and sat down abruptly on the floor. Eventually regaining his composure, Lin Tao stood up, seemingly compelled to affirm his current identity. With a swift motion, he summoned 4 spirit rings of yellow and purple to manifest from his form. It dawned on him that he had traversed into the world of Douluo and had inhabited the persona of Yi Lung Long, the illustrious nine-heart sea flower. A blend of joy and despair washed over Lin Tao. The joy stemmed from the realization that he, an ordinary university student, had found himself in a narrative of transmigration, an occurrence he once thought confined to fiction. His familiarity with this world, having read Douluo Continent, provided him with an innate advantage. However, the despair arose from the fact that he had transmigrated into the body of the exceptional auxiliary spirit user Yi Lung Long. In the lore of Douluo Continent, the nine-heart sea flower is revered as a premier healing spirit, renowned for its extraordinary group healing capabilities, yet exceedingly rare, with each generation harboring a maximum of 2 inheritors. First, the nine-heart sea flower can only exist in pairs, necessitating a singular bloodline inheritance, akin to the limitations of twin spirits, making it rarer than the 7-treasure glazed tile. Second, it possesses a singular form of spirit ability that encompasses area-wide healing, enhancing its efficacy with the accumulation of spirit rings, albeit lacking supplementary effects such as attack or speed boosts. Third, the spirit has inherent weaknesses. Healing demands a substantial expenditure of spirit power, while the user possesses minimal defense, necessitating the protection of allies. Yi Lung Long makes her debut in the first part of Douluo Continent as a member of the Imperial Fighting Team, Spirit Master Stage. Her spirit ability offers area healing, capable of instantaneously mending injuries of her teammates, even reviving severed limbs, given adequate spirit power support. Characteristically, she embodies a cool demeanor, and when her spirit is unleashed, it is accompanied by the ethereal visage of sea flowers, with petals cascading to heal her companions. The nine-heart sea flower is not explicitly mentioned in Douluo Continent 2, the unrivaled Tang sect, or Douluo Continent 4, Ultimate Douluo, possibly due to a severed bloodline or concealment. It is established as a purely healing spirit, with all spirit rings solely enhancing the quantity and range of healing. Akin to a dedicated cleric, Lin Tao diligently recalled the descriptions of Yi Lung Long and the nine-heart sea flower from his readings of Douluo Continent, juxtaposing them against the information now flooding his consciousness, discovering oneself confined to the role of an unparalleled healer. The unique bloodline inheritance of the Nine-Star Begonia allows for the filtration of innate abilities from any soul beast when absorbing their soul rings, transforming them into pure soul power. The soul skill possessed is the healing ability derived from this bloodline. As long as sufficient soul power is available, anyone clinging to life can be resurrected. Healing severed limbs and mending wounds are trifling matters. With enough soul power, no injury poses a challenge. This indeed exemplifies the pinnacle of the healing profession. However, within the confines of Douluo's narrative, such extremity leads to an overly singular existence, resulting in limited character development and frail survival capabilities without any means of self-defense. Through recollection, Lin Tao recalls that although Yi Lung Long has little presence, there were no accounts of her demise in the original text. Pondering his own transmigration, which typically follows the trope of soul crossing, Lin Tao finds himself unable to comprehend the established reality of Yi Lung Long. Nevertheless, having arrived in the world of Douluo, Lin Tao has no intention of merely serving as a healer. Thus, he begins to call out, "System, old man." After half an hour of invoking every known trope of the transmigration system, he is met with silence. Just as he prepares to surrender to fate, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. "The Honor of King's system has loaded. Please select a hero as your second martial soul." The second martial soul granted by the Honor of King's system is unique and irrevocable, with the skills of the chosen hero serving as innate abilities that cannot be altered or stripped away. Moreover, the skills attached to the selected hero's martial soul will exclusively comprise those from the Honor of King's characters or their equipment skills. This sudden announcement ignites a fervor within Lin Tao. He muses that indeed, an essential trait of a transmigrator is the presence of an external aid, though it may arrive late. It is certain to manifest. Lin Tao is unconcerned with the prowess of this external aid. He only desires the capacity to alter his predicament, which is already an improvement over his current state. Gazing into the mirror at the exquisite visage of a young girl, he addresses the reflection, "I, Lin Tao, having traversed into your being, Yi Lung Long, and given that you possess an unparalleled bloodline on the Douluo Continent, rest assured, I shall ensure that your martial soul shines brilliantly once more upon this world." He begins to recall the characters he has played in Honor of Kings. With over 100 heroes available, Lin Tao is familiar with only a few dozen. He reflects on the heroes from Honor of Kings, juxtaposing them with Yi Lung Long's Nine-Star Begonia. One by one, heroes emerge in Lin Tao's mind, and as he contemplates, A multitude of skills associated with them surface in his thoughts. Among them is the enigmatic Mi Yue, shadow of the enchantress, Moonlight's grace. In the vast battlefield of Honor of Kings, Mi Yue appears as a sorceress emerging from ancient scrolls, radiating an aura of mystery and chill. Her presence is akin to the moon in the dark night, though not blindingly brilliant. She commands respect through her unique charm and profound power. Mi Yue's design embodies a blend of mystery and elegance, enveloped in a robe of black and purple, intricately woven with patterns reminiscent of ancient runes, shimmering with an ethereal light, as if concealing boundless magical prowess. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall, dark and lustrous, gently swaying in the breeze, as if the strands possess a life of their own, adding an enchanting grace. Adorned with an exquisite crown, its pointed tips embellished with blood-red gemstones. Her eyes captivate with an entrancing allure. Her visage is porcelain-like, exuding a subtle chill, with a faint smile that reflects an astute awareness of the world's intricacies, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of sarcasm, as if she can peer into the depths of her enemies' souls and discern their fears. In terms of skill, Mi Yue is a master of battlefield control. Her first ability, Painful Impact, unleashes a torrent of shadow energy from her palm, transforming into black chains that swiftly ensnare her foes. Those ensnared appear as if tormented by malevolent spirits, shrieking in agony, their movements hindered, while the vitality within them is gradually siphoned away, flowing back to Mi Yue, revitalizing her. This ability is as sharp as a knife, whether employed in a surprise assault or to disrupt the rhythm of a team fight. Her second skill, Phantom Wing Servants, is even more exquisite. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, shadows coalesce into two fierce hounds. They charge at the enemy, their fangs glinting ominously, agile and swift. These are no ordinary pets. They are manifestations of Mi Yue's will. The hounds can tear through enemy defenses, locking onto key targets and sowing chaos. They traverse between Mi Yue and the enemy ranks, channeling power, each return bolstering her presence, akin to a war deity drawing strength from bloodshed, growing ever bolder in battle. Her ultimate ability, Eternal Night, serves as both her lifeline and her trump card. When danger looms, she unfurls her arms, and shadows swell, enveloping her in an abyss of darkness. Within this profound void, all attacks dissipate silently, as if swallowed by an ocean. Amidst the cacophony of the outside world, Mi Yue finds solace in her solitude, at ease and poised. When the moment is ripe, she bursts forth from the shadows, akin to a phoenix reborn from flames, returning to the battlefield with formidable power, often inflicting devastating blows upon her adversaries. In combat, Mi Yue is as cunning as a fox. During her lane, she frequently employs her skills to harass her opponent, gradually depleting their health and resolve. At times, she feigns an attack, enticing her enemy to expend their skills before gracefully retreating. At other times, she vanishes into the shadows, waiting for her foes to let their guard down, only to strike with lethal precision, leaving them bewildered and vanquished before they can react. In team battles, she glides along the periphery, like a specter weaving through chaos, waiting for the opportune moment to infiltrate the enemy's rear. With her nimble movements and formidable lifesteal capabilities, she dances through the throng, targeting the fragile damage dealers. As her enemies converge upon her, she remains unflinching, activating her ultimate ability to transform peril into opportunity, subsequently retaliating to turn the tide of the battle. Mi Yue's allure also lies in her intricate backstory and character portrayal. Once the queen of the Qin dynasty, wielding immense power, she became lost in the whirlpool of ambition and authority, succumbing to the allure of dark magic. This complex history has forged her contradictory nature. On one hand, she is cold and ruthless, showing no mercy to her foes. On the other, she is solitary and bewildered, yearning for recognition amidst her relentless pursuit of power. Each battle she engages in within the King's Canyon, every decision she makes, seems to echo her quest for self-redemption, seeking to fill the void within her through victory. Mi Yue, this enigmatic and formidable sorceress, leaves an indelible mark on the stage of Honor of Kings with her unique abilities, profound background, and multifaceted personality. She dances through the flames of conflict like a shadowy elf, crafting legends with her power, instilling fear in her adversaries, and offering reassurance to her allies. In the hands of a player, she is a formidable tool for ascension. In the realm of the game, she is an immortal legend. Whenever the moonlight bathes the canyon, her silhouette emerges, continuing to inscribe her glorious chapters. Chapter 3, Mi Yue and Lin Tao. Under that vivid scene, Lin Tao made his decision. Upon selecting Mi Yue, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The host has chosen the hero Mi Yue as their second martial soul. The Glory of Kings system is now binding with the martial soul. The binding commenced, 30% complete, 50% complete, 70% complete. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. The binding of the martial soul, Moon, is successful. The innate abilities are now merging with the world of Douluo Continent. As the fusion proceeded and completed, a voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired Shadow Mark, Energy Absorption, and Void Domain. The Shadow Mark allows the host to teleport swiftly to the marked location using special energy, with the energy required being proportional to the distance. During the teleportation, the body transforms into a phantom, evading detection and negating attacks, before materializing upon arrival. Energy Absorption releases a shadow energy chain which, once connected, absorbs 3% of the opponent's energy per second relative to the host's energy. The chain can be severed in two ways. First, if the distance exceeds the maximum range of the shadow energy, which, for the host currently at 4 rings and 9 stars, is 100 meters. As the host's soul power increases, so too does the chain's maximum range. Secondly, if the host actively disconnects, energy absorption converts any energy into a form usable by the host, including but not limited to soul power, mental strength, and physical stamina. Void Domain is activated within the host's physical range, allowing them to enter a void space where all information about their existence vanishes, rendering them immune to attacks and undetectable, while simultaneously disabling their ability to attack or release skills. This skill requires the consumption of all the host's energy to activate. Once initiated, the host's energy depletes rapidly. Continued use beyond full depletion will consume their life force. While active, the host's movement speed increases by 50%. Upon receiving these innate abilities, Lin Tao recognized that these 3 powers stemmed from the altered skills of Mi Yue in Glory of Kings. It was quite comprehensible, as he had previously played Mi Yue with considerable skill. If he could mark his opponent and then unleash energy absorption, it would essentially spell doom for them. With Mi Yue's skills transformed in this manner, Lin Tao envisioned a strategy of marking, chaining, and continuously teleporting to maintain contact with his opponent until their demise. The only requirement was stamina, as the original character, Yi Long, was a significant energy consumer, and now, with his skills, he faced the same challenge. Additionally, his second martial soul could only acquire skills and equipment from the heroes of Glory of Kings. Based on the fusion of his second martial soul, it was likely that the skills and equipment would also integrate with the settings of the Douluo Continent. With these thoughts, Lin Tao finally smiled. At the very least, he now possessed the means for self-preservation. At this moment, Lin Tao began to recollect the memories of Yi Long. Previously, overwhelmed by the realization of his transference to the Douluo Continent, he had felt a sense of despair concerning Yi Long, a healing support soul master, and had momentarily lost track of the timeline. Having read Douluo Continent and numerous fanfiction works, he understood that to surpass Tang San, a figure of immense prowess, he would need to seize the opportunities that Tang San encountered to alter his fate. As for the moral complexities of the Douluo Continent, whether to support Tang San, Bibi Dong, or the Spirit Hall, Lin Tao held no interest. As a newcomer to this world, he found himself detached from both factions. These matters were trivial. History is written by the victors. Moreover, due to the original author's simplistic characterization of Yi Long, Lin Tao found no remarkable background within her memories. From his recollections, he learned that he had already crossed paths with the Shrek Academy founded by Tang San. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, realizing that this indicated Tang San had begun to engage with the poison Dao Ancestor. Consequently, the opportunity for the celestial herb was not one he could claim. After much contemplation, he decided against approaching Ancestor, as his understanding of celestial herbs was minimal. He was merely a youth with an addiction to gaming, lacking in knowledge and experience. Donning a set of casual attire retrieved from Yi Long's wardrobe, Lin Tao noted that, while her background was not particularly impressive, she was financially well off, possessing a storage bracelet. He had no intention of mingling with those associated with the protagonists or their academy. According to the original narrative, Yi Long was merely a supporting character with a fleeting dream. Lin Tao had no desire to maintain any facade. The most crucial task at hand was to enhance his own strength. After assembling his clothing and gear, he observed the staff used by the original Yi Long. It bore no enhancements to attributes, serving only to make her soul ring healing appear aesthetically pleasing, indicating that she was not a character of significant combat prowess. The author truly provided little in terms of development. Upon exiting the Royal Academy, Lin Tao encountered Dugu Yin, a close acquaintance of Yi Long and the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, aware of Dugu Bo's peculiar personality and his overprotectiveness towards his beloved granddaughter, Lin Tao, still new to this body, refrained from divulging much to his friend. He merely mentioned that he had matters to attend to within his family. Dugu Yin showed no suspicion, and they parted ways. Chapter 4. Rapidly Enhancing Strength. Lin Tao left the Royal Academy. Following his encounter with Dugu Yin, he purchased several cloaks and some provisions. Uncertain of when he would return from this outing, he decided to stock up on supplies. Regarding school, he paid little heed to Yi Longlong's original identity. He believed that his presence and departure would not significantly alter the main storyline, considering Yi Longlong's standing within the Douluo Continent. According to Yi Longlong's memories and his own understanding of the Douluo Continent, the Soul Beast Forest near the Royal Academy was a realm imbued with mystery and peril. Located in the northern outskirts of Tiando City, and was the closest Soul Beast Forest to the city, also known as the Hunting Soul Forest. In the heart of the forest, towering trees stand robust and lush, creating a verdant realm that provides an ideal habitat for soul beasts. The terrain is intricate, characterized by undulating hills, deep valleys, and babbling streams, which heighten the challenges and perils of navigating through the woodland. The variety and power of soul beasts range from the ordinary 10-year and 100-year beasts to the formidable 1,000-year and 10,000-year creatures. Common examples include the wind baboon and the azure vine python, both 10-year soul beasts, as well as the mandala snake, a 100-year beast, and the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, a more powerful 1,000-year soul beast. Within this forest, one can encounter soul beasts with strengths comparable to those of soul emperors, soul saints, and even soul Douluos. These beings possess formidable offensive capabilities and unique skills, posing significant threats to human soul masters. The complex landscape conceals numerous traps, such as swamps, mud pits, and cliffs. A moment's inattention could lead one into peril, obstructing movement, and potentially endangering life. The forest is also home to a variety of toxic plants and insects, whose venoms can inflict harm on the bodies of soul masters, impeding their abilities. For soul masters, this forest serves as a crucial location for acquiring soul rings. Suitable soul beasts can provide soul rings that align with a soul master's martial soul, thereby enhancing their strength. The forest may also harbor rare herbs, ores, and other materials, which are invaluable for concocting elixirs and forging weapons. Tang San once hunted a 100-year mandala snake in this very forest, securing his first soul ring. Lin Tao recognizes that this hunting forest, compared to the Star Do forest, presents considerably less danger, making it an ideal setting for his forthcoming training and an opportunity to acclimate to his abilities. 3 days later, he has ventured deep into the hunting forest, encountering various types of soul beasts along the way. Through energy absorption and shadow marking, he has nearly realized his vision of directly connecting with these soul beasts under 5,000 years of age. Unfortunately, this hunting forest remains relatively low in level, with his most formidable encounter being a leopard of around 3,000 years. As Lin Tao gazes at his right hand, recently fractured by a plant soul beast known as the Eerie Vine, he once again invokes the healing prowess of the Nine-Star Begonia. Miraculously, the severed hand begins to regenerate before his eyes. Over the course of these 3 days, his healing skills have grown increasingly adept, transitioning from broad area treatments to more precise localized healing, significantly reducing soul power expenditure while enhancing the speed of recovery. Moreover, through relentless pursuit of soul beasts over these 3 days, Lin Tao has discovered the terrifying efficacy of his energy absorption. Once connected to a soul beast, he can continuously release his healing abilities, countering ordinary depletions of energy, unless his body is directly severed, which would hinder his response. Lin Tao also marvels at the extraordinary healing capabilities of the Nine-Star Begonia. Indeed, as Ning Rongrong once stated in the Douluo Continent, as long as a Nine-Star Begonia soul master is present, death is a distant concern. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the foremost healing soul master of the Douluo Continent. Throughout this period, Lin Tao has also encountered toxic soul beasts. After succumbing to their poison, he swiftly employs his third innate ability, the Void Domain, to escape the poisoned state, followed by a healing technique that quickly restores his health. This is also why Lin Tao is aware that the current favored child of fortune in Douluo, Tang San, purposefully chose the hero Mi Yue to become his second martial soul. After all, whether it is the external application of the Soul Bone 8 spider lances or the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, both are exceedingly venomous. Moreover, blue silver grass is classified as a control-type martial soul, which is inherently countered by Lin Tao's Void Domain. The absorption of energy not only replenishes Lin Tao's soul power, but also enhances his physical and mental stamina comprehensively. Simultaneously, the soul beasts from which energy is drawn experience a significant decline in their capabilities. Consequently, the provisions Lin Tao prepared have yet to see much use. This high-intensity release and absorption of soul power have continuously elevated Lin Tao's originally cold and indifferent training aptitude. Furthermore, Lin Tao has discovered that through the relentless destruction of his body, his healing capabilities enable it to unleash even greater potential. While the cumulative hidden dangers brought about by such destruction are entirely expelled in the Void Domain, This has instilled Lin Tao with greater confidence in his inevitable success and a fresh approach to his cultivation. Originally at a mere level 40 in soul power. After 3 days of rapid consumption and recovery through destruction, Lin Tao can distinctly perceive his soul power expanding in a steep ascent, as if devoid of any bottlenecks. He has now reached a perfect state at level 41, on the verge of breaking through to level 42. Chapter 5. Enhancement of Potential. As Lin Tao's innate skills become increasingly proficient, he has effortlessly mastered the art of training within the soul hunting forest. Despite his body enduring countless instances of destruction during this period, Lin Tao has shown no regret for what he considers a flawless physique. This stems from the extraordinary healing effects of the Nine-Star Begonia, as well as Lin Tao's awareness of his existence in the Douluo world, where those who consume celestial herbs possess formidable strength. He must choose to break and then rebuild. The excruciating torment he has endured has led him to discover that the negative states brought on by pain can be dispelled through the use of the void domain. This revelation has emboldened him to train his body with reckless abandon. In such a brief span, his body has repeatedly suffered various forms of destruction and damage to its attributes, allowing what was once nearly zero defense to begin developing resistances to various properties. Additionally, under repeated duress, his muscles have begun to grow sturdier. Most crucially, after almost frenzied training for 10 consecutive days in the soul hunting forest, Lin Tao has noticed that his healing techniques have begun to elicit subconscious responses, initiating self-repair within his body. This passive ability has filled Lin Tao with delight. Leaning against a grand tree and gazing into the depths, Lin Tao realizes that he has refrained from delving deeper into his training lately. For encountering a 10,000-year soul beast could spell danger. This predicament arises from his insufficient foundational skills. Currently, merely establishing contact with soul beasts and linking to absorb energy can create a cycle that continues until the opponent is defeated. However, the drawbacks are glaringly apparent. Regardless of whether it pertains to healing or innate skills, should Lin Tao sustain a severe attack and injury at his current level, the inadequacy of his soul power would become evident, posing a considerable risk. Thus, while the past 10 days may appear to have unfolded smoothly, Lin Tao's mind has remained in a state of heightened concentration. This prolonged mental strain has significantly contributed to his growth in spirit. Lin Tao, through the use of energy absorption in various states, has discovered that this innate skill truly enables a comprehensive replenishment of his condition, including the depletion of mental energy. Compared to his previous state, Lin Tao feels that his physical foundation has improved more than twofold since he has taken on Yi Lingling's form. Furthermore, with this enhancement, there has been a significant increase in his cultivation speed, innate healing capabilities, and the essence of his Mi Yue hero talent. Fortunately, Lin Tao has not encountered any other humans. Had anyone witnessed such a stunning beauty in a state of undress, they would undoubtedly deem her insane. Reflecting on his current state, Lin Tao recognizes that his endurance remains inadequate. If his initial strike fails, or if he faces an opponent capable of evading his energy absorption chains, he becomes entirely passive, with his attack power nearly non-existent compared to those aggressive soul beasts, let alone the protagonists. Presently, Lin Tao's soul power has reached the 45th level, a rate of improvement comparable to that of Tang San and his companions consuming celestial herbs. This brings to mind the notion from Dragon Ball that no form of training surpasses the terrifying speed attained while teetering on the brink of death. This perpetual state of near demise continuously catalyzes transformations within Lin Tao's body, perhaps due to the initially poor foundation, which makes these changes so pronounced. It is akin to requiring mere addition to progress from 1 to 100, whereas advancing from 1 to 1,000 or even 10,000 necessitates several qualitative leaps that are certainly unattainable without significant effort. As night falls, Lin Tao seeks refuge beside a mound of earth, igniting a campfire to ponder his forthcoming soul ring configurations. Given that Yi Lingling's talent prevents her from inheriting the skills of any absorbed soul beasts, possessing only a singular healing ability, there is little need for him to deliberately select high-year soul rings. His Mi Yue martial spirit, granted by the kingly system, can only incorporate skills or equipment from the heroes of honor of kings as soul ring abilities. After careful consideration, Lin Tao resolves to assign the Holy Grail and the Dominator S armor to his first 2 soul rings. As these 2 pieces of equipment are the only ones in honor of kings that provide sustainability, Holy Grail for mana regeneration and Dominator S armor for health recovery. Given that Yi Lingling is inherently suited for support and lacks any offensive capability, Lin Tao decides to focus solely on his innate skills as a foundation, using rule-based strategies as a breakthrough point. Simultaneously, Lin Tao has been exploring his body over the past few days. Despite this feminine form being remarkably perfect in the context of his life experiences, he cannot fully accept the reality of inhabiting a female body. As he has always been male in his past life, his heart still yearns for femininity. Thus, regarding his third soul ring, Lin Tao has contemplated the transformation skill of Li Xian, yet whether this will enable him to revert to a male form remains a matter of fate, as he has yet to find other solutions. Currently, Lin Tao can allocate 4 soul rings to his Mi Yue, yet he hopes to seek those with higher ages. Unlike Yi Linglang, he lacks the means to enlist assistance from others and must instead delve into his own limits while considering the configuration of his soul rings. This will undoubtedly influence his capability to contend with the formidable beings of Douluo Continent in the future. Tang San possesses a twin martial soul, coupled with the sacrifices of 10,000-year soul beasts. Given the configuration of soul rings, it is undoubtedly impossible to catch up. The Spirit Hall, being a legacy of angels, with Bibi Dong also possessing a twin martial soul, represents facts that cannot be altered by oneself. In Chapter 6, he encounters an 8,000-year-old manticore rhinoceros. After a night of simple recuperation, Lin Tao rises once more to cultivate in the soul-hunting forest. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Tao refrains from directly hunting soul beasts, primarily absorbing their energy until they are weakened before departing, as he has yet to reach level 50, where soul rings would be required. The critical factor is that the soul beasts encountered have not a notably high age, which is why Lin Tao remains unconcerned. However, for Yi Lingling's physical foundation, these soul beasts have long exceeded the threshold. It is likely that the original body could hardly survive against a soul beast of around 500 years, given the absence of any offensive capabilities and a rather sluggish speed. While continuing to wear down a 1,500-year-old lizard soul beast, Lin Tao suddenly felt a warning of impending danger. This was the first time he had received an inexplicable warning since entering the soul-hunting forest, prompting him to scan his surroundings. Before Lin Tao could react, a 4-meter-tall rhinoceros soul beast charged from behind, colliding with him at an astonishing speed. Despite his body having undergone repairs and enhanced defenses over the past several days, it was as if he were made of paper. As the impact of the rhinoceros effortlessly pierced through him, as the rhinoceros continued to exert force, its horn pressed against Lin Tao's body, propelling him forward. Lin Tao immediately activated the Nine-Star Begonia healing technique, attempting to mend his injuries. However, the sudden assault from the soul beast, coupled with the extensive damage inflicted, caused his soul power to deplete rapidly. In mere seconds, Lin Tao adjusted his state, disregarding the pain from his perforated body, and unleashed the shadow mark and energy absorption chain upon the rhinoceros soul beast. Once connected, the consumption of soul power slowed down. At that moment, the rhinoceros beast realized its energy was being absorbed by this human, and its single horn began to charge, radiating with a purple energy glow. Although Lin Tao faced away from the rhinoceros, he could intuitively sense the gathering of energy within the horn. Understanding that a strike from this soul beast would undoubtedly reduce his already fragile body to ashes, Lin Tao activated the void domain, allowing himself to pass through the rhinoceros's horn, while the agony from his injuries dissipated swiftly. Just then, the rhinoceros's horn unleashed a beam of purple energy. Initially aimed at Lin Tao, it lost its target and surged forward, turning everything it touched to ash. The sheer ferocity of the energy was such that neither trees nor stones could impede its path, showcasing its formidable strength. Simultaneously, the rhinoceros soul beast began to decelerate the moment Lin Tao became incorporeal. When it turned to glare menacingly at Lin Tao, he finally beheld the visage of the soul beast that had ambushed him. From Yi Lingling's memories, Lin Tao recognized it as a power-type manticore rhinoceros. Judging by its destructive capabilities, its age was undoubtedly considerable. After evading the manticore rhinoceros, Lin Tao did not wait for the sensation of pain to entirely dissipate before exiting the void domain. The consumption of the void domain continues to escalate exponentially, and the severe injuries sustained by the body have led to a rapid depletion of soul power during the healing process. Fortunately, the energy absorption is still linked. Otherwise, this terrifying drain would likely be unsustainable for much longer. The punctured body is visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Lin Tao's soul power consumption accelerates further, as the energy absorbed can barely keep pace with the expenditure. However, the healing speed is remarkably swift. Any excess consumption can be replenished quickly after the treatment ceases. From the moment of the ambush by the rampant horned rhino to Lin Tao's escape, the healing was completed in mere moments. In this brief span of time, Lin Tao, who was initially in a perilous state, has regained enough strength to confront the rampant horned rhino. This adaptability undoubtedly affirms Lin Tao's relentless training over the past several days. Had the former Yi Lung encountered such a situation, he would likely have perished before any healing could commence. Chapter 7. Weakness. Lin Tao stands in a standoff with the rampant horned rhino, lacking any offensive capabilities of his own. He secretly wishes for the creature to maintain its stance. The rampant horned rhino, equally frustrated, perceives this human as one it should be able to easily obliterate. Yet, the earlier attack had inadvertently dealt a significant blow. Not only had the human survived, but he now appeared to be fully restored. Despite this, the rhino still feels no immediate threat, which is why it refrains from departing. As Lin Tao, through energy absorption, fully recovers, he initiates another healing spell. This allows his soul power consumption to convert the absorbed energy, preventing any interruption. The rampant horned rhino, after observing that the human neither attacks nor flees, suspects it is being underestimated. As a dominant predator in the soul-hunting forest, it cannot tolerate such insolence from a seemingly feeble human. The rampant horned rhino releases an aura of power, having concealed its presence during the ambush. As its might escalates, soul beasts within several miles flee in terror. Lin Tao, sensing the rising pressure, estimates that this creature must be over 5,000 years old. As the rampant horned rhino's aura intensifies, it notices that the energy chain released by the diminutive human remains intact, which is somewhat perplexing. Yet it perceives no substantial threat from it. The decline in soul power is minimal. Suddenly, the rampant horned rhino raises its front legs, gathering soul power into its limbs. Lin Tao, observing this initial gesture, recognizes it as akin to a trample, creating shockwaves around it. When the rampant horned rhino's front legs slam down, a massive wave of soul power radiates outward from its center, causing destructive ripples. The ground quakes violently and begins to fissure around the rampant horned rhino. Lin Tao merely watches as the creature unleashes its attack, relying solely on the void domain. The physical force combined with the soul power fluctuations seems to pass directly through Lin Tao's form. However, the lizard soul beast behind him, drained by Lin Tao's energy absorption, does not fare as well. It succumbs to the force transmitted through the ground, meeting its demise beneath the onslaught. The entire wave of attacks persisted for 15 consecutive shocks, affecting an area with a radius of 300 meters. The devastation was most severe at the epicenter. The Manjiao rhinoceros, having halted its skill release, noticed that this human exhibited no reaction whatsoever, and the energy chain linking them remained unbroken. This revelation astonished the Manjiao rhinoceros and instilled a sense of concern within it. Lin Tao, upon observing the extent of the damage caused by the opponent's skill, realized that his initial estimation had been underestimated. He surmised that this soul beast possessed nearly 10,000 years of strength, though it likely had not yet reached that milestone. Upon further deduction, Lin Tao recognized that if the opponent truly wielded the power of a 10,000-year soul beast, it would become a protracted battle, making his energy absorption rather sluggish for this formidable creature. Lacking alternative offensive strategies, Lin Tao resolved not to allow the opponent to probe his defenses unchallenged and prepared to provoke the creature further. He promptly activated the shadow mark. Lin Tao's form transformed into an ethereal shadow, flashing to the side of the Manjiao rhinoceros. To the creature's astonishment, he thrust a dagger towards it. However, the attack merely produced a resounding clang, as the dagger failed to breach the rhinoceros's defenses. After this futile strike, Lin Tao leaped backward. Although this attempt did not inflict any harm upon the Manjiao rhinoceros, it was evidently more an affront than an assault. The notion that such a diminutive human could evoke concern in a being of its stature was a source of indignation for the Manjiao rhinoceros. Enraged, it charged directly at Lin Tao. Aware that this human could not even penetrate its defenses, the Manjiao rhinoceros resolved to obliterate him with sheer force. In anticipation of the impending collision, Lin Tao crossed his arms over his chest, enveloping himself in soul power. Eager to ascertain whether he could withstand the onslaught of the Manjiao rhinoceros's strength under full defensive measures. At the moment of impact, Lin Tao's soul power defenses disintegrated entirely, proving ineffectual, and his arms fractured instantly under the immense force. The tremendous impact sent Lin Tao careening backward into a large tree, which, under the strain of his soul power's dissipating force, splintered audibly. Yet, Lin Tao's body continued its trajectory, propelled over 40 meters before finally landing. Upon hitting the ground, Lin Tao swiftly rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, marring his originally exquisite visage with a hint of grim determination. Meanwhile, his shattered arm had largely mended due to the Nine-Star Begonia healing technique during his airborne encounter. Rising to his feet, Lin Tao was surrounded by floating blue feathers. As the healing technique continued its restorative work on his body, the throbbing pain from his injuries incessantly stimulated his spirit, sharpening his focus once more. Chapter 8. Journey to Sacred Soul Village. Lin Tao had gauged the strength of the Manjiao rhinoceros through several probing attempts. Regrettably, as a creature of power attributes, it lacked any means to counteract his talent for energy absorption. After half an hour, the Manjiao rhinoceros finally succumbed to weakness and collapsed. Lin Tao, realizing that this soul beast fell short of the 10,000-year threshold, dismissed any thoughts of acquiring a soul ring. After all, Tang San's fourth soul ring was already a 10,000-year one, not to mention that Tang San's Haoyan hammer had yet to even begin the process of affixing soul rings. Although Lin Tao was anxious to resolve his endurance issues, he had no intention of utilizing a soul ring of less than 10,000 years. Otherwise, the disparity in foundational strength would be too great. In his confrontations with the Manjiao rhinoceros, Lin Tao's body underwent multiple cycles of destruction and restoration, allowing him to further refine his physique. He felt a significant enhancement in his defensive capabilities. It had been over half a month since Lin Tao began his training in the soul hunting forest. According to the original timeline, the Soul Master Tournament across the continent should be commencing soon. Gazing into the depths of the soul hunting forest, Lin Tao knew that if he continued to venture deeper, he would inevitably encounter a 10,000-year soul beast. However, once a soul beast reached this age, it underwent a qualitative transformation, possibly gaining unique offensive abilities. Most critically, Lin Tao could not recall any high-quality soul beasts that had appeared in the settings of Douluo Continent's soul hunting forest. This particular timeline reminded Lin Tao of an opportunity related to Tang San. In Douluo Continent, after Ain, Tang San's mother, sacrificed herself, she transformed into blue-silver grass. While the Blue-Silver King played a crucial role in assisting Tang San in awakening his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. Following the sacrifice, a Yin's essence, the regressed blue-silver grass, was secretly implanted by Tang Hao in a concealed cave near Holy Soul Village, where Tang Hao would slowly nourish it with his soul power. Under normal circumstances, Tang Hao would never leave a Yin's side, yet in the final competition, he would reveal himself to save Tang San and Xiao Wu. The current timeline allowed Lin Tao to lurk near Holy Soul Village. Once Tang Hao departed, it would be his opportunity to seek out Ain. Of course, the present Ain was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass, far from her original 10,000-year form. However, Lin Tao's objective was not Ain herself, but rather the Blue-Silver King. Only with a Yin's current blue-silver grass could he hope to locate the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King is the pinnacle of the blue-silver grass lineage, second only to the Blue-Silver Emperor, Ain, possessing the ability to command ordinary blue-silver grass and knowing the secrets of the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver King resides within an ancient blue-silver forest. The exact location remains unspecified, but is likely hidden somewhere in Douluo Continent. When Tang San reached the Soul King level 50, due to the blue-silver grass martial spirit's inability to attach ordinary soul rings, he was guided by the blue-silver grass clan to the territory of the Blue-Silver King, which helped him awaken his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, thus evolving his blue-silver grass martial spirit into the Blue-Silver Emperor. Numerous blue-silver grass congregated to offer energy to Tang San, aiding him in condensing his fifth soul ring, the exclusive soul ring of the Blue-Silver Emperor, with an age of 250,000 years. Ain serves as the queen of the Blue-Silver Grass clan, while the Blue-Silver King is her subject, akin to the relationship between a king and an emperor. The Blue-Silver King sensed Tang San's bloodline, a Yin's son, and thus actively emerged to assist him in achieving martial spirit evolution. Before a Yin's revival, the Blue-Silver King was the de facto leader of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. Perhaps there was an opportunity to locate the Blue-Silver King at this very moment. Resolved in his determination, Lin Tao donned a new set of garments, a regal purple robe that exuded elegance yet seemed oversized, enveloping him entirely. He turned away from the central area of the soul hunting forest and made his way outward. Upon re-entering the city, Lin Tao casually purchased a few maps from a shop and inquired about the Soul Master Tournament, confirming that it had indeed begun. He then rented a carriage and set off directly toward Holy Soul Village. Lin Tao held a profound apprehension towards the formidable title Douluo, Tang Hao. Moreover, the Sacred Soul Village was a modest settlement. Although the original text did not extensively describe the entirety of the village, Lin Tao was convinced that Tang Hao, with his exceptional prowess, was intimately familiar with every corner of Sacred Soul Village. Entering the village recklessly posed a risk of detection by Tang Hao. Thus, Lin Tao prudently opted not to enter the village immediately, instead choosing to reside in a nearby town's inn. Awaiting the commencement of the finals, his moment to venture into Sacred Soul Village, Lin Tao was uncertain when Tang Hao would make his way to Spirit City. However, it seemed improbable that he would appear at the last moment, given the considerable distance from here to the Spirit Hall. It was wise to be conservative and approach the village on the day of the competition. The Continental Soul Master Competition was the most renowned contest in Douluo Continent, and Lin Tao could easily gather information regarding the event through external sources, akin to betting on sports in his previous life on Earth. As such, much of the information was publicly accessible. He pondered over Yi Lung's wealth, which would suffice for his simple expenses for at least a year or two. Merely keeping an eye on the competition schedule without the intention to wager, despite being aware of the likely outcomes, an opportune moment for profit. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Tao chose not to pursue these gains, especially since this was not a world governed by monetary supremacy as on Earth. As time passed, Lin Tao occupied himself with reviewing the competition arrangements and practicing in the inn. Upon departing from the soul-hunting forest, his spirit power had reached a perfect level of 46. The pace of his cultivation during this period was rather sluggish. Indeed, it was incomparable to the rapid progress achieved under extreme peril, where his body teetered on the brink of death. After nearly 2 months, he had only just broken through to level 47. It appeared that, despite the enhancement of his physical potential, the original owner's aptitude for cultivation was rather mediocre. It was also possible that the previous intense surge had left his body unaccustomed to the new level of power. The following evening, Lin Tao enjoyed a restful sleep. For the next day marked the finals at the Spirit Hall and his anticipated departure. As dawn broke, considering the distance to the Spirit Hall, it was reasonable to assume that Tang Hao should have set off a couple of days prior. Nevertheless, Lin Tao chose to wait until the very last day. What if Tang Hao acted unexpectedly and hurried to the venue at full strength? Should he enter prematurely, he risked being obliterated by Tang Hao before the competition even began, leaving him with no recourse for justification. With caution, Lin Tao entered Sacred Soul Village, a diminutive locale comparable in size to an ordinary village on Earth. He surveyed the surrounding mountains, noting that they were quite numerous. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that many of the more treacherous peaks were inaccessible to the average person. However, there was one particular location to the southwest of the village, nearly vertical at a 90-degree angle. Even a soul master lacking substantial power would find it impossible to ascend. Aware that opportunities were scarce, Lin Tao recognized that this was his singular chance. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to seek it out. Otherwise, missing this opportunity would mean waiting until Tang San relocated Yin-'s blue-silver grass to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. At that point, with Tang San's further advancements in strength, the chances of success would be exceedingly slim, compounded by the fact that Tang Hao would be vigilantly guarding the area. Lin Tao dismissed any concern regarding Tang Hao's presence in Sacred Soul Village and hastened towards his goal. Upon arriving beneath the precipice, it was evident that the incline was indeed steep. Fortunately, the setting of Holy Spirit Village indicated that it had fallen into decline, with scarcely any soul masters remaining. This was likely why Tang Hao had chosen this location. Without hesitation, Lin Tao summoned his soul power and began his ascent. During the climb, he discerned clear signs of human intervention on the cliff face, with a noticeable scarcity of footholds. Without some leverage, scaling the wall would prove exceedingly challenging. However, this predicament was a fortuitous sign for Lin Tao. After a quarter of an hour, amidst a thicket, he stumbled upon a concealed entrance. Upon stepping inside, he discovered a substantial growth of blue-silver grass. In the realm of Douluo Continent, blue-silver grass was as ubiquitous as wild grass on Earth. Yet Lin Tao noted that here it was particularly dense. He ventured further in, but after only a few steps, he inadvertently triggered a trap that snapped shut on his right foot. A glance revealed a massive hunting trap, its sharp spikes piercing into his pristine calf. Yet, a smile crept onto Lin Tao's face. This misfortune hinted at a fortunate opportunity. Perhaps he was indeed on the right path. Activating his soul power, he extricated himself from the trap, and with a healing spell, his injured leg was swiftly restored. As Lin Tao pressed onward, he encountered several more traps. Yet his smile grew ever brighter. To save time, he utilized the void domain, forcefully advancing through, triggering multiple mechanisms along the way, none of which grazed him in the slightest. In the center of the cave, a slender blue-silver grass sprouted atop a stone platform. Its blades only a few inches high, radiating a soft blue hue adorned with faint golden patterns. At the tip of the grass, a single dewdrop shimmered. The surface of the stone platform bore rudimentary soul-guiding runes, and beside it rested a weathered wooden bowl filled with clear water. Ordinary blue-silver grass crawled up the rock wall, encircling the central platform as if in guardianship. Scattered across the ground were remnants of daily life, rudimentary bedding, a wine jug and forging tools. Lin Tao recognized that he had indeed found the right place. Yet the peculiar blue-silver grass was ensconced within soul-guiding runes, likely inscribed by Tang Hao, though he was uncertain if any protective mechanisms were in place. As Lin Tao approached further, the surrounding ordinary blue-silver grass began to sway, seemingly attempting to drive him away. However, given the commonality of blue-silver grass and its lack of offensive capabilities or toxicity, it was no wonder that Tang San had once been deemed unfortunate for awakening it as a martial spirit. As Lin Tao drew nearer to the stone platform, the ordinary blue-silver grass swayed even more violently, some even starting to entwine around his legs. Observing this, he retrieved a prepared wooden box from his soul-guiding wristband. Activating the void domain, he effortlessly transported the central blue-silver grass along with the soil beneath it. However, when Lin Tao attempted to stow the wooden box back into his soul-guiding device, he found it would not fit. Undeterred, he merely closed the box and exited the cave. Upon leaving, Lin Tao knew that time was of the essence. He needed to find the blue-silver king before Tang Hao returned and discovered his absence. This particular blue-silver was a double-edged sword, an opportunity fraught with peril. He could encounter Tang San or Tang Hao at any moment, and given his current strength, such an encounter would surely spell disaster. Lin Tao meticulously recalled the location where Tang San encountered the blue-silver king and deduced it must be within the Stardo forest. The distance was considerable, and he realized he could not afford to waste precious time. Without further hesitation, he departed from Holy Soul Village, procuring a steed and setting off directly towards the Stardo forest. Chapter 10. Coercing the Blue-Silver King for Sacrifice. Leaving Holy Soul Village, Lin Tao hastened towards the Stardo forest, acutely aware that once the finals concluded, Tang Hao would not remain absent for long. He had at most 2 days before Tang Hao might discover his intentions, a realization that heightened the risk of pursuit. Throughout his journey, Lin Tao changed horses frequently, traveling at an expedited pace. What would typically take nearly 3 days, he accomplished in just a day and a half. Upon reaching the periphery of the Stardo forest, Lin Tao strained to recall how the original story depicted Tang San's encounter with the Blue-Silver King. Yet, the details eluded him. All he grasped was the setting within the forest. However, unlike before, Lin Tao now possessed the royal blue-silver grass. Rather than seeking the Blue-Silver King, he resolved to devise a means for the Blue-Silver King to seek him out. Thus, he summoned Aen's incarnation of blue-silver grass, marking it with a shadowy emblem. With confidence, he strode into the Stardo forest. Indeed, blue-silver grass was ubiquitous throughout Douluo Continent. Upon his entrance, a plethora of wild blue-silver grass reacted to his presence, as if sensing the aura of the blue-silver emperor. Observing this, Lin Tao felt a surge of relief, as his objective might be more readily achievable than anticipated. He pressed onward, deliberately moving towards areas abundant with blue-silver grass. Approximately an hour later, he found himself near the center of the outer region of the Stardo forest. Uncertain of the Blue-Silver King's precise location, Lin Tao recognized that aimlessly searching was impractical. He decided to sit upon a patch of blue-silver grass, retrieving a stone slab and fashioning a small pit with some earth to place the slab upon. He then laid the royal blue-silver grass atop the stone and settled down to meditate, igniting a small fire beneath the slab. Back at Holy Soul Village, on the rear mountain, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire mountain. 2 figures swiftly emerged from the valley, Tang Hao and Tang San. Meanwhile, Lin Tao remained with closed eyes, as the fire he had kindled caused the temperature of the stone slab to rise swiftly. The once listless blue-silver grass atop the slab began to sway gently, indicating that the increasing warmth posed a threat to its vitality. As the blue-silver grass danced, the surrounding blue-silver grass reacted with fervor, swaying violently. Though this common variety bore no offensive capabilities, no matter how they swayed, they remained harmless. A quarter of an hour later, deep within a secluded grove of the Stardo forest, enormous blue-silver grass flourished, among which a silver-hued specimen began to grow rapidly, surpassing the other large blue-silver grass in mere moments. As time progressed, the entire area's blue-silver grass exhibited visible, accelerated growth. Intertwining, they formed colossal vines that surged outward, heading directly towards Lin Tao's location. Lin Tao remained entirely unaware of this. He continued to sit in meditation with his eyes closed, waiting. Upon sensing the surrounding blue-silver grass calming down, he opened his eyes to observe his surroundings. Although Lin Tao did not perceive anything amiss, the tranquility itself was the greatest anomaly. With heightened concentration to face the impending situation, he gazed at the golden blue-silver grass that continued to sway as the stone slab warmed. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass around Lin Tao began to grow rapidly, doubling in height from its original 10 centimeters in mere moments. These swiftly growing strands emitted a green powder. Instinctively, Lin Tao held his breath, but despite his quick response, he found his body losing control. Just as his body stiffened, a vine composed of blue-silver grass shot out from beneath the stone slab before him, flipping the slab while catching the golden blue-silver grass, subsequently enveloping it in a green energy before swiftly disappearing into the ground. The entire process transpired in an instant. Lin Tao was affected for only about 2 seconds, yet the vine had already vanished. Shaking his head, Lin Tao felt the numbing sensation dissipate as he released the void domain. In the next moment, he rose and dashed towards the direction of the shadow marker. The blue-silver grass along the way grew rapidly, attempting to obstruct him. However, these feeble plants posed no hindrance to Lin Tao. He noticed the shadow marker accelerating, increasing the distance between them, but he remained unfazed. As long as the shadow marker did not vanish, he could sense it regardless of the distance. While running, Lin Tao adjusted his state to achieve optimal performance, which inadvertently slowed his speed. He maintained his mental focus on the shadow marker. Upon noticing the shadow marker come to a halt, a smile graced Lin Tao's face. In the next moment, he activated the mobility ability of the shadow marker. His figure blurred, quickly vanishing from his original location. In the next instant, Lin Tao found himself in a vast expanse filled with enormous blue-silver grass. He had no time to survey the surroundings and swiftly unleashed his second innate skill, energy absorption, linking it to the golden blue-silver grass. He then declared, "I shall grant you 3 breaths to contemplate. I am aware that only the blue-silver emperor and the blue-silver king among the blue-silver grass possess intelligence. Given the current state of the blue-silver emperor, it can only endure for 10 breaths before I drain it of life. You may directly offer me your first soul ring. I require only the years of soul power from your essence and innate skills, not the souls I do not need. As for your survival, that is for you to determine." Without waiting for a response, he revealed his second martial soul, the Mi Yue martial soul, and subsequently activated the void domain. Lin Tao had previously conducted experiments, discovering that releasing his innate skills first did not impede the activation of the void domain, whereas triggering the void domain first would prevent the release of other skills. Chapter 11, Blue Bull. As soon as Lin Tao finished speaking, a multitude of blue-silver grass autonomously transformed into pure life energy, flowing into the golden blue-silver grass. The sacrifice of so much blue-silver grass temporarily maintained the balance of energy absorption. In the next moment, a vine made of silver blue-silver grass attacked the chain of energy absorption. Unfortunately, the powerful strike passed directly through the chain. Lin Tao simply let out a mocking laugh. The vast expanse of blue-silver grass around him formed various spear-like shapes, channeling immense energy to directly assault Lin Tao. Given the current state of his physical defenses, these attacks were utterly futile. Yet, Lin Tao had no intention of evading them. He allowed these spears to pierce through his body, whether it be his mind, his heart, or any other part of his form. These assaults, much like those before, appeared to penetrate yet bore no consequence. They inflicted not a trace of harm. As Lin Tao observed the frenzied onslaught of the surrounding vines, he moved slowly, permitting the energy-laden strikes to wash over him. The silver vine, realizing its efforts were in vain, descended once more upon the golden blue-silver grass, enveloping it in a silvery green energy before rapidly moving away. In the brief intervals between these attacks, Lin Tao ceased the activation of his void domain and employed his shadow-marking transfer ability once again. He blinked above the golden blue-silver grass, swiftly drawing forth his dagger, which he thrust downward, infused with soul power. However, the silvery green energy encasing the golden blue-silver grass instantly reacted, thwarting the dagger's assault. In the next moment, the colossal spear-like blue-silver grass vines resumed their relentless barrage. Lin Tao merely activated his void domain and swiftly evaded, repeating his previous actions in the fleeting gaps of the onslaught, blinking to attack once more. The blue-silver grass was not inherently an offensive spirit beast. As such, the exertion on its part was considerable, whether in terms of sacrificed vitality or the immense energy expended in their attacks and defensive barriers. Meanwhile, Lin Tao remained composed, undisturbed, simply repeating his blink attacks and evading through the void domain. This state of attack persisted for no longer than a minute when an ancient voice resonated, "Detestable human. What do you truly desire?" With the utterance of this voice, the assaults ceased, yet Lin Tao did not relent. He continued his blink attacks, subsequently releasing his second martial soul. It was evident that Lin Tao intended to sacrifice the soul power of the Blue-Silver King. At this juncture, the ancient voice resumed, "Human, the sacrifice of spirit beasts must occur in a state of tranquility. I consent to the sacrifice, and I can also offer my innate abilities as a gift. Now, you may lift your current state, stabilize yourself, and I shall commence the sacrifice." Lin Tao replied, "The Blue-Silver King has lived for tens of thousands of years. Do you truly believe yourself to be clever? I have stated that I only require the years of your soul power for sacrifice. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. I solely need your soul power. Nothing more is required. I trust that your sacrifice of soul power will not lead to your immediate demise. Once your sacrifice is complete, I shall depart without attacking your Blue-Silver King or any other blue-silver grass. Should you harbor any other intentions, you may continue to delay. I shall see just how long your blue-silver grass can endure the sacrifice of life. Half an hour or an hour. By that time, I suspect you will have no leverage left to negotiate with me." Upon finishing his words, Lin Tao ceased his attacks, yet the void domain remained active. The continuous release of energy from his body within the void domain was unbalanced. The longer the void domain was maintained, the greater the energy required, rather than sustaining a consistent level of consumption. Thus, Lin Tao could not possibly engage in a protracted battle. However, he wagered on the disparity of information, as the Blue-Silver King remained oblivious to his circumstances. Indeed, moments later, a frail voice echoed, "Human, you have triumphed. I concur with your previous statement and hope you will uphold your promise. I shall offer all my soul power and sacrifice to assist you in forming your first soul ring." Listening intently, Lin Tao seated himself upon the ground and replied, "You may strike countless times, yet I believe the opportunity for error is scarce. I will release my state, and you may attempt your strike. The cost of trial and error is exceedingly high." With that, Lin Tao dispelled the void domain, his mind sharply focused, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice. He chose not to lift the energy absorption, for it was his innate skill, affecting him not at all, requiring no deliberate control. Lin Tao feared that should he dissolve the void domain, the Blue-Silver King might not be able to locate him, rendering the sacrifice a mere exercise in futility. At that moment, the entire area lay in an eerie silence. The tranquility was unsettling, as Lin Tao's understanding of the Douluo Continent suggested that such calm was incongruous. Nevertheless, he awaited the Blue-Silver King's decision. Lin Tao recognized that the Blue-Silver King could undoubtedly strike at him now, yet, as he had stated, the repercussions of error were significant. Ultimately, the Blue-Silver King, lacking information and wary of the human's peculiar abilities, chose not to take the risk. The region was soon overwhelmed by the rampant growth of blue-silver grass, pulsating with vibrant life energy. In the next instant, a surge of silvery energy hurtled towards Lin Tao. He could not discern whether this energy was an attack or a sacrificial offering, and thus he gambled on whose reaction would prove swifter. If it were an offensive force, he would immediately activate the void domain. Conversely, if it were sacrificial energy, his king system would surely respond, given that the only skills he could bestow were those of the king hero or equipment abilities. With palpable tension, the incoming energy struck Lin Tao's body. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, announcing, "Integrating Soul Ring, please select the ability to merge. Failure to complete the assignment upon integration will result in an ineffective soul ring configuration." Realizing he had indeed made the right gamble upon hearing the king system's voice, Lin Tao unhesitatingly commanded, "Merge the ability of the Holy Grail equipment." At that moment, the king system responded once more, selection complete, commencing fusion. The entire sacrificial process lasted 3 minutes. Due to the immense soul power of the Blue-Silver King, combined with the unique soul impact of its 10,000-year lineage, Lin Tao's soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement during this voluntary sacrifice. This could be considered one of the notable benefits of a high-level soul beast soul ring. Since the Blue-Silver King initiated the sacrifice, the damage to Lin Tao was minimized, and without the Blue-Silver King's innate skills augmenting the soul sacrifice, the most formidable energy did not require an extended period for transfer. Lin Tao's second martial soul, the Mi Yue martial soul, manifested as a black soul ring representative of 10,000 years, gradually forming. The mechanical voice of the king system echoed once more. First soul ring configuration successful. Soul ring age, 85,000 years, fusion of the king equipment, Holy Grail, completed passive soul skill, Blue Bull. The effect of Blue Bull allowed all abilities, aside from soul power, to recover 10% of their energy per second while not in peak condition. The foundation of mental strength has increased by 1,000, surpassing the normal baseline of 50 for soul masters. This boundless endurance grants you an infinite capacity for combat. Upon hearing the introduction, Lin Tao was indeed impressed by the unparalleled attributes of the premier equipment for Royal Blue Endurance, which seemed almost otherworldly. The sudden surge in mental strength instilled in Lin Tao a glimmer of confidence to confront Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. Once the soul ring was formed, Lin Tao ceased the energy absorption and swiftly activated the void domain, making his decisive escape from the area. Chapter 12. The Evolution of Tang San. As Lin Tao distanced himself, an ancient phantom emerged in the vicinity. The life sacrifices that had previously channeled energy into the golden blue-silver grass ceased as Lin Tao departed. With the apparition's appearance, the blue-silver grass resumed its life-giving sacrifices, channeling vast amounts of energy to sustain the phantom. However, this sustenance was evidently unstable. The aged specter gazed upon the golden blue-silver grass and murmured, "My sovereign, perhaps this is the calamity of our blue-silver grass. I cannot sustain this form for long. I am aware that my sovereign once intertwined with humanity, leaving behind a human legacy. Once I perish, this place will be incapable of facilitating your revival. Thus, I must awaken your bloodline, hoping that your offspring may sense the call to return here, allowing my final essence and talents to aid in the true inheritance of your royal bloodline. May everything unfold in time, lest our blue-silver grass fall into decline. The ancient phantom pointed a finger at the golden blue-silver grass, which began to emit a golden shimmer. Far away, as Tang San soared through the air enveloped in his father's soul power, the blue-silver grass martial spirit suddenly activated on its own. The unexpected manifestation of the blue-silver grass martial spirit caused Tang, Hao and Tang San to halt mid-flight. Tang San immediately closed his eyes to attune to his blue-silver grass martial spirit, which conveyed a directional location to him. Moments later, Tang San opened his eyes and proclaimed to Tang Hao, "Father, my martial spirit has sensed mother's location." Without uttering a word, Tang Hao unleashed 9 soul rings, enveloping them in tremendous soul power, while a faint, weakened signal emanated from his 9th soul ring. Tang San said little, closing his eyes again to sense the direction, then pointed towards it. In the next moment, a powerful sound resonated through the air, propelling them forward at remarkable speed. An hour later, Tang Hao and Tang San entered the Stardow Forest. Due to Tang Hao's overwhelming tidal Douluo aura, the soul beasts retreated in anticipation. Subsequently, they arrived at the domain of blue-silver grass. At this moment, an ancient voice resonated. "Humans, you both bear the essence of my sovereign. My time is fleeting. Please trust me, for I am the king of blue-silver grass. I was previously coerced by a female soul master into sacrificing all my soul power for our sovereign. Now, I require you to ensure the true inheritance of our sovereign's bloodline. I hope that once you inherit this bloodline, you will assist our sovereign in its restoration." Tang Hao, possessing immense soul power, swiftly located his wife, Ayin, upon entering this area. Through his sensing, he discovered that this region was entirely composed of blue-silver grass, and knowing Ayin's true form, he was assured that none of the blue-silver grass would pose a threat to her. Simultaneously, Tang Hao quickly discerned the presence of the formidable phantom. Trusting in Ayin, Tang Hao gently urged Tang San, "Little San, you should go ahead. This blue-silver grass may not have much time left, but its power is indeed formidable. I believe that as long as it is blue-silver grass, it will not harm your mother, and therefore, it shall not harm you. Proceed." Without hesitation, Tang San approached the ethereal figure and sat cross-legged before it. Under the guidance of the blue-silver king, he began to fully immerse himself in the essence of the surrounding blue-silver grass. In an instant, it felt as though the entire field of blue-silver grass was imbued with life, with countless strands dancing like spirited sprites. They encircled Tang San, gradually enveloping him in a cocoon, resembling a warm embrace, akin to a mysterious place of gestation. Each blade of blue-silver grass shimmered with a soft blue light, brimming with boundless power, which slowly integrated into the cocoon constructed by the grass. Calmly ensconced within this azure cocoon, Tang San could distinctly feel a warm and potent force coursing through the veins of the blue-silver grass into his body. It was a breath from his mother, a sensation both unfamiliar and yet profoundly intimate. As this power stirred within him, vivid images of his childhood surfaced in his mind, recalling his first meeting with his mother, Ayin. Her smile radiated like the sun in spring, warm and gentle, her eyes filled with love and expectation. Lost in this beautiful memory, Tang San was overwhelmed by a deep longing. As the strength of the blue-silver grass continued to flow into him, his blood began to boil with energy. Golden light gradually blossomed within his blue-silver grass, intensifying to the point of seemingly breaking through the azure cocoon. His hair grew rapidly, transforming from short to long, and the color shifted from black to a mesmerizing blue, reminiscent of the profound ocean. His eyes also turned a brilliant blue, reflecting determination and confidence, as if encapsulating the power of the entire universe. His garments faded under the radiance, and at that moment, Tang San appeared as a deity emerging from the ancient past, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Throughout this transformation, numerous soul beasts from the forest arrived, sensing the potent energy of the awakening blue-silver royal lineage. They knelt in reverence. The ice phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings, intertwining its icy aura with the surrounding warmth. The radiant antlers of the seven-colored deer glimmered with a mysterious light, adding a sacred touch to the spectacle, and a colossal creature resembling a heavy-footed beast bowed its head in respect. These were the powerful beings of the forest. Yet in this moment, they all submitted to the majesty of the blue-silver king. For this was not merely the awakening of Tang San's bloodline, but the birth of a new king of the blue-silver lineage, intertwining their destinies with that of their new sovereign. As the dust settled, Tang San emerged from the cocoon. No longer the naive boy he once was, he had become the embodiment of the blue-silver king, shouldering the weighty responsibility of protecting the blue-silver lineage. His transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. The Blue-Silver King gazed upon the newly arisen Tang San with a smile of satisfaction, aware that its mission had been fulfilled, with its own life and strength. It facilitated the awakening of Tang San's bloodline, bestowing newfound hope upon the Blue-Silver lineage. Tang San shall carry this hope forward as he journeys across the Douluo Continent. The Blue-Silver King understood that due to the prior sacrifice of soul power, it could no longer confer innate skills or enhance Tang San's soul power. However, it ultimately succeeded in enabling Tang San to awaken his bloodline in an instant, thus ensuring the continuity of the Blue-Silver grass's future. As the last vestiges of its energy dissipated, the Blue-Silver King cautioned Tang San about the black chains before vanishing completely from this realm. Tang San remained ever grateful for the Blue-Silver King's gift, while Tang Hao expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the fading apparition, bowing sincerely. He then continued to protect his child and the nearby golden blue-silver grass. Chapter 13. Comprehensive Advancement. Although Tang San awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline prematurely due to Lin Tao's intervention, the lack of complete inheritance resulted in an absence of a significant surge in soul power, and he did not receive the exclusive soul ring of the Blue-Silver King. Nevertheless, Tang Hao felt a deep sense of relief at Tang San's evolution, as it marked a qualitative leap for the Blue-Silver grass martial soul, enhancing Tang San's potential for greater strength in the future. Tang Hao also felt a flicker of gratitude. Although Ain had been stolen, she ultimately remained unharmed. And this incident had inadvertently led to a fundamental enhancement of Tang San's martial soul. However, Tang Hao silently condemned the thief, vowing that should they cross paths again, there would be repercussions. Meanwhile, Lin Tao departed from the Stardow Forest, promptly hiring a carriage to the Sunset Forest. He deemed this adventure immensely worthwhile. Thanks to the Blue-Silver King's sacrifice of soul power, his own soul power surged to level 50. With the acquisition of a new soul ring, he could further elevate his cultivation. Furthermore, equipped with the Holy Grail, his endurance had significantly improved, altering his previous reliance on energy absorption for combat. This passive recovery mechanism allowed Lin Tao to utilize the Void Domain with greater frequency, a life-saving technique previously reserved for dire situations due to its high energy consumption. Now, with enhanced sustainability, he faced fewer concerns. Were it not for the increasing energy cost of the Void Domain, Lin Tao would have employed it continuously, minimizing potential dangers. Now, as Lin Tao carefully assessed the changes within his body, he discerned that the benefits of the Blue-Silver King's first soul ring were manifold. Perhaps due to the Blue-Silver King's considerable age and the purity of its soul power, the transformation it wrought upon Lin Tao's physique was profound. He could distinctly feel the resilience of his body significantly enhanced. Most crucially, the first soul ring, the Blue Bull, forcibly elevated Lin Tao's mental strength by several tiers, propelling what was once an ordinary mental capacity into the realm of excellence. This enhancement was not something Lin Tao could have achieved merely by desire. Mental strength, devoid of innate talent, remains elusive, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Even with specialized techniques, without the requisite talent, one cannot augment their mental power. Thus, this foundational enhancement undoubtedly provided Lin Tao with an additional means to grow stronger. To comprehend the legacy of the Sea God, one must recognize that immense mental fortitude is paramount. This extraordinary mental prowess possessed by Tang San enables him to maintain a panoramic view during battles against opponents of equal caliber. Lin Tao is aware of Tang San's transmigration, carrying with him the memories of Tang's sect. In his previous life, Tang San was a prodigy of the Tang sect, and in this incarnation, he retains all of Tang's sect's unparalleled skills, bestowing upon him a formidable advantage in the Douluo Continent. The Xiantian skill serves as a substitute for meditation, allowing for a soul power cultivation rate that far surpasses that of his peers, with the added benefit of self-sustained recovery. The purple extreme demon eye enhances his mental strength, enabling him to perceive illusions, anticipate attacks, and even evolve into the Shura demon light in later stages. The ghost shadow misty steps is an evasion technique that, when combined with soul skills, renders him nearly invincible. The 100 Solutions to Hidden Weapons is a trump card capable of defeating enemies beyond his level, such as the Guanyin Tears and the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Crucially, Tang Sec's exceptional skills grant him a comprehensive lead over his contemporaries in soul power, combat techniques, and mental capacity, allowing him to contend with high-ranking soul masters. Presently, due to the compatibility of his first soul ring, his energy absorption rate has surged from 3% to 8% per second. This terrifying endurance leads Lin Tao to believe that his recovery capabilities rival those of Tang San, who possesses the Xiantian skill. Additionally, this realization has unveiled methods for enhancing his innate abilities. This situation resembles a hero without armor facing off against one fully equipped, their damage output is distinctly different. According to Lin Tao's values, he anticipates an eventual confrontation with the formidable beings of this world. Furthermore, having previously attempted to usurp Tang San's mother, it is inevitable that enmity with Tang San will ensue. Lin Tao currently feels little sense of belonging in the Douluo Continent, perceiving his transmigration as a highly immersive game. Focusing on self-improvement in the early stages and treating encounters with powerful adversaries as mere gameplay, Lin Tao understands that during this period, Tang San will likely be training under Tang how to master the true use of the Haotian hammer. Given his earlier luck in stealing Ayin, such opportunities will be scarce moving forward, as Tang Hao is bound to remain close. Ayin, transformed into blue-silver grass, still retains Lin Tao's shadow mark, effectively allowing him to track Tang Hao. However, regrettably, Lin Tao can only release one shadow mark at a time. Using a new mark would cause the original to vanish. With his enhanced abilities, Lin Tao intends to maintain the mark on Ayin for the time being, as knowing Tang Hao's whereabouts remains advantageous. This significant boon from his recent adventure has compelled Lin Tao to seek higher-grade soul beasts, as the benefits are undeniably substantial. The high-quality soul rings have afforded Lin Tao a remarkable enhancement in his capabilities, prompting him to refrain from casually assigning soul rings in the future. This has also illuminated why Tang San can so effortlessly engage in battles beyond his level. His soul ring configuration is unparalleled. Lin Tao's expedition to the Sunset Forest serves two purposes. First, the soul beasts there are notably stronger than those in the soul hunting forest, while the Star Do Great Forest poses a considerable risk to him. Second, he ventures to the Sunset Forest in hopes of discovering the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, despite the risk of encountering Douluo Bo. However, given that Tang San has previously plundered that area, it is unlikely that Douluo Bo would remain overly vigilant. Most importantly, Lin Tao still maintains his cold demeanor. If a confrontation arises, as Douluo Yan's close associate, he should be able to navigate the situation smoothly. However, as I journey to the Sunset Forest, my primary objective is to observe, without any intention of conflicting with the formidable Douluo Bo, a titled Douluo of great renown, who is beyond my current capacity to confront. As the carriage advances, I find myself quite pleased with my present demeanor. In Chapter 14, Awakening Awareness, I arrive in a town, preparing to rest for the night before heading to the Sunset Forest to assess the situation. Upon entering an inn, I notice two individuals following closely behind. They are none other than Ma Hongjun and the immovable king from Shrek Academy, figures I recognize from the original owner's memories. I choose to withdraw without further observation. As I leave, Ma Hongjun's gaze is drawn to the exquisitely formed Yi Lingling, and he displays a rather unbecoming expression as he watches her vanish from sight. Zhao Wujia, Ma Hongjun's mentor, is not surprised by this behavior. He accompanies Ma Hongjun on this training expedition, and since Ma Hongjun is the only member of the Shrek's 7 monsters present, he naturally follows along. Once inside my room, I contemplate my earlier encounter with Ma Hongjun and decide to postpone my visit to the Sunset Forest, curious to assess the true strength of the so-called immovable king. The following day, I find myself fleeing in a panic. Had I not previously endowed myself with the first soul ring of Mi Yue, I would likely have met my demise. My earlier confidence stemming from my battle with the Blue-Silver King now seems misplaced. It is evident that had the Blue-Silver King not feared the repercussions from the Blue-Silver Emperor, I would have been utterly defeated in a one-on-one confrontation. Despite possessing the nearly invincible ability of the Null Field, facing a human opponent of significantly higher rank reveals the stark reality of being overpowered. Unlike spirit beasts, humans possess extensive combat experience and analytical capabilities, enabling them to swiftly devise strategies that exploit my weaknesses. Lacking offensive capabilities, I find myself in a perpetually defensive position. I have come to a clear understanding of my role. I am akin to a support character, reliant on sustaining my null field in the face of relentless assaults. If the onslaught continues, exhaustion is inevitable. My successful escape was, in part, due to the energy I absorbed from Zhao Wujia, but also because his repeated attacks yielded no results, creating a disparity in information that prevented him from pursuing me. This fortuitous circumstance played a crucial role in my escape. However, I am aware that had it been Tang San in my place, the outcome would not have been so favorable. This brief encounter has illuminated the fact that I lack decisive means of victory. I am forced into prolonged engagements. My strategies remain too passive. Realizing this, I reconsider my previous plans. Even with the null field, confronting Douluo Bo, who possesses area of effect attacks, would likely not be so straightforward. A miscalculated judgment could easily lead to my entrapment. My earlier reliance on luck has fostered a false sense of security regarding my survival against formidable opponents. I understand that Zhao Wujia's capabilities, within the context of Douluo standards, are merely mediocre. If I can only manage to escape from someone of such a rank, it is clear that my true combat prowess is alarmingly inadequate. As I depart from the town near the Sunset Forest, I sense the shadow mark left on Ayin shifting. I deduce that Tang San and Tang Hao are likely preparing to head towards the city of slaughter. Resolutely, Lin Tao took a different approach and ventured once more into the Star Do Great Forest, for it was the only place where high-aged spirit beasts could be found. Now at level 50 with full soul power, he realized that without obtaining a soul ring, his ability to elevate his strength would be stymied. Previously, he had been wary of the formidable spirit beasts within the Star Do Great Forest, yet he found himself with no choice but to take risks. After all, should Tang San acquire the God of Slaughter domain from the City of Slaughter, he would become even more powerful. Upon his return to the Star Do Great Forest, Lin Tao spent several days on the outskirts and encountered spirit beasts nearing 10,000 years of age. The disparity between spirit beasts and human spirit masters was stark. Spirit beasts relied predominantly on instinctual attacks, lacking in cunning. This realization rekindled Lin Tao's sense of invincible confidence. In his eyes, as long as he was not killed in a single blow, any injury he sustained could be swiftly healed, and skills that inflicted sustained damage were nearly futile against his void domain. In Chapter 15, entitled Super Soul Power Soul Rings, Lin Tao set 3 objectives for his expedition to the Star Do Great Forest. First, he aimed to obtain the 5th soul ring from the Nine-Star Begonia, thereby bolstering his strength. Second, he intended to grant Mi Yue 2 additional soul rings, enhancing her endurance while nurturing his own masculine essence. Moreover, Lin Tao secretly hoped that through Li Xian's transformative skills, he might acquire a modicum of offensive energy. His previous battle with Zhao Wujia had illuminated the fundamental differences between spirit beasts and humans. Humans could often engage spirit beasts at levels beyond their own. Although spirit beasts of the same rank possessed greater soul power, Lin Tao remained convinced of the advantage held by spirit masters. This understanding further clarified the Douluo setting in which spirit beasts of 100,000 years were awakened to intelligence. For the subsequent fortnight, Lin Tao refrained from utilizing the shadow mark ability, mindful not to disturb the mark on Ayin. Consequently, he found himself unable to engage swiftly moving spirit beasts for prolonged periods. Reflecting on his situation, Lin Tao recognized that both of his martial souls did not require specific spirit beasts, which rendered him incapable of acquiring the innate abilities of those beasts. He consulted a simple distribution map of spirit beasts within the Star Do Great Forest, a compilation sold at a modest price by the Spirit Hall after extensive exploration. Having traversed into the Douluo Continent, Lin Tao, through his own experiences, perceived the existence of the Spirit Hall as beneficial to the entirety of Douluo. After all, the Spirit Hall, in its essence, served all spirit masters, whereas other entities, be they empires or sects, rendered services exclusively to their own. Without the equitable treatment provided by the Spirit Hall, the potential for countless individuals to awaken their martial souls would be questionable. Just as in Shrek Academy, the common person could neither afford the costs nor gain the qualifications for training. The same held true for other major sects, where the prevailing powers acted solely for their own benefit, leaving no room for fairness. Thus, in Lin Tao's perspective, it was perhaps justifiable to lean in favor of the Spirit Hall. In this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, the ability to voice one's opinions ultimately hinged upon one's capacity to secure a seat at the table of power. Lin Tao possessed no grand ambitions or schemes. He simply wished to make the most of his rare opportunity to traverse this world. From his understanding of the Douluo Continent, it appeared that no divine position truly resonated with him, and he would inevitably face obsolescence within such a system. Yet before that eventuality, Lin Tao was determined not to compromise his own dignity, nor to merely survive. Time travel is a rare opportunity that eludes everyone, and there is no need to serve others. With unwavering conviction, Lin Tao gazed at the map, focusing on a soul master and a giant turtle soul beast located at the outskirts of the center. The creature was over 50,000 years old, and due to its non-aggressive nature and remarkable defensive capabilities, its soul power far surpassed that of other soul beasts of similar rank. Additionally, its slow movement made it a less desirable target for most hunters, as typical defensive measures would be insufficient to obtain a soul ring. In the Douluo Continent, the majority sought offensive power, while the pursuit of pure defense was nearly non-existent. However, for Lin Tao, whose singular ambition was to enhance his soul power, this might prove to be the optimal choice. The giant turtle possessed formidable soul power, with its primary skills centered on defense, and its sluggish speed made it an ideal target for Lin Tao, who could not utilize shadow marking effectively. After folding the map, Lin Tao resolved to take a chance. Despite the giant turtle's considerable age and the warnings on the map about the intense spiritual backlash it could inflict due to its massive size, Lin Tao believed that with the passive skills of his blue bull, which enhanced his mental strength and recovery rate, he could withstand the impact. 3 days later, Lin Tao arrived in the domain of the giant turtle soul beast. Upon arrival, he quickly located it. Much like an earthly tortoise, yet comparable in size to a blue whale, it was immense. Lin Tao could tell from the creature's thick shell that its defenses were extraordinary, which explained why few dared to engage such a soul beast. Drawing on the memories of the original owner, Yi Long, regarding the ages of soul beasts in this world, Lin Tao estimated that the giant turtle he encountered was approximately 60,000 years old. After confirming its age, he approached the creature, which, upon noticing Lin Tao, showed no inclination to attack, but instead continued to graze on a large tree. Lin Tao initiated energy absorption, a straightforward process as he connected with the giant turtle. His current range for energy absorption was around 150 meters. After making the connection, he strategically avoided the turtle's front and released the void domain to consume energy while replenishing his own through the absorption process. The giant turtle, connected to Lin Tao's energy absorption, exhibited no reaction, providing him with a sense of reassurance. It seemed indifferent to the energy loss. While others had to attack and kill a soul beast to obtain a soul ring, Lin Tao's method of energy absorption could potentially drain the creature's life. After 3 continuous days of effort, Lin Tao finally completed the absorption process. Throughout this time, the giant turtle remained unresponsive, and Lin Tao calculated that its soul power was astonishing. Although he had yet to encounter a titan giant ape, he sensed that the energy he had absorbed over the past 3 days was incomparable to that of a typical 100,000-year-old soul beast. Lin Tao employed a gradual method akin to boiling a frog to bring about the giant turtle's demise. As he unleashed the Nine-Star Begonia, the soul ring of the deceased giant turtle slowly descended, commencing the fusion of Lin Tao's 5th soul ring. It appeared that the colossal turtle had not engaged in battle prior, rendering it likely oblivious to its own demise. Hence, throughout the entire absorption process, Lin Tao discerned that the impact of the turtle's soul, which exceeded 60,000 years in age, was virtually non-existent. It seemed the turtle had never regarded Lin Tao with any significance. The acquisition of the 5th soul ring from the Nine-Star Begonia progressed with remarkable ease. This inky black soul ring continued to bestow upon Lin Tao the singular soul skill of group healing. However, owing to the immense power of this soul ring, Lin Tao, who had just attained the 50th level of soul power, experienced a dramatic elevation to the 58th level upon completion of the absorption. This formidable soul power, Lin Tao speculated, likely stemmed from the previous sacrificial offering of the Blue Silver King, with excess energy remaining due to the soul ring's inability to break through. Compounded by the turtle's extraordinary soul power, Lin Tao noted a substantial enhancement in his physique, with his internal meridians expanding significantly. His capacity to harbor soul power was evidently beyond that of an ordinary individual. The entire process unfolded with such seamlessness that it instilled in Lin Tao a sense of unreality. The immense soul power not only bolstered his foundational strength, but also greatly amplified the efficacy and speed of his Nine-Star Begonia healing abilities. In Chapter 16, Illusion, following the absorption of the colossal turtle's soul ring, Lin Tao's overall prowess saw yet another advancement. The expansion of his soul veins endowed him with a distinctive manifestation of soul power, elevating his energy absorption capabilities. Regrettably, Lin Tao soon found himself devoid of any further traces of such soul beasts. The standard map provided by the Spirit Hall predominantly indicated soul beasts below 10,000 years, while the colossal turtle had become increasingly rare due to frequent encounters with soul masters, coupled with the disinterest of most humans. Those who were intrigued generally lacked the means to breach the turtle's formidable defenses. Departing from this region, Lin Tao resolved to venture outward, for he did not believe himself capable of confronting other high-age soul beasts in this proximate central area. As he progressed, Lin Tao's gaze gradually dulled, becoming vacant and seemingly devoid of awareness. Unbeknownst to him, he began to veer away from his intended path, delving deeper into the forest. Strangely, the soul beasts that once inhabited this path also appeared to be manipulated, distancing themselves from the vicinity. After several minutes of forward motion, Lin Tao's passive skill, Blue Bull, activated, replenishing his mental energy. At that moment, Lin Tao jolted back to awareness, the restoration of his mental fortitude breathing a flicker of vitality into his otherwise listless state. However, he continued to progress deeper into the forest, akin to a mere shell of his former self. Lin Tao realized he had fallen into a trap. He surmised that he had been subjected to a form of mental assault, although the assailant was evidently not near, employing vast mental power to fabricate an illusion that guided him toward the core of the soul beast. In that instant, Lin Tao understood that invoking the void domain would allow him to swiftly extricate himself from this state, yet he remained uncertain about the strength of this soul beast. A misstep could jeopardize his ability to escape this peril. This was also Lin Tao's inaugural encounter with a soul beast utilizing non-physical attacks. Such mental assaults were insidious, and crucially, he was unaware of the nature of his adversary. Given the current circumstances, bolstered by the enhancement from Blue Bull, his mental power surged, rendering him confident that an ordinary mental attack would not leave him utterly oblivious. Considering this, the soul beast is undoubtedly a pure spiritual entity that has existed for at least 30,000 years. Although Lin Tao is currently filled with trepidation, he finds himself constrained by the limited methods at his disposal. Thus, he strives to maintain clarity and swiftly analyze the potential existence of the soul beast. Lin Tao meticulously recalls his knowledge of the soul beasts within the Star Do Forest of Douluo Continent, noting with curiosity that, in its early stages, the forest was home only to the two Emperor-level soul beasts, the Great Bright and the Second Bright, both of which are evidently not of the spiritual variety. He has not encountered any other notable spiritual soul beasts from the Star Do Forest. After pondering for an extended period, Lin Tao arrives at no definitive conclusion. Observing the increasingly dense foliage and the presence of plant-type soul beasts around him, he notes that none of these creatures have made any aggressive moves. Even as he brushes past them, the previously aggressive plant soul beasts have refrained from attacking, which only heightens his anxiety. Lin Tao is particularly wary of allowing others to perceive the fact that he is only half-conscious. The reasoning behind this is simple. His current state does not afford him the ability to utilize the void domain to escape the Star Do Forest directly. Relying solely on passive recovery, he estimates he can maintain his speed for a maximum of 20 minutes. Lin Tao calculates that it would require at least an hour and a half to extricate himself from the Star Do Forest. He is unwilling to take any chances, especially considering whether future mental assaults will be as gentle in creating illusions to control him. Lin Tao never anticipated that his vulnerability would lie in a spiritual attack. Yet, at this moment, he feels powerless. He is acutely aware of the strength of his enhanced spiritual power. Although he has yet to encounter a tidal Douluo, it stands to reason that an ordinary tidal Douluo's mental prowess should be inferior to his own, suggesting that this spiritual attack would be effective against most tidal Douluos. Maintaining his semi-conscious state, Lin Tao allows the other party's spiritual force to guide his movements. Amidst his fear, he experiences a surge of excitement. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, he has constantly contemplated his survival, having transmigrated into the body of a healing soul master. And lacking any formidable external abilities as seen in other novels, he feels he has little chance against the current protagonists. The thrill lies in the possibility that the spiritual soul beast, which is not originally part of his understanding of the Star Do Forest's lore, may have been altered due to his arrival. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity for him. Conversely, he is apprehensive about his inadequately developed abilities leading to his demise before he even has the chance to contend with the main characters, which would be a disgrace for a transmigrator. Interestingly, he feels no genuine fear of death. As a mere university student thrust into this fantastical realm, Lin Tao has never truly felt alive. Everything seems surreal, akin to playing a game. After all, he possesses the King S system, treating this as a game where he can play at will. His circumstances at the outset may not have been favorable, but he continues to reflect on his situation. As Lin Tao laments, he notices his running speed gradually diminishing, signaling that he is nearing his destination. Recollecting his thoughts, he seeks to discern whose path he has unwittingly crossed. Chapter 17, The King of All Beasts. As Lin Tao slows his advance, he catches sight of a colossal tree in the distance, towering over 100 meters. Although he has yet to approach it, its immense form evokes thoughts of a plant-type soul beast, the demon eye magic tree. Lin Tao swiftly recalled the memories within his mind. The king of 10,000 demons, known as the demon-eyed magic tree, is one of the 10 fearsome beasts in the Douluo Dalu series, possessing a cultivation level exceeding 500,000 years. Its true form is that of the demon-eyed magic tree, endowed with formidable mental control abilities and plant-based healing powers. Its territory lies in the core area of the Star Do Forest, near the Lake of Life. Abilities: mental manipulation, capable of controlling other plant-type soul beasts and even influencing human minds. Devour and evolve, strengthens itself by absorbing other plant-type soul beasts. Toxic mist domain, releases lethal toxic mist that corrodes both soul masters and soul beasts. The king of 10,000 demons prominently appears in Douluo Dalu, the peerless Tang sect. Its first appearance occurs when Hui Yuhao enters the Star Do Forest, revealing the king as a subordinate of Emperor Tian. It is loyal to Emperor Tian and participates in the conflict between soul beasts and humans. Relationships with other characters. Emperor Tian, absolute obedience, viewing him as the sovereign among soul beasts. Bai Ji, Both are among the 10 fearsome beasts. They collaborate but have incompatible personalities. The king is cunning, while Bai Ji is benevolent. Primary skills. Demon Eye Illusion. Creates illusions that can ensnare, even titled Douluos. Control of all wood. Commands all plant-type soul beasts within the Star Doe forest, such as blue-silver grass and ghost vine. Toxic Erosion Domain. A widespread toxic mist that erodes soul power and physical bodies. Although its combat power is inferior to that of Xiong and Shi Wang, it maneuvers through the battlefield using mental attacks and toxic mist. It epitomizes the treacherous and insidious aspects of soul beasts, contrasting sharply with Bai Ji's kindness. As the pinnacle of plant-type soul beasts, the king of 10,000 demons is the most unique among the plant-based fearsome beasts in the Douluo series. Reigning as the shadowy dominator of the Star Doe forest through its mental control and toxic mist, despite having less screen time than Emperor Tian and the Snow Emperor. Its underhanded tactics and plant-based healing powers secure its irreplaceable position within the Soul Beast faction. Upon recalling this, Lin Tao felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Knowing he had traversed into Tang San's Douluo, how could he possibly encounter the king of 10,000 demons? Yet, the appearance he saw was unmistakably that described in the Douluo. Lin Tao found himself engulfed in self-doubt, as the timeline did not align. This creature should not have appeared until long after Tang San's ascension to godhood. Was it possible that he had triggered an event that brought forth a beast that was not meant to exist at this time? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lin Tao's mind. Could it be that what he encountered was not the king of 10,000 demons, but another ancient demonized magic tree? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. The absolute control that could ensnare even him could only belong to the king of 10,000 demons. Lin Tao understood that if he continued to feign ignorance and fell under its control, once he entered the king's range of attack, his demise would be inevitable. The difference in levels was too great, and the king was undeniably ruthless. Without delay, Lin Tao unleashed the Void Domain, halting his advance in an instant, as the passive skill rapidly restored his mental strength. In the next moment, maintaining the activation of the Void Domain, he fled outward. The initiation of the Void Domain enhanced Lin Tao's speed beyond what it had been before. As he broke free from the mental control, the king of 10,000 demons deep in the forest was astonished. It had never expected that this human, merely a soul master, could escape its mental grasp. Such a feat was deemed impossible. Originally, today was merely a routine endeavor to surreptitiously absorb the soul energy of the colossal tortoise for cultivation. To my astonishment, I discovered that someone had slain the giant creature, which led to the emergence of its soul energy within Lin Tao. He had already been attacked. The primary reason for this was Lin Tao's inherent weakness. It was inconceivable that he could vanquish the giant tortoise. However, within the perceptive grasp of the king of all beasts, no other assistance was detected, prompting the king to exert control over Lin Tao's mind to discern the unique qualities of this human. As Lin Tao attempted to flee, the king of all beasts refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe Lin Tao's speed. After a brief interlude, the king concluded that Lin Tao was indeed too feeble to defeat the tortoise and should not have escaped his mental dominion. Intrigued, the king unleashed another mental assault upon Lin Tao, yet this time, the mental force passed through Lin Tao's body without effect. This only heightened the king's curiosity. Had he known that this human possessed some artifact capable of thwarting mental attacks, the previous scenario of control would never have transpired. The inability to strike a tangible form suggested that this human must possess some extraordinary means rendering his mental assaults ineffective. Fortunately, as a premier plant-based soul beast, the king commanded a multitude of plant soul beasts to launch physical attacks against Lin Tao. Observing the array of plant assaults converging upon him, Lin Tao chose to disregard them, effortlessly traversing through them aided by his domain of void. This left the king utterly astonished. He had never encountered a situation where physical attacks failed to connect, alongside the ineffectiveness of his mental strikes. The king was not one to believe that anything in this world could be immune to both physical and mental attacks. Thus, he relentlessly controlled the surrounding plant soul beasts to maintain their onslaught, while his mental prowess enveloped the area in coordination with their assaults. Lin Tao felt a tingling sensation at his scalp. Should he exit the void domain amidst such concentrated attacks, he would surely be struck. It appeared that his opponent was deliberately avoiding vital points, likely out of curiosity, demonstrating an intention to capture him alive, at least for the moment. Lin Tao understood that he could not maintain the void domain indefinitely, nor could he reveal any of his other abilities just yet. He decided to halt his movements and address the king of all beasts, expressing curiosity about the interest directed towards him. Lin Tao too sought to comprehend why he had caught the king's attention. He retained his final trump card for survival, the shadow mark of Ain. Should he find himself unable to escape danger, he would employ the second-tier ability of the mark to teleport away. However, Lin Tao realized he was too far from a Yin's mark. Yet, contemplating the outcome was beyond his current capacity, at the very least. It was safer than remaining in this perilous situation. Even if he faced Tang Hao, Lin Tao felt he would have a chance of survival against him, whereas here, there was none. The king of all beasts, upon hearing that this human recognized him, was even more astonished. Little did he know that he had rarely ventured beyond the core region of the Star Doe Forest, and every human adversary he had encountered before had met their demise, making it improbable for anyone to know him. The king's curiosity only intensified. Observing that this human had ceased his flight, he commanded the plants to halt their assault. At this juncture, the king scrutinized the human soul master closely. Lin Tao, however, dared not relax. He sustained his void domain and set a mental timer for himself, 10 minutes. Once this critical moment surpasses without resolution, I shall immediately withdraw from the realm of nihilism and activate my secondary shadow marking displacement ability. Chapter 18, A Clumsy Invitation. The king of all demons transmitted his thoughts, surprised to discover that a human recognized him, despite their never having met. Lin Tao glanced at the distant figure of the king of all demons and said, "Elder Demon King, my time is limited. If you prolong this, I shall take my leave. I will depart in 5 minutes. Should you wish to continue your assault or believe you can detain me, feel free to attempt it. I have no leisure for idle chatter." Lin Tao resolved to leave a minimum of 10 minutes for himself, yet chose to convey his message within 5 to expedite the resolution of the current predicament and guard against unforeseen events. The king of all demons, observing Lin Tao from afar, felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Although visible, he could not pinpoint him, leading to a flicker of belief that perhaps this human could indeed escape his grasp. The king contemplated and inquired, "How did you slay the giant tortoise?" Lin Tao, recognizing the implication of the question, understood why he had drawn the king's attention. The giant tortoise lay within the king's dominion. He replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information." After a moment of reflection on the situation, Lin Tao continued, "I wonder how many more tribulations you can endure. Elder Demon King, I am aware that soul beasts must face tribulations every 100,000 years. I possess knowledge of many things, yet not all can be shared at this moment. Coincidentally, I am in need of a soul ring and wonder if you might be interested in crafting one for me. Of course, not a sacrificial soul ring. What I propose is a symbiotic soul ring. Your immense soul power far exceeds what I, as a mere soul master, could absorb. Only in a symbiotic relationship shall I divulge certain information to you, including methods concerning plant-type soul beasts achieving divinity." Lin Tao's final statement was utter nonsense, as the original character lacked such knowledge. He merely hoped that the allure of aiding plant-type soul beasts in attaining divinity would persuade the king to consider a consensus on the soul ring. Realizing the current disparity in their circumstances, the king of all demons was not akin to the dream-eye silkworm. It was implausible that he would so easily become a human soul ring. Having encountered a top-tier plant-type soul beast that should not exist within this timeline, Lin Tao felt it would be remiss to escape without making an effort to engage with the king. Moreover, with the king's age of 500,000 years, Lin Tao felt insignificant. Had it not been for the king's curiosity about how he had defeated the giant tortoise, he would have likely perished long ago. Listening to Lin Tao, the king of all demons harbored murderous intent. Were it not for the human's last remark, he would have had no inclination to converse further. Regardless of the human's capabilities, he was determined to eliminate him. Gradually suppressing his murderous aura, the king said, "You possess quite a wealth of knowledge. What qualifies you to make me your soul ring? If you can reveal the method for plant-type soul beasts to achieve divinity, I may consider your earlier proposal." Lin Tao sighed, recognizing the profound imbalance of information that resulted in their inability to communicate effectively. He understood that the king's words were but a formality. In light of Lin Tao's perspective on the concept of the king of all demons in Douluo Continent, it becomes evident that gaining the trust of such a formidable entity is far beyond the capabilities of mere words. Thus, Lin Tao continued, "You may remain in your core domain, safeguarding what you deem worthy of your mission. Our strengths are vastly disproportionate. Hence, no matter what I say, you are unlikely to believe me. I offer you but a singular opportunity. Your immense spiritual power could facilitate a symbiotic soul ring between us. You could reside within my spiritual sea, and when I ascend to divinity, there would be means for you to ascend alongside me. This is my proposition. Whether you choose to accept it is entirely your prerogative. The choice reflects your own discernment, and I trust you have lived far longer than I have, encountering all manner of beings, both human and spirit beast. Should you forsake me today, I assure you that your current admiration will reach its limit. It is a rare feat for a powerful spirit beast to willingly become a human's symbiotic soul ring. making those capable of divine ascension exceedingly few. The king of all demons, your existence has not been one of mediocrity. Rather, it is forged through countless acts of slaughter and consumption that have led you to this moment. I believe you comprehend my intent. If even you cannot perceive the future, I have no further words. You are no ordinary spirit beast. This opportunity is singular. Once I discover a soul ring that suits my needs, you may ponder why I would still require you. I extend this choice without the intention of persuasion. The significance of my words is for you to weigh. I cannot divulge more. Upon finishing, Lin Tao harbored no expectations of the king of all demons' agreement, acknowledging his own inability to articulate profound truths. He recognized he was not destined to be the protagonist. This unexpected encounter might not solely serve as a detriment, but could perhaps alter the narrative's trajectory. With a casual attitude towards the unfolding events, Lin Tao's statements, though seemingly illogical, conveyed a subtle self-deprecation. Yet, this human appeared to possess an awareness of his own capabilities while uttering such words. The king of all demons found it incomprehensible that a mere human would dare to belittle one who has existed for 500,000 years, prompting deep contemplation. This human seemed to possess considerable insight, articulating such audacious sentiments, leaving the king momentarily speechless. The crux of the matter lay in the persistent mental assault the king was exerting, yet he could not establish a lock on this human. If he could pinpoint an attack, it would reveal the true intentions of this audacious being, yet the current circumstances exceeded his understanding. Such a feeble human should not have eluded his control. However, relinquishing his identity to become a mere subordinate soul ring was wholly unacceptable. As time progressed, Lin Tao began to lose patience. He continued, "King of all demons, regardless of your thoughts, my time is limited. If you wish to engage in this transaction, proceed." With that, Lin Tao directly summoned his second martial spirit, the Mi Yue martial spirit, manifesting as a shadowy black figure. Its first soul ring, an astonishingly high-aged 10,000-year soul ring. As a premier plant-type soul beast, the king of 10,000 demons sensed that this human possessed a martial soul with an age exceeding 80,000 years. However, due to the absence of a soul from a soul beast, the king could not discern the type of soul ring it was. At that moment, merely 3 minutes had elapsed. Lin Tao's anxiety intensified. He was acutely aware of the terrors lurking in the core region of the Star Do Forest. Confronted solely by the king of 10,000 demons, Lin Tao felt compelled to make one last effort. If fate did not align in his favor, retreat would be his only option. The king gazed at this unprecedented martial soul, caught in a quandary. Indeed, as the human had articulated, it was exceedingly arduous for plant-type soul beasts to ascend to divinity, arguably the most challenging among all soul beasts. Furthermore, the king understood that while the human had mentioned 5 minutes, he was already preparing to flee, and the king was yet unable to pinpoint his location. An instinctive feeling told the king that if he let this moment slip away, he would lose the chance for dialogue. The critical factor was that the information provided by the human was scant, and time was running short. Casting a glance into the depths of the forest, the king recalled his origins as an ordinary demon eye tree, a low-level plant-type soul beast dwelling on the periphery of the Star Do Forest. By chance, he had consumed a 10,000-year-old evil eye grass, which harbored the mental prowess of the evil eye tyrant lineage, resulting in the manifestation of demonic eye patterns upon his trunk. This event sparked the awakening of his intelligence and bestowed upon him the ability to devour other plant soul beasts. By surreptitiously consuming soul beasts such as ghost vines and poison spike flowers, he ascended beyond 10,000 years. To evade the detection of powerful soul beasts, he had long concealed himself in the forest shadows. Through the energy amassed from his consumptions, he painstakingly endured a catastrophe of 100,000 years, evolving his primary eye into a demonic eye capable of casting illusions. This granted him the ability to manipulate all low-tier plant soul beasts within the Star Do Forest, thereby establishing his own network of influence. One fateful day, his existence was sensed by Emperor Tian, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, leading to his reluctant induction into the ranks of the 10 great ferocious beasts. Although he had surpassed 500,000 years, the limitations imposed on plant-type soul beasts prevented him from advancing further. As the sole plant-type ferocious beast, he felt a profound disconnection from other animal ferocious beasts, such as the Bear King and Bai Ji. The king of 10,000 demons observed the enigmatic human before him, seemingly grappling with a momentous decision. Lin Tao noticed a change in the king's demonic eye and realized that he might still harbor a glimmer of hope. He felt fortunate that his encounter today was with the king of 10,000 demons, who was naturally at odds with other ferocious beasts, only maintaining a semblance of peace due to Emperor Tian's influence. Moreover, the king's path to awakening was not rooted in bloodline inheritance, which rendered his potential unmistakably limited, particularly after surpassing 500,000 years. In the wake of his contemplation, the king of 10,000 demons weighed the uncertainties of the future against the arduous journey of his life, casting a glance at this extraordinary martial soul. As he commanded the surrounding plant-type soul beasts to form a surrounding encirclement, they enveloped the area completely, ensuring that no anomalies would escape this domain. Lin Tao observed the changes around him, uncertain whether the king intended to besiege him or had other plans. Nevertheless, the situation had yet to reach a breaking point. With time still shy of 5 minutes, Lin Tao restrained the urge to activate his Shadow Mark's second skill. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Perhaps if he missed it, it would be lost forever. Lin Tao awaited the conclusion of the incantation by the king of 10,000 demons, as the latter's colossal form began to contract. The once towering demon tree, stretching 100 meters, diminished in size and subsequently materialized before Lin Tao. Confronted by this diminutive version of the king of 10,000 demons, Lin Tao was grateful to find himself in the realm of the void. Otherwise, the terrifying aura emanating from the king would have suffocated him. At that moment, the king inquired, "Speak, what manner of symbiotic pact do you propose?" Internally, Lin Tao was elated, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Nevertheless, the situation remained perilously tenuous. He replied, "I have heard that any soul beast aged over 100,000 years produces soul bones. If you directly sacrifice your soul power to me, your innate talents, along with your complete soul, can be fused into the soul bone, which will then merge with my own essence. Thus, you would take shape as a soul bone, residing within either my spiritual sea or my soul bone. In the future, when I ascend to divinity, I shall use my supreme power to reconstruct your physical form and reintegrate your complete soul and innate abilities." Lin Tao merely articulated his understanding in simplistic terms. Uncertain of the likelihood of success, the king of 10,000 demons contemplated the feasibility of Lin Tao's proposition, while also weighing the prospect of usurping this human's being. With a 99% certainty, the king believed that during the sacrifice, this human would be unable to withstand the tremors of his soul, presenting an opportunity to seize control. However, the endeavor of sacrificing and usurping remained untested. Whether he could truly dominate this extraordinary human was a mystery. After a brief deliberation, the king hesitated to take the risk. This human was remarkably unique, seemingly weak, yet unafraid of his onslaught. The king was also uncertain if the human possessed any hidden trump cards. Once the sacrifice commenced, there would be no turning back, and any assault would transform their interaction from symbiosis into a relentless struggle. Despite his overwhelming confidence, that slim margin of uncertainty, the one, left him apprehensive, as he could not fully comprehend this human's potential. The king proclaimed, "Your strength is inadequate. I shall instead reside within the soul bone. A complete soul is beyond your capacity to bear. I see you possess soul power at level 58. Might you consider adding another soul ring before absorbing my sacrificial energy? This would maximize the enhancement of your soul power." Lin Tao responded, "It is unnecessary. Superfluous soul power merely accumulates. Once I break through to level 60, the advancement will be substantial." The king did not pursue the matter further and stated, "It is highly probable that I will yield a head soul bone, as my mental prowess is vast. Prepare yourself. We shall commence the sacrifice." Although this region was under the dominion of the king of 10,000 demons, his preparations had minimized the risk of detection. Having witnessed the might of Emperor Tian, the king understood that a swift pace would not lead to discovery. Lin Tao scrutinized the king of 10,000 demons, who had made his decision. Now, it was Lin Tao's turn to make a choice. Accepting the sacrifice necessitated the dissolution of the void realm. Given the king's formidable strength, he could potentially seize control of Lin Tao's life or death in an instant. Thus, Lin Tao was also compelled to take considerable risks. He regarded the king with careful consideration. With eyes closed and summoning the remnants of his inner energy, Lin Tao understood the vast disparity in mental strength between himself and the king of all demons. He realized that if the latter were to launch a mental attack at such close proximity, there would be no chance for him to regain consciousness. Thus, Lin Tao merely invoked a fraction of his soul power and mental strength to issue a directive to himself. Should he lose control within 10 seconds, he would automatically unleash the Shadow Mark's second-tier displacement ability. As long as he maintained control, he could voluntarily cancel the skill's activation. Lin Tao opened his eyes and declared, "You have 5 seconds to initiate the sacrifice, or I shall depart without hesitation." As the countdown reached 5 seconds, Lin Tao withdrew from the void realm and calmly settled into a meditative posture, allowing the king of all demons to manipulate him. The moment Lin Tao exited the void realm, the king of all demons immediately locked onto his form, aware that he could dominate this human in mere seconds. The king hesitated, observing Lin Tao's serene demeanor. Ultimately, The lingering desire for ascension prevented the king from launching an attack. As immense energy enveloped Lin Tao's body, he heard the voice of the monarch system in his mind, confirming that his gamble had paid off. He swiftly retracted the portion of soul power and mental strength he had summoned. Following the monarch system's guidance, he chose to merge with the equipment known as the Overlord's heavy armor, initiating the fusion with his second martial soul. Despite the king of all demons' soul power exceeding the limits of what Lin Tao could normally accommodate, the monarch system facilitated a seamless fusion between the overwhelming soul power and the Overlord's heavy armor, continuously transforming Lin Tao's physique. Due to it being his second martial soul, the soul ring configuration that should not have manifested in such a body was adapting under the monarch system's regulation. Lin Tao could distinctly perceive his body teetering on the brink of destruction, undergoing relentless cycles of annihilation and restoration. An indescribable agony surged through every fiber of his being. The king of all demons, in the midst of the sacrificial process, was once again astounded. Initially, the king had planned to adjust the process to allow this human to absorb as much of his soul power as possible. However, upon witnessing his vast soul power being manipulated in an inexplicable manner, dramatically altering the human, he realized that this level of control was beyond his meticulous capabilities. The sheer magnitude of destruction was impressive. This individual was able to endure it. The king had contemplated expanding the human's meridians, but never in such a brutal manner. After all, they were now in a symbiotic relationship. Should this human fail to withstand the strain, he would lose his vessel and face complete annihilation. As time passed, the king of all demons became utterly convinced. Even he, a soul beast, felt an inkling of sympathy for such transformation. Lin Tao was now a living embodiment of blood and flesh. His skin cracked open, revealing raw tissue, which shifted from blood to soul power over time. Compressed to an extreme, akin to a gas canister on the verge of explosion, with fissures appearing throughout. Yet, during this fusion process, Lin Tao's Nine-Star Begonia continuously worked to mend the damage. At present, Lin Tao's soul energy is remarkably abundant, and the healing arts he invokes are exceedingly powerful. He has become painfully numb, akin to a state of hunger where one can no longer feel the pangs of appetite. Nevertheless, he remains acutely aware of the fractures and subsequent healing occurring throughout his body. The excruciating pain has sharpened his mental acuity, propelling him towards unprecedented breakthroughs. Time has become an abstract concept for Lin Tao. Everything feels interminably prolonged. With a chime, the fusion is complete. The second soul ring, aged 50,000 years, has merged, culminating in the formidable skill of the Undying King. This passive ability allows for a restoration of 22 of all states per second. If he disengages from combat for 1 minute, the recovery rate doubles. The system further indicates that due to the first soul ring's blue bowl, which restores 10 of energies other than soul power per second, these effects compound. The Undying King also confers a supplementary effect. The body is unbound, allowing it to restore any intact bodily information. The less bodily tissue retained, the longer the recovery period. Additionally, the transformation of the body has been completed, increasing base defense by 300. In Chapter 20, Ambition, Lin Tao expresses considerable satisfaction with his second soul ring. The introduction of his capabilities suggests that he has indeed attained immortality. Most crucially, the brain and heart, once his fatal weaknesses, are now safeguarded unless he is entirely obliterated at once, granting him the capacity to recover and re-engage in battle. This soul ring harmonizes perfectly with his healing arts and attributes, yielding effects that far exceed the sum of their parts. Lin Tao is astounded by such extraordinary results, reminiscent of the immortal abilities possessed by the puppet in Dragon Ball. Though filled with delight, he finds no opportunity to experiment further at this moment. Just as Lin Tao regains consciousness, he receives a telepathic message from the King of 10,000 Beasts. You have spent 2 days absorbing the soul ring. Depart swiftly from the Star Doe Forest. My disappearance will inevitably draw the attention of my other companions. Lin Tao contemplates the King's unique identity. Realizing there is no time to adapt to his newfound powers, he immediately activates the void domain and hastily departs from the area. As he moves at an accelerated pace, Lin Tao notices a significant enhancement in his physical abilities. His speed is now astonishing. The once delicate frame now exudes strength, no longer resembling that of a girl. This explosive power feels capable of obliterating his former self with a single punch. Anyone who dares to label him frail will swiftly learn a lesson. Simultaneously, Lin Tao observes that he now resembles a mere strip of cloth draped over him. Unfazed by any embarrassment, he retrieves a set of clothing from his soul guide bracelet and changes swiftly. After a brief pause, he continues towards the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest. Half an hour later, Lin Tao finds himself on an unfamiliar path, one of the many routes leading to the Stardo Forest. Typically, most soul masters traverse the official main roads. However, the vastness of the forest presents numerous perilous paths. Only the main thoroughfares, guarded by the Spirit Hall, offer a semblance of safety. Having exited the Stardo Forest, Lin Tao once again assesses his condition. His once exquisite skin now possesses an unparalleled delicacy reminiscent of that of an infant, yet it is remarkably resilient. In terms of defensive capabilities, his current skin likely offers protection equivalent to that of his entire body prior to this transformation. Moreover, Lin Tao was astonished to discover that his perceptual abilities had once again ascended. Previously, due to a significant enhancement in his physical foundation, he had not noticed this change. Now, he realized that the improvement was far from trivial. It had at least doubled. Such mental fortitude assured Lin Tao's capability to withstand the spiritual assaults of the King of 10,000 Demons. This was an instinctive understanding. Lin Tao recognized that cultivating mental power was exceedingly arduous. He had not anticipated that his second configuration of the Mi Yue Soul Ring would yield a leap in rank. He could deeply appreciate the distinct enhancement effects brought about by these two configurations. Lin Tao understood that the Holy Grail and the Overlord's heavy armor could not possibly exhibit such vast differences within the realm of the King's game. Thus, the disparity must relate to the ages of the soul rings he had fused, one being 84,000 years, and the other a full 500,000 years. This gap was indeed significant. This recent advancement instilled Lin Tao with a spirited resolve, igniting a flicker of ambition to contend with the protagonist group. Subsequently, Lin Tao examined the soul bone, which was indeed the head soul bone mentioned by the King of 10,000 Demons. Due to the overall possession by the king, Lin Tao was currently unable to inspect it directly. As Lin Tao's mental energy probed the head soul bone, a somewhat weakened voice of the King of 10,000 Demons echoed through. The skill I bestowed upon the head soul bone is mental impact, along with passive mental defense. Additionally, due to my voluntary sacrifice, I can perform soul manipulation for mental probing, visual sharing, and communication within the range of mental energy. As the king spoke, his voice grew increasingly frail. Lin Tao inquired, "Why have you become so weakened?" The king responded, "Alas, your previous methods may indeed be correct. However, I have learned through experimentation that at least 700,000 years of soul beasts are necessary to maintain a constant state of alertness. I must soon enter a state of slumber." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao smiled. Currently, he was most affluent in energy. His almost monstrous recovery ability could provide a continuous flow of energy. Thus, before the king could finish his statement, Lin Tao directed the immense soul power from his second evolution into the head soul bone. Upon contact with such soul power, the head soul bone became animated, and the residing king momentarily stabilized. "Your soul power is undoubtedly more abundant than that of an ordinary title de law." Lin Tao decided to be forthright and shared the first two skills of his Mi Yue Soul Ring with the king without reservation. He understood that in future battles, given the king's insight, he would inevitably discover these abilities, so it was better to disclose them now. He had gained the utmost advantage and thus deemed it a matter of mutual honesty. The king, upon hearing this, was visibly astonished. He then remarked, "Indeed, you are no ordinary being. Your abilities surpass even those of specialized soul beasts. Additionally, your mention of bodily rebirth bears resemblance to the regeneration of severed branches in our plant-type species. With a continuous supply of soul power, the King of 10,000 Demons rapidly began to recover. As the king gradually regained his strength, he felt fortunate for his earlier wager. As the king recovered, Lin Tao engaged in further dialogue, revealing almost everything except for his identity as a transmigrator and the existence of the king's system. The king, having absorbed all this information, thoughtfully advised Lin Tao that all future soul rings should not be below 100,000 years, as the distinction between 100,000 years and ordinary soul beasts marked a watershed moment, leading to a qualitative transformation in enhancements. However, spirit beasts over 100,000 years old are exceedingly rare, each one an unparalleled force. If absolutely necessary, one may consider those under 100,000 years. Although Lin Tao has enhanced himself for the second time, he is not so arrogant as to believe he can easily hunt a spirit beast of such age. Upon hearing Lin Tao's account, the king of myriad demons directly assumes Lin Tao to be a successor of high status, for he has never heard of a method that requires only spirit power to configure spirit rings. Rings formed solely from spirit power possess no skills. Yet this human displays an extraordinary ability that suggests he must inherently possess such power, waiting for his spirit power to reach a level where he can unlock it. Lin Tao did not expect the king of myriad demons to regard him in such a light. As the king revealed, there are indeed numerous spirit beasts over 100,000 000 years in the Stardow Forest, but his current diminished strength prevents him from being as formidable as before, limiting him to a supportive role. Most critically, the king cautioned against carelessly employing his powers within the Stardow Forest. Should Tion discover it, future entry into the forest would be severely restricted. Lin Tao assessed his current spirit power level, now at level 61. Initially, it would have been challenging to advance without acquiring new spirit rings, compounded by the fact that most of the spirit power he had absorbed was devoted to transforming himself, resulting in only a modest increase of 3 levels. However, with the support of the King of Myriad Demons, a previously unconsidered audacious plan began to take shape in Lin Tao's mind. While he had been hesitant to scheme at this stage, the terrifying energy now instilled a flicker of confidence in his pursuit. The Eye of Ice and Fire in the Sunset Forest. Chapter 21. Douluo Lin Tao rented a carriage. With the King of Myriad Demons controlling the horses throughout the journey, Lin Tao adjusted his body in the back, as the newfound abilities required him to readjust physically. He recalled that after stealing Yin, Tang Hao would surely return with her, allowing Lin Tao to ascertain when Tang Hao would leave the Sunset Forest based on Yin's presence. Yet, Lin Tao felt that such tactics were somewhat sordid. While a cautious approach might lead to growth, trailing behind inevitably meant that Tang San would also continue to strengthen. If he were to remain passive while Tang San still had his guardianship, it would be akin to the Spirit Hall, perpetually fearing this and that. Ultimately, when Tang San matured, Lin Tao would find himself outmatched. After the events with the King of Myriad Demons, Lin Tao resolved to confront challenges head-on. The Sunset Forest, to put it bluntly, is safeguarded by Douluo and Tang Hao. If he continued to evade, the opportunities there might remain forever beyond his reach. Lin Tao understood that the optimal moment would be when Xiao Wu's sacrifice was complete, coinciding with Tang San's return to the Haoyan sect, when Tang Hao would be at his most vulnerable. Yet, by that time, Tang San would have already undergone several trials and strengthened significantly. And Lin Tao was no longer inclined to adopt a timid approach. With his current physique and abilities, Lin Tao felt confident in his capacity to compel Tang Hao to depart. He recognized that a confrontation with Tang San was inevitable. Rather than allowing Tang San to grow stronger, it would be wiser to initiate the encounter now. Upon arriving in Heavendo City, Lin Tao wished to avoid the endless confrontation with titled Douluos, knowing that to attain the Eye of Ice and Fire, he must inevitably face Douluo. Thus, Lin Tao did not immediately set out to seek the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although the original narrative does not mention any interaction between Tang Hao and Douluo, the presence of Lin Tao might lead to a different outcome. After all, with Tang San's existence, anything is possible. Settling in Tiando City, Lin Tao engaged a messenger to convey a message to Douluo. He then remained at the inn, awaiting the arrival of either Douluo or Douluo. Given Douluo's protective nature towards his granddaughter, it was plausible that his message had already reached Douluo's attention. Of course, Lin Tao's current identity as Douluo's close friend might not raise suspicions. On the third day, Lin Tao awoke from his meditation. The formidable spiritual power of the King of all Demons first detected Douluo. Upon informing Douluo of the existence of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Spirit, Lin Tao entrusted all surveillance to the King of all Demons. As Douluo entered the inn, Lin Tao swiftly unleashed a vast spiritual attack, rendering all present unconscious. He then appeared and led Douluo out of Tiando City. Additionally, he sent a message to the Tiando Empire, informing them that Douluo was in his possession and summoning Douluo to come forth. Although Lin Tao could not ascertain Douluo's exact location, given the relationship between the Tiando Empire and Douluo, the message should reach him swiftly. Once outside Tiando City, Lin Tao retreated 50 kilometers into a desolate wilderness, awaiting Douluo's arrival. Douluo was placed in the carriage, peacefully slumbering. Time passed gradually, and after an hour, the King of all Demons sent a warning signal. Lin Tao stepped out of the carriage and called out into the distance, "Elder Douluo, since you have arrived, let us converse. Rest assured, your granddaughter is perfectly safe within the carriage." After speaking, Lin Tao distanced himself from the carriage, demonstrating his sincerity. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the curtain of the carriage, and a figure swiftly entered. Lin Tao waited quietly at a distance. After inspecting Douluo's condition, Douluo confirmed she was unharmed and chose not to awaken her immediately. As Douluo exited the carriage, an overwhelming murderous intent and the unique pressure of a titled Douluo began to emanate. Lin Tao understood that a careless word could provoke a violent response. Despite Douluo's desire to eliminate Lin Tao, he restrained his emotions, ensuring the carriage remained unharmed. As the pressure escalated, Douluo's soul rings began to manifest, further amplifying his formidable presence. The tremendous force surged towards Lin Tao like a tidal wave. Lin Tao took a few steps back, releasing his own extraordinary soul power to counter Douluo Bo's assault. As Lin Tao's soul power was unleashed, Douluo Bo recognized this individual as indeed a friend of Yin yet the unusual soul power was unfamiliar to him. Douluo Bo halted, gazing intently at Lin Tao. Amidst the entangling soul power, Lin Tao stood resilient against Douluo Bo's oppressive aura. Observing the murderous intent emanating from Douluo Bo, Lin Tao spoke, "Elder Douluo, I resorted to this strategy only because I could not locate you. Should you feel anger, do not hesitate to strike me to release your fury." After Lin Tao spoke, he took several steps back, arms outstretched, adopting a posture of submission to the impending assault from Douluo Bo. The latter, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to disregard a title de law, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, Douluo Yin remained his sole vulnerability. Without the desire to engage in idle conversation with the girl before him, Douluo Bo began to concentrate his soul power, which grew increasingly dense. Observing Lin Tao's lack of defense or any other action, he resolved to unleash his amassed power swiftly. Despite the immense disparity in their ranks, even a casual strike from a title de law would not be without consequence for Lin Tao. The moment the attack struck, instead of a gruesome spectacle, Lin Tao was propelled backwards several meters by the sheer force. Surprisingly, although this was merely a casual blow from Douluo Bo, Lin Tao found himself reassessing the resilience of his physical form. Gradually rising, he activated his healing technique to mend his injuries. It took Lin Tao merely 4 or 5 seconds to regain his footing, during which time he fully restored himself. Noting a significant improvement in the efficacy of his healing abilities compared to before, Douluo Bo, observing this, was momentarily astonished, recognizing Lin Tao as a remarkable anomaly. Reminiscent of the peculiar Tang San he had encountered previously, Lin Tao, fixing his gaze on Douluo Bo, inquired whether the elder had calmed his temper. Douluo Bo responded curtly, urging Lin Tao to articulate the purpose of his visit. No longer inclined to be polite, Lin Tao boldly stated that he was aware of Douluo Bo's connection with Tang San and inquired if the ice and fire Yangyin Eye had been bestowed upon Tang San. He expressed his keen interest in the artifact, requesting permission to train there for a year or two. As he spoke, the previously quelled murderous intent surged once more. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, recognizing that his abduction of Douluo Yin had undoubtedly provoked Douluo Bo's wrath. Yet he was puzzled by the intense hostility evoked merely by mentioning Tang San and the ice and fire Yangyin Eye. Suddenly, Lin Tao recalled how Douluo Bo had previously regarded Tang San with favor, even contemplating an arrangement for his granddaughter to be with him. With a mischievous inclination, he continued, remarking that he had heard Douluo Bo had dedicated his life to safeguarding his granddaughter. He pointed out that Tang San, whom Douluo Bo so esteemed, had the backing of Tang Hao, the Haoyan sect, as well as Douluo Bo himself, along with his twin martial spirits. Pausing for effect, Lin Tao sensed the palpable murderous intent emanating from Douluo Bo. In the face of this looming threat, Lin Tao understood that Douluo Bo was on the brink of action. He summoned his Mi Yue martial spirit, the first soul ring black, and the second a dark crimson. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly as he released his second martial spirit. Lin Tao continued, questioning Douluo Bo's assessment of his own talents in comparison to Tang San's, highlighting the numerous title de law allies Tang San had. He provocatively asked Douluo Bo to consider carefully whether he wished to protect Tang San or his granddaughter. At this moment, Douluo Bo was first astonished by this formidable creature, which rivaled Tang San, and was also a twin martial soul with soul rings of such high quality. However, the final remark directly provoked Douluo Bo, for never had anyone dared to threaten him in his presence, especially not using his cherished granddaughter as leverage. Just as Douluo Bo began to survey the surroundings for other title de law, Lin Tao continued, it is perfectly understandable for a title de law to admire Tang San. Yet do you truly believe that he is the best choice for your granddaughter? Without your protection, in the heart of power, do you genuinely think your granddaughter retains any semblance of freedom? Instead of seeking to elevate her strength, you opt for a so-called promising successor with a notable background. Is this your notion of love? It seems you, too, perceive your granddaughter's talents as rather mediocre. Having made this statement, Lin Tao escalated his remarks further. The Tang Hao you fear, I shall meet him in a few days. The ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, which you claim as yours, is not yet occupied by Tang Hao. Furthermore, it is Tang San, whom you admire, who has informed me of this. In his eyes, what he desires is rightfully his. Do you truly believe that place still belongs to you? Lin Tao employed a subtle shift in concepts to sow discord between Douluo Bo and Tang San. At least in the original narrative, Lin Tao held a degree of respect for Douluo Bo, yet if he were resolute in following Tang San, a confrontation would be inevitable in the future. Just as he had recently ascended, he would use Douluo Bo as a means of practice. Though Lin Tao's words were starkly candid, they were indeed an attempt to extend a hand to Douluo Bo. After all, In Lin Tao's perspective, Tang San did not regard Dugu Yin with any seriousness, and without Dugu Bo's protection, Dugu Yin would not fare well under Tang San's influence. As Dugu Bo continued to sense Lin Tao's enigmatic martial soul, coupled with the soul rings that surpassed even the most peculiar of creatures, his murderous intent diminished significantly. Primarily, it was evident that this individual possessed an extraordinary background, which rendered Dugu Bo somewhat restrained. Observing the fluctuating menace emanating from Dugu Bo, Lin Tao recognized that his intangible threat had instilled a sense of caution within Dugu Bo. Had he known that Dugu Bo was merely hesitant due to Tang San being Tang Hao's son, Lin Tao would have underestimated this poisoned law. His indecisiveness reflected the deep-seated value Dugu Yin held in Dugu Bo's heart. All of his hesitations stemmed from her. Lin Tao turned and swiftly departed, saying, "Come now. Do not hesitate. Let us engage in combat. Allow me to see if you can indeed be classified as a title de law." As Lin Tao departed, Dugu Bo's limits were repeatedly provoked. He set up a poison array around the vehicle and then pursued Lin Tao into the sky. The next moment, explosions erupted in the forest, with various attacks creating craters around them. Lin Tao, relying on his physical defenses, absorbed most of Dugu Bo's assaults. While when Dugu Bo unleashed his soul skills, Lin Tao evaded using the void domain. During their exchange, Lin Tao consistently assessed his body, discovering that his modifications were indeed thorough. With his current soul power at level 61, he could withstand the ordinary attacks of a title de law, and his physical resilience was undeniably formidable. Lin Tao understood that the amplification effect of the 500,000-year soul ring from the king of all demons was undoubtedly at play. He also recognized that the Dominator's heavy armor in the realm of glory was not merely a means of sustaining oneself, but also served as a formidable defensive mechanism. This accounted for the astonishing enhancement in defense. However, the glaring drawback was evident. Without any means of attack, the opponent could easily evade capture. As Dugu Bo's assaults grew increasingly sharp, Lin Tao's inner astonishment intensified. Despite not yet exerting his full strength, he was confronted with the opponent's monstrous defense and healing capabilities, coupled with an enigmatic power that rendered his strikes futile, passing through the opponent's form without inflicting any harm. Dugu Bo felt a sense of humiliation. As a dignified title de law, he found himself unable to contend with a mere soul emperor. Just as he was about to escalate his attack and unleash his toxic attributes, Lin Tao interjected, preceding Dugu Bo. "Let us end this here. Should the battle continue to escalate, I shall not spare your precious granddaughter." A vast surge of soul power erupted from Lin Tao's being, an energy rivaling that of a soul de law. Observing this outburst, Dugu Bo retracted his own aura, not out of fear, but rather due to the realization that his previous attacks had proven ineffective, and importantly, the opponent had yet to launch a counterattack. Dugu Bo indeed harbored trepidation towards Lin Tao's peculiar abilities. As Dugu Bo subdued his own presence, Lin Tao similarly tempered his soul power. Dugu Bo, observing Lin Tao's composed demeanor, grew increasingly wary. Finally, he inquired, "Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions?" Lin Tao replied, "Nothing much. I merely admire your character, esteemed Dugu Bo. Moreover, I have a close friendship with Dongwu Yin, your granddaughter. I have come today to advise you to maintain a distance from Tang San. He and I are destined for a battle of life and death. Your choice in this matter is inconsequential to me, but aligning with the wrong side will lead to consequences that both parties must bear. I must also inform you that the Tang San you perceive is not as you believe. I am not Yi Lung Long, and I trust you harbor your own suspicions. Similarly, Tang San's true identity is not that of Tang Hao's son. Should you choose to involve yourself, that is your prerogative. I have spoken my piece. I urge you to keep a distance from the center of this conflict, so that your title as a title de law may retain its dignity in this world. Otherwise, I can assure you that a title de law merely serves as the vanguard on the battlefield." Lin Tao subtly hinted at the existence of traversers, a secret he was unfazed to reveal. However, Dugu Bo stood frozen, unable to digest such explosive information, grappling with its implications. Lin Tao, observing Dugu Bo in a state of shock, continued, "A great upheaval is imminent. Regardless of your choice, I implore you to remain true to your principles for the sake of your granddaughter and to distance yourself from this so-called strife. While a title de law may possess the means for self-preservation in this power struggle, consider the plight of your granddaughter. To be blunt, the sect and the title de law can only offer Dongwu Yin temporary protection. As long as she does not ascend to the rank of title de law, there will be no notion of freedom. You currently maintain ties with the royal family. You should be able to see this clearly. What is the true essence of the power center? Relying solely on dedication to safeguard it is merely an idealistic fantasy of your own making. When the struggle for power ensues, freedom is relinquished entirely. Moreover, this is beyond human control. If you choose Tang San, Then you must also allow Douluo Yin to choose Tang San and seek protection as an individual. What form or identity do you suppose will afford such protection? One must understand that the true power center comprises numerous individuals. By the way, I am not associated with the Spirit Hall or the Royal Forces as you might presume. There is no need for you to make any choices in my presence. My purpose today is merely to observe the strength of the title Douluo and to inform my former close friend, Douluo Yin. Rest assured, from this moment onward, I shall no longer engage with Douluo Yin. As one of the elite, you must make your own choices. I shall not intervene. For individuals must bear the consequences of their own decisions. I can only assert that your current notion of protection is misguided, be it concerning Tang San or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With that, Lin Tao turned and departed from the scene. Lin Tao discerned all of Douluo Bo's intentions. On one hand, he sought to account for his counterpart Yi Long, while on the other, he subtly hinted at impending significant events. Given his presence, Lin Tao did not believe that the forthcoming trajectory would remain unchanged. Chapter 23, A Fierce Contest. Lin Tao returned to Tiando City and procured several weapons from a shop in preparation for the imminent encounter with Tang Hao. As the first weapon spirit, Tang Hao's offensive capabilities are formidable. Even the youngest title Douluo in the continent warrants Lin Tao's utmost caution. However, neglecting the ice and fire yin-yang eye at this time would considerably diminish his foundational strength. Lin Tao intended to harness the unique energy of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to enhance his soul power with superior soul rings. He even contemplated infiltrating the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to ascertain whether he could acquire soul rings from the dragon bone at its base. While thousand-year soul beasts are relatively accessible, those exceeding a century's worth of years are not so easily obtained. Lin Tao's venture to the ice and fire yin-yang eye was also an experiment. The abundant energy there made the successful extraction of soul rings uncertain. Nevertheless, he could never forsake such a treasure. One could only lament that his time of crossing over was too late, preventing him from seizing the opportunity presented by the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After a night of rest, Lin Tao made a point to have breakfast before departing Tiando City, attuning himself to the location of the shadow mark. As noon approached, Lin Tao entered the Sunset Forest and activated the second phase of his shadow mark's displacement ability. His form became ethereal. In that moment of manifestation, he beheld the golden blue-silver grass, now significantly taller than when he last observed it. Indeed, this place fosters the growth of plant-type soul beasts exceptionally well. Just as Lin Tao materialized, an abundance of soul power surged around him. He was aware that Tang Hao would impose restrictions. Yet Lin Tao had not anticipated that after having suffered once, he would still be so careless. These restrictions merely serve as a warning. Lin Tao allowed the swirling soul power to envelop his body. A Haotian hammer pointed menacingly at him. Lin Tao gazed upon the imposing, unkempt figure before him. Although he had never seen Tang Hao's true visage, it was evident that this was indeed Tang Hao. Lin Tao spoke. You certainly seem quite relaxed. After one loss, do you really think you can afford to lose a second time? Tang Hao appeared calm on the surface, yet inside he was tumultuous, fearing for Yin's safety. At that moment, Tang Hao realized that Yin had previously been taken away by this very person. He could not afford to ponder how this individual had suddenly appeared. All that mattered was ensuring Yin's well-being. Tang Hao unleashed his 9 soul rings, particularly the 9th, a vibrant red. His immense soul power was both fierce and gentle. Lin Tao observed with amusement, recognizing that Tang Hao was attempting to intimidate him while simultaneously fearing for Yin's safety. Lin Tao remained still, aware that Tang Hao was merely a paper tiger, too afraid to genuinely unleash his soul power, given how close he was to Yin. Lin Tao remarked, "The illustrious Tang Hao of the renowned Haotian sect, how impressive you are, yet it seems you are hesitant to strike me down." Tang Hao suppressed his rising emotions and asked, "Who are you?" Each word was articulated with precision. Lin Tao sensed the intense murderous intent behind his words, a result of deliberate restraint, yet the malice still felt palpable. Lin Tao continued, "I have heard that the Haotian hammer, the greatest weapon spirit of the Haotian sect, possesses legendary attack power. Would you care to test it with a swing? I find your intent to kill quite displeasing. Shall we instead compete on who can act more swiftly?" He cast a glance downward. Tang Hao, confronted by Lin Tao's provocation, especially after that last look, had no choice but to temper his aura. As he retracted his soul rings and suppressed his presence, Lin Tao shook off the soul power that had clung to him, stepping back a couple of paces to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the voice of the king of 10,000 beasts echoed in Lin Tao's mind. This place is undoubtedly a sanctuary for cultivation, particularly for plant-type soul beasts. However, be wary of that human before you. I sense he is far more formidable than any title Douluo you have encountered before. Lin Tao dismissed the king of 10,000 beasts warning. He looked at Tang Hao and inquired, "Where is your son, Tang San?" "I am Lin Tao, Remember that. In the future, do not lose your temper so easily. For if I were to inadvertently cause damage, do not blame me for not warning you. Tang Hao met Lin Tao's gaze with calmness, responding, Tang San is not here. What brings you to this place? Observing Tang Hao's seemingly tranquil reply, Lin Tao continued, I merely came to extend a greeting. This is my private cultivation area, and I did not expect to find you two occupying it. What do you propose I do? Collect rent from you, or ask you to leave? Lin Tao boldly declared this place as his own private territory, for it certainly did not belong to Tang San. Lin Tao maintained his conviction that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Tang Hao was aware that this was indeed the domain of Douluo Bo, yet he was uncertain who Lin Tao was and found himself at a loss for words. Lin Tao, noticing Tang Hao's silence, pressed on, how does the esteemed Douluo of Haoyan enjoy encroaching upon another's territory? If that is the case, I would be most curious to test whether the legendary Haoyan hammer is indeed as tyrannical and unreasonable as rumored. With that, Lin Tao took a large step back once more. As Lin Tao withdrew, Tang Hao immediately summoned the Haoyan hammer, wielding its immense power to strike directly at Lin Tao's form. This assault compelled Lin Tao to evade, for the sheer force would undoubtedly cause even an ordinary soul Douluo to retreat in trepidation. Observing the swiftly approaching Haoyan hammer, Lin Tao promptly unleashed the void domain, allowing the hammer to pass through him. Just as Tang Hao presumed that his opponent was audacious enough to withstand his strike, he felt the absence of impact. Realizing that the Haoyan hammer had traversed through the individual, he swiftly adjusted his strength, preparing to grasp Ain. However, Lin Tao was quicker. When Tang Hao opted to attack him rather than immediately seize Ain, Lin Tao deemed him unreasonable. He swiftly approached Ain once more, offering Tang Hao a smile. With no alternative, Tang Hao had no choice but to leap away. His grip on the Haoyan hammer tightened, trembling from the intensity of his fury. Clearly, Tang Hao's anger was palpable at that moment. Lin Tao regarded him calmly and remarked, Did I not express my disdain for your murderous demeanor? Why do you resort to violence at the slightest opportunity? I have tested the Haoyan hammer, and it is hardly impressive. Such a hammer hardly deserves the title of the world's foremost weapon spirit. It cannot even breach space. What a worthless weapon spirit. With that, Lin Tao cast a provocative glance at Tang Hao and stepped back, further challenging him. Lin Tao was eager to discern the character of the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo Continent. At this distance, Tang Hao refrained from attacking or attempting to seize Ain, as the previous encounter had been too peculiar, and he remained cautious given Lin Tao's proximity to Ain. Lin Tao observed Tang Hao's tense expression, which lacked the imposing aura he had anticipated from the animated series he had watched. Continuing to retreat a few steps, Lin Tao regarded Tang Hao once more. This time, Tang Hao swiftly approached Ain, enveloping the area with his soul power. At that moment, the aura of the youngest titled Douluo radiated powerfully, with 9 soul rings releasing in succession, exuding a palpable killing intent. Lin Tao stated, It seems our Haoyan Douluo is ready. Let us commence our second life and death duel. Consider carefully, are you prepared to engage in this battle to the death with me? As he spoke, Lin Tao grasped a simple dagger in his right hand and began to advance slowly. Tang Hao declared, Haoyan protection, causing the colossal Haoyan hammer to whirl rapidly around him. He refrained from launching an attack, uncertain of the peculiar evasive tactics Lin Tao had previously employed. He was wary that an offensive move might bring Lin Tao closer to Ain. Lin Tao released the void domain once again, moving closer, while Tang Hao's Haoyan Guardian appeared to form a defensive barrier. However, as Lin Tao's void domain met the Haoyan Guardian, he perceived a deceleration in his speed. Although he did not sustain damage, the velocity enhancement originally provided by the void domain was effectively neutralized by the Haoyan Guardian. As Lin Tao traversed through the Haoyan Guardian, Tang Hao lost his composure. He reached down to the ground, uprooting the blue-silver grass along with the earth beneath it. He then retreated swiftly, this time eyeing Lin Tao with caution, devoid of his earlier rage, and adopting a more tranquil demeanor. Lin Tao had not anticipated that a physical attack like the Haoyan hammer could possess the capacity to limit his void domain. In order to withhold further information, Lin Tao spoke once more, declaring, I have already stated that this place is where I cultivate. Are you here to fight or to leave? This is your final warning. Should you choose to attack me, I will unequivocally obliterate the blue-silver grass you are guarding. After all, as a dignified titled Douluo, I lack the power to contend with you, but I am confident in my ability to eliminate a single blue-silver grass. You may attempt to hide. Let us see if I can reach you. Tang Hao, cloaked in the red domain of the killing god, remained silent as the flow of time around them slowed. He remarked, Last time, you stealthily took this blue-silver grass, did you not? Lin Tao, observing the imminent eruption of Tang Hao's fury, recognized that further provocation could lead to devastating consequences for this place. He replied, You are correct. But should you dare to destroy even a blade of grass or a twig here, you would do well to forego sleep. I can appear beside your wife, Ain, at any moment and eliminate her, just as I did to arrive here." At that moment, Lin Tao was also incensed. Noticing Tang Hao's state, it was clear he was prepared to unleash a lethal strike without understanding Lin Tao's capabilities, reminiscent of the direct assault on the Spirit Hall. Lin Tao had painstakingly resolved to come here in search of opportunity, yet everything was hampered by Ain, who constrained Tang Hao's actions. Lin Tao fervently wished that his meticulous plans would not be obliterated by Tang Hao's rage. Chapter 24, Death. Tang Hao understood that this location was an exceptional place for Ain to recuperate. However, the man's abilities were exceedingly mysterious, and he constantly wielded Ain as a threat. Thus, threatening to annihilate this place was also a means to convey that a title Douluo should not be taken lightly. Yet, everything surpassed Tang Hao's expectations. This individual could precisely locate Ain and was aware of her true form. Tang Hao was utterly uncertain whether the opponent could evade his full-force strike. After much contemplation, he hesitated to gamble, as the day's events had been too bizarre, rendering his attacks utterly ineffective. Tang Hao retracted his killing god domain and stated, "Since this is your cultivation ground, I shall take my leave for the next few days." With that, he swiftly vanished from the setting sun forest. Lin Tao, having waited for an extended period, sank onto the ground. He feared that if Tang Hao acted recklessly, he would have to reveal all his trump cards to contend with him, which would not bode well for future battles, especially with the unpredictable Tang San in the mix. No one could foresee what kind of tricks Tang San might employ, should he deviate from expected tactics and launch a new soul skill against Lin Tao. He would be left speechless. From then on, vigilance was entrusted to the king of all demons, with the king's mental prowess. The entirety of the setting sun forest fell within his psychic range. However, maintaining such vigilance was immensely taxing on his mental energy. Lin Tao instructed the king to keep a constant watch over the Eye of Ice and Fire while occasionally scouting the periphery. Subsequently, Lin Tao approached the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire to seek the two immortal herbs that Tang San had used to enter, the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass. Lin Tao recalled Tang San's actions and swiftly harvested both herbs, completing the task within 10 seconds to prevent any loss of potency. He then consumed the fire apricot and the octagonal ice grass, utilizing the medicinal properties of two celestial herbs to counterbalance the extreme environment. Tang San leaped into the Eye of Ice and Fire, successfully completing his body tempering. Seizing this opportunity, he not only became immune to the damages inflicted by the Eye of Ice and Fire, but also forged a physique impervious to both water and fire, acquiring the ability to withstand the dual elements. However, Lin Tao, upon surveying his surroundings, found no trace of these two celestial herbs. He recalled that in the anime, Tang San merely took a leaf from each. Where could these two precious herbs be? Lin Tao chose not to continue his search. If they were absent, then so be it. Had he found those herbs, he might have had a greater chance of safely entering. Now, he was left with no choice but to take a risk. He had yet to fully test his body's restorative capabilities. Simply standing beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, he could already feel the bone-chilling pain. Lin Tao activated his healing technique, enveloping himself in a verdant energy. His inherent recovery abilities began to function as well. After taking 2 more steps, he found himself nearing the edge. Advancing further would bring him into contact with the Eye of Ice and Fire. Slowly, he crouched down, an icy wind striking him with a force that seemed to freeze everything in its path. Lin Tao's healing technique began to operate rapidly. He sat cross-legged at the edge, gradually extending his feet into the frigid waters of the eye. The moment they made contact, an overwhelming chill, though only at his feet, seemed to freeze his very brain. In just a second, Lin Tao felt his body go numb and immobile, the extreme cold swiftly ascending from his feet. His healing technique faltered. In that critical moment, he activated the void domain. As it took effect, Lin Tao gradually extricated himself from the previous state. However, a similar predicament arose, as he sensed restrictions upon his void domain, significantly reducing his speed. Slowly, he began to withdraw from the Eye of Ice and Fire, expelling the chilling damage from his void domain, while his formidable recovery abilities autonomously engaged, tirelessly mending the destruction. In the blink of an eye, his feet, which had begun to deteriorate due to the cold waters, had returned to their original state. Lin Tao marveled at the prowess of his recovery abilities. It was precisely such capabilities that had enabled him to venture into the Eye of Ice and Fire. As the Eye of Ice and Fire continued its rotation, a wave of searing heat washed over him, prompting Lin Tao to take a step back. Contemplating his next move, Lin Tao realized that merely entering one side would undoubtedly maximize the damage he would sustain. If he attempted to traverse the intersection, he was uncertain whether he would endure double the harm or achieve some form of neutralization. Activating the void domain granted him the ability to traverse. By forcefully using the void domain, he could navigate through. Simply relying on his healing technique and recovery abilities would be insufficient for entering the Eye of Ice and Fire. Once inside, he would be unable to activate his healing technique and would have to depend solely on his self-healing abilities. Once, he had the Haotian Guardian from Tang Hao, and now he faced the Eye of Ice and Fire. Lin Tao recognized that his void domain was not invincible. As for the amount of energy required to completely shatter his void domain, he chose not to ponder that at present. After all, he had yet to reach his limits. When the day came that he did reach his limits, perhaps he would reflect on his shortcomings. For now, Lin Tao steadied himself, released the void domain, and stepped directly into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon entry, he discovered his speed significantly diminished, reduced to approximately 20% of its original velocity. The intensity of the energy within the Ice and Fire duality, I, is evident. Lin Tao gradually descended, sinking deeper. As he continuously unleashed his void domain, he sensed that the energy expenditure within the Ice and Fire duality, I, was significantly greater than usual. Based on the rate of accumulation and his current recovery ability, Lin Tao estimated that he would not exceed an hour in this state. Slowly, he emerged from the Ice and Fire duality, I, and returned to the shore, dispelling the void domain. Regrettably, while within the void domain, he was unable to engage in other activities. Ultimately, Lin Tao began to experiment with energy absorption. Initially, his absorption technique was limited to living beings. Now he sought to connect with this non-biological energy. Energy was projected into the Ice and Fire duality, I, where he observed the chains of energy absorption descending until they reached their maximum extent, yet they did not retract. Lin Tao felt pure energy being fed back to him through the absorption. He was pleasantly surprised by this success. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade box and abruptly severed his left pinky finger, placing it inside. Lin Tao inquired whether the Elder King of all demons would accompany him on this venture or remain above. After a moment, he heard the resigned voice of the Elder King in his mind. This endeavor is too perilous. I did not anticipate such a dire situation. I shall watch over that finger for you. As Lin Tao summoned his soul power, the 500,000-year-old head soul bone manifested. He began the arduous process of extracting the soul bone, while his mind was subjected to intense strain. His healing technique activated swiftly to mend the damage. And thanks to his second soul ring, the Mi Yue, Lin Tao was spared any fatal drawbacks, enabling him to extract the head soul bone. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, such an extraction would have resulted in significant damage to his brain. Once his head was restored, Lin Tao placed the glowing red head soul bone in another box. Simultaneously, he removed the only soul guide bracelet he possessed. He then leaped back into the Ice and Fire duality, I, enveloped in the void domain. Through energy absorption and his natural recovery, Lin Tao could remain within the Ice and Fire duality, I, for an extended period. Upon entering, he allowed the void domain to guide him deeper. After an undetermined duration, Lin Tao realized that his void domain could no longer descend. Observing his surroundings, he discerned that he had not yet reached the bottom. He speculated that the energy density was greater here, and he had reached the limit of his void domain's descent. Or perhaps there was some form of restriction in place. Familiar with the Douluo Continent, Lin Tao understood that the Ice and Fire duality, I, was formed from the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, and thus, additional limitations were to be expected. As Lin Tao prepared to exit this area, an immense force of energy began to compress around him within the void domain, causing his already diminished speed to dwindle to zero. Even within the void domain, he found himself completely ensnared by this overwhelming pure energy. As time passed, the void domain began to consume Lin Tao's life energy due to the rapid influx of energy. With a sigh, he ceased his struggle and voluntarily exited the void domain. At the moment of departure, Lin Tao's entire being disintegrated before the terrifying force, leaving behind only his left hand, missing a little finger. In Chapter 25, Evolution, the box containing Lin Tao's little finger began to resonate with a mysterious energy at the onset of his demise, enveloping itself in power. As time passed, this energy grew increasingly potent, ultimately revealing the complete form of Lin Tao. The naked Lin Tao re-emerged. Upon his return, the spirit bone beside him emitted the voice of the Demon King, expressing astonishment at the sheer horror of his ability to resurrect. If you merely retain a fragment of your corporeal form, is it not true that you could become immortal? Lin Tao smiled and remarked, I am taking a gamble. Rather than testing it in the field, I might as well experiment myself. I wonder if the Elder knows how long recovery takes. The Demon King replied, it took about a minute for the form to stabilize. Lin Tao calculated that the passive energy required only a few seconds. It seemed that his regenerative capacity was indeed formidable. However, in the heat of battle, such a duration would likely allow enemies to annihilate him countless times over. It appeared he either lacked sufficient power or his ability was inadequate. In a true battlefield scenario, it would be implausible for him to survive for so long. Lin Tao continued to sever his little finger and plunged once more into the eye of ice and fire. This time, instead of sinking, he positioned himself in a meditative posture above the surface, half of his body visible. He then attempted to exit the void realm. Although he was not deep within the eye of ice and fire, the overwhelming damage remained intense. In an instant, Lin Tao's body became numb. He had to maximize the healing technique to acclimatize himself to the energy of the eye of ice and fire. The destructive force continued to escalate, and Lin Tao's remarkable regenerative ability allowed him to endure a bit longer. Ultimately, he withstood the trials within the eye for 2 minutes before succumbing once more. In the following 2 months, Lin Tao repeatedly experienced cycles of death and rebirth. After his 10th consecutive resurrection, the Demon King noted that the process had significantly slowed. Lin Tao would pause for 2 hours after every 9 resurrections before resuming his attempts to adapt to the eye of ice and fire. During this time, no one else visited, and the shadow marking was far removed from this place. Lin Tao was uncertain of Tang Hao's whereabouts, only able to sense a vague direction. Through diligent effort over those 2 months, Lin Tao's soul power became more consolidated, and his physical strength underwent a remarkable transformation. He was now capable of enduring an hour within the eye of ice and fire, allowing him to practice briefly in that formidable environment. Lin Tao recognized that, lacking the aid of 2 immortal herbs, he could still perceive the changes within his body. Once he fully adapted and gained the eye's acknowledgement, he would possess immunity akin to that of Tang San, enabling him to cultivate uninterrupted within the eye of ice and fire. 3 months later, Lin Tao could now spend nearly the entire day immersed in the eye of ice and fire, requiring only a single resurrection each day. In the span of over 5 months, Lin Tao's body underwent relentless cycles of destruction and repair, while his healing techniques advanced at a remarkable pace. However, he sensed that he was still a hair's breadth away from fully acclimating to the dual energies of ice and fire. For the past month, he found himself ensnared in this state, unable to breach the barrier of that almost attainable immunity. Lin Tao remained undeterred. After all, he was not the protagonist of this narrative. He mused that had it been Tang San, perhaps a mere 10 or 8 attempts would suffice for success. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he adjusted his mindset, resolutely recommencing his adaptation to the eyes of ice and fire. Lin Tao meticulously attuned himself to the energy that permeated his body through the eyes of ice and fire. He magnified the process of this energy's erosion through his mental acuity, seeking to comprehend it deeply, alongside the fluctuations of energy within. The extreme forces of ice and fire acted like corrosive power, directly impairing Lin Tao's bodily functions, devoid of any sensation characteristic of their elemental attributes. This led him to perceive that such ultimate attributes equated to sheer destruction. Regardless of the energy's form, when pushed to its zenith, it culminated in annihilation. Nevertheless, the energies within the eyes still bore the properties of ice and fire, one inflicting freezing damage and the other burning harm. Lin Tao pondered that perhaps the energy here lacked the requisite intensity to achieve true devastation. Within the realm of his heightened perception, he recognized a faint connection to concentrated energy. No longer remaining stagnant, he allowed his body to descend further. Upon detecting the onset of a crumbling state, he paused, redirecting his focus to the energies of the eyes of ice and fire once more. Lin Tao lingered beneath the eyes for an hour, his body half enveloped in blue and half in red. His form was continuously dismantled and reconstituted, aided by his formidable self-healing abilities and inherent regenerative nature. At that moment, Lin Tao felt as though he had entered a surreal realm, where time slowed and the surrounding energies seemed to animate. Although he previously relied solely on his regenerative capabilities, he now sensed that he could breathe here. With audacity born from his ability to regenerate, he ventured to inhale. As he did, the dual forces of ice and fire surged into his being, igniting him from within. A torrent of external energy rushed into Lin Tao's body, prompting him to instinctively close his mouth and nostrils in an attempt to resist. Yet, the energy around him found a breach, violently inundating his mouth and nose. Within moments, Lin Tao's defenses crumbled, yielding to the invasive forces of ice and fire. His healing techniques reached their limits as the azure light enveloping him erupted in a brilliant glow, momentarily staving off further destruction. Although his mouth and nose were compromised, the damage did not escalate further. The energies within him entwined chaotically, with the power of ice and fire maintaining an advantageous position. As Lin Tao's soul energy dwindled, his self-healing capabilities transformed almost entirely into soul power. Thus, this fierce confrontation persisted, with one side possessing a fundamental advantage while the other continually reinforced its ranks, dragging the battlefield into a protracted struggle. In the midst of this clash, the adaptability of the soul power rapidly ascended, gradually giving birth to a new form of soul power imbued with robust resistance. Although its quantity was limited, its quality possessed the strength to contend with its adversaries. As the forces of ice and fire relentlessly battled within Lin Tao's body, an increasing number of new soul powers emerged. Furthermore, in this novel environment, Lin Tao's body continuously adapted, autonomously generating new soul powers. These newly birthed soul powers evolved at an astonishing pace, beginning to evolve and counter the forces of ice and fire. At that moment, the eye of ice and fire became agitated, as if someone were challenging its authority. The tranquility was shattered. The eye of ice and fire commenced to whirl, with ice and fire no longer waging separate battles, but rather uniting to unleash a more formidable destructive force. Simultaneously, Lin Tao was drawn deeper into the surrounding energies of ice and fire, experiencing excruciating pain akin to being sliced by countless blades. Although he yearned to escape to the void domain, he sensed that the evolution of his soul power was accelerating. Thus, Lin Tao resolutely clung to his mental fortitude and persevered. Time flowed inexorably, and the king of 10,000 demons began to grow anxious, as this duration far surpassed Lin Tao's previous endurance. Had it not been for the changes occurring within the eye of ice and fire, the king might have concluded that Lin Tao had perished, entombed within the enigmatic eye. 3 days passed, and then 3 more. A full fortnight elapsed. Deprived of Lin Tao's consistent power supply and unable to conduct prolonged investigations, the king could only intermittently check on the situation to maintain vigilance. Within the eye of ice and fire, Lin Tao had lost all his limbs, leaving only his head and torso, now adorned with blue and red threads. Chapter 26. Annihilation of Soul Power. Lin Tao found himself unable to attend to everything, thus prioritizing the preservation of his current state, while his limbs gradually stabilized for repair. The soul power within him underwent further evolution. The newly birthed soul power was no longer suppressed by the forces of ice and fire and exhibited a hint of overpowering them. Regrettably, this nascent soul power, even more aggressive than the forces of ice and fire, engaged in battle before Lin Tao could fully assess it. However, the numerical superiority of the ice and fire forces swiftly eradicated this flicker of new soul power. Nevertheless, the fluctuations of the conflict astonished Lin Tao, for it marked the first instance of overpowering the forces of ice and fire. With the emergence of the first strand of resilient soul power, the transition from 0 to 1 had been accomplished, paving the way for what was to follow. Lin Tao meticulously observed this latest incarnation of soul power, volatile and highly aggressive. Its corresponding destructive capacity was exceedingly formidable. In terms of sheer destructiveness, it even eclipsed the energy of the eye of ice and fire. Once half of Lin Tao's soul power had transformed into this new form, the forces of ice and fire could no longer infiltrate his body. Simultaneously, as it surpassed the ice and fire energies, the new soul power began to eliminate the untransformed soul power within Lin Tao, as if to assert that such inferior power was unworthy of coexisting with it. Lin Tao exhaled in relief and commenced the repair of his limbs. Within merely 2 minutes, his limbs were fully restored, primarily due to the incessant destruction wrought by the ice and fire forces. In a quieter environment, Lin Tao could recover within seconds. He also proceeded to mend his mouth and nose. The dual forces of ice and fire had ceased to provide an entry for the invasion. Lin Tao began to calm the soul power within him. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that he had completely adapted to the ice and fire 2EI, and the surrounding forces of ice and fire posed no harm to him. Lin Tao understood that this was not merely a matter of adapting to the ice and fire power, but rather that he had acquired a new strength to suppress it through a direct confrontation. Although this outcome differed from Lin Tao's initial expectations, it was nonetheless favorable. He had originally hoped to attain immunity to ice and fire by emulating Tang San's methods, subsequently seeking the treasures hidden beneath the ice and fire 2EI. However, circumstances had changed. Lacking the assistance of the 2 celestial herbs, he had indeed gained the ability to suppress the ice and fire forces. Lin Tao swiftly ascended, returning to the shore where he retrieved his soul guide bracelet and donned a set of clothing. He then caressed his head soul bone to replenish its energy. As he restored this energy, Lin Tao noted that the reserves of the head soul bone were dwindling, realizing that he had likely remained submerged in the ice and fire 2EI for too long. As the energy replenished, the voice of the king of 10,000 beasts echoed, expressing surprise. "I thought you had perished." Lin Tao smiled faintly, assuring the elder that his concerns were unwarranted, and speculated that had he not resurfaced soon, the elder would have struggled to endure. After replenishing the soul power of his head soul bone, Lin Tao continued, "I can now freely enter the ice and fire 2EI. Would you care to join me? Very well, let us go together. After all, if I am separated from you for too long, I too shall cease to exist, the king of 10,000 beasts replied with resignation. Lin Tao then lifted the head soul bone, initiating the fusion process. Having previously undergone an active fusion, this integration was rather straightforward. Seated in a meditative posture, Lin Tao released his soul power and felt the destructive force within it. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his Nine-Star Begonia was solely a healing entity, and pairing it with such a destructive soul power seemed rather ironic. Compared to his former gentle soul power, Lin Tao found a newfound affinity for this more aggressive essence. As the previous gentleness offered little in terms of assertiveness, he contemplated how this soul power might align with the third soul ring he intended to bestow upon Mi Yue. Lin Tao had initially planned for the third soul ring to complement Li Xian's transformation skills, potentially granting him a masculine form. Such a soul power, paired with a masculine physique, would exude an aura of dominance. Lin Tao sought further counsel from the king of 10,000 beasts regarding the enhancement of soul beast abilities. Upon learning that Lin Tao merely required soul power to augment his soul rings, the king suggested that it was feasible to attempt acquiring soul rings without the need to hunt high-ranking soul beasts. Certain unique soul beasts could continually absorb soul power and grow without being preyed upon. The crux of the matter was that the top-tier advanced soul beasts were few and far between, making them challenging to hunt. Moreover, given the dangers of the Star Doe forest, Lin Tao should refrain from venturing there lightly. Should the Emperor Tian detect the presence of the king of 10,000 beasts, an immediate summons would ensue, likely resulting in confinement. In other regions, the quality of soul beasts was inferior, making it difficult to find those aged 10,000 years. The primary reasons soul masters hunt soul beasts for their rings are twofold. Firstly, the immense and continuous soul power required to transcend levels, and secondly, the necessity of the soul beast's innate skills to transform them into one's own abilities. The situation for Lin Tao is quite distinct. He does not require the innate abilities of a soul beast, but merely needs a substantial influx of soul power in a short span to complete his soul rings. This insight was imparted to Lin Tao by the king of all beasts, based on observations of certain unique soul beasts. Lin Tao, intrigued, felt it was worth a try, knowing that the only avenue for planning lay within the ice and fire duality eye. Gazing at the soul power in his hands, he proclaimed, "From now on, let it be the power of annihilation. I hope you can grow to the point of obliterating all." Meanwhile, on a distant planet, a man clad in purple-black armor, with eyes emanating the essence of destruction, remarked, "Annihilation is not so easily mastered." At that moment, a breathtaking woman adorned in a flowing green gown, surrounded by a life-giving aura that could revive withered trees, approached him and said, "You sow the seeds of destruction. Are you perhaps seeking an heir?" The man did not turn but responded, "I have discovered an intriguing individual who possesses only healing abilities, yet her actions do not align with salvation. I sense she may be a successor who resonates with our will after several millennia. In that lower realm, lacking our trials of inheritance, I granted her a single opportunity. If she can retain the energy of destruction within a year, I may consider bestowing upon her the qualification for divine examination." The woman's eyes sparkled with divine light as she observed for a moment and added, "Fascinating. However, she also meets my criteria for divine examination. Should she truly retain the power of annihilation, I shall initiate her divine test as well." In the 27th chapter of Transformation, Lin Tao surveyed the scattered celestial herbs around him, regrettably recognizing none. He then leapt once more into the ice and fire duality eye. The extreme forces of ice and fire posed no harm to Lin Tao as he continued his descent. This time, he aimed to discover whether the legendary dragon bones lay at the bottom. As he sank deeper, the intensity of the ice and fire increased alarmingly. Yet, even at this profound depth, Lin Tao felt no threat. Closing his eyes, he projected his spiritual energy outward, only to find that once it left his body, it rapidly depleted and its probing speed was significantly hindered. Undeterred by the consumption of his spiritual energy, he expanded his awareness outward from his center. As his spiritual energy extended about 3 meters from his body, it seemed to be under attack. The rapid depletion of his spiritual energy resembled ice meeting a great flame, swiftly melting away and vanishing. Lin Tao restrained his spiritual energy within a 3-meter radius, allowing him to prepare for any sudden changes. He continued his descent, encountering increasingly potent forces of ice and fire, which began to severely impede his speed. Lin Tao released his soul power to envelop himself. The moment his soul power manifested, the resistance from the ice and fire diminished swiftly, enabling him to descend further. At this depth, Lin Tao sensed he had surpassed 100 meters. As he descended continuously, he lost track of the exact distance, yet he felt it was undeniably deeper than the void realm. Remarkably, The ice and fire forces that had previously restricted him within the void realm were now traversed with ease under the protection of his soul power. Lin Tao was astonished by the evolution of his soul power, realizing it was far more formidable than before. After approximately another quarter of an hour, the released spiritual energy was rapidly compressed, and at this point, any spiritual energy beyond 1 meter was utterly annihilated, not merely consumed, but completely extinguished. Lin Tao ceased his descent, enveloped by an impenetrable darkness devoid of any light. Uncertain of the crises that awaited him, he intensified the projection of his mental energy. No matter how much energy he expelled, it dissipated completely just 1 meter away. The energy surrounding him possessed an utterly terrifying density. Lin Tao understood that should he commence his cultivation of the method of condensation as spoken of by the king of 10,000 demons, he would likely succeed. Yet, he was acutely aware that this place was far from his limits. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation arose within him regarding the area just a meter below. He was unaware of the origin of this fear, yet its authenticity was undeniable. Lin Tao's self-recovery ability was minimal in this realm. He should not have encountered a situation where his recovery could not keep pace with his consumption. However, the more he contemplated descending further, the more his breath quickened, stirring an emotional instability that was palpable, indicative of the peril below. After some deliberation, Lin Tao resolved against continuing his descent, for such an unstable state was ill-suited for cultivation, despite his reluctance. He steadied himself and began to gradually open the portals of his soul power, allowing the external energy to surge in violently, while simultaneously unleashing his Mi Yue martial soul. He endeavored to direct this turbulent energy into his martial soul. As the extreme forces of ice and fire flowed in, Mi Yue displayed no response, while the majority of the energy circumvented it entirely. Lin Tao found himself unable to exert direct control over the external energy, nor could his martial soul heed his commands. It was akin to a firearm, with the soul rings as ammunition. Once the bullets were loaded, one could unleash their power directly. In this instance, Lin Tao faced the daunting challenge of needing to utilize the firearm to retrieve the bullets, a task fraught with difficulty, especially as the trajectory of the bullets was beyond his control. As the king of 10,000 demons had indicated, only a select few extraordinary soul beasts, endowed with unique talents, could grow infinitely by consuming soul power. Lin Tao's only advantage lay in his endurance. His self-recovery capabilities granted him the opportunity to experiment without haste. He needed to resolve 3 key issues. First, to ensure the external energy flowed in a consistent direction. Second, to adjust his martial soul to accept this energy. And third, to stabilize this energy to form a reliable soul ring. Instability posed a significant risk of detonation within the soul ring. A week elapsed, during which Lin Tao, through innumerable attempts, arranged 72 openings for his soul power within his body, establishing a relatively stable circulation through various parts of his being. After continuous adjustments, this energy conduit reached a commendable level of stability. Lin Tao then sought to reposition his martial soul. His second martial soul, bestowed by the sovereign system, was not one he was born with and initially lacked any control. Another week passed, and Lin Tao finally gained a modicum of control over the direction of his martial soul. Clad in a court robe of black and red hues, crafted from silk interwoven with dark metallic embellishments, its hem flowed with a tattered elegance, symbolizing the surge of dark power. Golden adornments, reminiscent of the Xian bird pattern, graced the shoulders and waist, complemented by long gloves and a high-slit design that exuded both sensuality and dominance. The predominant colors of dark red, deep black, and gilded accents represented the lust for power and blood, the mystery of arcane forces, and highlighted his noble status, respectively. With silvery long hair adorned by an intricate metallic crown, her gaze was piercing and imbued with a desire for dominion. A subtle, enigmatic smirk graced her lips, exuding an air of arrogance and indifference towards life. Enveloped in dark crimson energy chains, Mi Yue revealed for the first time her haughty, mysterious, and bloodthirsty nature. It was also the first time Lin Tao felt the overwhelming majesty emanating from his second martial soul. The energy filtered through Lin Tao's body became increasingly pure. This was the energy being transmitted. With a mere flick of her wrist, the dark red chains surrounding her soared to capture the incoming energy. Through these chains, the originally impure energy transformed into a pristine soul force, a change Lin Tao sensed through his martial soul. He understood that success was at hand. Lin Tao began to gradually widen the opening in his body, allowing more energy to flow along the predetermined path towards his martial soul, pushing the limits of its transformation. From the moment of his initial successful connection, he had heard the king's system in his mind prompt him to absorb the soul ring. He refrained from making an immediate decision, choosing instead to readjust in order to attain the optimal soul ring available to him at that moment. As Lin Tao continued to make adjustments, he noticed the dark red chains shining brighter. When he perceived a slight tremor in the chains, he diminished the flow of energy just enough to stabilize them. Lin Tao recognized that this was the maximum degree of stability he could control at present. In his pursuit of the extreme, stability took precedence. During his first attempt, he wished to avoid the risk of a catastrophic explosion of the soul ring. Despite having the king system to merge with, Lin Tao remained cautious. Once everything stabilized, and as the king system prompted him again, Lin Tao called forth Li Xian's ultimate move, the Dark Berserk form. This moment, filled with hope, stirred within him a primal urge to shout it out loud. Even though it was unnecessary, Lin Tao believed the healing energy of the Nine-Star Begonia to be radiant. He felt compelled to choose its opposite. As the king system's fusion commenced, a tremor coursed through Lin Tao's body. Previously, all energy flowed along predetermined pathways, but now these energies began to merge. In an instant, Lin Tao was nearly overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy, biting his lip to maintain focus and clarity. Waves of energy crashed upon him relentlessly, and as he embraced this baptism of power, he reminded himself that the greater the storm, the more formidable the soul ring. While undergoing the fusion, the voice of the king's system echoed in Lin Tao's mind, revealing that temporary energy was in the process of merging. In the next moment, the tumultuous impact intensified, doubling in ferocity from before. Lin Tao's eyes turned bloodshot, and dark golden blood streamed from his mouth and nose. He felt as though he might explode from the unexpected energy onslaught. Lin Tao was uncertain of the source of this temporary energy, which was now beyond his capacity to endure. His pursuit of stability was now challenged by this unforeseen change, rendering everything uncertain. All he could do was maintain his composure and exert every effort to uphold stability. Chapter 28. The Dark Destroyer. Lin Tao exerted every effort to maintain overall stability. It was no longer a matter of whether to detonate the ring or not. The ferocious energy, once unleashed, posed a question of whether he could evade it within the void domain. His current position had far surpassed the limits of his own domain. Lin Tao dared not relent, for the preservation of his integrity demanded that he did not leave behind any remnants of his corporeal form, thereby eliminating any possibility of regeneration. For the first time, he felt the specter of death looming perilously close. He could only summon every ounce of strength within him to sustain this precarious balance. The destructive soul power within him began to spiral out of control, morphing from something familiar into an alien force, on the brink of a violent eruption. There was no time for Lin Tao to analyze why his soul power had suddenly become uncontrollable. In a desperate bid for survival, he had to hastily conclude this soul ring configuration, even though it would squander an opportunity for a king's supplementary configuration. At this moment, the trajectory was utterly uncertain. In such instability, Lin Tao could not fathom any hidden trump card that might avert disaster. Originally, it was said that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Now, a tsunami threatened to sweep everything away. Lin Tao continuously channeled any surplus controllable power to seal the gaps in his soul power. Should it erupt, the tumultuous external energy alone could rend him asunder, irrespective of the intricate conditions within his body. Without the protection of soul power, Lin Tao had little faith in his body's ability to withstand the surrounding energy. Even the fortunate activation of the void domain would render him immobile. As Lin Tao's self-restorative abilities began to yield fresh vigor, the 72 gaps gradually diminished in an orderly fashion. Consequently, the external energy began to wane, albeit at a painfully slow pace. As Lin Tao struggled to distribute his strength effectively, he was tasked not only with mending various bodily ailments, but also with maintaining the stability of the entire passage. The energy, initially not at its limit, approached saturation as it began to merge, only to be disrupted by a sudden influx of temporary energy that shattered the equilibrium. The lone stroke of luck was that the so-called temporary power within him seemed to be limited, preventing an immediate rupture of this delicate balance. In a heightened state of concentration, Lin Tao lost all sense of time. Days slipped by, 3 in total, during which he had not sealed the 72 gaps. Though they had diminished by a quarter, time was irrelevant. His focus was singular, to restore his body's condition and prioritize the stabilization of any imbalances. Only when equilibrium was achieved could he muster the strength to further reduce the gaps. The persistent turmoil within his body, teetering on the brink of imbalance, was the reason behind the sluggish closure of the external entryway. Lin Tao found a semblance of solace in the fact that the soul power he could still briefly control was his own. By the second day, however, his soul power had slipped from his grasp, compelling him to transform this uncontrollable energy into a healing force. The loss of control over his soul power further impeded his progress. Gradually, Lin Tao discovered a balance, methodically executing a series of restorative tasks. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything was unfolding according to the best possible plan. It is precisely because the soul rings are condensed here that there is an absence of the unique soul impact characteristic of soul beasts. Had such potent energy been derived from a soul beast, catastrophe would have ensued long ago. Throughout this process, I was fortunate enough to maintain complete control over my mental power. Far away on a distant planet, a man clad in dark purple armor, his eyes imbued with a sense of annihilation, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the void ahead. He raised his left hand, and a wisp of energy materialized, albeit in an unstable state, as if it might dissipate at any moment. A woman beside him glanced over, intrigued, questioning whether he was indeed sowing seeds. Considering how little time had passed, the man observed the imminent dissolution of the energy in his hand and remarked, "Fascinating. I estimate that in that realm, she would need to attain the rank of title Douluo at the very least to sense the energy I have reserved. Such a brief period certainly does not suggest she has already ascended to title Douluo strength, which is why I granted her a year's assessment in the lower realm. It appears she possesses even more exceptional qualities." Upon finishing his words, he traced a circle in the void with his right hand, revealing an expanse of darkness, devoid of any images. The woman, after waiting a moment, unleashed a surge of golden energy onto the man's void circle. The dark image rippled, briefly revealing Lin Tao's current silhouette. However, this apparition lasted only a moment before the scene returned to an inky blackness. The two departed from that place, heading towards a distant opulent palace. At this moment, Lin Tao felt an extraordinary calm within himself. Amidst the tsunami-like onslaught, he was able to orchestrate everything with unwavering precision. Even though the impact was indeed overwhelming, Lin Tao managed to allow the least critical areas to sustain damage first, minimizing the potential harm, then recuperating before initiating repairs. The persistent threats had compelled Lin Tao's mind to enter an entirely new realm. He understood that conditions remained dire. Thus, any surplus power would be directed towards sealing the 72 breaches. For more days passed, and at this juncture, the energy channel had dwindled to merely 1/4 of its original capacity. On the 5th day, Lin Tao summoned his final reserves of strength, ultimately sealing all 72 soul power breaches. As the influx of external energy ceased, everything transitioned into the concluding phase. Lin Tao began to condense the soul ring. When the last vestige of energy was transmitted through the dark golden chains of Mi Yue, a dark golden soul ring gradually took form. As this dark golden soul ring began to stabilize, the most desired announcement resonated in Lin Tao's mind. Fusion complete. Dark Destruction God. Soul power of 980,000 years. Active soul skill. Upon use, transform into the Dark Destruction God for 8 seconds, wielding pure destructive power. Simultaneously, the body undergoes a transformation, while innate skills remain unchanged. The abilities of the Nine-Star Begonia are entirely transmuted into dark destructive force, possessing unadulterated power of annihilation. This transformation into a permanent state does not revert with the passage of time. Should the Dark Destruction God be activated again, the previous form will be restored. During the usage phase of the Dark Destruction God, defensive capabilities are augmented by 300%, and a shadow mark is added, enhancing energy absorption with an additional chain. Lin Tao noticed a shift within his soul power. The destructive attribute had vanished. Upon the conclusion of his fusion, his soul power no longer bore the essence of annihilation. At this moment, the soul power, having undergone a previous fusion, has risen to a level that rivals the destructive attributes of power. Yet, it retains its essence of gentle and profound healing, as before. Upon completing his absorption, Lin Tao promptly summoned forth his newly invigorated soul power, which effortlessly rose to the surface, unaffected by the surrounding forces of ice and fire that seemed to respectfully retreat. In no time, Lin Tao emerged from the ice and fire duality eye, observing his own unclothed form. He hastily retrieved a set of garments from the bracelet's soul guide at the water's edge. Fortunately, he had traversed into a female body, granting him an ample wardrobe, especially considering the countless outfits he had ruined while cultivating in this place. Thankfully, during the adaptation phase, he had not donned any clothing. Otherwise, he would have found himself lacking sufficient attire for his practice here. Once clad, Lin Tao, brimming with anticipation, unleashed his Mi Yue martial soul. 3 soul rings, black, dark red, and dark gold, descended upon him, prompting Lin Tao to wonder who else could boast such a configuration. Eagerly, he declared the activation of his 3rd soul skill, Dark Destruction God. Instantly, a dark golden energy enveloped him, lasting for a duration of 8 seconds, during which Lin Tao realized he was unable to move or release any other skills. Yet, this dark golden energy seemed to provide a protective cocoon around him. Chapter 29. Dual God Examination. As Lin Tao completed his transformation, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, entirely devoid of the previous gentleness. Dark energy radiated from him, completely at odds with the appearance of the Nine-Star Begonia. As the transformation concluded, Lin Tao eagerly reached out to touch his body, lifting his skirt to inspect. With a jubilant exclamation, he exclaimed, at last, my male form has returned." The once white and green skirt had transformed into a deep black hue. Influenced by the dark energy during his metamorphosis, Lin Tao was thoroughly satisfied. His hope of reclaiming his male form had been realized, along with an inherent aggressiveness. He aimed at a distant tree and unleashed a healing technique unique to the Nine-Star Begonia. In an instant, a jet of dark energy shot forth from his fingertips, piercing through the tree with devastating precision, causing it to vanish entirely, not through conventional destruction but through utter annihilation. The energy bore a striking resemblance to the destructive force wielded by the gods of destruction from the Dragon Ball Super series. Lin Tao remained uncertain of the energy's attributes, knowledge he could only acquire through battle. However, his own soul power had seen little growth, as nearly all of it had been absorbed by the third soul ring. After some reflection, Lin Tao activated the third soul skill, Dark Destruction God, once more. 8 seconds later, he reverted to his female form, once again filled with the gentle healing energy. He pondered the whereabouts of the previous destructive attributes, but despite lengthy contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. After a moment of waiting, Lin Tao estimated that the interval for his third soul skill was approximately 5 minutes, meaning he would need to wait around that duration to transform again. Just as Lin Tao prepared to change forms once more, everything around him appeared to freeze in time. He noticed this peculiar stillness, yet aside from his eyes, he found himself unable to move, unable to release his mental energy. As the environment shifted, Lin Tao discovered himself within a vast palace, and then he regained the ability to move. Before him sat two figures, a man and a woman, both poised in a dignified manner. Two figures emerged gracefully from the intersection of light and shadow. The woman, adorned in a flowing green silk gown, danced lightly on her toes, causing crystalline vines to bloom upon the ground. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, akin to a gentle spring rain, as she cradled a vibrant seed of life in her palm. Wherever her radiance touched, even the remnants of destruction were transformed into fertile soil. The man, in stark contrast, strode forth with the force of thunder, his dark purple armor devouring the light around him. Each strike of his staff against the earth sent ripples of annihilation cascading outward. His gaze, sharp as a blade, softened imperceptibly as he glanced at the woman. As they approached Lin Tao, he sensed the conflicting energies radiating from them. The two scrutinized him intently. The woman nodded slightly, offering a warm smile. It was then that the man spoke, commanding, "Transform once more and show me." Lin Tao, not questioning how the man knew his secrets, felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him. Unconsciously, he complied, revealing his second martial soul and subsequently unleashing the third soul skill, Dark Destruction. As 8 seconds elapsed, Lin Tao transformed into the Dark Destruction form once more. The man regarded him with a nod of approval. "Now, use your most powerful attack against me," he instructed. Without hesitation, Lin Tao channeled all his soul power and unleashed a single-target ultimate healing spell directed at the man. In the next instant, all of Lin Tao's strength surged forth, aiming at him. The man did not defend. The pure black energy struck him, crackling intensely, but ultimately dissipated without inflicting any harm. Lin Tao was not surprised, having already deduced that these two were likely the goddess of life and the god of destruction. He pondered how such divine beings could suddenly descend upon Douluo Continent, as he could not recall any deities having the ability to manifest directly. The man, observing Lin Tao's calm demeanor, remarked, "You seem remarkably composed." Lin Tao, not wishing to be disrespectful, bowed and replied, "I surmise that you are the goddess of life and the god of destruction. As an ordinary mortal, I find my efforts futile in your presence, hence my tranquility." The man, intrigued, responded, "You are quite astute. Would you care to guess why we sought you?" Lin Tao bowed once more, stating, "I do not know and would not dare to speculate." At that moment, the goddess of life smiled gently, enveloping Lin Tao in a warm glow. "Do not trouble him," she said. "Allow me to explain. You are indeed correct. I am the goddess of life, and he is the god of destruction. We have descended in our avatars because you meet the criteria for our legacy. We have not established a legacy within Douluo Continent, and yet you align perfectly with our intentions. Thus, we wish for you to partake in our dual divine examination." Lin Tao was taken aback, fully aware that Douluo Continent lacked the examinations of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. After all, these were deities of the highest order. If a divine legacy truly existed, how could it not be possessed by the protagonists? It felt akin to a colossal boon falling from the heavens. While Lin Tao contemplated how to seize divine inheritance in the future, the arrival of two divine beings stirred his heart with excitement. Immediately bowing, I expressed my willingness to partake in the divine trials set forth by the two deities. Lin Tao's response elicited great satisfaction from both the goddess of life and the god of destruction. It was devoid of doubt and hesitation, as he accepted their invitation outright. Originally, the two deities had limited time due to their descent into this realm, and they had contemplated certain answers to present to Lin Tao. Now, with one question rendered unnecessary, time was conserved, as he was fully aware of his identity and had no uncertainties, thereby accepting without reservation. This left the two deities momentarily at a loss for words. The god of destruction remarked that he and the goddess of life not only represented opposing divine powers, but also epitomized the ultimate symbols of the universe's essence, forming the fundamental laws governing the world's operation. The goddess of life symbolizes creation, nurturing, and continuity. She embodies the forces through which all things in the cosmos sprout, grow, and reproduce, serving as the foundation of all existence. Her divine power heals wounds, revives souls, and can even imbue inanimate objects with spirit, akin to transmuting stone into gold or wood into essence. Life corresponds to existence itself, manifesting hope, compassion, and eternity. Conversely, the god of destruction symbolizes conclusion, annihilation, and reformation. He represents the inevitable decay and destruction within the universe, an essential phase of the cycle of all things. His power is not purely malevolent, as it clears the way for new life through destruction, much like fallen stars giving rise to new star systems. Destruction corresponds to the void, a necessary process of order resetting and energy returning to its origin. Although their powers are antagonistic, their union reveals a higher dimensional truth. Life necessitates destruction. Without the purging of decay, life would stagnate due to resource depletion, as seen when the soil becomes more fertile after a forest fire. Destruction relies on life. Without the significance imparted by life, destruction is merely a meaningless void. The fusion of our divine powers can momentarily elevate us to the level of the Creator God, proving that the essence of both is two facets of the same law. Thus, since our union as spouses, we have particularly valued coexistence, leading to the absence of any candidates that meet our criteria. The reason we have not established a trial for succession is to avoid a situation where an individual embodies one of our attributes. Such extremities are not what we desire as a couple. Therefore, when we discovered the simultaneous presence of opposing attributes within the same person, we would proactively invite them to partake in the trials. Your innate possession of the Nine-Star Begonia, which boasts a pure and singular healing capability, undoubtedly qualifies you for the trials of the goddess of life. Moreover, your unique secondary spirit unexpectedly allows for the flawless transformation of pure healing power into pure destructive force, aligning perfectly with the trials of the god of destruction. It is your dual qualifications that have prompted our divine descent to grant you this opportunity. Lin Tao once again bowed, expressing gratitude for the recognition from both deities. As the goddess of life continued, she explained that the divine trials consist of 9 assessments. However, the original third trial requires the fusion of life force and destructive force. Your current state does not yet qualify as fusion, but it does indicate a lack of interference, allowing for effective utilization of both powers. Given your current physique and soul ring configuration, the challenges prior to the 6th trial are deemed relatively simple. Therefore, we shall directly proceed with the final 3 trials, as we have not established a testing ground here, nor have we prepared any setups. You may desire anything, and we shall fulfill your wishes. As for the rewards from the final 3 trials, we shall bestow upon you the divine mark. With each successful completion of the divine trials, it shall manifest upon you. Should you choose not to, I can offer you a complete set of soul bones, approximately 80,000 years old. However, you must decide whether you prefer the life set or the destruction set. A complete set of soul bones of such an age is undeniably enticing. Nevertheless, Lin Tao currently possesses a head soul bone and has also undertaken the dual divine trials. Lin Tao has once again expanded his foresight, and what once seemed formidable has now become effortless. After contemplation, Lin Tao bowed and expressed his gratitude to the 2 deities, stating that he did not intend to select the soul bones. He continued, explaining that the place where he practiced was rather unique. He believed that, despite his current strength, he could not delve deeper. He hoped that the 2 deities could assist him in perfectly inheriting the source of energy below, allowing him to configure his soul rings. At that moment, the god of destruction turned to gaze behind Lin Tao, his eyes shimmering with divine light. After a brief moment, he remarked, "I did not expect this to be the resting place of those 2 fellows' remains. How intriguing." He then looked towards the goddess of life, who was also gazing into the distance, where divine light flickered. The goddess of life then spoke. That is not something you can endure at your current state. We can seal that energy within you, and upon your completion of the 7th divine trial, I can transform that energy into your divine bestowed soul ring. However, this would also nullify the reward of the 7th divine trial. The choice is yours. Without any hesitation, Lin Tao readily agreed. As the goddess of life and the god of destruction simultaneously directed 2 streams of energy from their fingers, they imprinted them upon Lin Tao's forehead. His brow shimmered with dark and golden fusion marks, which gradually faded until they vanished. The environment surrounding Lin Tao became ethereal once more. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back at the banks of the Eye of Ice and Fire. With his formidable mental strength, Lin Tao immediately perceived a significant decline in the soul power of the area. He turned to glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire, noticing that even the most concentrated energy here had diminished considerably. At this rate, Lin Tao believed that in a few years, this place would become ordinary, no longer a sacred ground. Lin Tao was unconcerned, having secured the best outcome. A pleasant surprise was garnering the attention of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. This undoubtedly elevated his potential above that of Tang San. As he was now undertaking divine trials at the level of 2 supreme deities, Lin Tao understood that these 2 deities, though opposing, were cyclical in nature, creating a situation where 1 + 1 equated to more than 2. In contrast, Tang San's dual divine position could only be quantified as 1 + 1 equating to 15, which paled in comparison to Lin Tao's potential. The sole drawback was that the 2 states required transformation, which took time and could not be utilized simultaneously. Lin Tao contemplated whether to enhance his equipment to mitigate this issue. He currently felt quite content, transforming into the shadow destruction god in his male form. Lin Tao departed from the Sunset Forest. In this state, he could be considered a tank, possessing formidable defenses. With a 3-fold defensive enhancement, Lin Tao could engage in close combat effortlessly. Although he lacked healing spells, his self-recovery capabilities were nearly as effective, unless faced with a unique strike that hindered his self-repair. Lin Tao pondered for a moment, feeling generally satisfied with his progress in all aspects. He resolved to promptly complete the 7th divine trial and acquire the divine spirit ring of the dragon bone. Closing his eyes, he began to examine the content of the 7th trial. Chapter 31, the 7th divine trial. As Lin Tao delved into the details, a radiant light flickered at his brow, and a narrative commenced. The skies of the divine realm were eternally resplendent, with a perpetual brilliance cascading upon the palaces suspended amidst the clouds. Ilia stood in the celestial garden atop the temple of life, her fingertips brushing against a blooming, eternal flower, the dewdrops on its petals refracting a spectrum of colors. Yet, a flicker of worry passed through her emerald-hued eyes. Tomorrow marked the day of the 7th divine trial, she murmured softly, her voice akin to the gentle rustle of leaves in a spring breeze. As the successor of the goddess of life, Ilia had successfully navigated the previous 6 trials, each one testing her comprehension of the essence of life. From healing wounds to creating life, from maintaining balance to self-sacrifice, she had traversed them all. However, the 7th trial was distinct. It was the final challenge and the most perilous one. A familiar energy wave emanated from behind her, yet Ilia did not turn. A slight smile gracing her lips. Carlos, you always have a penchant for appearing so unexpectedly. The inheritor of the god of destruction, Carlos, emerged from the shadows. His black cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall. His eyes, a profound shade of purple, seemed to contain an infinite void. And you always sense my arrival, no matter how well I conceal myself, he replied, his voice deep and magnetic. The 2 stood side by side at the edge of the garden, gazing down at the churning sea of clouds below. Tomorrow, they would confront the 7th divine trial together, an unprecedented event in the annals of the divine realm, where 2 opposing deities' successors must collaborate to succeed. The deities proclaimed that this trial would unveil whether they truly understood the intrinsic connection between life and destruction. Ilia's fingers unconsciously entwined a strand of golden hair. What do you think the trial will entail? Carlos cast his gaze into the distance. Whatever it is, it shall not be simple. The previous 6 trials have nearly depleted my strength. He turned to Ilia, a rare softness glimmering in his eyes. But we shall prevail. Ilia met his gaze, warmth surging within her heart. Despite representing opposing forces, a profound and ineffable rapport had developed between them throughout the lengthy trials. Just as she was about to speak, the chimes of the temple resonated through the heavens. It seems the deities are summoning us. Carlos extended his hand, and Ilia hesitated for a moment before placing her own in his. The moment their powers connected, a marvelous resonance emerged, intertwining the energies of life and destruction into a magnificent spiral. Upon their arrival at the divine hall, the 12 deities were already seated. At the center sat the god king Kronos, his gaze as deep as the stars. Elia, Carlos, his voice echoed within the hall. Tomorrow you shall face the seventh divine trial, the final test before your ascension to divinity. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, stepped forward. This trial differs from all previous ones. You will be transported to a world on the brink of annihilation, and you must discover a way to save it within 3 days. Failure signifies the utter annihilation of that realm and the shattering of your divinity. Why us together? Carlos inquired, his brow furrowed. For life and destruction have always existed in opposition. The god of war, Ares, erupted into laughter. Precisely because of this opposition, we must confront it collectively. True divinity lies not in the singularity of strength, but in the comprehension of the necessity of opposing forces. A wave of unease washed over Elia. If we fail, the god king solemnly proclaimed, not only will that world perish, but you shall also forfeit your eligibility to ascend as deities and regress to mere mortals. After departing the Hall of Gods, Elia and Carlos traversed the starlit avenue of the divine realm in silence. Countless projections of worlds floated around them, each luminous point embodying a vibrant universe. We must prepare ourselves. Carlos finally broke the silence. Whatever we face, we must collaborate. Elia nodded, yet felt a profound ache within her heart, as if they were about to confront not merely the fate of an unfamiliar world, but also certain buried memories. At dawn the following day, the two stood before the gate of divine trials. It was a colossal archway, adorned with innumerable carvings depicting the births and deaths of worlds. The chief deities surrounded them, their expressions grave. Remember, the god king imparted as a final counsel. The truest answers are often concealed in the very places you are most reluctant to confront. The vortex within the gate began to whirl, and Elia inhaled deeply, stepping into the radiance alongside Carlos. The world reassembled before their eyes. When Elia opened her eyes once more, she found herself atop a towering spire. The sky tainted a sickly crimson, while the distant earth lay fractured, with magma spewing forth from the crevices. A palpable sense of despair hung in the air. Is this the world we are to save? Carlos's voice called from behind. He approached Elia, gazing down upon the apocalyptic scene, which appeared to be running out of time. Elia shut her eyes, attuning herself to the faint pulse of life in this world. There is still hope. I can sense life struggling to survive. She gestured towards the distance, where, in the east, a multitude of beings congregated. Carlos furrowed his brow. At the same time, I can also feel the force of destruction intensifying. A certain equilibrium has been disrupted. He extended his hand, black energy coalescing within his palm. The essence of this world was peculiar, both familiar and alien. Just as they were preparing to set forth, a throng of ragged-robed figures charged up the tower. Leading them was a venerable elder with white hair, who, upon spotting Elia and Carlos, was ignited by a remarkable brilliance in his murky eyes. Archmage Elia, Commander Carlos. The elder fell to his knees, followed by the others. You have finally returned. The prophecy is true. Elia and Carlos exchanged astonished glances. You know us? Elia asked, an unusual sensation swelling within her. Indeed. The elder replied with fervor. 3 centuries passed. You were the last hope of this world, but vanished at a crucial moment. The prophecy foretold that when the world faced annihilation once more, you would return to fulfill the unfinished mission. Carlos's expression grew grave. 300 years? We have never. Suddenly, a searing pain struck Elia's head, and a torrent of images surged into her consciousness. She stood in the council hall. Advocating for the protection of the natural spirit's habitat, she researched ancient magical tomes in a laboratory. She fought alongside Carlos on the battlefield. These memories felt so vivid, yet as if deliberately sealed away for ages. Chapter 32, The Seventh Divine Examination. From Carlos's pale visage, it was evident that he was undergoing the same onslaught. Are these memories of our past lives? He uttered with difficulty. The elder nodded. You were once the most formidable guardians of this world, but at the crucial moment, you parted ways due to ideological differences. Archmage Elia advocated for the restoration of the world's core through life magic, while Knight Commander Carlos believed the corrupt core must be destroyed to forge a new order. As you argued, disaster struck. Elia felt a wave of dizziness as the fragments of memory began to coalesce into a complete picture. She had been the archmage of this realm, devoted to the study of life magic, while Carlos was the commander of the Royal Knights, espousing the belief that necessary destruction could lead to rebirth. They admired each other, yet frequently clashed due to their differing philosophies. On the eve of catastrophe, they had engaged in a fierce argument. I remember, Elia murmured, tears welling in her eyes. We failed to save this world because we could not reach a consensus. Carlos's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. And now we have been sent back here to fulfill our unfinished business. He turned to the elder. Where's the world's core? Below this tower, the elder replied. but it is extremely unstable. Any improper intervention may hasten the world's demise. Elia wiped her tears, forcing herself to regain composure. We must go down together and ensure we do not repeat the same mistakes. As they descended the spiral staircase to the depths of the tower, the surrounding walls were engraved with ancient runes, some faintly glowing, most dimmed. Elia instinctively reached out to touch them, and the runes flickered momentarily beneath her fingertips. These are protective spells inscribed by your former self, she whispered, to delay the corruption of the world's core. Carlos nodded. Yet I believe these are merely futile delays. The true solution lies in destroying the corrupt parts, allowing new forces the chance to flourish. He paused. We debated this for an entire month, then disaster befell us. Elia continued his thought, memories sharpening. We were forcibly separated, and when we awoke, it was in the divine realm, as heirs to the deities. They finally reached the tower's lowest level. In the center of a vast circular stone chamber floated a crystal, but it had become murky and was marred by cracks, with dark energy seeping from the fissures. The ground surrounding the crystal was etched with complex magical arrays, yet most lines had fractured. It is worse than I envisioned, Carlos assessed. It could collapse at any moment. Elia approached the crystal, sensing the faint pulse of life intertwined with a fervent desire for destruction. It required purification, yet any singular force would lead to imbalance. She turned to Carlos, declaring that this time, we must act in unison. Carlos paused momentarily before nodding. Life and destruction are opposites yet inseparable. He extended his hand. Just as Elia placed her hand over his, their powers began to intertwine. The verdant energy of life spiraled upwards alongside the obsidian force of annihilation, enveloping the core of the world. Recalling the warning from the God King, Elia whispered, the answer lies in the places we are most reluctant to confront. Carlos's expression grew complex. I understand this means we must face the final dispute of our past lives. He inhaled deeply, recalling that our separation was not merely due to differing ideologies, but rather, because we feared acknowledging our feelings for one another. Elia softly completed his thought. Feeling her heart race, we feared that once acknowledged, it would cloud our judgment and betray our convictions. Memories surged like a torrent. Unspoken affections, the deliberate distances maintained. Those moments of solitary longing in the dead of night. They had been so obstinate, choosing principles over emotional compromise, ultimately leading to the world's demise. This time, however, it was different. Carlos's voice was unusually resolute. I have come to realize that true strength lies not in clinging to destruction or creation, but in understanding that both are essential. As he gazed at Elia, just as I cannot fathom a world without your presence. Tears streamed down Elia's cheeks. I feel the same. Let us save this world together. The two forces fully merged, generating an unprecedented energy. The core of the world began to tremble, fissures gradually mending, the murky parts being purified, while some irredeemable fragments were cautiously stripped away and obliterated. At this pivotal moment, the core erupted in a blinding light, a voice resonating in their minds. Choose. One must sacrifice for complete purification of the core, while the other survives. Or both may coexist, but the core can only be partially restored, and the world will slowly revive. This was the very choice they had faced in their past lives, when neither was willing to sacrifice nor compromise, resulting in the missed opportunity to save the world. Elia and Carlos exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's decision without uttering a word. In unison, they proclaimed, we choose to share the burden. The energy field transformed. The core was not entirely purified, yet a new equilibrium was achieved. The corrupt black energy was confined to a specific area, while the majority of the core regained its clarity. It began to pulse steadily, akin to a healthy heart. The ground ceased to tremble, and the dark crimson in the sky gradually faded, though the world remained scarred. The process of destruction had been reversed, and the flicker of renewed hope ignited once more. Exhausted, Elia and Carlos sat on the ground, leaning against one another for support. We did it, Elia smiled. This time we have chosen a third path. Carlos grasped her hand. It is neither absolute annihilation nor perfect salvation, but rather a balance akin to life itself. Suddenly, the radiance of the divine realm enveloped them, and the voices of the deities resonated through the void. The seventh divine trial has been completed. You have comprehended the essence of life and destruction. They are not opposites, but rather two facets of the same coin. True divinity lies in embracing this unity. As the light dissipated, Elia and Carlos found themselves before the pantheon once again. Yet they felt profoundly transformed. Elia's green robe was now adorned with black patterns, reminiscent of entwined vines. Carlos's black cloak was embellished with green trimmings, symbolizing rebirth. Their powers no longer clashed, but coexisted in harmonious unity. The god King Kronos approached them, proclaiming, welcome, true goddess of life and god of destruction. He solemnly declared that you have passed the ultimate trial, having not only saved a world but, more importantly, grasped the shared responsibility of opposing deities. Elia gazed into Carlos's eyes, finding the same joy and tenderness reflected there. This time, they would not allow ideological differences to obscure their innermost truths. Life requires destruction for renewal, and destruction finds meaning only through life. Just as in their relationship, they discovered profound harmony within opposition. Thus concludes the tale, with the content of the seventh divine trial resting upon the choice to either destroy a nation or save one. Chapter 33, Salvation and Destruction. Lin Tao struggled to comprehend the entirety of the narrative, ultimately compelled to make a direct choice between destruction and salvation. After much contemplation, Lin Tao endeavored to view the entire Douluo Continent through the lens of his initial intentions. Clearly, this seventh divine trial necessitated a choice rooted in his true self or his value system. Lin Tao revisited the fragments of the seventh divine trial, understanding the dichotomy between the god of life and the god of destruction. He hoped to perceive the Douluo world from a different perspective. Truthfully, Lin Tao approached the situation with modern sensibilities, recognizing that every side possesses its merits and flaws. However, the seventh divine trial demanded a personal choice. Lin Tao was aware that accepting the divine trial was no simple feat. Unexpectedly, these two deities approached him with the shaping of values. And Lin Tao was hardly a figure of great stature in his past life. How could he grasp such governance? If he merely relied on his preferences or the familiarity with outcomes, he could easily follow the advantageous path and achieve effortless victory. Yet, as a transmigrator, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Being someone well acquainted with development, how could he merely pander? Nonetheless, Lin Tao understood that the divine trial set forth by the two deities was far from straightforward. From a modern perspective, the forces of life and destruction were exceedingly formidable. Without an independent value system or a sound moral compass, one could easily precipitate the annihilation of a world. Lin Tao longed to alter the Douluo Continent at this very moment. However, considering his current standing, how could he possibly engage in discussions of such elite power? This was a world governed by strength. How could he expect to attain equality? Furthermore, Lin Tao believed that such a world should not possess equality. Once equality is established, the entire world risks falling into regression. It is not a realm of mortals akin to Earth. In a fantastical world, advocating for equality may bring joy to the common folk, but over time, such an approach will inevitably lead to stagnation. Relying on external forces for maintenance undermines the very essence of a fantastical realm. In the world of Douluo Continent, Lin Tao is well aware of the foremost powers, the Spirit Hall, the two great empires, and the various sections. Should Lin Tao be compelled to choose a side, he would likely lean towards the Star Luo Empire. After all, this is a fantastical world, and an unwavering pursuit of fairness can be a significant misallocation of resources. Ultimately, the quest for comfort will disrupt the balance of power through forces beyond mere martial prowess. The simplest example lies in the aristocratic class. The challenge of dismantling this hierarchy has perplexed countless elites for millennia. Yet, Lin Tao, as a transmigrator, harbors no such concerns. Even if he were to ascend to a position of power, becoming part of the aristocracy, he adopts a mindset akin to viewing life as a game, unburdened by the need to safeguard his identity. Thus, the meritocratic ascent within the Star Luo Empire presents itself as an ideal model. Lin Tao observes that Tang San's approach, which appears to protect civilian soul masters through various concealed weapons, is a double-edged sword. It is reminiscent of America's direct approach with firearms. Without the impetus of personal effort, one possesses lethal means. This undoubtedly exacerbates the wastage of resources in the world, as soul masters, once resigned to mediocrity, may resort to hunting lower-level soul beasts when armed with such means. This is akin to using a net to catch fish indiscriminately. As the population of lower-level soul beasts dwindles, high-level soul beasts will eventually become exceedingly rare. If all were soul masters, it would merely represent an ideal state, rapidly depleting the limited resources of this world and preventing the emergence of formidable individuals. Lin Tao contemplates the philosophy of cultivation, which emphasizes foundational strength. The principle of elimination should apply. Those with exceptional talent ought to receive adequate resources for development, while those lacking such qualities should find contentment in a humble existence. After all, the probability of ascending from ordinary beginnings is minuscule. Institutions such as the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and Tang San's Tang sect symbolize aristocracy and self-interest, lacking a system of meritocratic advancement. The Star Luo Empire, with its brutal elimination system, allows the most gifted individuals to access the finest resources, while others must strive for their own advancement. This approach is, in fact, the most equitable. At the very least, when one demonstrates exceptional capability, the system will nurture them. rather than suppressing them based on their connections or background. Such a system would also foster growth among the soul beasts of this continent. Encouraging the mediocre to relinquish their aspirations simultaneously grants ordinary soul beasts greater room for survival, thereby increasing the foundational population of soul beasts and facilitating the emergence of advanced soul beasts. Consequently, true elite combatants can discover authentic top-tier soul rings, unlike the current scarcity of high-level soul beasts. Moreover, the sects and empires wield significant power, yet those of average talent possess little combat capability. This represents a considerable waste of resources. With the protection of sects and the aristocratic class, even the mediocre can acquire exceptional soul beasts and rings, achievements not earned through their own abilities. This phenomenon only exacerbates societal polarization. When one individual achieves greatness, their entire family can subsequently oppress the common folk with impunity. Lin Tao contemplated everything thoroughly, having arrived at his decision regarding the seventh divine trial. He chose to annihilate the Tiando Empire in order to save the Xinglua Empire. Once Lin Tao finalized his choice, the task for the seventh divine trial was issued. He was to destroy Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who obstructed the developmental trajectory of the Xinglua Empire, and to rescue the traditional royal class of the Tiando Empire. The time frame was set for 1 year, with the reward being the divine soul ring of the Fire Dragon King. For every month of delay, the duration of the Fire Dragon King's soul ring would diminish by 10,000 years. Lin Tao was taken aback, having chosen to save the Xinglua Empire. He was now tasked with its annihilation. Conversely, in his endeavor to destroy the Tiando Empire, he was instructed to save it. Upon reflection, Lin Tao recognized the reasoning behind this paradox. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had directly entered Tang San's team after their victory in the royal struggle, fundamentally altering the nation's policies. The Tiando Empire was further complicated, with its old regime being suppressed by various forces, drawing closer to the martial Soul Hall and Tang San. It was already in a state of destruction. Only through salvation could this empire become more rotten, equating to annihilation. Lin Tao began to grasp the essence of life and destruction. He understood that he would eventually confront the protagonists. Since the divine trial required him to engage with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, he decided to begin with them. As for the Tiando Empire, Lin Tao planned to first complete his mission in the Xinglua Empire, then confront the masquerading Qianren Xue of the Martial Soul Hall, and support the ascendants of the Xuexing royal family. Both empires were fraught with challenges for entry, requiring Lin Tao to devise a meticulous plan. In Chapter 34, infiltrating the Xinglua Empire, Lin Tao donned black attire and followed a merchant convoy heading to the Xinglua Empire. He had joined this trading group as a guard, merely a participant in the commercial enterprise. By effortlessly displaying 3 Nine-Star Begonia Spirit rings, gold, and purple, he secured his position with ease. Disguised as a male figure with the ability to utilize the Shadow Destruction God, Lin Tao entered the convoy. Although this method was slow, it was far safer than a covert infiltration into the Xinglua Empire, where martial prowess was paramount, and the scrutiny was far more rigorous than the relative freedom of the Tiando Empire. The convoy traveled at a leisurely pace, taking half a month to reach the Xinglua Empire. However, the journey was smooth, as Lin Tao had chosen a merchant group known for hiring spirit masters, making them less likely targets for bandits. Upon entering the Xinglua Empire, Lin Tao felt the oppressive atmosphere of a society that revered martial strength. The cities were filled with various potions related to spirit master cultivation, healing medicines, and resources, starkly contrasting the Tiando Empire's more hedonistic lifestyle. Lin Tao sensed a pervasive air of ruthlessness throughout the Xinglua Empire, while the Tiando Empire was filled with the vibrancy of everyday life, characterized by hotels, inns, and other establishments catering to leisure. This solidified Lin Tao's conviction in his choice of the Xinglua Empire, believing that such an atmosphere could offer opportunities for the underprivileged. In contrast, the Tiando Empire suited the lives of commoners, with the majority of casualties in the Xinglua Empire being spirit masters rather than civilians. While the comfortable Tiando Empire still bore the burden of numerous expendable non-spirit master forces. In the realm of fantasy, Lin Tao found it utterly incomprehensible. He observed the various promotion mechanisms for soul masters within the Xinglua Empire. Although the common folk, unable to become soul masters, tended to be discreet, instances of soul masters oppressing civilians were rare. Throughout his journey, Lin Tao arrived at the conclusion based on his observations. The entire nation forbade the wanton slaughter of innocents, imposing severe penalties upon its discovery. However, conflicts among the common people were subject to less constraint. In contrast, the state primarily existed to serve the soul masters, allowing civilians to live in peace without any special protections. If civilians ever felt wronged and sought to report a soul master, such grievances were typically ignored. Consequently, The common folk often found themselves needing to tread carefully around soul masters or refrain from engaging in their affairs, lest they fall victim to their bullying and suffer in silence. The class distinctions were stark. The commoners coexisted, while those who awakened their martial souls and became soul masters belonged to an entirely different echelon. The disparity between the two groups was palpable. Lin Tao found himself quite fond of this atmosphere, as living within the same class resulted in fewer conflicts. Otherwise, the myriad resulting disputes would demand excessive administrative resources to resolve. The nation's unwavering dedication to serving the strong was, in its own way, a commendable approach. Lin Tao possessed a meager amount of gold coins, having arrived in this world without engaging in any profitable endeavors, relying solely on his savings. Thus, with his limited finances, he could only seek modest accommodations. Upon entering the Xinglua Empire, Lin Tao completed his task and ceased following the merchant caravan for security duties. After settling his one-way hiring fee, he wandered alone through the city. As he continued to meander, Lin Tao's spiritual perception alerted him that he had been followed. He lamented that in every place, one could encounter short-sighted bandits. He surmised that the pursuers had noticed him receiving gold from the caravan and had subsequently gathered information to track him down. Paying them little mind, he directly communicated telepathically with the king of all demons residing within his head bone, entrusting the matter to him. The dynamic between Lin Tao and the king of all demons was such that one would typically initiate conversation, while the king refrained from intervening in Lin Tao's affairs, as their relationship was merely cooperative. Moreover, since the king resided within the head bone, he found it challenging to interfere with the external world unless Lin Tao actively utilized the head bone. Thus, he remained oblivious to the happenings around him, content to fulfill the duties expected of a head bone. As Lin Tao turned into an alley, his pursuers suddenly revealed themselves, signaling for two accomplices to join them. Swiftly closing in. Upon their entrance into the alley, they were ensnared and bewildered by Lin Tao's spiritual power, compelled to surrender all their belongings, which Lin Tao accepted before exiting the alley. As he took the gold, the three assailants collapsed into unconsciousness. This minor incident resulted in a significant gain for Lin Tao, who found himself wishing for more such profitable ventures, as he was indeed not affluent. Having lingered in this town for 2 days, Lin Tao discerned that the Xinglua Empire, in preparation for potential conflict with the Tiando Empire, had granted immense authority to its military, resulting in excessive responsiveness that burdened the common folk with oppressive taxation. Lin Tao understood that such circumstances were unlikely to change unless the Douluo Continent achieved complete unification. The Spirit Hall, the Heaven-Do Empire, and various sects all operate in a manner fraught with inefficiency due to their lack of unity. Lin Tao, having gleaned sufficient understanding, decided not to linger any longer. He prepared to journey to Star Luo City in search of the imperial family. Acquiring a simple map, he set forth towards Star Luo City. Chapter 35. Infiltration of the palace. Lin Tao boarded a carriage that took him directly to Star Luo City, advancing alone along the way. Upon reaching the city gates, he was intercepted and, lacking a legitimate reason, found himself unable to enter. Reluctantly, he departed from the gates, distancing himself as if to retrace his steps. As night fell, Lin Tao invoked his void domain and reappeared at the side of Star Luo City, effortlessly passing through the city walls. He then sought a concealed corner along the shadowy edges of the city walls. Exercising caution, Lin Tao released his spiritual energy to explore the surroundings. Compared to the Heaven-Do Empire, the patrols in the Star Luo Empire were significantly more stringent, with the entirety of Star Luo City under vigilant watch. The Heaven-Do Empire primarily focused on the Imperial City, affording greater freedom to other areas. Uncertain of the number of high-level soul masters lurking in the shadows, Lin Tao conducted a cautious and limited probe with his spiritual energy. The location of the Imperial Palace in the Star Luo Empire was unmistakably central. Near the city gates, he infiltrated a residence, locating the master bedroom, where a couple lay asleep, both clearly soul masters. Lin Tao gradually enveloped them with his spiritual force, inducing a deep slumber. Next, he expanded his spiritual coverage over the entire courtyard, detecting no other presence before retracting his energy. He set up a simple soul power arrangement in the master bedroom to prevent any external stimuli from awakening the couple. With a swift motion, Lin Tao left a shadow mark on the woman's foot. As the mark activated, he closed his eyes and sensed that the original mark had not vanished. Lin Tao felt fortunate to have gained an additional shadow mark, with his current strength infiltrating the greatest power of the Star Luo Empire. He was acutely aware of the monumental challenge ahead, directly assassinating Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. The shadow mark was intended as a safeguard for his escape. Gazing at the towering imperial palace from the courtyard, Lin Tao could sense the oppressive aura emanating from that direction, imagining the multitude of formidable experts within. However, Upon entering the Star Luo Empire, he learned that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had triumphed in the struggle for the imperial throne. The conflicts among the royal families were conducted openly, with the victors granted residence in the palace, while the vanquished faced death or imprisonment. With no recourse to retain noble status without the throne, this tradition had persisted through the ages. Lin Tao understood that, according to the original storyline, with Tang San's assistance, the Star Luo Empire would soon transition to a hereditary system dominated by the direct descendants of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, diminishing the brutal struggles and extinguishing the hopes of others. Lin Tao pondered whether he would one day find himself in a position of power, securing similar privileges for himself. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a hereditary system, devoid of oppression, would ultimately lead to a loss of competitiveness. Of course, in terms of outcomes, their ascension to divinity would indeed allow them to safeguard all they held dear. However, this is precisely what Lin Tao detests. It mirrors the earth of his past life, where those in power hoard the most coveted resources, leaving no opportunities for the gifted. Such transcendent surveillance and guardianship are wholly abnormal, interfering with the natural course of development. While Lin Tao can articulate his disdain for power eloquently, whether he would maintain a detached perspective upon attaining such status is an entirely different matter. Reflecting on his previous life, Lin Tao recalls the multitude of corporations, yet only a handful, akin to Huawei, truly distinguish themselves. Renouncing personal gain is a sacrifice few are willing to make. It demands immense courage. Lin Tao understands that time is of the essence. There is no opportunity for observation, and he must act decisively. Whether he can locate his targets, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, remains a matter of chance. Under such stringent security, infiltration seems impossible, and he is not particularly adept at it. Lin Tao steadies his breath, allowing his form to become ethereal, and ventures into the void realm. The nightlife of the Xinglua Empire is rather unremarkable, which provides Lin Tao with enhanced opportunities for infiltration at the witching hour. He relies solely on his eyesight to navigate the route, uncertain whether this center of power possesses any unique detection devices or specialized soul masters. He is nonetheless aware that the void realm cannot be pinpointed, granting him an advantage for nocturnal maneuvers. Lin Tao begins to traverse swiftly through the shadows. His speed within the void realm is already augmented, and in his current state, resembling that of a dark destroyer, he moves even faster. In the darkness, a swift black silhouette darts toward the imperial palace. He navigates through the shadows, ensuring he avoids dead ends without concern. When faced with an impasse, he simply phases through. The entire process is fluid and rapid. Lin Tao's heightened mental acuity grants him exceptional visual flexibility, even without the release of mental energy. His keen eyesight allows him to perceive his surroundings astutely. This expansive field of vision significantly aids him in infiltrating the palace and evading various patrols. At this juncture, Lin Tao has successfully entered the imperial palace, yet its vastness poses a challenge, as he remains unaware of the whereabouts of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. He can only maneuver swiftly, relying on the portraits that have circulated throughout the Xinglua Empire since their victory in the royal conflict to locate them within the palace's shadows. By 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tao finally discovers the two nestled in a grand chamber, entwined in slumber, with several hidden guards stationed outside. 6 individuals are divided into 2 groups, vigilantly guarding the main entrance. This level of protection is indeed formidable. Fortunately, his unique ability within the void realm allows him to bypass these obstacles effortlessly. Otherwise, reaching this point would have been a far-fetched notion. Chapter 36. 1 dead, 1 injured. Lin Tao remains in the room for a considerable time, having expended significant energy while utilizing the void realm. He glances at the 2 sleeping figures, contemplating whether to conceal himself and regain his strength or to dissolve the void realm and launch an attack. Currently, he is operating at roughly half his capacity. But with his formidable regenerative abilities, he requires only a few seconds to restore himself to peak condition. At that moment, the attack was undoubtedly at its peak. However, Lin Tao hesitated to gamble, for this was the heart of the entire Xinglua Empire, the abode of its most significant figures. It was entirely possible that there were even more terrifying guardians lurking in places he had yet to discover. During the time he revealed himself, no one could predict what might transpire. Lin Tao pondered, recalling Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, both of whom were merely approaching level 60 at that time. Even with only half of his strength, he was certain that his soul power surpassed theirs at their zenith. Coupled with the element of surprise, he believed success was within reach. Resolute, Lin Tao prepared for his inaugural venture into the Douluo Continent, ready to take a life for the first time. In both of his lives, he had never encountered such an experience. Previously, he had only hunted soul beasts. The psychological state he found himself in was entirely different. His heartbeat quickened, and he could feel the tumultuous shift in his emotions, rendering him momentarily in a void-like state. Lin Tao felt as though he was suffocating. Yet he reassured himself that this was merely a game, a phase in the quest to conquer it. Moreover, to ascend, such trials were essential. A path to kingship without bloodshed could not forge the mightiest of sovereigns. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tao re-entered the void. With his emergence, the energy around him rippled, and deep within the palace, a large chamber illuminated with a sudden red dot. Those observing immediately triggered the alarm. Upon his arrival, Lin Tao locked onto the two figures on the bed, unleashing his most potent dark destructive force towards them. Just then, the palace erupted in alarm. The unexpected siren startled Lin Tao, but he had already initiated his attack. The destructive soul power surged forth, its formidable restorative capabilities beginning to mend his own state. Dai Mubai, lying on the bed, instinctively recognized the implications of the palace alarm. He pushed Zhu Zhuqing away from him, and in the next moment, the dark destructive force enveloped him. There was no time for any further action in this dire situation. He glanced at the pushed-away Zhu Zhuqing just as the dark destructive force struck him. Though a jade pendant he wore instantly activated a golden barrier, it was too sudden, preventing the pendant from fully unleashing its power. The golden energy held against the dark force for merely a second before the overwhelming annihilation energy consumed Dai Mubai entirely. In his final moments, he smiled, for he saw the dark energy merely graze Zhu Zhuqing's clothing, failing to strike her. Dai Mubai attempted to summon his martial soul to buy himself time, but the peculiar nature of the soul power rendered him incapable of doing so. It was as if he had lost all means of communication. In his last breath, he felt a sense of relief for having instinctively pushed Zhu Zhuqing away. Lin Tao witnessed the unprotected Dai Mubai being struck and comprehended that the latter's fate was sealed. He fully understood the terrifying potency of his destructive soul power. The fact that Zhu Zhuqing had not been hit was an unexpected turn. Lin Tao continued to direct a second dark destructive force towards Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure of soul power enveloped the entire space. Lin Tao's dark destructive force, initially prepared for release, dissipated midair, while the destructive energy that had brushed against Zhu Zhuqing's clothing was also extinguished. Lin Tao realized a true powerhouse had intervened. Lin Tao had not anticipated the swift response of the Star Luo Empire, nor the overwhelming might that surpassed even that of his cousin, undoubtedly exceeding level 96. As Lin Tao contemplated further attacks, the entire space was once again struck by a more formidable soul power pressure. It felt as though the very fabric of reality had begun to freeze. Lin Tao realized that he had lost his opportunity. Even if he continued to unleash his assaults, they would be rendered ineffective in such an oppressive environment. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was in a state of shock, and summoned an immense strength within himself to resist the terrifying pressure. Then, gazing into Zhu Zhuqing's fearful eyes, Lin Tao spoke, "Until we meet again." He activated the second phase of the shadow mark, his form blurring before vanishing from that space. Lin Tao reappeared in the main bedroom of a courtyard on the outskirts of Star Luo City. He observed the two individuals still sound asleep on the bed, and placed his hand upon the woman's leg to dispel the mark. In Chapter 37, returning to the Heaven Do Empire, Lin Tao lingered in the room for a while, restoring himself to peak condition. He then checked the progress of the 7th Divine Examination and found that the task displayed a completion rate of 50. Despite not having struck Zhu Zhuqing directly, only grazing her with a slight touch of soul power from her clothing, he had seemingly accomplished the mission of saving the Star Luo Empire and vanquishing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Lin Tao recalled that the royal family's martial souls were centered around the White Tiger, complemented by the phantom spirit cat from the Zhu family through their marriage alliance, forming a powerful martial soul fusion technique system. This configuration exemplified the empire's reverence for martial prowess and the tradition of venerating the strong. With Dai Mubai's demise, Zhu Zhuqing no longer held significance as an heir to the throne, effectively allowing the Star Luo Empire to revert to the rightful succession of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai represented the traditional lineage, devoid of any direct interests with Tang San. Thus, Lin Tao had inadvertently altered the fate of the Star Luo Empire. His intention was to save the original Star Luo Empire, and it seemed the Divine Examination's judgment was indeed correct. Lin Tao felt a sense of relief. It was not that he was unwilling to eradicate Zhu Zhuqing. If she could continue to influence the Star Luo Empire through Tang San, he would have sought opportunities to eliminate her until the Divine Examination deemed the task incomplete. In Lin Tao's heart, the original system represented true survival of the fittest. He did not dwell on the matter. Having completed his task, he was now in optimal condition and departed from Star Luo City via the Void Domain. After leaving Star Luo City, Lin Tao reverted to his identity as Yi Longlong. He encountered no merchant caravans along the way and later learned that the entire Star Luo Empire had been under martial law for 3 days. Lin Tao surmised that this was in search of him. However, the Star Luo Empire would never suspect that he had long since left Star Luo City. That evening, Lin Tao ceased his journey and rented a room in a small inn. He planned to remain inactive for the next few days, waiting for the martial law to lift before proceeding. 3 days passed swiftly, with the most significant news being the change in the royal heir. Upon learning this, Lin Tao had already speculated that if Zhu Zhuqing had perished, the throne might not have been replaced, given that the Star Luo Empire was predominantly centered around the White Tiger. As for Zhu Zhuqing's fate, Lin Tao chose not to intervene. Lin Tao did not feel remorse towards her. Sometimes, one's position inevitably comes with associated risks. It is not merely the absence of enemies that mitigates danger. The position itself embodies both power and peril. As Lin Tao endeavored to rationalize his thoughts, the shadow marks swiftly began to move. He calculated the time. Could it be that Tang San had returned from the City of Slaughter? If so, the journey to the Heaven Do Empire would become all the more intriguing. He was curious about Tang San's reaction upon inspecting the Eye of Ice and Fire. Lin Tao also anticipated the decision of Douluo Bo, wondering if the Eye of Ice and Fire might spark a conflict between Tang San and Douluo Bo. Should this result in Tang San acquiring the domain of the God of Slaughter, leading Tang Hao and Ain to relocate? It seemed that Tang San's attainment of this domain occurred in a time frame shorter than that of the original narrative. Thus, it appeared that he was already altering the trajectory of the entire Douluo Continent's evolution. In the future, events might not unfold according to the script he was familiar with. As the 3-day martial law came to an end, Lin Tao set forth once more, choosing not to temporarily part with the merchant convoy, having previously traveled with them. He decided against waiting and set off alone towards the Heaven Do Empire. During the day, he progressed leisurely towards the border, while at night, he quickened his pace. After 2 days of travel, Lin Tao departed from the Star Luo Empire. Crossing the border, he finally re-entered the realm of the Heaven Do Empire. Upon arrival, it felt as if he had stepped into an entirely different world. Even the border exuded a vibrant atmosphere of life, starkly contrasting with the tense existence of the Star Luo Empire. Here, freedom reigned supreme, and the commercial ambience was palpable. It was easy to secure a carriage. Thus Lin Tao opted not to travel on foot any longer, allowing someone to escort him towards the Heaven Do Empire. In Chapter 38, Lin Tao's initial encounter with Tang San unfolded. He meandered towards the Heaven Do Empire, pondering how to navigate the presence of numerous protagonists. The directive to save the Star Luo Empire was clear. It entailed the annihilation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. However, the destruction of the Heaven Do Empire lacked specificity. Supporting the old aristocracy left Lin Tao unsure of where to begin. He recognized that the situation in the Heaven Do Empire was exceedingly chaotic, unlike the authoritarian regime of the Star Luo Empire. Moreover, he understood from the original work that the incompetence and conservatism of the old nobility had allowed various factions to rise, resulting in the current fragmented power dynamics. Although the empire was powerful, it struggled to establish cohesive command, relying instead on external support. Lin Tao deemed himself ill-suited to partake in such a power game, considering himself devoid of cunning. The intricacies of the Heaven Do Empire's relationships were convoluted. Among the nobility existed both cooperation and rivalry, reminiscent of the complexities found in earthly societies. Reflecting on his mission to support the nobility, Lin Tao felt no inclination to engage with the decaying aristocracy. Having traversed into the Douluo Continent, he had no desire to become ensnared in a power struggle, transitioning from a mundane world to a fantastical realm. He wished to avoid expending his time and energy on convoluted interpersonal relationships. In his previous life, he had come across various insights on social media, advising against debating with those holding differing values, as such engagements often spiral into a vortex of self-argument. Furthermore, Lin Tao considered his own rhetorical prowess lacking. Engaging with those adept in political machinations might lead to him being exploited while unwittingly assisting in their schemes. Lin Tao harbored no grand aspirations. He merely wished to witness the pinnacle of martial prowess within a fantastical realm. This young man did not daydream of becoming a paragon of combat supremacy. Lin Tao felt immense gratitude toward fate for granting him the opportunity of transmigration. He had no desire for the revival of a sect akin to Tang San's ambitions. Moreover, Lin Tao bore no such burdens of responsibility tied to a particular identity. While Tang San enjoyed the advantages conferred by his status and indeed ought to accomplish something worthy of it, Lin Tao lamented his lack of a formidable background. Unencumbered by any expectations, he had never reaped the benefits of a special identity and thus bore no obligations to pay the price for it. Lin Tao diligently recalled the distribution of power within the Heaven Do Empire. The royal family, represented by the Shui clan, included figures such as the Snow Knight Emperor, later succeeded by Shui Bing, and the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, who was, in reality, the disguised Qianrenxua. Their direct forces comprised the royal knights and the court soul masters, who wielded significant military and political authority over the empire. A point of contention arose later as the infiltration of the Spirit Hall, through the guise of Qianrenxua, led to internal power struggles. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy, directly affiliated with the royal family, was overseen by three titled Douluos, Dream Machine, by Baoshan and Ji Lin, symbolizing the core of soul master cultivation within the empire. The Heaven-Do Empire's soul master corps consisted of mid to low-ranking soul master units directly dispatched by the royal family. The empire operated under a feudal system, encompassing various kingdoms and principalities, some of which later aligned themselves with the Spirit Hall. The four great kingdoms included the Balak Kingdom, home to Soto City, the Sylves Kingdom, the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, and the Fasno Province, Tang San's homeland. Among the 10 great principalities, such as the Nodding Principality, some nominally submitted but operated independently in secret, like the Balak Kingdom, which colluded with the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School directly supported the Heaven-Do Empire, with its leader Ning Fengji serving as a mentor to Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. The sect boasted both a sword de law and a bone de law. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family maintained a neutral stance favoring Heaven-Do, but was ultimately exterminated by the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect, though reclusive, indirectly influenced Heaven-Do through Tang San and Tang Hao's connections to the empire. The Shrek Academy, initially neutral, allied with the royal family, Xue Bing and Ning Fengji, due to Tang San becoming a core force against the Spirit Hall. Various single attribute clans, such as the Yu clan, later followed Tang San, assisting Heaven-Do. Dugu Bo, in the capacity of a guest elder, supported the Heaven-Do royal family and shared a close relationship with Tang San. Heaven-Do City served as the capital of the empire, a political epicenter gathering the royal family, the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and noble forces. The Spirit Hall, located in Heaven-Do City, was a direct faction of the Spirit Hall, engaged in both overt and covert conflicts with the royal family. Led by Bishop Salas, Gengxin City, renowned as the capital of metallurgy and home to the Blacksmith Association, was later seized by the Spirit Hall. Soto City, in the Balak Kingdom, was the original base of Shrek Academy, a hub for commerce and soul masters. The Spirit Hall exerted control over certain principalities, such as Gengxin City, through religion and economics, infiltrating the royal family under the guise of Qianrenxua's plans. In the early stages, the Heaven-Do Empire appeared unified on the surface but was, in fact, internally fragmented, with the Spirit Hall steadily encroaching. In the latter phase, following Tang San's ascendance, an alliance formed with the Star Luo Empire and the remnants of sect forces, establishing a coalition against the Spirit Hall. With the Heaven-Do Empire emerging as the core source of military strength, Lin Tao felt increasingly overwhelmed by the complexities of the Tiando Empire. He realized that he lacked the capability to untangle the intricate web of power relations. It was no wonder that he had been given a year to complete his task. The seventh divine examination was, in fact, deeply intertwined with all of this. He contemplated a strategy to counteract Tang San's burgeoning influence, while simultaneously capturing his attention. This approach would slow down the rapid establishment of his own power and address the considerable infiltration by the Spirit Hall. Lin Tao had no intention of taking drastic actions at this moment. The current state of the Tiando Empire could be described as dire. However, Tang San's emergence had catalyzed a unification of disparate factions, consolidating what was once a disjointed alliance. Most crucially, Tang San had identified the Spirit Hall as an imagined adversary, which facilitated this swift unification among the Empire's forces. The Spirit Hall harbored ambitions of uniting the continent, thereby giving rise to Tang San's significance. As Lin Tao pondered further, he noticed the shadow marker shift once again, seemingly indicating a direction towards the sunset forest. He ceased his reflections, gazing into the distance, softly murmuring, "Tang San, Tang Hao, you are the keys to my breakthrough." Subsequently, Lin Tao paid the required gold coins to conclude his journey. Departing from the carriage, he hastened towards the sunset forest. In a secluded corner, Lin Tao summoned the Shadow Destruction God, transforming into his male form once more. As he assumed his new guise, an aura of dark energy enveloped him. Observing the shadow marker come to a halt, he confirmed it was indeed the sunset forest. He activated the second phase of the shadow marker, rendering his body ethereal, and the next moment, Lin Tao found himself near the ice and fire yin-yang eye within the sunset forest. At that very instant, two colossal Haotian hammers launched a simultaneous attack towards him, and Lin Tao realized he had been ensnared. However, he swiftly activated the void domain, allowing the hammers to pass harmlessly through him. As he regained clarity, he beheld two figures. One was Tang Hao, whom he had encountered previously, and the other, with disheveled dark blue hair exuding a hint of bloodlust, was undeniably Tang San. Tang San scrutinized the figure enveloped in dark energy before him, recalling his father's claims of an individual capable of disregarding physical attacks. A notion he had initially found hard to believe. During their recent cross-attack, he had indeed felt no impact on a tangible entity. Lin Tao's gaze fell upon an ordinary blue-silver grass beneath him, which was not the Aladdin he had expected. Nevertheless, his shadow marker was genuinely affixed to this spot. Exiting the void domain, he casually obliterated the blue-silver grass, causing the first marker to vanish along with its demise. Tang Hao regarded the man shrouded in darkness, contemplating, and then inquired, "Who are you?" Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, had initially assumed this was the Lin Tao his father had mentioned, but now, from his father's dubious remarks, he realized this was not the individual described. Lin Tao observed the two men, both brimming with murderous intent, positioned before him. Lin Tao scrutinized Tang San, realizing that the latter had yet to undergo the moonlight cultivation, thus lacking the ability to effortlessly control his killing intent. It was evident to Lin Tao that the one responsible for transferring his shadow mark was indeed Tang San, for he possessed the fortune of a protagonist. Most crucially, with the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San might even perceive his mark. As Lin Tao observed the Douluo Continent, he noted that details imperceptible to others were discernible to Tang San under the scrutiny of his purple extreme demon eye. Just as Qian Rinxue had successfully disguised herself for many years without arousing suspicion from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, Tang San had recognized her true identity after only a few encounters. Lin Tao paid little heed to this, but he realized it would become increasingly difficult to track Tang Hao's whereabouts. Turning to Tang Hao, Lin Tao remarked, "Though you possess the strength of a titled Douluo, your vision is utterly blind. For the sake of a mere soul beast, you contend with your own brother and jeopardize your family's legacy. Is it not the spirit hall that hunts soul beasts? Pray tell, from whence comes the soul rings and bones adorning you? This is the fate of humanity intertwined with soul beasts, and yet you insist on elevating the Haotian sect and the spirit hall above all else." As Lin Tao continued his tirade, the usually composed Tang Hao could no longer suppress his murderous aura, previously restrained by a yin. He was determined this time to convey the weight of the continent's youngest titled Douluo. Lin Tao not only sensed Tang Hao's escalating killing intent, but also felt the pressure from Tang San's growing hostility behind him. Lin Tao glanced back at Tang San and said, "You wouldn't dare utter something as foolish as the path of death, would you? You too enjoy playing with soul beasts, leading one to believe you truly cherish Xiao Wu. Is it not simply your desire to have your so-called wife partake in a sacrifice?" In response to Lin Tao's words, both Tang Hao and Tang San simultaneously unleashed their domains of killing, two overwhelming auras of malice bearing down on Lin Tao. "Mere trash," Lin Tao retorted. "I offered you an opportunity before, yet you squandered it. Do you truly believe there exists a vast chasm between us? Tang San, your so-called master shall enlighten you on the true application of dual martial souls." Lin Tao then released his dark Nine-Star Begonia. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, Mi Yue martial soul, black, dark gold, gold. The 8 soul rings bestowed upon Lin Tao immense soul power, instantly dissipating the oppressive aura of the two killing domains. Lin Tao's soul power now rivaled that of Tang Hao, the 96th level Super Douluo. The configuration of Lin Tao's soul rings rendered Tang Hao's 10,000-year soul rings insufficient. Tang San, too, was astonished. This configuration exceeded the limits articulated by his master. According to his teachings, the optimal time to configure a second martial soul was only upon achieving the title of Douluo, yet this individual, being a dual martial soul user, appeared unaffected by his master's theoretical constraints. This was the first moment Tang San experienced doubt. Lin Tao intentionally showcased the configuration of his second martial soul, aiming to instill within Tang San the aspiration to surpass the 10,000-year soul ring threshold, thereby creating an opportunity for Lin Tao to unmask Tang San's hypocritical facade. As Lin Tao's soul power erupted, his momentum surged. Lacking offensive techniques, his sole method was the group healing spell of the Nine-Star Begonia, which, under the Dark Destruction God, transformed into a formidable force of annihilation. Lin Tao then unleashed his vast healing spell, proclaiming, "Domain of the God of Death." As Lin Tao unleashed his skills, a shower of black feathers began to cascade within a 200-meter radius around him. This attack was aimed directly at obliterating Tang San's blue-silver grass. Even the blue-silver grass, having ascended to the rank of blue-silver emperor, was merely a low-level plant-type ability in the face of Lin Tao's destructive power. It could be said that its mere presence would spell annihilation. Lin Tao sought to compel Tang San to augment his Haotian hammer with additional spirit rings through this battle. However, he remained uncertain whether the presence of the master and Tang Hao would sway Tang San's resolve. Both Tang Hao and Tang San sensed the terrifying force of destruction emanating from Lin Tao's black feathers, an energy not to be trifled with. The two unleashed greater reserves of spirit power to shield themselves, striving to evade contact. Tang San gazed at the dense swarm of black feathers and activated his blue-silver grass spirit, pressing his hands to the ground. An abundance of blue-silver grass surged forth to confront the black feathers, but in that fleeting moment of contact, the blue-silver grass, which had evolved into the blue-silver emperor, was instantaneously obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The black feathers merely lost some of their hue. To eradicate them entirely, a greater quantity of blue-silver grass would be needed to counteract the energy contained within. Tang Hao was taken aback by the resilience of his son's blue-silver grass, astonished that it was destroyed upon contact. Observing his son's desperate attempts to evade, Tang Hao realized he must step into the fray. Yet, he was also perplexed as to whether this was indeed the same entity from before. The memory of that female figure, which he had felt he could easily dispatch, lingered in his mind. Had it not been for Gu Ji and Ayin, he would have eliminated that individual back then. But now, this presence was entirely different. The voice remained the same, yet it was on a level at least equal to his own, a perplexing contradiction, compounded by the vast disparity in their spirit powers. Without hesitation, Tang Hao charged towards Lin Tao, wielding the Haotian hammer. Wherever he passed, the black feathers were dissipated by his immense spirit power. Lin Tao merely raised his right hand towards Tang Hao, casting a single target healing spell, declaring, Death God Shockwave. At the moment Lin Tao released his energy, two iron balls emerged from beneath his right hand. A glance revealed them to be the handiwork of Tang San, who had cunningly employed the mother-and-child pursuit soul-claiming technique on him. Lin Tao could only marvel at the audacity of this boy, whose timing and angles for the ambush were impeccably executed. The corrosive mist and a multitude of steel needles erupted as Tang Hao closed in. Lin Tao simply emanated his spirit power, causing the toxic mist and steel needles to vanish upon contact with his aura. As Tang Hao charged forward, Lin Tao resolved to test his physical defenses against the incoming strike. He steadfastly braced himself for the impact, which sent him hurtling through the air from the tremendous force of Tang Hao's blow. Neither Tang Hao nor Tang San anticipated anyone daring to absorb the might of the continent's foremost weapon spirit with their body. Lin Tao was propelled to the ground, leaving a trail of dozens of meters in his wake. Chapter 40, The Clash 2. Lin Tao was well aware of Tang Hao's strength, yet he believed that in his shadow destruction god state, with threefold defense, he could withstand the ensuing assault. However, he had overestimated himself. His right arm was utterly fractured. Slowly, Lin Tao rose, gripping his shattered right arm with his left hand and forcefully tearing it away. Tang Hao and Tang San were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. However, what astounded Tang Hao even more was the formidable defense of this individual. His previous strike, delivered without restraint, had merely incapacitated one of the opponent's arms, which was truly astonishing. Lin Tao, on the other hand, found himself at a disadvantage, lacking any healing capabilities in his current state. Nevertheless, he possessed regenerative abilities. In mere seconds, he restored his right arm to its original form before both Tang San and Tang Hao. The severed arm was obliterated by a burst of energy, dissipating entirely under its force. Lin Tao turned to address the duo, declaring the commencement of the second round. This time, he took the initiative, charging directly into melee combat. Tang Hao, confident with his Haotian hammer, engaged Lin Tao in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Tang San withdrew to the sidelines, seeking an opportune moment. The Haotian hammer wielded by Tang Hao was immensely powerful. However, he could not convert all his soul power into a forceful attack, as Lin Tao's soul energy was overwhelmingly destructive. It was essential for the Haotian hammer to be enveloped in soul power. As their raw strength clashed, a thunderous sound echoed as Lin Tao was once again sent flying, though Tang Hao was also halted in his advance by the immense force. Lin Tao's reckless, full-force assaults disregarded his own physical condition. Despite sustaining considerable injuries, he managed to recover in a remarkably short time. This was the first time Tang San had witnessed a human with such extraordinary recuperative abilities. In his mind, he calculated that this individual's recovery rate was far too powerful. A prolonged battle would undoubtedly be futile. Previously, Tang San had believed this approach could not sustain itself, yet he now sensed something amiss. Lin Tao's soul power was being expended at an alarming rate, yet it showed no signs of depletion. In contrast, his father, despite unleashing his full potential, was already beginning to weaken. As Lin Tao's left fist was shattered once more, he simply waved it off, and shortly thereafter, it was restored. He realized that this sacrificial assault had not yielded significant results. Tang Hao's attacks were swift and potent. Lin Tao unleashed another surge of soul power, causing the black feathers in the sky to multiply exponentially. Such a dense array of black feathers severely hampered Tang Hao's speed, as the energy required to accelerate was considerably greater. Under this onslaught of feathers, Tang San could only retreat beyond their reach. The density was overwhelming, making it impossible to evade entirely. Enveloped in the realm of the death god, Tang Hao continuously released his soul power to offset the tremendous drain. He understood that he needed to resolve this quickly. Lin Tao, observing Tang Hao and Tang San, recognized that his offensive strategies were still too limited. Continuing to engage would only reveal more of his capabilities, prompting Tang San to remain vigilant. Lin Tao glanced at Tang San from a distance, confident that if he employed the ghost shadow displacement technique, a surprise attack from such proximity would pose no challenge. Gradually, Lin Tao ceased his release of the death god's domain and addressed Tang San, saying, "Remember, every time we meet, I shall strike you." With these harsh words, Tang Hao's hidden vulnerabilities were once again provoked. In his life, he had two cherished loves, the pursuit of Ain by the Spirit Hall, and now, the threat posed to his son. Without hesitation, Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian true body, fully manifesting the complete power of the Haotian Douluo. Lin Tao merely cast a glance at the enlarged Tang Hao and the enveloping aura of the killing goddess domain surrounding the Haotian hammer. Lin Tao directly utilized the void domain, causing Tang Hao and Tang San to immediately sense the presence of someone right before them. Yet there was an overwhelming aura of emptiness. Tang Hao had encountered this phenomenon several times before. Although he possessed absolute confidence in shattering Lin Tao while wielding his true form, he was acutely aware that physical attacks were nearly futile in such a state. Ignoring Tang Hao, Lin Tao turned his gaze towards Tang San and remarked, "Remember my words. Each time we meet, I shall strike you. Conceal yourself well and cultivate. You are not yet worthy to stand at the table." With that, Lin Tao accelerated away from the sunset forest within the void domain, unimpeded by either Tang Hao or Tang San. Tang Hao was taken aback by how rapidly this individual had grown. Lin Tao's strength, defense, and fundamental qualities were approaching those of a level 96 title Douluo. Tang Hao felt an increasing unease regarding the soul skills associated with a spirit ring that far exceeded 10,000 years. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tao had deliberately showcased the extraordinary quality of his soul rings to instill fear, while neglecting to leave behind a shadow mark. Should the battle continue, revealing his lack of alternative attack methods would leave him vulnerable to their strategies for eliminating him. Chapter 41, Tang Yue. After Lin Tao's departure, Tang San felt a twinge of annoyance. As a fellow transmigrator, it was perplexing that Tang San could counter his innate skills. Lin Tao could hardly fathom who else in the Douluo Continent might detect his shadow mark. Now that he had secured Tang Hao's location, he would have to be wary of potential ambushes. After all, this was not Tang Hao's first time engaging in such tactics. He had previously lured Zhao Wuji as an example. Having issued so many harsh words, Lin Tao suspected that any ambush would be aimed at assassination. What concerned Lin Tao more were Tang San's hidden weapons. Without first-hand experience, he could not ascertain the true impact of those more powerful concealed arms against him. However, following this skirmish, Lin Tao believed he must redirect Tang San's focus towards himself. Should Tang San continue to establish the Tang sect and alter the political landscape of the Tiando Empire, Lin Tao might find himself compelled to initiate ambushes against the forces aligned with Tang San to fulfill his mission. Today, Tang San exuded an aura reminiscent of a tyrant. As this realization struck him, Lin Tao suddenly felt as though he had overlooked something significant. A swift slap to his forehead brought clarity. How could he have forgotten her? It was no wonder that Tang San appeared so different from the character he had watched in anime. Tang Yue, the third miss of the Haotian sect. A direct disciple of the Haotian sect, was the sister of sect master Tang Xiao and titled Da Tang Hao, and the paternal aunt of Tang San. She held the position of headmistress at the Yuexian Academy of Court Etiquette within the Tiando Empire, responsible for instructing the nobility in manners and music, earning the respect of the royal family. Martial soul, mutated martial soul, the Rui ring, lacking offensive capabilities but possessing extraordinary spiritual attributes. Noble bearing, with graceful demeanor and expertise in music and etiquette, she is an authoritative figure within the aristocratic circles of the Tiando Empire. Soul power level. Due to her martial soul mutation, she could never surpass level 9 in soul power. However, her spiritual strength was formidable, allowing her to perceive the emotions of others. Domain skill, noble ring. By releasing a spiritual domain through music, she can soothe the murderous intent of others, stabilizing their mental state, having previously aided Tang San in controlling the side effects of the god of slaughter's domain. During her year at Yuexian, Tang Yue imparted noble etiquette and musical refinement to Tang San, assisting him in restraining his murderous aura and achieving perfect mastery over the god of slaughter's domain. Tang Yue serves as an indispensable spiritual mentor in Tang San's journey, her presence transforming him from a mere harbinger of death into a true master of control. Lin Tao then recalls that the current Tang San has yet to undergo the transformative baptism by Tang Yue. It appears that his prior encounter with Tang Hao due to the ice and fire yin-yang has set off a butterfly effect. With this in mind, Lin Tao realizes that this Douluo Continent holds a Tang Yue devoid of combat prowess. He believes it is his duty to intervene. Upon their meeting, Lin Tao considers the current Tang San to be quite commendable. Nevertheless, he does not subscribe to the notion that Tang San would be incapable of mastering the god of slaughter domain without Tang Yue. Yet, Lin Tao is determined to prevent Tang San from following the predetermined path. Contemplating this, he decides to meet the equally non-threatening Tang Yue. Lin Tao transforms back into his Yell Langlang form and swiftly makes his way to Heaven-Do City. He muses whether his entrapment might lead Tang Hao to escort Tang Yue away prematurely. Everything remains uncertain. Upon his return to Heaven-Do City, he gazes at the gradually setting sun. Without delay, he proceeds directly to the Moon Pavilion. Half an hour later, Lin Tao arrives at the Moon Pavilion, nestled in the most opulent district of Heaven-Do City. From a distance, the entire structure resembles a meticulously carved piece of white jade, radiating a gentle luster under the sunlight. The grand arched entrance is entwined with golden vine reliefs, and at the center of the lintel hangs a silver-blue emblem, the symbol of the Moon Pavilion, resembling a crescent moon encircling musical notes, epitomizing the eternal union of elegance and artistry. Pushing open the heavy redwood doors, he is greeted by a corridor adorned with a deep blue velvet carpet, flanked by portraits of renowned musicians from various eras. The frames are embedded with delicate soul guide crystals, which glimmer softly in the candlelight. At the end of the corridor lies an expansive central courtyard, where a three-tiered fountain stands majestically, water gushing forth from a sculpture shaped like a wishful ring, its gentle sound mingling with the distant notes of a harp. As if the very air has grown weightless. The main academic building features a symmetrical design, with white stone columns supporting a vaulted dome. Each window is adorned with colored stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadows upon the floor as sunlight filters through. The concert hall is the most sacred space within the Moon Pavilion, its dome painted with celestial patterns, thousands of luminous gemstones simulating the trajectories of stars. As night falls, the hall seems to immerse itself in the vastness of the cosmos. The seats, fashioned from dark red sandalwood, have armrests intricately carved in the shape of phoenix wings, exuding both opulence and restraint. Every corner of the academy exudes signs of meticulous design. The flowers placed at the corridor's turns are changed daily, ensuring a constant fragrance. The doors of the piano rooms are enveloped in soundproof soul beast leather, allowing one to feel the exquisite texture with a mere touch. Even the stone paths in the garden are intentionally curved, guiding visitors to slow their pace and attune to the rhythm of nature. Here, the brutality and slaughter of the soul master world are absent, replaced by flowing notes, whispering fountains, and noble youths and maidens clad in velvet gowns, holding musical scores. The Moon Pavilion stands like an ivory tower, isolated from the world, cleansing the souls of all who enter with its purity and tranquility. Lin Tao lamented the existence of a place that should not belong to the Douluo Continent. It ought to resemble a grand theater from a bygone era. As twilight approached, the Moon Pavilion was sparsely populated. Wandering through the surroundings, Lin Tao felt like a mere rustic in comparison to the ambience. Although Yi Langlang was a beauty, the disparity with true nobility was stark. After lingering for an extended period, a strikingly elegant maid approached Lin Tao, bowing respectfully and inquiring whom he was seeking. Lin Tao marveled at the maid's ordinary demeanor, yet her refinement was evident. Indeed, she was a testament to the aristocratic academy's training. Communicating with the king of all beasts, Lin Tao directed it to exert a subtle mental influence over the maid without complete control. As he noticed her gaze become unfocused, he realized the king had succeeded. Lin Tao spoke, requesting her to inform the lord of their establishment. Under the king's mental influence, the maid unconditionally trusted Lin Tao's words and promptly turned to seek Tang Yue. Maintaining a distance of 20 meters, Lin Tao followed discreetly, ensuring he did not appear suspicious, as trailing directly behind a maid would surely raise eyebrows. Guided by the maid, Lin Tao arrived at a spacious chamber. Just as she was about to speak, her expression became dazed, leaving her frozen in place. Standing at the doorway, Lin Tao listened to the melodious strains of a harp. At that moment, Tang Yue was performing. In Chapter 42, The Death of Tang Yue, the crystal chandelier cast a light akin to moonbeams, illuminating Tang Yue, who sat gracefully before a gilded harp in the center of the hall. Her delicate fingers hovered 3 inches above the strings, and the air within the Moon Pavilion seemed to solidify at that instant. When the first note rang out, the leaves outside paused mid-fall. Her fingers glided over the strings in a motion so elegant it appeared almost languorous, yet the music flowed forth like a rushing spring. Silver-white soul power coursed along the strings, coalescing into tiny luminescent orbs that floated in the air. These orbs flickered in time with the melody, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night or delicate snowflakes descending in winter. The music soared at times like the cry of cranes amidst the clouds, then dipped low like echoes from a deep pool. Remarkably, each note carried a unique emotion. In moments of joy, it felt like a spring breeze brushing against the face, while in sorrow, it resembled autumn rain tapping at the window. Lin Tao found his heartbeat unwittingly resonating with the melody, even as the turmoil within him gradually subsided. As the piece reached its climax, Tang Yuehua's hairpin slipped, and as her cascading black hair tumbled down, her fingers pressed down with newfound intensity. 3 strings vibrated simultaneously, releasing a wave of sound that coalesced into a translucent, auspicious ring, enveloping the entire hall. Lin Tao had never felt such tranquility. Throughout his journey in the Douluo Continent, he had always felt the weight of pressure, compelling himself to grow rapidly. Today marked the first time in 2 lifetimes that he experienced such serenity. Lin Tao recognized he had underestimated Tang Yuehua. Moreover, he altered his original intentions. Such an extraordinary talent must be brought closer, even if it meant simply listening to her enchanting music. Just as Lin Tao continued to muse, a surge of powerful mental energy jolted him back to reality, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. Lin Tao gazed at the concluded performance of Tang Yuehua, instinctively exclaiming, "Impressive. You've subtly influenced my judgment." He had not anticipated that someone as seemingly non-threatening as Tang Yuehua could wield such mastery over the hearts of others. Applauding her, he remarked, "Truly remarkable. Your performance was enchanting." Tang Yuehua displayed no surprise, as if she were acutely aware of Lin Tao's presence behind her. As she rose and turned, her lunar white brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns embraced her slender figure, the hidden silver threads glimmering with each graceful movement, akin to flowing moonlight. Her neck was elegantly elongated like that of a swan, adorned only with a jade hairpin of exquisite craftsmanship, while a few loose strands of hair danced gently by her ears, swaying with her breath. Most captivating were her eyes, their pupils slightly lighter than ordinary, resembling molten amber. When she gazed at others, it was as if she measured them with 3 parts scrutiny and 7 parts clarity, reminiscent of the morning light filtering through fallen leaves in late autumn. Lin Tao found himself entranced by Tang Yuehua, momentarily lost in thought. She was the most extraordinary woman he had ever encountered, a being of ethereal grace, undeniably stunning. He smiled and remarked, "Truly deserving of your title as the leader of the Noble Academy. Your aura is beyond compare. You are also remarkably beautiful." At that moment, 2 maidservants approached Lin Tao, but before they could draw near, he enveloped them in his mental energy, causing them to faint instantly. Tang Yuehua exhibited no particular reaction to his actions. She stated, "I wonder if there is anything lacking in the service of Yuexian." Lin Tao was reluctant to engage with such a perceptive individual, fearing entanglement. He declared plainly, "I have come to find you. Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I forcibly take you with me?" Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness, maintaining her smile as she replied, "This is Yuexian of the Tiando Empire, a truly noble place." Lin Tao, feeling a slight delay in her response, which contrasted with his initial fondness for her, was reminded of 2 terms, green tea and Lin Jilin. Due to her somewhat pretentious tone, unable to endure further, he interrupted her, stating, "I have heard that your mental strength is formidable." Lin Tao then unleashed his own mental energy, enveloping Tang Yuehua, and the entire hall began to ripple under the force of his psychic assault. At that moment, Tang Yuehua's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she released her own mental energy. A clash ensued between their powers, sending ripples throughout the vicinity, causing everyone in Yuexian affected by the waves to collapse. Having enhanced his mental capacity several times, Lin Tao possessed an immense reservoir of psychic strength. He knew from the original text that Tang Yuehua was powerful, yet he had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable. Aware of the influential families surrounding him, Lin Tao chose not to prolong the confrontation. He summoned his 500,000-year-old head soul bone, which exponentially increased his mental prowess. For the first time, beads of sweat appeared on Tang Yuehua's brow. As she contemplated a response, Lin Tao's mental energy completely enveloped her, rendering her immobile. Just as he prepared to step forward and take her away, a jade pendant on Tang Yuehua's person emitted a blue glow, effectively isolating Lin Tao's mental energy. Lin Tao, utilizing the head spirit bone, established a connection with the king of myriad beasts, launching a mental assault while simultaneously urging the king to engage. Initially, Lin Tao intended to abduct Tang Yuehua to counterbalance Tang Hao and Tang San. However, it became evident that Tang Yuehua was far from an ordinary individual, someone he could easily manipulate. With Lin Tao's mental force, the head spirit bone's mental impact, coupled with the king of myriad beast psychic onslaught, a triad of mental attacks caused the protective jade pendant of Tang Yuehua to develop cracks, which rapidly expanded. It endured for but a few moments before shattering. The formidable mental force then obliterated Tang Yuehua's psychic defenses, penetrating her consciousness. A cry of despair escaped her lips as she collapsed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Tao recognized that without extraordinary measures, Tang Yuehua was effectively incapacitated. Nevertheless, he approached and ruthlessly severed her neck. Subsequently, he inscribed third miss of the Haotian sect on the ground using his soul power. Lin Tao then ensured he left no trace behind, while once more enveloping Yue Xian with his mental energy to render the remaining conscious individuals unconscious before swiftly departing the null domain. Chapter 43. Pressure of Public Opinion. Following Lin Tao's departure, the death of Tang Yuehua sent ripples of shock through the community. However, the inscription third miss of the Haotian sect on the ground instilled fear in many, deterring them from discussing the matter. The incident, entangled with the Haotian sect, strained relations among the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the nobility studying in the vicinity. That very night, the corpse of Tang Yuehua, destined for the Spirit Hall, mysteriously vanished, prompting an intensified investigation into the nobility of Yue Xian by the Spirit Hall. It was no secret among the higher-ups that the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall were at odds. Lin Tao rested in an inn in Tiando City, contemplating how to navigate the unfolding situation. His involvement in these events was increasingly intricate, disrupting Tang San's opportunity to unveil Qian Rinchue's disguise. However, Lin Tao realized he must devise a way to incite discord between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. Otherwise, even if he derailed Tang San's trajectory, it would merely fortify the Spirit Hall's position. Reflecting on the power of public opinion from his previous life, Lin Tao understood its formidable nature. Once rumors took flight, they were difficult to quell. Furthermore, this world lacked any form of online regulation. By disseminating information, he could potentially throw the situation into disarray. Importantly, Lin Tao was not fabricating falsehoods. His assertions held truth. 3 days later, various walls across Tiando City bore white papers inscribed with bold red letters proclaiming that the Spirit Hall had impersonated the imperial prince, assassinated the emperor, and was preparing to seize control of the Tiando Empire, signed by Tang San. The day after this revelation, a fierce battle erupted within the Tiando Imperial Palace. The specifics remained shrouded in mystery, but it was evident that the Tiando Empire had replaced its crown prince. Observing the recent events, Lin Tao recognized he had effectively thwarted Qian Rinchue's infiltration plan. He also realized that the trajectory of these events did not revolve around Tang San, but rather hinged on high-level combat power influencing the outcome. It remained uncertain whether his push had prompted Tang San's earlier involvement. Regardless of Tang San's participation, Lin Tao was resolute in his desire to prevent him from consolidating power and furthering the Tang sect's influence. In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Tao adopted a more subdued demeanor, particularly following his recent coercion of the Spirit Hall into a confrontation with the Heaven Dou Empire. He deemed it prudent for both the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dou Empire to take a respite. Simultaneously, Lin Tao intended to allow the situation to unfold organically. Uncertain of whether his interventions had altered the original course of events, he frequently visited various sects within Heaven Dou City to observe the internal strife. His inquiries yielded scant information. Outwardly cordial, he remained oblivious to any premeditated schemes by the Spirit Hall. His involvement had certainly advanced the timelines for Tang San and Qian Rinchue by approximately a year. Feeling that the Heaven Dou Empire remained relatively stable, Lin Tao took to disseminating previously prepared flyers throughout the city once more. Reliable sources indicated that the Haotian sect was poised to re-emerge among the upper three sects, with Tang Hao's son, Tang San, beginning to ally with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect alongside the royal lineage of the Heaven Dou Empire to form a new coalition against the Spirit Hall. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect aimed to collaborate with the Haotian sect and smaller sects, aspiring to become the power brokers behind the Heaven Dou Empire. With this startling revelation, the once stable Heaven Dou Empire was thrown into chaos once again. Various factions within the empire scrambled to uncover the truth of this news. Upon learning of the situation, Ning Fengji of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect recognized the precariousness of their position. Although he had maintained close ties with the royal family, the suggestion of aspiring to become an underground emperor inevitably incited hostility among conservatives. Consequently, Ning Fengji promptly sought clarification within the palace. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall escalated its actions, swiftly intensifying sanctions against the smaller sects associated with the Haotian sect upon discovering its intentions to emerge. The Shrek Academy, which had previously been untroubled, also fell under the scrutiny of the Spirit Hall. This prompted various factions within the Heaven Dao Empire to mobilize. Some chose sides, while others resisted, igniting a myriad of overt and covert conflicts. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's commercial interests within the Heaven Dao Empire were adversely affected as well. On the 5th day following this incident, another bombshell emerged. Tang San had leveraged the esteemed reputation of the Spirit Hall's elders, including the Master, to acquire substantial resources from the Spirit Hall. As the heir nurtured by the Haotian sect, Tang San was prepared to confront the Spirit Hall fiercely, seeking vengeance for his parents and honoring his beloved master. Lin Tao subtly alluded to Bibi Dong and Master Yu Xiaojiang. Knowing that Bibi Dong's temperament would not allow for a peaceful resolution, Tang San's lingering disdain for Bibi Dong, coupled with his sentiments for Yu Xiaojiang, often led him to overlook critical issues concerning himself. The three most powerful women within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Hu Liena, and Qian Renxue, were all intricately linked to Tang San, which inevitably foretold the Spirit Hall's defeat. Lin Tao aimed to compel the Spirit Hall to regard Tang San with due seriousness, while simultaneously severing the ties between Tang San and the Haotian sect. In the original narrative, it was the machinations of Tang Yuehua, coupled with Tang Hao's return of the soul bone and Xiao Wu's sacrificial act, that bestowed Tang San with extraordinary talents and fortuitous circumstances, garnering the allegiance of various factions. Lin Tao's objective was to expose the connection between Tang San and the Spirit Hall, forcing the latter to withdraw prematurely and preventing Tang San from retreating into obscurity. He had long been aware of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's covert support in nurturing the former subordinates of the Haotian sect, which ultimately provided Tang San the confidence to unite and establish the Tang sect. Lin Tao deliberately exposed the interest rates within the Spirit Hall, simultaneously tarnishing the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Consequently, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not offer overt assistance. Lin Tao was eager to observe how Tang San would assemble his own power under such circumstances. This division among the various factions of the Heaven Dao Empire would inevitably bring the old conservative aristocracy to the forefront once more. In such a scenario, as long as there was a rift between the Heaven Dao Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the traditional nobility could ascend to power through legitimate means, thus providing a pretext for military action. Upon completing these machinations, the Heaven Dao Empire would experience unprecedented internal strife, instigated by none other than the Spirit Hall. Lin Tao mused that when it came to the matter of Yu Xiaojiang, things indeed seemed radical. He remarked that if the Spirit Hall did not possess three individuals driven by romantic notions, Tang San might scarcely have had the opportunity to develop in peace. How could Tang San leverage multiple factions to ultimately dismantle the Spirit Hall? Had he been aware of the true nature of the Spirit Hall, he would have realized that, despite possessing nothing, Tang San could amass such considerable influence solely through the identity of Tang Hao's son. Lin Tao found it intolerable that many placed undue importance on Tang Hao, now binding their very existence and interests to life and death. It would be intriguing to see if they would still directly align themselves with Tang San's faction. Suddenly, Lin Tao sensed he was being followed. He understood that a perceptive individual had likely noticed his presence, and he was certain it was Ning Fengji, the most cunning player of intrigue in the Douluo Continent. Lin Tao surmised that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had not severed ties with Tang San, otherwise he would not have encountered any trouble with them, and they would remain oblivious to his existence. It must have been Tang San or Tang Hao who relayed his information to Ning Fengji, allowing such a clever mind to deduce the source of the turmoil. Realizing that someone was indeed tracking him, Lin Tao promptly activated the Void Domain and decisively distanced himself from the city of Heaven Dao. Within the confines of the Void Domain, others could not lock onto his position, ensuring that he would remain elusive. Lin Tao sought refuge in a simple cave he excavated in the wilderness. After disseminating a plethora of explosive news, he decided to wait for the situation to unfold before determining whether to infiltrate the royal family of the Heaven Dao Empire. Should his mission remain unaccomplished, he recognized that the greatest obstacle would likely be the royal family and the conservative faction. If they remained entrenched, it would be due to the overwhelming infiltration of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School within the royal ranks. At that juncture, Lin Tao would need to infiltrate the royal family, identify individuals with ties to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, eliminate them, and then await the rise of the conservative faction. In Chapter 44, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing once more. Living apart from the turmoil of Heaven Dao City, Lin Tao adapted to a life of survival in the wild. After 6 months, he had not paid attention to the internal strife in Heaven Dao City, having distanced himself from the epicenter of conflict. The infighting within the city exceeded his expectations, and from his vantage point outside the city, he frequently witnessed numerous armies and high-ranking soul masters converging. Lin Tao understood that his actions had significantly accelerated the unfolding events. 3 months prior, he had observed a heavily armored battalion of 1,000, led by a soul master of level 40, bearing the banner of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing this elite force, Lin Tao immediately transformed into his Dark Destroyer form, recognizing the leader as a soul Douluo of over level 80. His destructive soul power posed an insurmountable challenge for them. A single domain of death would effectively obliterate the ordinary soldiers. Confronted by the leading captain, Lin Tao's innate ability, energy absorption, was activated for merely a few seconds. Yet it thoroughly drained the opponent. At that moment, Lin Tao became acutely aware of the terrifying extent of his own foundational strength. Energy absorption operates based on one's own soul power, initially calculated at a mere 3%, which later evolved to 8%. Within the same rank, he could deplete the adversary in mere seconds. With Lin Tao's current foundational capacity, it was comparable to that of a level 95 title Douluo soul power. However, the foundation was so extraordinary that, over the past 6 months of solitary cultivation, Lin Tao had scarcely perceived any progress. He was also cognizant of the challenges associated with simultaneously cultivating dual martial souls. While this early stage indeed provided a significant advantage over those with a single martial soul, the corresponding enhancement was equally daunting. It dawned on Lin Tao that figures like Bai Bai Dong and Tang San had first cultivated one martial soul before augmenting the second with soul rings. Yet, Lin Tao was convinced that, despite its apparent simplicity, this approach relinquished the paramount advantage of dual martial souls. He could have dominated opponents of the same rank, but opted for the easier path, which merely resulted in possessing multiple martial souls. Through his advanced configuration of soul rings for his dual martial souls, Lin Tao felt the confidence of surpassing his foes in combat. With no alternative strategies at hand, he relied solely on his abundant soul power to achieve a decisive advantage. During his 6-month sojourn in the wilderness, Lin Tao encountered numerous teams, but he only targeted those from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful, with deep-rooted foundations. At this juncture, the Tiando Empire was in chaos, and the Spirit Hall was poised to bolster its forces. Lin Tao feared his actions might inadvertently facilitate the Spirit Hall's unification of the Tiando Empire. This was not his intent. He merely wished to support the conservative aristocrats of the Tiando Empire and prevent the Spirit Hall from reaping the rewards. In his ambush on the Spirit Hall's team, Lin Tao did not annihilate them completely. He spared a few soldiers and informed them that they were under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect, instructing them to slay any members of the Spirit Hall without mercy. Lin Tao persistently tarnished the Haotian sect's reputation, aiming to divert the concealed disdain for Tang San away from the sect. Growing increasingly anxious in the wilderness, Lin Tao wondered why the conservative aristocrats had yet to rise to power after 6 months. His mission status indicated it remained unfulfilled. He contemplated entering the city to wreak havoc, but the current state of Tiando City was rife with formidable forces. His actions had inadvertently brought many high-level combatants to the forefront, and amidst this turmoil, Lin Tao consoled himself that he could afford to wait. One evening, while savoring roasted chicken, Lin Tao's keen senses detected a shadow stealthily approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Zhu Zhuqing, an acquaintance from the Star Luo Empire. Lin Tao was taken aback by her presence in the Tiando Empire, having assumed she would be imprisoned. It seemed there were those who sought to prevent her confinement in the Star Luo Empire. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would have been improbable for Zhu Zhuqing to reach the Tiando Empire. Lin Tao surmised that she likely intended to seek refuge with Shrek Academy or to avenge Dai Mubai. Choosing to feign ignorance, Lin Tao understood that he was now in a state of destruction, which might explain Zhu Zhuqing's stealthy approach, likely driven by the urge for vengeance against him for her husband's demise. As time passed, Lin Tao finished his meal, while Zhu Zhuqing remained hidden. Unperturbed, he extinguished the campfire and reclined against a tree, closing his eyes to sleep. Within the realm of Lin Tao's consciousness, Zhu Zhuqing remained in stealth, a presence he had come to admire over the nearly 5 hours since he first became aware of her. Leaning against a grand tree with his eyes closed, Lin Tao seemed at peace. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing made her move, advancing towards him with nary a sound. In an instant, she summoned all her soul power, whispering a swift attack, Dark Shadow Strike. With remarkable speed, Zhu Zhuqing's claws aimed for Lin Tao's neck, but a resounding clang echoed as her attempt to ambush him faltered. Undeterred, she pressed on, launching successive strikes aimed at his head, heart, and neck, targeting the most vulnerable points of the human form. Yet, after a flurry of assaults, all that could be heard was the metallic sound of her claws against his skin, which bore no marks from her efforts. Realizing that Lin Tao had not even opened his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing understood she had been outwitted, conceding that she was no match for him. She contemplated retreating to seek assistance from her Shrek teammates. Just as she prepared to leave, Lin Tao spoke. If you seek revenge, do you believe that finding Tang San will be of any use? I offer you the chance to kill me. Follow me, and you may strike whenever you wish. Whether I am eating, sleeping, or training. If you seek others, do not think I look down upon you. Only through experience will you come to know despair. I cannot fathom what you, Zhu Zhuqing, truly pursue in life. Do you live for love, or has your prolonged subservience rendered you incapable of independence? I infiltrate the Star Luo Empire with the utmost caution, yet you, as a failure, manage to extricate yourself from the royal lineage with ease. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Surely, there are those who do not wish for you to be bound by the fate of the Star Luo Empire. Your first instinct in times of trouble is to seek someone else. Have you never considered relying on your own strength? Do you hold yourself in such low regard? Having spoken, Lin Tao kept his eyes shut, while Zhu Zhuqing, who had intended to leave, turned back, positioning herself 10 meters in front of him. Tears streamed down her face as she fixed her gaze on Lin Tao, uttering each word with intensity. Why did you kill Dai Mubai? Lin Tao, still leaning against the tree, replied without opening his eyes. It is nothing personal. I merely prefer the Star Luo Empire in its original form. Your union with Dai Mubai would alter the empire's trajectory due to Tang San's influence. Hence my original plan was to eliminate both of you, primarily targeting Dai Mubai. You were merely an incidental casualty. Your significance is insufficient to warrant my concern. After all, in the Star Luo Empire, you are but an accessory. Zhu Zhuqing's clenched fists bled as she glared at the man who had cast her back into a life of wandering. At that moment, her desire to slay him was palpable. Had her gaze been lethal, Lin Tao would surely have been dismembered. Chapter 45, Shock. Zhu Zhuqing. Through gritted teeth, Zhu Zhuqing demanded, Are you sent by the elder sister, or by Dai Mubai? Lin Tao found her question amusing, yet he understood her perspective. For the greatest beneficiary of this situation was indeed Dai Mubai. He opened his eyes and gazed skyward. Zhu Zhuqing, eager to exploit his exposed vulnerability, wrestled with her remaining rationality, which cautioned her against attacking without defense, knowing it would not breach his protection. Lin Tao gazed into the azure sky, pondering aloud. Who am I here by? Is it mere coincidence or fate? He responded casually. However, Zhu Zhuqing was convinced that it must be the brother of Dai Mubai. For Lin Tao's earlier words had led her to believe that the one covertly assisting her was likely her own sister. Despite being relentlessly pursued, she had only sustained injuries and somehow managed to escape the Star Luo Empire. Such an occurrence was not supposed to happen, yet a miracle had indeed transpired. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice suggested deeper issues. Lin Tao continued to gaze skyward until fatigue overcame him, and he closed his eyes. He paid little mind to Zhu Zhuqing until, after a while, he shifted his gaze back to her. Her cold, black cat-like eyes, paired with an oval face and near-pale skin, often bore a detached expression. Long black hair was typically styled into a sleek ponytail or cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her sharp demeanor. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that sculpted her lithe figure, she exuded both practicality for combat and an air of mystery. This was the first time Lin Tao truly scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing. Previously, he had merely glanced at her, but now he recognized her striking beauty and elegance. Reflecting on his knowledge of Zhu Zhuqing, he recalled her attributes. Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul of the ethereal spirit cat, a swift attack beast martial soul, was destined to ascend to the rank of a second-level deity known as the God of Speed. As one of the 7 monsters of Shrek, she held the 7th position and was popularly nicknamed Ethereal Spirit Cat. Outwardly aloof and reticent, she was, in truth, deeply loyal and affectionate towards her companions. With a tenacious spirit, she had diligently trained from a young age to escape the shackles of her family and the threats against her life, pursuing immense strength. Her emotions remained steadfast, transitioning from enmity with Dai Mubai to a profound love, ultimately becoming life partners. Hailing from the Star Luo Empire, she had been compelled to flee due to familial rivalries linked to her destined union with Dai Mubai. Upon joining Shrek Academy, she formed a team with Tang San and others, showcasing their prowess in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. She inherited a divine position, achieving godhood through her extraordinary speed, and ascended to the divine realm alongside Dai Mubai. Her martial soul possessed the traits of rapid movement and nocturnal stealth, excelling in ambushes and decisive strikes. Examples of her soul techniques included ethereal thrust, ethereal claws, and ethereal slash, all characterized by agility and explosive power. Her martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, known as Ethereal White Tiger, delivered strikes comparable to those of a tidal Douluo level attack. Her growth arc traced her evolution from a solitary girl to a trusted ally, illustrating the significance of teamwork. She defied the cruel competitive structures of her family, rewriting the traditions of the Star Luo royal lineage alongside Dai Mubai. Regrettably, all of this was brought to an end by her own intervention, sealing the fate of all involved. Lin Tao regarded the woman before him, who radiated a fierce intent to kill. In his world, she would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier celebrity. Lin Tao spoke. Surely you do not believe that the Star Luo Empire can summon me at will. I offer you the opportunity to strike me at your leisure, while you may also seek assistance. As I mentioned earlier, you cannot achieve anything independently. After all, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's entanglements, did you not ultimately choose to forgive him? Your willingness to play a supporting role is your own affair. In this world, survival is a challenge, and occasionally yielding can prove to be a prudent choice. You may wonder why I have extended this opportunity to you. I shall be forthright. It is because I find you somewhat captivating, exuding an alluring chill, and you pose no threat to me. I merely seek to inject a modicum of excitement into my otherwise mundane existence. Your so-called friends, in my eyes, are of little consequence. Whether you seek out Tang San or his father, Tang Hao, they are but refuse in my perspective. You may pursue them if you wish. We have clashed before. Yet here I stand, unscathed. Lin Tao regarded Zhu Zhuqing with an air of indifference, while Zhu Zhuqing, absorbing Lin Tao's words, felt a profound shock within. She believed it plausible that he could defeat Tang San, for he could withstand her attacks without harm, something even her elder brother could not do. However, Tang San's father is no ordinary title Douluo. Since returning to the Star Luo Empire's royal family with Dai Mubai, I have learned through intelligence channels that Tang San's father cannot be regarded as a typical title Douluo. He is the youngest title Douluo on the continent and wields the most powerful martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing dismissed Lin Tao as merely boasting. Observing the skepticism in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Lin Tao offered a wry smile. He enveloped her in his mental energy, prompting her to prepare for an attack, only to discover that this energy imposed no constraints upon her. It merely formed a protective barrier around her. Seated, Lin Tao unleashed his martial soul and soul rings. 8 terrifying soul rings illuminated the night, encasing the surrounding space in a vast field of soul power. Under Lin Tao's mental defense, Zhu Zhuqing was shielded from the sudden surge of soul energy. Yet the proximity of such overwhelming power left her profoundly shaken, especially in the presence of the extraordinary golden soul rings. The spectacle was so staggering that she stumbled back and fell to the ground. As Lin Tao retracted his martial soul and soul rings, he spoke. I am of a similar age to you. I wonder what you intended to seek in terms of external assistance when confronted with my presence. He withdrew the mental energy surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, who remained seated on the ground, stunned. Lin Tao then gazed upward, uncertain of the magnitude of the change he might bring to this world. However, as he had always believed, this was merely a game. His existence might alter the fates of many, yet as long as he continued to strive upward, it was only a matter of time before he clashed with the pinnacle of this world. Lin Tao had come to realize that if not for the 7th God's test compelling him to make a choice, he would have naturally aligned with the Star Luo Empire. The Tang sect established by Tang San resembled a grand enterprise with its divisions of labor, something he had long since grown accustomed to. The pure fantasy realm had been transformed into a world of martial arts, where hidden weapons could shine brilliantly. Lin Tao pondered whether this was progress or regression. He held no desire to collaborate with the Spirit Hall, primarily due to the incompetence of 3 individuals wielding power within it. The current Bibi Dong harbored ambition, yet lacked the resolve to eliminate her hidden foes, often sparing them despite knowing their identities. She remained haunted by the memories of the scoundrel Yu Shaojiang and bore a grudge against her master, Qiang Sunji, leading to divisions within the Spirit Hall. The Saintess Hulaina was even more hopeless, lacking ambition and martial prowess, having devolved into a mere admirer of Tang San. Qian Rinxue possesses immense potential. Unfortunately, the original narrative often portrays Tang San with a sense of tenderness, deeply entangled in the love-hate relationship with Bibi Dong. This is something Lin Tao holds in disdain. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Hall, as the most formidable power in the Douluo Continent, lacks a competent leader. In Chapter 46, Struggle, Zhu Zhuqing finds herself in despair. Lin Tao observes the still astonished Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Lin Tao had not contemplated much. He merely understood the evolution of the Douluo Continent and intended to intercept its course. However, the Eye of Ice and Fire, favored by the dual deities, invited him to undergo divine trials, thus altering the trajectory of his journey. For the first time, Lin Tao is confronted with a choice regarding the forces within the Douluo Continent. This moment also marks the beginning of his introspection on how to navigate this world. His encounter with Zhu Zhuqing illuminates the intricate nature of human relationships, serving as a reminder that he is not merely playing a game. His actions bear real consequences, and any change he instigates will yield significant repercussions. This scenario, seemingly an opportunity for Zhu Zhuqing, equally represents Lin Tao's desire for a choice of his own, to persist in his game-like pursuit of ultimate power or to confront reality and live authentically. Until now, Lin Tao had been resolute and found joy in this endeavor, akin to starting a game of Honor of Kings as a bronze player, willingly purchasing heroes and engaging in ranked matches. His strategy was meticulously planned, devoid of entanglements with others, which explains his decisive and ruthless demeanor. Allowing Zhu Zhuqing to strike him, Lin Tao seeks to experience the ebb and flow of emotions. Through Zhu Zhuqing's harmless attacks, he realizes he is no longer on Earth, existing in a world where might dictates the law and victors weave legends. In the face of Zhu Zhuqing's feeble assaults, Lin Tao chuckles at himself, pondering whether he would resort to calling for help or seek allies if ever he found himself beneath someone's heel. Zhu Zhuqing's onslaught prompts Lin Tao to reflect upon his identity as a transmigrator, reaffirming his beliefs. Much like in a game, the initial conditions matter little. One must hone their skills diligently. Losing, being trampled upon, or cursing the circumstances is futile. Only through rigorous practice can one avoid defeat. Lin Tao has indeed emerged from his confusion, yet he remains observant of Zhu Zhuqing's choices. Given the adversaries he currently faces, it seems unlikely that Zhu Zhuqing could remain by his side. Should he wish to depart, Lin Tao views Zhu Zhuqing's appearance as a form of reward. Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing regains her composure, aware that this individual has not deceived her. He possesses a dual spirit akin to Sango, and his strength far exceeds what she has encountered, even within the imperial circles of the Star Luo Empire. His talent surpasses that of the Shrek 7 monsters, shattering her steadfast belief in Sango as the most gifted. Zhu Zhuqing is at a loss regarding how to exact revenge after fleeing the palace. Her first thought was of Sango, believing he would know how to proceed. Now, she perceives herself as a mere jester in this grand play. Lin Tao observed Zhu Zhuqing's reaction keenly. Such displays were all too familiar to him, akin to witnessing the gravely ill patients in a hospital. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You may leave now. Go seek your Tang San and Shrek companions. Perhaps in the future, when you have grown, we can practice together again. Today, I shall spare your life. However, should you appear alone before me again, it will be a battle to the death." After uttering these words, Lin Tao paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing's response, for he regarded their acquaintance as minimal, recognizing her as the enemy who had slain her husband. Dai Mubai. It seemed improbable that she would willingly follow his suggestion. Rising, Lin Tao prepared to find another grand tree to rest beneath. As he took his steps, he heard Zhu Zhuqing rising, and then she softly uttered, "Wait." Lin Tao halted, awaiting her next words. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed in profound silence, with Zhu Zhuqing seemingly biting her lip, struggling to make a decision. "I wish to follow you to seek vengeance," Zhu Zhuqing managed to articulate, each word escaping her lips with great effort. Lin Tao turned to face Zhu Zhuqing, whose pale complexion had flushed due to her exertion. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your decision? Following me is no simple task. Before me, you are as exposed as one without clothing. The choice I offered you did not include my protection. Accompanying me may lead to unforeseen circumstances, even ones I cannot fathom. While I have granted you the opportunity to choose, I cannot vouch for my own character. There may come a time when, in my negligence, I inadvertently send you to meet Dai Mubai. Contemplate your choice carefully, and if you are resolute, then follow." With that, Lin Tao turned and departed, leaving no room for Zhu Zhuqing to ponder her decision. He had his own matters to attend to, and if this foolish girl truly chose to accompany him, it would be akin to a fortuitous journey to the Douluo Continent. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was undeniably beautiful and youthful. Not straying far, Lin Tao found a large tree approximately 100 meters away, leaning against it to once again close his eyes. "Zhu Zhuqing, over here." In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having just made her resolution, was uncertain why she called out to Lin Tao. However, as he turned to leave, her thoughts drifted back to his words about someone wanting her to escape the Star Luo Empire. The prospect of being imprisoned again if she left Lin Tao loomed large in her mind, prompting her to call after him despite her indecision. Yet, Lin Tao's subsequent words jolted Zhu Zhuqing back to reality. Indeed, he was her enemy. What madness had possessed her to approach him so willingly? Nevertheless, her immediate desire was to flee to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to find Rong and then seek out Tang San. For devising a plan for vengeance seemed the most prudent course of action. Yet, she found herself unable to take a step forward. In that moment, tears streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's face, the only time she would cry for her own powerlessness. She scolded herself repeatedly. Move, move. He is the one who killed Dai Mubai. In a moment of peril, Dai Mubai saved you. What are you thinking? Act, act. He is an enemy of our Shrek 7 monsters. He is an enemy of the Star Luo Empire. He is the enemy. Move, go. Zhu Zhuqing struck her own thigh, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She was at a loss as to why she felt this way. Her immobile legs brought forth memories. From the sudden appearance of the murderer in the Star Luo Empire to her recent assault on an unguarded enemy, where she had unleashed her pent-up fury. She recalled the choice she made to remain by his side, poised to strike at any moment. His words echoed in her mind. You, Zhu Zhuqing, are merely an accessory. Dai Mubai has abandoned you, yet you still choose to follow. She thought of seeking out Tang San, his father Tang Hao, and her companions from Shrek Academy. The terrifying 8 spirit rings, the explosive surge of soul power, the overwhelming impact, combined with the unusual golden soul ring, all stirred something within her. Zhu Zhuqing could not comprehend the internal turmoil that drove her to make choices she could not rationalize, uttering words that should not have been spoken, leaving behind tears not born of hatred. In the midst of berating herself, she realized why she was paralyzed. It was pure loathing directed at the immobile version of herself. Upon learning of Dai Mubai's escape from the Star Luo Empire, her immediate reaction was disdain, yet for the first time, a question emerged in her heart. Why must she remain a subordinate of the Dai family? At that moment, it was true that her sister and Dai Mubai's brother were stronger, but she yearned to take a chance. Ultimately, Dai Mubai's departure left her a mere laughingstock. Later, when she finally confronted Dai Mubai, her initial feelings were of revulsion. However, when the Shrek 7 monsters were formed, she rediscovered a sense of passion, a release of exhilaration. This struggle was what defined her companions. Under Tang San's leadership, she chose to trust and obey commands, recognizing his formidable prowess. For the first time, she set aside her competitive spirit, deciding to fight alongside him, embracing her martial spirit wholeheartedly. In time, the celestial herbs brought by Tang San further enhanced her abilities, suppressing her combative nature. Her admiration for such a powerful ally grew, even in the presence of Tang San and her fellow companions. She failed to attain the elusive heartbroken rainbow, and acknowledged that she did not love the hypocritical, spineless Dai Mubai. Yet, during the Continental Soul Master competition, her subdued competitive spirit was reignited upon seeing her sister, igniting an uncontrollable desire to surpass her. Ultimately, through sheer will, she successfully fused her martial spirit with Dai Mubai's, the immense power granting her unparalleled ecstasy and leading her to accept him. However, today she encountered what it truly meant to be a genius, to possess the strength of a titled Douluo among her peers, and to genuinely unleash one's martial soul. The unparalleled impact of the soul rings shattered all the beautiful notions she had held. What of the master's theories? What of genius? What of Shrek only accepting monsters? What of martial soul fusion techniques? In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was shattered, and her longing for strength, her innate competitive spirit erupted entirely. This was the essence of a true monster. Crying. Zhu Zhuqing smiled for the first time in her life, a genuine smile from her heart. Chapter 47. Suddenly, Beast Transformation. Zhu Zhuqing, laughing, then crying again. This time, she gazed up at the sky, tears streaming down her face. Yet as she looked skyward, her eyes began to shine ever brighter amidst the tears. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul, the ethereal spirit cat, manifested itself effortlessly. Her eyes transformed into ethereal purple vertical pupils, sharp as blades, imbued with the unique wildness and coldness of feline creatures. A pair of black cat ears materialized atop her head, and her hair darkened slightly, enhancing her otherworldly beauty. Her fingers extended into semi-transparent, ethereal purple claws, as sharp as daggers, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel, and imbued with a penetrating effect infused with the essence of the ethereal realm. Behind her, a phantom tail of the spirit cat coalesced, greatly enhancing her balance and flexibility, allowing her movements to be as light and silent as a cat's. Surrounding her was a mist of pale purple, ethereal soul power, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages as she moved, increasing her enigmatic allure. As Zhu Zhuqing completed her transformation, her state of mind shifted, and the ethereal spirit cat continuously resonated with her essence. The pale purple mist deepened in hue, mirroring the intensification of Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Her beastly transformation began to resemble that of the true ethereal spirit cat. Zhu Zhuqing's metamorphosis illuminated the night once more. Lin Tao, still reclining against a mighty tree with his eyes closed, remained aware of Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, though he found himself perplexed by the unfolding events. He then summoned his head spirit bone and conveyed his perception of Zhu Zhuqing's transformation to the king of 10,000 beasts, who observed intently. As Zhu Zhuqing's beastly transformation progressed, she increasingly embodied her martial soul, the ethereal spirit cat. However, her human characteristics remained distinctly evident. After a moment of observation, the king of 10,000 beasts remarked on the miraculous nature of this beastly transformation, noting its rarity among spirit beasts. Such transformations, referred to as evolution, typically occur in spirit beasts, leading them to a higher tier of existence. All spirit beasts exceeding 10,000 years in age have generally undergone evolution, much like Tang San, who, originally a blue-silver grass, evolved into the blue-silver emperor. Those that have not evolved seldom surpass the 10,000-year mark. However, the current situation appeared troubling. Typically, spirit beast evolution involves the consumption of a unique energy source, resulting in an extraordinary transformation and the emergence of new innate abilities. In this case, the beastly transformation of this individual was not the result of serendipity or external assistance. The process demands a substantial amount of energy, and while this girl possesses the potential to evolve her martial soul, she lacks sufficient energy to do so. Moreover, it seems her transformation is occurring unconsciously, a sign of a rare and exceptional evolution, which holds promise for reaching a more perfect state. Unfortunately, without a vast reservoir of energy, her evolution would inevitably be interrupted, leading to severe repercussions. In the mildest scenario, it could result in her martial soul merging irreversibly with her being, rendering her unable to revert to her human form, and potentially losing her intellect in the process. Regrettably, Lin Tao retracted his head's spirit bone, unaware of the circumstances surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. The original narrative made no mention of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul evolution, only referencing Tang San's transformation from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor, which was achieved with the aid of the blue-silver king. Lin Tao remained oblivious to whether Zhu Zhuqing was fortunate or unfortunate, blessed to encounter him and awaken her martial soul's evolution, yet cursed with the likelihood of becoming a fool or merging completely with her martial soul. As Lin Tao sighed, he unleashed the Shadow Destruction God. 8 seconds later, Lin Tao reverted to his icy persona, Yilong. He observed Zhu Zhuqing, who was gradually undergoing beastification, with purple fur beginning to emerge on her body. Approaching her, Lin Tao remarked, "I cannot claim to understand your predicament. Consider yourself fortunate, for I am here today. However, whether you can complete your evolution with my energy depends solely on you." As Lin Tao's healing soul force radiated outward, a layer of verdant energy rose within a 20-meter radius around Zhu Zhuqing and himself. This was Lin Tao's area healing technique. With his energy's intervention, Zhu Zhuqing's beastification halted, and it appeared she found a breakthrough, fervently absorbing the energy Lin Tao released. He merely stated, "You are indeed fortunate. This is effective. Your luck shines upon you. Encountering me means abundance." With the increased absorption rate of the nether spirit cat, Lin Tao continuously enhanced the release speed of his healing soul force. As he elevated the potency of his healing energy, the cat's capacity to absorb was increasingly satisfied. Lin Tao recalled that in the original work, Tang San had spent several days on this, yet he wondered how long Zhu Zhuqing would require. Thus, he reclined on the ground, gazing at the sky. Lin Tao enveloped a 30-meter radius around him with his mental energy, crafting an illusion to simulate the surrounding environment, ensuring that neither he nor Zhu Zhuqing would easily be discernible. Chapter 48, Mission Accomplished. After completing his preparations, Lin Tao lay on the ground, observing Zhu Zhuqing's beastification. In such close proximity, he noted her exquisite figure, reminiscent of the beautiful influencers he had seen while scrolling through Douyin in his past life. Having traversed to Douluo without the conveniences of the internet, he now appreciated the raw essence of beauty in high definition. Previously, he had admired technologically enhanced beauties through a screen. Now, he was afforded an intimate, unobstructed view of natural allure, which left him momentarily breathless. Suddenly, Lin Tao recalled a famous saying from his past: "Which leader can withstand such a test?" After a brief moment of admiration, he closed his eyes to contemplate other matters. Uncertain of what to consider during this beastification process and lacking the knowledge to intervene, he reasoned that providing energy was sufficient. The rest was up to Zhu Zhuqing herself. He had no intention of stimulating her with mental energy to keep her alert, as their relationship did not warrant such efforts. Simply offering energy support was already a significant contribution. Moreover, Lin Tao was unsure whether forcibly awakening Zhu Zhuqing would yield adverse effects. Thus, everything hinged on her own capabilities. Time passed in this peculiar manner, one standing, embodying a martial spirit and making constant adjustments, while the other lay down, sometimes gazing with open eyes, at other times closing them to ponder, occasionally rising to change angles for a better view. Lin Tao did not take Zhu Zhuqing's beastification lightly, for his abilities encompassed comprehensive healing. Coupled with the active absorption during her transformation, he focused on saturating her with healing energy, believing that an abundant supply would suffice. The notion of waste held little significance for him. The energy he released was trivial compared to his recovery rate. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Under the pure energy supply, Zhu Zhuqing radiated an ethereal grace. A layer of violet luminescence enveloped her, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure clad in form-fitting leather attire. Occasionally, Lin Tao found himself momentarily entranced. Losing his composure as a transient flicker of desire overcame him. This fleeting lapse, however, quickly reminded him of his identity as a traveler in this fantastical realm. In this world, wealth and power were mere secondary pursuits. Without martial prowess, they were fleeting and insubstantial. At this juncture, Lin Tao began to strategize. He understood that the conservative aristocrats of the Tiando Empire had yet to ascend to power, and time had elapsed considerably. The progress of the 7th Divine Exam task remained stagnant. Lin Tao contemplated how to bolster the conservative factions. Envisioning a surprise attack on the Tiando City's Wuwen Temple branch, followed by an assault on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. By inciting discord among these 3 factions, he aimed to further entangle their influence, thereby creating space for the Imperial City. As Lin Tao pondered the execution of his plan to dismantle the Tiando Empire and empower the aristocrats, a sudden revelation struck his mind. 7th Divine Exam. Destroy the Tiando Empire, support the aristocrats. Task completed. Comprehensive 7th Divine Exam. Save the Xinghua Empire, annihilate the Tiando Empire. The deadline was set for 1 year. With 7 months already elapsed, the task's objectives had been met. Save the Xinghua Empire, eliminate Dai Mubai, and restore the initial selection system of the Xinghua Empire, while demolishing the Tiando Empire and supporting the aristocrats to facilitate the ascendance of Prince Xuexing. Lin Tao was taken aback by the abrupt completion of the divine examination. Reflecting upon this unexpected achievement, he recalled that in Douluo Continent, the conservative royal representative of the Tiando Empire was primarily centered around Prince Xuexing. He was the brother of the former emperor, the Night Emperor, and belonged to the traditional royal faction, advocating for the preservation of noble privileges while exhibiting hostility towards emerging forces like Shrek Academy and Tang San. As a conservative leader, he upheld the interests of traditional aristocracy, viewing the Wuhuan Temple with suspicion and expressing distrust towards the rising Soul Master factions. He had previously leveraged the influence of Dugu Bo to compel Shrek Academy to vacate the Tiando Royal Academy, which strained relations between Shrek and the royal family. With Lin Tao's intervention, it was likely that Prince Xuexing would not ally with Tang San as he did in the original narrative. Given the uncertain standing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School among the conservatives, Lin Tao was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, as the Wuhuan Temple, having engaged in confrontations with the Haotian sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would likely not exert excessive pressure on the Tiando Empire. Thus, a coalition among the various factions of the Tiando Empire was improbable in the near future, following Tang San's directives. Lin Tao harbored skepticism towards the original narrative, questioning why Tang San, possessing nothing but the identity of Tang Hao's son, could garner support from numerous factions. He contemplated the notion that Tang San's dual martial spirits and his groundbreaking theories on soul rings might constitute an investment in a promising contender. Nonetheless, this was precisely what Lin Tao found distasteful, a single empire with so many sections. It is indeed disheartening to witness such subservience for a so-called genius. This clearly indicates that the current Douluo Continent is suffering from a severe waste of resources, with spirit beasts facing significant threats to their survival, leading to a decline in quality and consequently resulting in a general lack of excellence among spirit masters. However, now is not the time for self-exhibition. Without a sufficiently strong background, one must rely on self-preservation through martial prowess. Otherwise, excessive self-display would not only undermine Tang San, but also invite trouble upon oneself. The rewards for completing the 7th Divine Examination lie within the mark on Lin Tao's forehead, which he can extract at any moment. Specifically, the Divine Spirit Ring bestowed by the Fire Dragon King. Unburdened, Lin Tao turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, finding her even more enchanting than before. Perhaps this is the effect of focusing intently on a singular task. On the 5th day, Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled, her eyelids and fingers quivering. In Lin Tao's spiritual perception, Zhu Zhuqing had regained her consciousness. He conveyed through his mental power, "Your martial soul has undergone evolution. Seize this opportunity wisely." Awakening, Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed the changes in her body and martial soul. At Lin Tao's prompting, she also noticed Yi Lung Lung lying on the ground, perplexed by how he had come to be there and wondering where that man had gone. However, there was no time for Zhu Zhuqing to ponder further. She soon closed her eyes again to feel the transformations in her body and martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's assumption of control expedited the process, demanding ever more soul power. As Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul's devouring power intensified, Lin Tao continuously augmented his soul power output, maintaining a supply exceeding Zhu Zhuqing's needs by 100%, allowing her to absorb freely without burden. In the 49th chapter, emotions surged. As Zhu Zhuqing took control of her body, consciously enduring the evolution of her martial soul, she began to wrap things up in just 2 days. Through this evolution, Zhu Zhuqing observed Yi Long, whom she had encountered only a few times lying on the ground, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Yet, the soul power he exhibited was utterly terrifying. Although Zhu Zhuqing had previously been unaware of how much energy she required, it was evident that the energy needed to take control of her body far exceeded that of a titled Douluo. Remarkably, Yi Long showed no signs of fatigue. Could it be that yet another extraordinary being had emerged beyond her understanding? Having been unsettled by Lin Tao, Zhu Zhuqing no longer regarded the Shrek's 7 monsters as mere anomalies. She herself was merely the most ordinary of Shrek's martial souls, and if not for her ability to merge with Dai Mubai's martial soul, she might have envied her companion's martial powers. Due to her perception of Yi Long's unusual demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words in greeting him. Lin Tao had no intention of further teasing her. Instead, he transformed into the Shadow Destroyer before her eyes, evoking a mix of admiration and confusion within Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to blush. She realized that this person had been circling around her, scrutinizing her from every angle, inducing a feeling of vulnerability despite her attire. A profound sense of embarrassment washed over her. Lin Tao gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to be in a state of bashfulness. Stretching languidly, he remarked, "I've been your guardian for several days now. You ought to express your gratitude." Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head even further, her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. Observing this, Lin Tao felt an overwhelming surge of desire, having been in close proximity to her for a full 5 days. 3 hours later, Lin Tao found himself bewildered by the circumstances that led to such an intimate moment. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in Lin Tao's embrace, was equally perplexed. Her mind a blank canvas. This sensation persisted even in the present moment. Lin Tao's gaze drifted to a patch of crimson nearby, and he cursed the absence of a cigarette. Rising to his feet, he retrieved several outfits from his soul guide device. Since acquiring the ability to transform, he had stocked a plethora of male garments within it. Zhu Zhuqing remained still, curled up as she was. After donning his attire, Lin Tao produced some female clothing, which he had purchased himself, as his previous garments had been rendered unwearable during their training at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Most of the female clothing he acquired leaned toward a more androgynous style. Leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Tao urged, "Choose an outfit to wear. I shall regale you with a tale." Although Zhu Zhuqing possessed her own storage soul guide, she opted not to retrieve her clothes, instead selecting a suitable ensemble from Lin Tao's collection, which she donned in his presence. She also gathered the remnants of her torn leather jacket, placing it into her own soul guide. Lin Tao, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing had her own soul guide, realized that it was only natural for someone of her stature to possess such an item. As night descended, Lin Tao hunted a wild boar soul beast and commenced roasting it over an open fire. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to expertly control the flames and gauge the doneness of the meat. Subsequently, Lin Tao seated himself beside Zhu Zhuqing, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Realizing her inability to escape his embrace, she acquiesced, and he began to earnestly narrate his experiences on the Douluo Continent. He framed the Douluo Continent as an alternate reality while maintaining the essence of the kingly system, explaining that he had originally been in the body of a male, accidentally traversing into the body of Yi Long. He recounted how he unexpectedly returned to his male form, glossing over the more sensitive details of his situation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was not taken aback, for being held by Lin Tao was the most astonishing occurrence in itself. Everything else seemed entirely plausible to her. Even the notion of Dai Mubai's resurrection would not have surprised her. As the boar roasted to perfection, Lin Tao released Zhu Zhuqing, sprinkling salt over the meat. Although he was not particularly skilled in barbecue, his strong mental abilities allowed him to ascertain the meat's readiness. He tore off a leg, taking a bite and finding it palatable. Subsequently, he offered the other leg to Zhu Zhuqing. "You haven't eaten or drunk in 5 days. Though my soul power has been continuously restoring your physical functions, it is still wise to consume something." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the boar's leg, and together they savored the succulent meat. Since the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Tao has taken to using a blanket at night. Previously, for the sake of quick escapes, he would sleep in his clothes, leaning against a tree in the wilderness. The use of a blanket was a strong insistence from Zhu Zhuqing, but fortunately, Both of them had their daily necessities within their soul guides. As Lin Tao continued to live in the wild with Zhu Zhuqing for 7 days. The most unfortunate aspect was the state of Zhu Zhuqing's clothing, which was nearly destroyed and in need of replacement almost daily. Throughout these 7 days, Lin Tao found a brief respite, as the pressure to grow stronger in this new world of Douluo Continent was finally alleviated. During this time, Lin Tao observed that Zhu Zhuqing was undergoing a significant transformation in her martial soul. Her strength, speed, and agility had all increased by over 300%. Moreover, her soul power level had broken through to level 63 from her previous level of 56. For reasons unknown, her soul rings had absorbed an immense amount of pure energy during this evolution, turning the first 5 rings black. The last soul ring, originally a 30,000-year-old one, now felt akin to one that was 70,000 years old. The previous 4 rings also surpassed the original 5th ring, all hovering around 30,000 years. Lin Tao could not comprehend this anomaly, concluding that perhaps the energy absorbed by her martial soul had unconsciously transformed her soul rings. Such opportunities were rare, as soul rings typically followed a closed cycle, making it difficult to surpass existing limits. This reminded Lin Tao of the Shrek's 7 Devils journey to Sea God Island for the Sea God's trials, which included the possibility of enhancing soul ring quality. He pondered whether Zhu Zhuqing would accompany him there, and if Tang San would still go to Sea God Island. But he determined that he needed to take Zhu Zhuqing there for further enhancement. The following day, Lin Tao left a shadow mark on Zhu Zhuqing's body, instructing her to head to Tiando City to procure daily necessities before taking her to a place for training. He also shared his past encounters with Tang San, explaining that he had developed a deadly rivalry with him. Zhu Zhuqing merely nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Watching her leave, Lin Tao remarked that she was indeed the most taciturn protagonist in the Douluo Continent. Subsequently, Lin Tao utilized his void domain to vacate the area, traveling hundreds of miles away from Tiando City. Once he confirmed that there were no people within 100 miles through his mental probe, he began to receive the divine soul ring from the Fire Dragon King. With his eyes closed, Lin Tao focused on the mark at his brow, channeling his thoughts to extract the rewards. As he did so, a wave of energy emanated from his brow, enveloping him, causing his figure to gradually blur. Soon, he realized he was no longer in his previous location, but surrounded by a golden expanse. He chuckled to himself, recognizing this as a special space. His intention to avoid disturbance by distancing himself from Tiando City had been successful. After mentally surveying the surrounding area for several hundred miles, he settled into a meditative position, ready to receive the divine soul ring. Not long after, a countdown echoed through the space, announcing the arrival of the Fire Dragon King's divine soul ring. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a radiant golden energy beam surged towards Lin Tao. Aware of the formidable power contained within the remains of the Dragon King, Lin Tao understood the necessity of enduring to reap the utmost benefits. The moment the golden energy enveloped him, he unleashed the Nine-Star Begonia martial soul. In pursuit of maximizing his gains, Lin Tao not only transformed into the ice-cold leaf form, but also resolved to enhance the Nine-Star Begonia with the divine bestowed soul ring. Given that he now possessed dual martial souls, Lin Tao felt that the soul ring configuration of the Nine-Star Begonia was somewhat inadequate. Inspired by Zhu Zhuqing's beast transformation, Lin Tao aspired to see if the divine bestowed soul ring could alter the age of the first 4 soul rings of the Nine-Star Begonia under such conditions. Although unsure of how to initiate this process, his unique physique allowed for experimentation. As the golden energy enveloped him completely, Lin Tao felt a profound sense of relief as pure energy began to cleanse his entire being. This was the advantage of the divine bestowed soul ring over other hunting soul rings. With sufficient perseverance and the ability to endure, one could attain the optimal age for soul rings and skills that were ideally aligned with their martial soul. Lin Tao's unique bloodline severely restricted his ability to acquire skills from other soul beasts. He sought not only to enhance the potential of the Nine-Star Begonia, but also hoped to break the singular healing lineage through the divine bestowed soul ring. In the divine realm, the god of life's staff illuminated, and the goddess of life smiled, glancing at the staff. "What an intriguing little fellow," she remarked, "to have completed the 7th divine trial so swiftly." While extracting the energy of the Fire Dragon King, I discovered a fraction of the dragon's soul still within the dragon bones. Let us use that dragon soul to completely resolve the hidden dangers within your body. Standing beside the goddess of life, the god of destruction remarked, "I sense a unique energy beyond the rules emanating from that young man. I suspect the hidden dangers he bears pose no threat to him, yet it would be beneficial to eliminate them before he attains the rank of title Douluo." Returning to Lin Tao, he fervently absorbed the pure energy, alleviating the slow pace of his soul power cultivation. In the presence of divine energy, Lin Tao felt as if all the pores of his body had opened, initiating a rhythmic breath, and the previously stagnant soul power began to rise. As he absorbed the energy, he consciously directed it towards the first 4 soul rings of the Nine-Star Begonia. After numerous attempts, Lin Tao found that the soul rings were akin to tightly locked security doors, impervious without the correct code. The drawn energy lingered just outside the soul rings. He continued to amplify the energy supply, yet the energy consistently bypassed the soul rings. While absorbing energy, Lin Tao refrained from forceful attempts. As the golden energy cascaded and intensified, so did the pressure on Lin Tao. He realized he needed to focus solely on absorbing the energy, relinquishing any distractions regarding the enhancement of the other soul rings. Internally, he had already deemed this attempt a failure and began to fully embrace the golden energy, preparing to condense the 6th soul ring of the Nine-Star Begonia. The golden energy surged with each passing moment, and Lin Tao, determined to acquire the best possible age for his soul ring, began to withstand the mounting pressure, preparing to condense the soul ring at the limits of his endurance. The ever-increasing energy enveloped the entire golden space, reminiscent of being submerged underwater, saturated with power. The intense energy coursed through Lin Tao's body, shifting from a refreshing sensation to one of suffocating pressure. The robust physique of Lin Tao emitted creaking sounds as his bones shifted. In the state of the Dark Destruction God, Lin Tao's physical defenses were tripled. However, from the knowledge acquired through the King's system regarding soul rings, he understood that this Dark Destruction God state could not accommodate the configuration of soul rings. Essentially, the system still recognized Yi Lung Lung as the primary entity, with the Dark Destruction God state merely representing a form of skill. As Lin Tao felt the immense pressure bearing down on his bones, he endeavored to extract every ounce of potential from his body. He was acutely aware that under such extreme pressure, the opportunity to unleash his potential was rare. Hence, he was reluctant to easily condense a soul ring. At that moment, while Lin Tao was refining his body with golden energy and drawing forth his potential, a dragon's roar reverberated, striking at his spirit. The voice echoed within his consciousness. Despicable human, loathsome God, how dare you encroach upon the power of this dragon? You insignificant creature, perish. Lin Tao was taken aback. How could there be a soul assault? The so-called divine soul rings were deemed divine for a reason, representing a risk-free opportunity to attain one's limits. Lin Tao was skeptical, believing that the life god and the destruction god, as supreme deities, would have surely detected the presence of a soul lingering within the remains of a dragon long deceased. However, there was no time for Lin Tao to ponder other matters. The fierce dragon's roar and the soul assault had already penetrated his mental sea. He summoned all his mental fortitude to resist. The golden dragon's soul invaded his mental ocean, wreaking havoc upon his mental strength. This was fundamentally different. Despite the energy's modest quantity, its quality was vastly superior. Gazing at the destructive dragon phantom, Lin Tao steeled himself and shouted, "How dare you, after all these years, put on airs before me, regardless of whether you are a dragon or a god? As a transmigrator, I refuse to be subdued by you." Lin Tao's mental power, unyielding and fearless, began to manifest various weapons, which he directed towards the dragon phantom. As the circumstances changed for Lin Tao, the flow of the surrounding space slowed dramatically. In contrast to the speed within his mental sea, the external transmission seemed to come to a standstill. Nonetheless, the immense energy continued to impact Lin Tao's body. In this unconscious state, the surging energy began to circulate throughout Lin Tao's form. While the pace was exceedingly slow, it represented a genuine infusion of energy. Amidst this near standstill, the soul rings that had formed closed loops suddenly revealed vulnerabilities, allowing energy to seep through these gaps. This was the enhancement of the soul ring's lifespan that Lin Tao had long coveted. Regrettably, the influx of energy was also progressing at an exceedingly slow pace, albeit with remarkable purity. Though the quantity was limited, its quality was substantial. Even a small amount could affect considerable change. Yet, everything hinged on how swiftly Lin Tao could resolve the turmoil within his mental sea. The longer the delay, the greater the enhancement of his soul ring. Unbeknownst to him, profound changes were occurring in the external world. Lin Tao had already cursed the 2 supreme deities countless times in his heart. What had initially posed no threat had now escalated into a situation where his very life was at risk. The dragon's soul was of a grade far beyond his own, and although he possessed a quantitative advantage, it was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Without causing any harm to the other party, Lin Tao could only rely on his formidable regenerative abilities. He contemplated summoning the head spirit bone, yet his head spirit bone was unlike others, as it harbored the soul of the 10,000 Demons King. Lin Tao was acutely aware that his relationship with the 10,000 Demons King was merely one of collaboration. He was uncertain whether involving the 10,000 Demons King would pose any risks. Should the dragon's soul unite with it, he might not even comprehend how his demise would unfold. Chapter 51, Perfect Enhancement. As Lin Tao relentlessly pursued the dragon soul with his mental prowess, the ethereal form of the dragon soul began to exhibit signs of fragmentation. At that moment, Lin Tao's condition was akin to that of the god of life, who had never anticipated such a scenario. The god of life had originally surmised that the dragon soul's might was beyond Lin Tao's capacity to contend with, and would invariably prompt the immediate activation of the head spirit bone. Consequently, the contingency left by the god of life within the dragon soul would swiftly seize control and eradicate the spirit of the 10,000 demons king concealed within Lin Tao's head spirit bone. Lin Tao exerted his mental energy in an exaggerated manner, engaging in a war of attrition at a ratio of 1 to 10,000 to deplete the energy of the dragon soul's spirit. Every passing moment weighed heavily on him, as fatigue enveloped him. Although his regenerative capacity was remarkable, the sheer expenditure of mental energy was proving to be overwhelming. The accumulating sense of weakness incessantly assailed Lin Tao's nerves. He understood that unless the current situation was altered and the residual dragon soul was annihilated, he would ultimately be overwhelmed. However, Lin Tao was reluctant to gamble with the 10,000 Demons King, who possessed the souls of spirit beasts spanning 500,000 years and was particularly adept at mental assaults. Although summoning the head spirit bone would enhance his mental prowess alongside the assistance of the 10,000 Demons King, Lin Tao harbored reservations about the potential malintent of the 10,000 Demons King. His strength lay in his recovery, not in repelling invasions. The thought of his mental energy being wholly obliterated and occupied by the 10,000 Demons King was a terrifying prospect he dared not contemplate. Thus, Lin Tao preferred to refrain from utilizing the head spirit bone unless absolutely necessary, and even then, with utmost caution. He would never resort to it in such a critical moment of life and death. Lin Tao's healing abilities offered no respite from his mental exhaustion. They merely elevated his emotional state, alleviating his fatigue to a degree. He was acutely aware that the longer he prolonged this state, the worse his condition would become. Ultimately, resorting to the head spirit bone would prove even more detrimental for him. In his heart, Lin Tao repeatedly cursed the two fools for being incapable of managing such a divine spirit ring, all while seeking a successor. Without the requisite prowess, what need had they for an heir? He was on the brink of peril. Through his internal cursing, Lin Tao experienced a surge of mental exhilaration, momentarily alleviating his fatigue. Meanwhile, the goddesses of life and destruction in the divine realm both sneezed simultaneously. As two principal deities, their bodies had long been impervious to toxins. Yet, both deities found themselves sneezing at the same time and exchanged glances. In that moment, the god of destruction remarked, "I have been thinking of you. Could it be that you were thinking of me as well?" As the god of destruction indulged in whimsical thoughts, inappropriate scenes began to unfold within the temple. At that point, Lin Tao merely wished for a small reprieve, cursing, "What audacity you both have. I'm in the midst of cursing you, and you're still managing to carry on as if nothing is amiss." Choosing an heir requires careful consideration, for within the dragon's bone resides a lingering soul. I find myself at a loss, feeling utterly passive, while the two of you indulge in your affections. As time inexorably flows, Lin Tao can no longer invigorate himself through exuberant emotions. He is engulfed in profound fatigue. In this moment, Lin Tao feels as if he has been administered a sedative. The more his condition deteriorates, the less he dares to utilize the soul bone of his head. Regret washes over him for not having addressed the potential threat of the Demon King of 10,000 beasts sooner. Alas, while remedies abound, none exist for regret. Lin Tao indeed contemplated that the Demon King might aid in his ascension, and that when he attained divinity or encountered promising successors, he could allow the Demon King to seize control. It would serve as a form of closure for the Demon King. As Lin Tao's state worsens, unbeknownst to him, a dark seed begins to stir in a hidden corner of his spiritual ocean. The moment this black seed awakens, the soul of the Demon King opens its eyes within the head soul bone. The Demon King muses, "How little time has passed. I anticipated intervening as you ascended to the rank of titled Douluo or achieved godhood, yet here we are, teetering on the brink of peril. Although seizing you now may not yield the best outcome, your talent is indeed remarkable. My intervention cannot resolve your plight, for you would discern my lingering presence within your mind. Thus, I await until your condition deteriorates further, at which point I shall claim both your body and your extraordinary talent." With that, the Demon King closes his eyes once more, continuously siphoning energy from the head soul bone, poised for action. Lin Tao's spirit has reached the limits of exhaustion, yet he persists. For a fragment of the dragon's soul has shattered. Had it not been for Lin Tao's passive recovery ability, he would have succumbed to becoming a puppet long ago. He resumes cursing the god of life and the god of destruction. By shifting his focus, he reignites a spark of fervor, resisting the overwhelming fatigue that threatens his spirit. Meanwhile, the dragon's soul finds itself in a state of frustration. It originally intended to utterly annihilate this feeble human. From its perspective, even with its dwindling spirit, it should not be belittled by someone who is not even a titled Douluo. Yet, when the battle ensues, the dragon's soul acknowledges the disparity in spiritual might. To its surprise, an unending torrent of spiritual energy emerges, compelling the dragon to contemplate self-destruction. However, out of respect for its own dignity, it hesitates to explode for the sake of a mere human. This scenario demands a titled Douluo to expend their ninth soul skill to eradicate an exceptionally ordinary blue-silver grass. Does the dragon not value its own pride? The dragon's soul recognizes that this human is significantly depleting its spiritual energy, and the exhaustion stemming from this spiritual drain is undoubtedly severe. Thus, to uphold the dragon's honor, it must strive to incapacitate this human. As Lin Tao's spiritual energy begins to circulate and command, he realizes he is nearing his limit. If he does not devise a strategy soon, all will be lost. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy courses through him, geometrically amplifying his strength. Lin Tao understands that this is the enhancement effect of his head soul bone, yet he has not actively employed it. The Demon King remains ensconced within the head soul bone. Without Lin Tao's deliberate action, the Demon King is effectively sealed within. Lin Tao contemplated a possibility. He had been ensnared, undoubtedly a ploy devised by the King of 10,000 Demons, who must have left some contingency outside his mental realm. However, Lin Tao remained uncertain of the King of 10,000 Demons' true intentions. Was he an ally or merely a predator waiting to exploit his plight? He could hear the voice of the King of 10,000 Demons, questioning why he would not assist him in such a dire state. Are you wary of me? The amplification of his mental power, courtesy of the soul bone in his head, momentarily shifted the tide for Lin Tao, whose spirit was on the brink of collapse. The dragon's spirit, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of mental energy, faltered as well, struggling to maintain its composure. Just as the dragon's spirit, devoid of dignity, contemplated unleashing its remaining energy in a self-destructive act to render this human a mere husk, it realized that its soul had been tampered with. The consciousness of the dragon's spirit began to dissipate rapidly. However, before the spirit could fully lament its plight, its awareness vanished entirely. Soon after, the dragon spirit's essence glimmered with intensified vitality. In the midst of extreme fatigue, Lin Tao could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness. The light that enveloped him purified the ocean of his spirit, smoothing over every facet, be it the energy of the dragon spirit or Lin Tao's own mental power. Ultimately, under the influence of this energetic fluctuation, the King of 10,000 Demons was completely vanquished, along with the dark seed lurking in a corner of Lin Tao's psyche. As the dust settled, a green radiance flickered by. Lin Tao, still unconscious, began to recover. The overwhelming fatigue that had previously plagued him dissipated rapidly. In this state of profound energy depletion, Lin Tao's recovery surpassed mere restoration of his mental power. He emerged in an even more exalted condition, akin to the benefits derived from flirting with death. As he regained his composure, the ethereal image of the goddess of life appeared in his mental ocean. Lin Tao understood then that everything was under her dominion, but just as he sought to inquire further, her image faded away. With renewed determination, Lin Tao commenced the reclamation of his physical form. As his spirit re-entered his body, the flow of energy surrounding him began to accelerate, facilitating his restoration. The energy, having located the gaps in the soul rings, surged forth with increasing velocity until it reached a point where it could no longer be assimilated into the soul rings, reverting everything to its original state. In the 52nd chapter, titled Journey to Sea God Island, Lin Tao, while reclaiming his body, felt the energy pressure nearing his physical limits. Yet, he experienced no discomfort. From a state of extreme exhaustion, he transitioned to one of profound comfort, sensing that his mental power had ascended to an entirely new echelon. However, Lin Tao recognized that his body was approaching its limits, a discrepancy caused by the overwhelming strength of his mental power. He chose not to press further and instead focused on consolidating the soul ring. As Lin Tao guided the process, a golden soul ring began to descend slowly from above him. As this soul ring took shape, it began to merge seamlessly with Lin Tao's Nine-Star Begonia Spirit. His body relaxed significantly, and the intense pressure surrounding him gradually diminished alongside the formation of the soul ring. In this space, Lin Tao lost all sense of the passage of time, unaware of how long had transpired. When he finally opened his eyes again, a golden soul ring stabilized beside him. And within this golden realm, all energy had been expended. As Lin Tao opened his eyes, he distinctly sensed that the space around him was rejecting his presence. He understood that he could no longer remain in this realm. Upon rising, he noticed the environment had transformed. Before long, Lin Tao found himself back at the location where he was meant to receive the Divine Soul Ring. Expanding his mental energy, Lin Tao felt a remarkable fluidity in his psychic force, far superior to his previous experiences. His formidable mental power swiftly scanned the area within several hundred miles. Previously, such a vast distance necessitated slow exploration. Now he accomplished it merely by releasing his mental energy while remaining stationary. Upon releasing his soul rings once more, he suddenly perceived 6 rings: black, 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 red, and gold. Lin Tao recalled that his previous 9-star Begonia had been yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. He was perplexed as to how his soul rings had inexplicably advanced beyond his age limit. He recognized that his 5th soul ring, the enormous tortoise, had surpassed 70,000 years, and now it transformed into a 100,000 year red ring, equivalent to an increase of at least 30,000 years. Subsequently, Lin Tao experienced each soul ring in turn and concluded that the first 5 had uniformly increased by approximately 40,000 years. His 5th soul ring had now reached an astonishing 120,000 years. His 6th soul ring had just surpassed 1,000,000 years, nearing 1,010,000 years. This substantial enhancement made Lin Tao acutely aware of the significant increase in soul power that his body could now accommodate. Simultaneously, the 6th soul ring granted him an innovative method of releasing his unchanging healing techniques. However, it still failed to break the constraints of his bloodline, leaving him without additional skills. Now, his healing was not as sluggish as before. It transformed into a collective healing method within a designated range. Unintentionally, anyone within Lin Tao's reach could benefit from his healing abilities. With deliberate guidance, he could also target specific individuals within that range for treatment. This broader release area significantly accelerated the healing process, albeit at a considerably higher cost. Nevertheless, with the overall enhancement of his soul rings, Lin Tao's soul power had multiplied several times over. He felt capable of contending with a level 99 limit Douluo, although that remained merely his perception, as there were only a few such limit Douluos in the Douluo Continent, and he had yet to engage any of them in battle. One thing Lin Tao was certain of was that he currently posed no lesser challenge than Tang Hao. In terms of soul power, he could undoubtedly suppress Tang Hao when he activated the God of Slaughter domain. Utilizing the Dark Destruction God transformation, Lin Tao adapted to the destructive soul power. At this moment, he was elated that he could form a suppression domain without delay. The closer one approached Lin Tao, the more intense the destructive soul power became. This destructive force required an equivalent or even greater consumption of Lin Tao's soul power. Unlike before, when Tang San and Tang Hao could evade within the original God of Death domain, this evolved version unleashed indiscriminately, inflicting soul power consumption upon anyone entering the range. The closer one was to Lin Tao, the greater the expenditure became. Lin Tao's soul power had risen from level 61 to level 65 thanks to the Divine Soul Ring. However, Lin Tao's soul power has ascended to a terrifying degree. Repeated enhancements to his physique have rendered his foundational soul power extraordinarily formidable. Each level of soul power augmentation now holds a distinct significance. Lin Tao harbors a sensation that upon reaching level 70 and subsequently adding a soul ring, he might attain an invincible state. Of course, all of this necessitates testing his limits against the tidal Dao surpassing Tang Hao to make a definitive judgment. After experiencing this transformation, Lin Tao maintained his Diablo form. He felt the marked location of Zhujiqing and swiftly made his way to Tiando City. During his rapid transit, he activated his head soul bone, experiencing an unprecedented smoothness alongside a staggering enhancement of his mental acuity. Consequently, Lin Tao gained a clearer understanding of his current prowess. As he approached Tiando City, which was under martial law, he noticed a considerable assembly of soldiers stationed outside the gates from a distance. Without hesitation, Lin Tao initiated his Shadow Mark's second phase of displacement, finding himself in a prearranged room where he was to meet Zhujiqing. His sudden appearance startled her, yet she quickly regained her composure and launched an attack. Lin Tao allowed her strike, simply embracing her slender waist. 5 hours later, the two departed the inn, both having changed into fresh attire. Lin Tao then guided Zhujiqing toward Hanhai City, the port on the western coast of the Tiando Empire. Lin Tao was aware that originally, it was Tang San who led the Shrek 7 monsters to this destination. Now, without the guidance of the sea god's heart, Lin Tao did not place his hopes on whether Tang San would adhere to the original plot and head toward Sea God Island. However, having secured Zhujiqing's companionship, He intended for her to test the waters of the sea god's legacy. As for their location, Lin Tao held confidence in his mental prowess, dismissing ordinary threats as inconsequential. This was unlike Tang San, who lacked the protection of a title de law. Otherwise, their situation would indeed have been perilous. With Lin Tao accompanying them, he believed a little time invested would suffice to ensure they would not be lost. Chapter 53. The Great White Shark of Demon Soul. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the ancient wooden floor. Lin Tao gazed out at the expanse of deep blue ocean. Sea God Island. Zhu Zhuqing approached from behind, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, the tips nearly brushing Lin Tao's shoulder. A faint fragrance, mingled with the scent of herbs, wafted into Lin Tao's nostrils. Was that not the island said to be sheltered by the sea god? It was rumored that without the guidance of the sea god's heart, no one could ascertain its location. Lin Tao turned around, raising a hand to gently caress Zhu Zhuqing's pale cheek. Your martial soul has evolved. Generally, cultivation progresses exceedingly slowly. But I believe that place may cultivate a different version of you. Besides, if you do not strive to grow stronger, it will be difficult for you to keep pace with me. Zhu Zhuqing grasped Lin Tao's wrist, a flicker of determination evident in her dark eyes. But it is far too dangerous. Without the sea god's heart, we may even be unable to traverse the protective territory of the great white shark of demon soul. My strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary soul master. You have witnessed it yourself. I have grown significantly stronger than before. No matter the danger, you need not worry. Currently, very few can pose a threat to me. Lin Tao's voice was deep and resolute. Even in the absence of the heart of the sea god, I can find the path to Sea God Island. He conjured a strand of silver light at his fingertips, which danced between the two of them, emanating a pulse of energy that was both exhilarating and unsettling. 7 days later, on the western coast, the salty sea breeze rustled Zhu Zhuqing's robes, producing a crisp sound. She gazed at the modest 20-meter-long single-masted sailboat before her, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Is this it? Lin Tao hoisted the last parcel aboard. The location of Sea God Island was a coveted secret among the great powers, and the less conspicuous the vessel, the less likely it was to attract attention. The old captain, a weathered soul master, was said to have glimpsed the outskirts of Sea God Island in his youth. The place was notoriously treacherous, he muttered while adjusting the sails, lamenting that without guidance, even the mightiest soul master could become lost in the vast ocean. Lin Tao smiled silently, standing at the bow, where silver mental energy wafted from him like mist, seamlessly blending into the surrounding winds and waves. The first 3 days of sailing were calm. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the deck, engrossed in her cultivation, while Lin Tao tirelessly released his mental energy, casting an invisible net to search for the fabled island in the boundless sea. At dawn on the 4th day, calamity struck. Another storm. The old captain's terrified shout jolted Zhu Zhuqing from her light slumber. She dashed out of the cabin, and the scene before her rendered her breathless. The once placid sea now roiled as if boiling, with ominous, ink-black clouds hanging low, intermittently illuminated by eerie purple lightning. What was most terrifying was that these bolts did not descend from the heavens, but surged upward from the ocean, piercing the sky. This was no ordinary storm. Lin Tao had appeared at her side without her noticing. Before he could finish his thought, a purple lightning bolt struck the sail, instantly searing a gaping hole into the canvas. The ship lurched violently, and the old captain along with several sailors were thrown toward the edge of the deck, perilously close to plummeting into the turbulent sea. Be careful. Zhu Zhuqing, channeling her martial soul, moved like lightning, swiftly rescuing 2 sailors. However, a 3rd sailor had already slipped overboard, letting out a desperate scream. In a critical moment, Lin Tao's eyes shimmered with silver light. He remained still. Yet the space surrounding the falling sailor warped, and in the next instant, the sailor appeared unharmed at the center of the deck, controlled by Lin Tao's mental prowess. Everyone, into the cabin. Lin Tao's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Black, 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 red, gold. The instant the blood-red 10,000-year soul ring materialized, the entire sea fell silent. With the emergence of the golden ring, the previously tumultuous sailboat was forcefully stabilized, suppressing the surrounding 100 meters of sea into tranquility. The red soul ring. The old captain gasped in shock and hurriedly ushered the sailors into the cabin. For him, the most formidable sight was the red soul ring. The golden ring was something he had never heard of. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing remained rooted in place, fully unleashing her nether spirit cat martial soul, with 5 black soul rings. I will assist you, Zhu Zhuqing declared to Lin Tao. He glanced at her, but did not refuse. He spread his arms wide, and a silvery light curtain emanated from his palms, swiftly enveloping the entire vessel. Violet lightning descended like torrential raindrops upon the dual protection, each strike causing the light curtain to tremble violently. Lin Tao merely gazed into the depths of the ocean. "Break," he uttered in a low voice, as dark destructive soul powers surged from within him. In an instant, the clouds were rent asunder, and the purple lightning scattered like a frightened swarm of serpents. The storm gradually abated, yet Lin Tao maintained a serene demeanor, poised for battle. He whispered to Zhu Zhuqing, "We have intruded upon the territory of the soul-devouring great white shark." As if to affirm his words, the ship suddenly jolted violently, followed by a second and a third tremor. Through the dissipating light curtain, Zhu Zhuqing beheld dozens of colossal shadows swiftly gliding beneath the ocean's surface, at least 30 ancient, soul-devouring great white sharks. Lin Tao quickly surmised that they could sense fluctuations in soul power. The earlier confrontation had drawn them near. A gargantuan shark, exceeding 15 meters in length, leaped from the water, its ivory teeth glistening with a chilling sheen under the sunlight. A golden stripe adorned its forehead, unmistakably marking it as the leader of the pack. 100,000-year soul beast. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted. Such a formidable sea soul beast would pose a challenge even to a titled Douluo, let alone in the adversary's domain. Nevertheless, Lin Tao placed a reassuring hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Standing at the bow of the ship, his silvery spiritual power radiated like ripples, directly connecting with the gaze of the shark leader. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded as the ferocious shark leader abruptly halted its assault, its massive form suspended upon the ocean's surface. Golden eyes fixated intently on Lin Tao. Lin Tao proceeded to unleash his second martial soul, 3 soul rings shimmering forth, an unparalleled surge of soul power soaring skyward. Zhu Zhuqing watched this spectacle with bated breath, her fingers instinctively tightening around the short sword at her waist. Moments later, the shark leader emitted a prolonged call, leading the pack to gradually descend into the deep sea. "They are leaving?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned in disbelief. Lin Tao took a deep breath, turning to her and stating, "This is my combat style. If I continue, I would annihilate them. Sometimes, soul beasts are more perceptive than humans." The ensuing voyage was unexpectedly tranquil. On the 5th day at noon, as the mist above the sea thickened abruptly, Lin Tao ordered the vessel to halt. Zhu Zhuqing observed as Lin Tao closed his eyes, a purplish-black soul bone materializing above his head. The headpiece glowed increasingly brighter until it emitted a beam of light into the dense fog. Initially, nothing transpired. Yet suddenly, the ocean's surface began to whirl, forming a colossal vortex. The mist was torn apart by some unseen force, revealing a passageway leading into the depths. "Hold on to me," Lin Tao instructed, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, enveloping them both in his spiritual power. The passage won't last long. They leaped into the vortex, the vessel and crew swiftly vanishing into the mist. Before their disappearance, Lin Tao cast a bag of gold coins from his soul guide. Zhu Zhuqing felt as though she were traversing a tunnel composed of water, the surrounding pressure threatening to crush her. Lin Tao's arm encircled her waist tightly, the silvery glow enveloping them, resisting the pull of the spatial passage. After an indeterminate duration, the pressure suddenly dissipated. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, finding herself standing upon a pristine white beach. Before her lay a lush green forest, and in the distance, towering peaks cradled a magnificent temple that sparkled in the sunlight. "Welcome to Sea God Island," Lin Tao softly spoke, yet his expression suddenly froze as a blue figure appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 54, Conflict. It was a woman clad in white, her azure hair dancing in the breeze. She stood barefoot upon the sand, leaving no footprints in her wake. Most astonishing of all was the golden trident mark emblazoned upon her forehead. To arrive here without the heart of the sea god is unprecedented. "You are the first in a millennium." Her voice, as gentle as the ocean waves yet imbued with strength, resonated as her deep blue eyes met Lin Tao's. "I am the guardian of this realm. You may call me the Sea Maiden." Upon hearing her name, Lin Tao recalled a series of revelations. Full name, Poseidon Heloise. Title, High Priestess and Embodiment of the Sea God of Sea God Island. Age, approximately 150 years, appearing to be around 30. Martial Soul, Sea God Mirror, a top-tier control-type martial soul. Soul Power Level, 99th Rank Limit Douluo. Title, Sea God Douluo. Status, Supreme Ruler of Sea God Island. Direct Superior of the 7 Sacred Pillars Guardians. Hair, gradient sea blue locks, the tips exuding a translucent wave-like essence. Eyes, deep-sea vortex-like golden blue heterochromia. Attire, a priestly robe woven from deep-sea silver threads, adorned with 108 oceanic soul pearls. Special mark, golden trident divine pattern upon her forehead. Martial soul ability, Sea God Mirror, capable of replicating the abilities of any observed martial soul up to 70, for a duration of 30 minutes. In a marine environment, it can perfectly replicate the characteristics of sea soul beasts. Ninth soul skill, mirror return to the sea, can simultaneously replicate 3 martial souls. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Purple, black, 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 red, special divine bestowed soul rings. 1. Sea Goddess voice, innate skill enables telepathic communication with all marine life. Can control sea soul beasts below 10,000 years, up to 3 simultaneously. 2. Tidal domain, domain skill manipulates water elements within a 10-kilometer radius. Enhances the effects of all water-type soul skills within the domain by 300. 3. Sea Goddess blessing, divine bestowed skill grants others a water-repellent state for 24 hours. Can resurrect once per month, only applicable to sea soul masters. Surface, graceful and composed, radiating divine majesty. Essence, possesses an almost obsessive protective instinct towards the marine ecosystem. Contradiction, as a divine servant, must maintain absolute impartiality, yet covertly assists pure-hearted sea soul masters. Lin Tao had not anticipated encountering this embodiment of the sea god upon his arrival at Sea God Island, especially considering her status as a 99th rank limit Douluo, which he greatly esteemed. Standing before Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Tao gazed intently at the sea maiden and declared, "I am aware of your identity, sea god Douluo. I too have been fortunate to discover this place. I have heard rumors that those who find Sea God Island may partake in the selection for the Sea Goddess heir, which is why I have brought the most suitable candidate." Lin Tao's words did little to sway Poseidon's belief, for after all, Sea God Island was safeguarded by a barrier of unique energy. Certainly, this individual is undoubtedly headed straight for Sea God Island, however, lacking the heart of the sea god. Their presence here signifies they are no ordinary individual. Lin Tao and Poseidon stand 10 paces apart, the air between them warping and shifting, revealing glimpses of silver and azure energies colliding fiercely in the void. The fine sands of the beach swirl without wind, forming a spiraling sandstorm that encircles the two. It has been 3 centuries. You are the first to dare confront me, a land soul master, head on upon Sea God Island. Poseidon's voice resonates as though emerging from the depths of the ocean, imbued with an ancient echo. The trident insignia upon her forehead radiates a blinding golden light, and a towering phantom of the sea god looms behind her. Lin Tao's robes billow, and silver-white mental energy coalesces around him, materializing into a formidable armor. His eyes have transformed into dazzling silver orbs. "Let me witness, sea god Douluo, whether you possess the might as rumored." Before the words fully escaped his lips, Lin Tao raised his hand, unleashing a concentrated silver beam that shot towards Poseidon like a piercing arrow. This seemingly simple attack concealed the essence of his frequently mutated mental power, potent enough to shatter the consciousness of an ordinary tidal Douluo in an instant. Intriguing. Poseidon neither evaded nor flinched, merely lifted her left hand. The space before her palm rippled like water, and the silver beam vanished within, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, only eliciting a faint ripple. Yet, in the next moment, Poseidon's expression shifted. The silver light she had redirected to another space forcefully penetrated the spatial barrier, brushing past her ear and causing a strand of blue hair to flutter down. Holy level mental power. Poseidon finally exhibited a serious demeanor, acknowledging, "It appears I have underestimated you." Lin Tao remained silent, gathering his mental energy once more. In an instant, the surroundings within 100 paces of him began to twist and transform. The beach, the waves, the palm trees swayed like ephemeral illusions, a testament to the overwhelming power of his mental force capable of momentarily rewriting reality. With a disdainful huff, Poseidon suddenly manifested a trident of deep azure in her hand. She lightly touched the tip to the ground, and a circle of blue radiance rapidly expanded. The areas touched by the glow instantly reverted to their original state. Yet the edges continued to clash violently with Lin Tao's silver light, emitting a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. To maintain your mental stance within my sea god domain indeed grants you a sense of pride. There was a hint of admiration in Poseidon's tone, yet this is, after all, Sea God Island. Just as Poseidon prepared to unleash her wrath, Lin Tao severed his mental energy. The previously released mental force swiftly suppressed by the sea god domain. Lin Tao understood he had exerted his full strength. Continuing the battle would spiral beyond controllable limits. Importantly, he was not truly here to contend with Poseidon, but to facilitate Zhu Zhuqing's participation in the sea god examination. Chapter 55, The Red Level 8 Trials. Lin Tao retracted his mental energy and bowed in apology, acknowledging that the sea god Douluo was indeed extraordinary. "I have exerted all my strength. To continue would only lead to my failure. It would be best to cease here." Poseidon did not respond verbally, akin to a punch striking air. She continued, "You intend to participate in the sea god inheritance test." Lin Tao promptly shook his head, insisting, "No, it is for my friend." With that, Lin Tao stepped aside, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to take her place at the forefront. Though Poseidon was not fond of the cunning Lin Tao, he could not deny the young man's formidable prowess. The girl, Poseidon, found herself somewhat surprised. Although her strength was average, the natural aura she emanated was anything but weak. Had it not been for the rule of Sea God Island, which allowed anyone who could breach its defenses, provided they were not heinous criminals, to attempt the legacy trial, Poseidon would have been more skeptical. She sensed no malevolent intent from Zhu Zhuqing, which at least indicated her eligibility for the trial. Thus, Poseidon chose not to press the matter further. In fact, upon detecting an attack on the defensive barrier, she had received the consciousness of the sea god's legacy, permitting the two to partake in the divine trial, which is why she appeared before them so promptly. However, upon encountering Lin Tao, whose desire for battle was overwhelming, she momentarily lost her composure and engaged in a skirmish. Yet, with a gracious opportunity for both to step back, they chose to yield. With a haughty snort, Poseidon turned and departed, signaling them to follow her to the divine examination. Under the vast azure sky of Sea God Island, Zhu Zhuqing stood alone at the foot of Sea God Mountain, gazing up at the towering Sea God Temple. Lin Tao offered her an encouraging glance, fully aware that Zhu Zhuqing originally possessed the potential to attain the 5th trial of the Black level. His intervention had not only allowed her martial soul to evolve, but had also enhanced her soul rings, elevating her beyond the weakest among Shrek Academy. Among the Shrek 7, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong had achieved the 7th trial of the Red level, while Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun faced the 6th trial of the Black level. Lin Tao was convinced that Zhu Zhuqing's potential had surpassed that of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, though he did not harbor illusions of her reaching the 9th trial of the Red level like Tang San. At that moment, a tremor coursed through Sea God Mountain, and a deep blue beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing. The sea god Douluo Poseidon materialized, her eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. How peculiar that the power of the sea god actively draws her in. Zhu Zhuqing felt a chilling, profound force surge within her, causing her spectral feline martial soul to release uncontrollably. The originally pitch-black silhouette of the cat now shimmered with a deep oceanic blue luminescence. After a moment of contemplation, Poseidon remarked, "Your martial soul seems to resonate with the ocean's undercurrents." It became clear that the spectral cat represented unparalleled speed and stealth, while the ocean contained unfathomable undercurrents, creating a perfect harmony in concealment and swiftness. Thus, the light of the sea god reacted uniquely to her. Lin Tao observed this wondrous spectacle, acutely aware that the original Zhu Zhuqing was destined to become the god of speed. Now, everything had irrevocably changed due to his intervention, and her not attaining the 9th trial of the sea god fell well within his expectations. The consciousness of the sea god descended, and a magnificent voice resonated across the sky. Ultimate assessment, Red Level 8 trial, commence. Poseidon was slightly moved. The Red Level 8 trial, second only to the sea god's 9th trial, signified that Zhu Zhuqing had the potential to touch the divine realm. 1. Dark current navigation. Traverse the forbidden realm of Sea God Island, the abyss of underworld, and endure amidst the tumultuous undercurrents of the ocean floor for the duration of an incense stick. This tests speed and endurance. 2. Shadows reflection. Defeating one's shadow avatar, a relentless duplicate possessing identical abilities. A test of self-breakthrough. 3. Deep sea hunt. Solo hunting of a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the spectral demon shark. A test of combat skills. 4. Divine light baptism. Ascending to the 330th step of the Sea God Mountain, enduring the purifying rays of divine light. A test of willpower. 5. Oath of the Netherworld. Collaborating with a soul master to unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Netherworld piercing, shattering the colossal reef, the sea calming steel. Outside Sea God Island. A test of bonds. 6. Night Guardian. Protecting a powerless mortal for an entire night amidst the tide of soul beasts. A test of character. 7. Divine awareness. Entering the Sea God Mirage, unraveling 7 layers of illusions. A test of mental fortitude. 8. Final trial, unrevealed, to be unlocked after the completion of the preceding 7 challenges. Chapter 56. 2 years of limitless enhancement on Sea God Island. Lin Tao resided on Sea God Island, but lacked the qualifications for permanent residence. Due to ongoing tensions with Poseidon, there were frequent conflicts. Yet out of respect for Zhu Zhuqing, who had achieved the Red Tier 8th trial, he was not expelled. Additionally, Poseidon remained uncertain about Lin Tao's true strength. Despite her confidence in her own level 99 ultimate Douluo, she sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. Lin Tao chose to live in a secluded area away from the main habitation of Sea God Island, sharing this space with Zhu Zhuqing as they both underwent the divine trials. During this period, Lin Tao refrained from checking the details of his 8th trial, fearing that it might involve a time-limited task which could force him to leave the sacred grounds of the sea god legacy, potentially inciting unforeseen consequences. Thus, he remained by Zhu Zhuqing's side, supporting her in completing her divine assessments. Over the past 2 years, Lin Tao witnessed Zhu Zhuqing endure immense challenges while simultaneously achieving unparalleled growth. First trial, navigating through the violent torrents of the abyssal dark stream. Difficulty, the water currents of the nether abyss reached supersonic speeds, each torrent akin to a razor-sharp blade. Even with Zhu Zhuqing's evolved martial soul at level 58, having undergone the divine trial validation and infused with mysterious power, and all her soul rings enhanced to over 10,000 years, her skin was still easily lacerated, blood mingling with the sea. The dark currents were unpredictable. One moment calm whirlpools could suddenly transform into high-pressure water blades. She suffered multiple hits from the currents, resulting in broken ribs and internal injuries. The pressure of the deep sea rendered her breaths nearly non-existent, depleting her soul power at an alarming rate, stretching a mere incense stick's duration into an eternity. Overcoming process. 1. Initial stage. She attempted to rely solely on her speed for evasion but quickly discovered that complete avoidance of the omnidirectional dark currents was impossible, leaving her body marred with wounds. 2. Strategy adjustment. She began to observe the rhythm of the dark currents, noting that certain areas experienced periodic reductions in flow. She daringly approached the rock face, utilizing its contours as buffers. 3. Ultimate breakthrough. In the final third of the trial, she relinquished her struggle against the currents, enveloping her entire body in soul power and mimicking the frequency of the dark currents, allowing her form to briefly merge with the water flow, thus minimizing harm. Ultimately, she emerged bloodied but victorious, enduring until the very end. Second trial, a fierce battle against the perfect replica of oneself. Challenges. The shadow possesses all her combat memories and instincts, even anticipating techniques she has yet to employ. Its attacks are devoid of emotion, each strike lethal, nearly piercing her heart on several occasions. Her conventional tactics, feints, and flanking prove utterly ineffective, plunging her into a complete stalemate. Overcoming the process. 1. Desperation phase. After being countered 3 consecutive times by the shadow's ethereal claw technique, her right shoulder is torn open to the bone. 2. Moment of insight. She realizes the shadow can only replicate actions that have already occurred. Deliberately, she introduces a 0.1 second delay in her thrust, causing the shadow to preemptively block, only to abruptly change her tactic to an ethereal strike, marking her first successful hit. 3. Psychological victory. She begins to deliberately execute counterintuitive, illogical maneuvers, such as suddenly charging forward while retreating, ultimately luring the shadow into revealing a flaw with a series of unconventional afterimages, culminating in a decisive blow that pierces its abdomen. Third trial, the deep-sea hunt for the phantom magic shark, a creature that has existed for 100,000 years. Challenges. The shark's skin can insulate against mental detection, rendering it completely invisible in the deep sea. Its predatory consumption generates spatial collapses, and any misstep could lead to being torn apart. The shark's blood is highly toxic, gradually paralyzing the nerves upon contact with a wound. Overcoming the process. 1. Stealth phase. She remains motionless among coral for 72 hours, reducing her heartbeat to 10 beats per minute, ultimately capturing the shark's 0.5 second vulnerability when its gills open while feeding. 2. Fatal mistake. In her first attack, she is struck by the shark's tail fin, fracturing her left leg. She promptly encases the wound in soul energy to prevent the spread of toxic blood. 3. Reverse strike. As the shark opens its mouth for a second time, she channels all her soul energy into her right claw, piercing its brain from within its jaw. The dying shark shatters 3 of her ribs, yet she clings to its jawbone until its demise. Fourth trial, ascending the 330 divine steps bathed in divine light. Challenges. The divine pressure increases geometrically with each step, and by the 300th step, the weight is akin to carrying a small mountain. The divine light scorches the soul, inducing the illusion of being sliced by 1,000 blades. By the 290th step, her kneecap begins to crack, and her vision blurs due to intracranial bleeding. Overcoming the process. 1. Rhythm control. For the first 200 steps, she employs a steady strategy of 3 steps with a breath, conserving her strength. 2. Willpower surge. By the 310th step, her legs lose sensation, prompting her to climb using her hands, her nails splitting but her resolve unyielding. 3. Final sprint. At the 332nd step, she suddenly comprehends that pressure can serve as thrust, utilizing divine pressure to catapult herself to the final step, landing with a spurt of blood, yet bearing a smile. Chapter 57, Limitless Enhancement 2. Fifth Trial, The Oath of the Underworld and Lin Tao shattering the Sea Suppression Tablet. In this fifth trial, she must choose a companion, and without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing selects Lin Tao. Lin Tao agrees, but to facilitate Zhu Zhuqing's greater growth, he will primarily support her attacks, allowing her to glean more insights during the divine trials. Challenges. The Sea Suppression Tablet is forged from deep-sea silver mother, its hardness surpassing that of diamond. In the form of the ethereal feline, their fused soul powers risk backlash with the slightest miscalculation. The stone monument's surface can rebound with an attack power of 30, and Lin Tao's right arm was fractured during a powerful impact. Lin Tao absorbed the entirety of the rebound from the attacks. The process of overcoming this challenge involved several steps. 1. Initial failure. Lin Tao's strength lagged slightly behind Zhu Zhuqing's excessive speed, resulting in a 0.3-second misalignment during their fusion, which caused him to be violently propelled 100 meters away. 2. Harmonious adjustment. Zhu Zhuqing proactively reduced her speed by 10, aligning her rhythm with Lin Tao's, and the two of them repeatedly simulated the fusion trajectory in their mental realm. 3. Ultimate coordinated strike. During their third attempt, Zhu Zhuqing combined the penetrating force of her phantasmic thrust with Lin Tao's destructive soul power at a microscopic level, creating high-frequency shockwaves that dismantled the stone monument on a molecular scale. Lin Tao primarily relied on Zhu Zhuqing's offensive power, intending merely to release a fraction of his destructive soul energy to complement her strikes, for he sensed that exerting merely half of his strength could achieve direct destruction. The sixth trial. The Night Guardian protects a mortal girl from the onslaught of soul beasts. The challenges faced included: the girl, paralyzed by fear, continuously ran amok, frequently escaping the protective perimeter. Among the soul beasts was a 3-headed, 90,000-year-old soul-devouring lamp jellyfish, whose tentacles could siphon soul energy from a distance. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing's vision was obscured, forcing her to rely on her auditory senses and airflow to gauge the direction of attacks. The process of overcoming these obstacles was as follows. 1. Tactical error. In the initial phase, an attempt to annihilate all soul beasts nearly resulted in the girl being dragged to the ocean floor by a lurking shadow eel. 2. Strategic shift. She altered her approach to create a circular wall of fire using the phoenix feathers left by Ma Hongjun, engaging in guerrilla tactics from the perimeter. 3. Domain awakening. As her soul energy neared depletion, she unconsciously unleashed the eternal night domain, reducing the movement speed of all beings within the area by 20%, allowing her to endure until dawn. The seventh trial. The mental clarity required to break free from the 7 layers of heart demon illusions. The difficulties presented included the deepest fears manifested in each layer. 1. Being executed as a discarded child by her family. 2. Lin Tao sacrificing himself to save her. 3. The entire Shrek team perishing in a soul beast tide due to her mistake. 4. Losing her humanity after ascension. 5. Witnessing her own aging while Lin Tao remains eternal. 6. The sea god declaring her perpetually unworthy. 7. An infinite cycle of the first 6 layers of illusions. The process of overcoming these fears involved. In the first 5 layers, she succumbed to sorrow each time, but ultimately chose to press on despite it. In the 6th layer, she suddenly smirked, realizing that if she were truly unworthy, why would the sea god go to such lengths to test her? The illusion shattered in response. In the 7th layer, she sat cross-legged, declaring that the cycle itself was the answer, and she had long ceased to fear these trials. All illusions crumbled like glass. The 8th trial. The ultimate test to acquire the blade of the underworld. The challenges included: the lightless sea offered no direction, sound, or even a sense of time, and prolonged exposure could drive one to madness. The chains of destiny would manifest all psychological shadows, and severing each chain would entail corresponding pain. The blade of the underworld would retaliate against its wielder, necessitating a simultaneous endurance of soul searing. The process of overcoming these tribulations involved: 1. The lost phase, wandering in darkness for 3 days, counting heartbeats to gauge time and stave off insanity. 2. Confronting shadows, when severing the chain of family, she relived the despair of abandonment. When cutting the chain of loneliness, she experienced eternal solitude. The ultimate epiphany, as she aimed to sever the last chain leading to divinity. She suddenly withdrew her blade, proclaiming, "My path does not require the severance of my past to validate itself." All chains disintegrated automatically, and the blade of the nether actively recognized its master. Core of trials and growth metrics. Assessment of physical injuries, 17 instances. Mental breakdowns, 3 instances. Critical breakthroughs. First assessment, 17 injuries, 3 breakdowns, in harmony with the undercurrents. Second assessment, 9 injuries, 1 breakdown, self-doubt. employing counterintuitive tactics. Third assessment, 5 injuries, 0 breakdowns, exhibiting absolute patience. Fourth assessment, 2 injuries, though severely wounded, 2 breakdowns, transforming pressure into strength. Fifth assessment, 3 injuries, 0 breakdowns, achieving precise synchronization. Sixth assessment, 8 injuries, 1 breakdown, embodying the will to protect. Seventh assessment, 0 injuries, 7 breakdowns, each weighted. Eighth assessment, 1 instance, soul. Relentless struggle for self-reconciliation. Final statistics, 6 fractures, 29 permanent scars, and 5 breakthroughs of mental thresholds. Lin Tao, in his role as guardian, consistently provided immediate treatment for Zhu Zhuqing. For the sake of her beauty, Lin Tao amplified his healing abilities, ultimately erasing all permanent scars. Over the span of 2 years, Zhu Zhuqing underwent a transformative metamorphosis, successfully passing all assessments, ascending from a soul power level of 58 upon initial arrival on the island to an impressive 95. With each subsequent soul ring being a divine gift, the enhancements she acquired evoked envy in Lin Tao, who yearned to partake in the sea god as challenge himself. In summary, Zhu Zhuqing's prowess after successfully completing the Crimson 8 trials. 1. Breakthrough in soul power level. Achieving the rank of titled Douluo post the Crimson 8 trials. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power surged beyond the titled Douluo threshold, above level 90, nearing the super Douluo status, around level 95. The evolution of her soul rings resulted in a substantial increase in their ages, culminating in 400,000-year soul rings, a standard reward for the Crimson Trials. Her current soul ring configuration comprises 5 black and 4 red rings. 2. Evolution of Martial Soul and Nether Spirit Cat, upgrading her martial soul. The Nether Spirit Cat evolved into a more advanced form, the Shadow Divine Cat, significantly enhancing speed and attack power. The true form of her martial soul was fortified, now incorporating special effects such as phasing, temporary immunity to physical attacks, and shadow duplication, creating multiple afterimages to confuse adversaries. 3. Exclusive Soul Bone and Divine Artifact. Divine Soul Bone. Acquired a 100,000-year soul bone from the leg, greatly enhancing speed, potentially accompanied by the domain skill, Nether Domain. Divine Artifact Recognition. Secured the Divine Artifact, the Blade of the Nether. Skills rewarded from the trials. Nether Instant Shadow Kill, an ultra-high-speed assault skill that rends the target instantaneously. Dark Moon Guardian. Forms a shield with dark soul power to mitigate a portion of damage. Domain Evolution. The original Nether Domain evolved into the Nether Divine Domain, doubling the speed of allies within its range while suppressing enemy perception. 5. Divine Attributes. Partial Deification. Physical strength and recovery capabilities vastly exceed those of ordinary titled Douluos, with absolute mastery over dark speed attributes. Trial Mark of Divinity. A red assessment mark appeared on her forehead, instilling a sense of intimidation in lower-ranked soul masters. 6. Performance in Combat. Speed Pinnacle. The short-distance explosive velocity rivals that of instantaneous movement, even allowing for brief traversals through shadows. Assassination Capability. Capable of eliminating defense-type soul masters of the same rank in an instant, posing a lethal threat to Super Douluos. Team Role. As the apex of agility-based attackers. Serves as the core for ambush and harvesting roles in team battles. Supplementary notes. The Red 8 examination ranks just below the Sea God's 9 trials, with rewards only second to attaining divinity. Although Zhu Zhuqing has completed all assessments, she cannot inherit a divine position but possesses half-divine potential. Her core focus lies in extreme speed and shadow manipulation. Chapter 58. Reunion with Tang San. The Red 8 examination, top-tier 8 examination, is the premier assessment on Sea God Island, second only to the Sea God's 9 trials, typically corresponding to the qualifications for a secondary deity, such as the Sea God Priest identity of the Grand Offering Poseidon, but not a divine heir. Those who pass the Red 8 examination may receive substantial rewards, such as soul power enhancement and soul ring upgrades, yet cannot directly inherit a divine position without additional opportunities. Possible paths for Zhu Zhuqing to attain divinity. If Zhu Zhuqing wishes to advance further after the Red 8 examination, she must satisfy the following conditions. 1. Seek a compatible secondary divine position. God of Speed, God of the Underworld. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the Underworld Spirit Cat, adept at speed and shadow attacks, allowing her to pursue a corresponding secondary divine position, such as the God of Speed mentioned in the original work. 2. Trigger Divine Recognition. Must be acknowledged by the corresponding deity, potentially through special trials or encounters with divine projections. 3. Complete additional assessments. After the Red 8 examination, she may need to fulfill exclusive assessments for the divine position, similar to Tang San's Sea God's 9 trials. 2. Leverage the assistance of companions. If Dai Mubai inherits the god of war, first-tier god, as his partner, Zhu Zhuqing might bind to a secondary divine position, similar to Xiao Wu sharing a divine position with Tang San. Alternatively, through recommendations from other deities, such as the god of Shura or the sea god, she could obtain a secondary divine position assigned by the Divine Realm Council. 3. Create a divine position, like Ning Rongrong and Oscar from the original Shrek 7 monsters, based on the foundation of the Red 8 examination. She could gradually create her own divine position, such as the god of the underworld, by accumulating faith power after attaining divinity. 3. Conclusion in the original work. In the conclusion of Douluo Continent, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, due to talent limitations, not reaching the top tier 9 trials, ultimately enter the divine realm with Tang San's assistance. Although the specific name of the divine position is not stated, likely a secondary god or a divine realm hunter. If Zhu Zhuqing wishes to obtain a divine position through the Red 8 examination, she must 1. Be selected by a secondary deity and complete additional assessments. 2. Utilize the divine connections of her partner or companions. 3. Accumulate faith over time to create her own divine position. In the original work, she does not independently attain divinity. Yet the Divine Realm arc implicitly suggests she possesses a secondary divine position, possibly related to Dai Mubai's god of war position. Now, Lin Tao believes he is no less capable than Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing is no longer the Zhu Zhuqing of old. How could he possibly allow Zhu Zhuqing to acquire merely a secondary divine position? Simultaneously, through Zhu Zhuqing's divine examination, Lin Tao also realizes he has been misled by the goddess of life and the god of destruction, missing out on many benefits by avoiding the divine examination beforehand. From Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, achieving such significant advancements in just 2 years is undeniably a terrifying enhancement. However, the flaws are quite apparent. The highest reward is merely the divine spirit ring of 100,000 years. Zhu Zhuqing's constitution has long been extraordinary. Yet the subsequent divine spirit ring remains at the limit of 100,000 years. Lin Tao speculates that this might represent a ceiling, perhaps at that time. The goddess of life and the god of destruction realized that their unique essence could not warrant a higher price. Or perhaps they did not establish a divine trial on Douluo Continent, thus unable to channel more energy. For his 7th and 8th divine trials, Lin Tao resorted to utilizing the remains of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King directly for his divine spirit ring. This thought brings him a semblance of balance. At least acquiring the divine spirit ring is far more impressive than the sea goddess trial. However, the notion that the goddess of life and the god of destruction essentially granted him a reward for the 9th trial leaves him somewhat uneasy. Lin Tao contemplates that it is time to depart, as Zhu Zhuqing has little to cultivate here. He yearns to engage in a full-scale battle with Poseidon. Yet at this moment, such a conflict would feel somewhat opportunistic. Ultimately, he restrains his impulse and refrains from provoking Poseidon. Poseidon, noticing the fierce desire for combat in Lin Tao's eyes, also exercises restraint, and thus, the climactic battle does not transpire. Lin Tao requests a vessel from Poseidon to leave Sea God Island, and just as his ship sets sail, another dilapidated vessel approaches the island. Realizing that had he not exited and opened the barrier of Sea God Island, that wretched ship would surely have perished, Lin Tao observes the individuals aboard, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, along with a rabbit cradled in Tang San's arms. In a simultaneous eruption of spirit power, Lin Tao gazes at Tang San's crimson spirit ring, understanding that his intervention did not prevent Xiao Wu's sacrifice. However, the absence of Bai Qinxiang indicates that Tang San's Tang sect may not yet be fully established, or it may not exist publicly. Lin Tao refrains from releasing his martial soul, wary of startling Tang San. Upon seeing her former companion, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively loosens her grip on Lin Tao's arm. But in that fleeting moment, Lin Tao unleashes his soul power. Tang San, too, manifests his soul power and spirit rings, poised for battle. Zhu Zhuqing immediately clings to Lin Tao's arm, choosing his side in that instant. Before either party can exchange greetings, they are separated by the barrier of Sea God Island. As Lin Tao exits the barrier, Tang San and the others enter. After much contemplation, Lin Tao decides against forcefully breaking through the barrier again. He feels an overwhelming concern for Tang San. Had he acted sooner, Tang San would now be no match for Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Tao senses that his perspective must elevate. Tang San no longer poses a threat. Chapter 59, Confusion. 2 weeks later, Lin Tao returns to the Star Luo Empire with Zhu Zhuqing. They do not disturb the imperial army, merely infiltrating the territory. Zhu Zhuqing is curious as to why Lin Tao has brought her back to the Star Luo Empire. But as Lin Tao hastens on their journey, she allows him to lead her back. Lin Tao finds a desolate expanse and constructs a dwelling for themselves. After 5 consecutive days of intimate exchanges between Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Tao recounted the challenges of accompanying Zhu Zhuqing for 2 years. With Zhu Zhuqing's increasing prowess, their conversations extended beyond 6 hours each time. On the 6th day, while gently caressing Zhu Zhuqing's hair, Lin Tao gazed at her and mused. Do you not feel that this world is rather small? Zhu Zhuqing appeared perplexed. Observing her bewilderment, Lin Tao continued, I hadn't given it much thought before, but this time, accompanying you to seek the Sea God Island, I have come to realize that the world feels diminutive. There are merely 2 nations, and the population is not substantial. Take the Star Luo Empire, for instance. Its military comprises only 600,000. For a nation where everyone is a sole master, such a population is utterly insufficient. The entire country doesn't even boast 20 million inhabitants. Moreover, with only 2 nations on the continent, the Heavendou Empire has a slightly larger population, roughly around 30 million. Although I have not conducted a precise census, my recent visit to the Star Luo Empire allowed me to extensively survey the spiritual energy, and the figures should be approximately accurate. Thus, the total population of the entire inland region is only around 50 million. Zhuqing, do you consider such a population to be large? Zhu Zhuqing, lacking a clear perception of population dynamics, replied, 50 million is quite considerable, isn't it? Lin Tao shook his head, it is far too few. Not only is the population scant, but the landmass is also limited, even with the Soul Beast Forest. I find it all rather constricted. As your own strength grows, I trust you can sense this transformation. Do you not feel a sense of oppression in this continent? Zhu Zhuqing continued to shake her head, uncertain of Lin Tao's intentions. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite form, Lin Tao cast his gaze across the wilderness. Over the past 2 years, Lin Tao had harbored a question about the Sea God Island. Gods are not meant to perish, especially at the level of a sea god. This led Lin Tao to ponder the necessity of divine inheritance. Deep down, Lin Tao understood that this was a fictional world, imperfectly crafted. Yet now that he had traversed into this realm, he could not help but contemplate these matters. As his own strength continued to ascend, it became imperative to ponder such existential questions. Previously, while observing the Douluo Continent, he felt little, but now, having genuinely crossed over, and with his own power approaching the divine, Lin Tao did not perceive anyone capable of retaining him. Although Lin Tao had not engaged in cultivation over the past 2 years, nor made any advancements in his martial prowess, the Sea God Island housed the currently unrivaled combat prowess of the 99th level Sea God Douluo, Bosisi. Their last encounter had been a mental clash, wherein Bosisi had not exerted her full strength, nor had Lin Tao approached the encounter earnestly. At that time, Lin Tao had confidence that even on Sea God Island, he possessed the means to defeat Bosisi. Presently, the immense soul power derived from his soul ring configuration became Lin Tao's greatest weapon for energy absorption. With an absorption rate of 8% per second, it could be said that, unflatteringly, a normal 95th level title Douluo would succumb to Lin Tao's energy absorption in approximately 10 seconds. Thus, for Lin Tao now, apart from the variable of the gods, as long as they did not intervene, even a 99th level Tang San or a 99th level Qian Daolu posed no threat. Lin Tao was confident in his ability to absorb energy within 3 minutes. Moreover, his current realm of nothingness could sustain itself for nearly 40 minutes without relying on energy absorption. Thus, after receiving the Divine Soul Ring as a reward for passing the 7th Divine Trial, Lin Tao felt invincible. He also realized that the gods of this Douluo continent were perhaps not as formidable as he had initially perceived. A striking example was Tang San's concealed weapons from the martial arts world, which still wielded considerable influence in this realm, leaving Lin Tao astonished. After all, Douluo Continent was a fantasy world. How could cold weapons maintain such dominance for so long? This led Lin Tao to question the very essence of Douluo Continent. It was difficult for Lin Tao to envision what would happen upon completing the 8th Divine Trial and acquiring another Divine Soul Ring. With his current capabilities, he was certainly capable of enduring the energy of a million-year soul ring. This would undoubtedly enhance his strength further, and the soul power his body could contain would experience a terrifying surge. Even gods would seem less daunting under such circumstances. Presently, he had yet to reach the status of a title Douluo as defined by this world. Thus, continuing to accumulate soul rings would only serve to fill the void without any real challenge, ultimately wasting future soul rings. Lin Tao's trepidation towards the protagonist group, Tang San, Tang Hao, and Bibi Dong, had diminished, and he found himself no longer regarding Tang Chun, Qian Daolu, and Poseidon with the same disdain. When he encountered Tang San for the second time, he felt a notable decrease in his aversion towards him. After all, they were both travelers from another world. Lin Tao could sense Tang San's experience of being suppressed as a protagonist, akin to his own initial desire for strength upon his arrival, during which he had endured countless hardships and pain in his pursuit of power. However, upon reflecting on Tang San now, Lin Tao recognized him as a true protagonist of a novel, living through two lives in a state of confusion. Lin Tao wished to perceive this world as a genuine reality, yet he could not help but contemplate the future at this juncture. He did not desire to become a god while fixated on such a small realm as Douluo Continent. If that were the case, he would feel akin to a bronze-tier warrior nearing the pinnacle of strength, yet still constrained by the ceiling of this world, the gods. In Chapter 60, Lin Tao felt a sense of confusion, yet he also found authenticity in Zhu Zhuqing. Each encounter with her provided him with genuine pleasure, which fostered his fondness for the reserved and aloof Zhu Zhuqing. Had it been someone like Ning Rongrong with her spoiled temperament, Lin Tao feared that a mere disagreement could lead to her downfall. Lin Tao felt torn. He had not anticipated that after spending years striving for strength, he would nearly reach the limits of this world. Thus, he inquired of Zhu Zhuqing whether she sensed anything different. From her reaction, it seemed the native inhabitants of this world did not share such burdens, prompting Lin Tao to suppress his inner doubts. At least for now, everything felt tangible to him. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared exhausted from his earlier affections, and kissed her. With a fervent advance, Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly began to reciprocate. However, this time, Lin Tao did not pursue further. He merely kissed her for 10 minutes. He caressed Zhu Zhuqing and spoke. Your current strength, aside from the mightiest grand priest of the spirit hall, Qian Daolu, and the sovereign of the city of slaughter, poses little threat to you. With your swiftness, even if you cannot defeat an opponent, you can surely escape. I must remind you to never let your guard down. Always maintain a formidable layer of defensive spirit power enveloping your body, much like Tang San's hidden weapons. In truth, your former companion, Tang San, possesses even more formidable concealed armaments. Unless I am by your side, you must remain vigilant at all times to prevent being harmed by exceptionally powerful hidden weapons. As for my next destination, I am uncertain, yet there is a place I must visit, one fraught with greater peril. Should you accompany me, I cannot guarantee your safety. I must tread carefully even alone. Thus, you may choose to remain in the Star Luo Empire or travel to the Heaven Do Empire. Rest assured, I have marked you. And as long as you do not deliberately erase it, I will always be able to find you. By the way, do not venture into the depths of the Star Do Forest, for it harbors risks even the most powerful limit Douluos at level 99 may not be able to withstand. Listening attentively to Lin Tao's words, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she felt his hand brush against her. She occasionally uttered sounds of surprise, then looked earnestly at Lin Tao and asked if the place he intended to visit was truly that dangerous. Lin Tao nodded, affirming the peril but expressing his confidence in ensuring his absolute safety, hence he could not bring her along. Do not worry, he reassured her. It will take no more than a few weeks, and at most, 3 months. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, have faith in my strength. Since entering the titled Douluo rank, and with her exceptional soul rings of 5 black and 4 red, Zhu Zhuqing considered herself a veritable monster. Once the most ordinary among the Shrek 7 monsters, she now viewed them as merely average. Despite her formidable configuration, Zhu Zhuqing found the courage to challenge Lin Tao. However, after a singular encounter, she fully comprehended the essence of a true monster. That day, she witnessed Lin Tao's unfathomable energy, bound by bizarre dark red chains that voraciously consumed her own spirit power. As she attempted to utilize her confident speed to escape, she discovered Lin Tao could appear beside her at will, rendering her attempts futile. In her despair, Lin Tao released her from the chains, saying, "Do not think that you might hurt me. You may unleash your full arsenal if you wish." The more disheartening realization was that while she could indeed inflict damage upon Lin Tao, his recovery was astonishingly rapid, and her typical assaults could not inflict substantial harm. Even after enduring a blow that shattered his arm, Lin Tao's limb returned to its original state in a mere moment. Revealing a terrifying energy, no part of his body was a weakness, not even his mind or heart, which could recover in a short time. Finally, Lin Tao allowed Zhu Zhuqing to experience the realm of nothingness, thoroughly demonstrating that his invincible confidence was not without basis. It was through witnessing Lin Tao's formidable prowess that Zhu Zhuqing placed her trust in every word he spoke, for she could not conceive of any genuine threat to him at present. In the final days, the two of them indulged in a blissful intimacy, reveling in their shared moments. Zhu Zhuqing conveyed to Lin Tao her desire to journey to the Heaven Do Empire, a place where she preferred not to encounter her sister and where Lin Tao had previously slain Dai Mubai. Although Zhu Zhuqing had managed to set aside her feelings, an unsettling sensation lingered within her. Thus, after their separation, she harbored no ambitions for fame or fortune, choosing instead to depart serenely for the Heaven Do Empire, patiently awaiting Lin Tao's return. As Zhu Zhuqing departed, Lin Tao prepared to explore the mysteries of the 8th Divine Examination. One of the reasons he had sent Zhu Zhuqing away was his intention to venture into the most perilous regions of the Douluo Continent, the core of the Star Do Forest, to encounter the divine, or perhaps even the godlike Tian. Only in that realm did he find the potential to gather soul power and augment his soul rings. Currently, aside from the million-year-old Sea Devil Whale King, whose whereabouts were unknown to him, Tian and those truly formidable soul beasts were the only entities worth his exploration. He felt that other locations lacked the merit for his cultivation. Chapter 61, The 8th Divine Examination, The Trial of Destruction. Lin Tao regulated his breathing, focusing on the mark at his brow. As his mind concentrated, the dual divine imprint representing the god of life and the god of destruction illuminated once more. With his spiritual energy infused, Lin Tao sensed the onset of the 8th Divine Examination. Standing at the center of the Divine Examination realm, surrounded by endless void, his left hand entwined with emerald green life energy, while his right hand surged with dark purple destructive power. These two antithetical forces flowed within him, both repelling and yet maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Lin Tao recognized that what was occurring should not have been possible. He could only sustain one state at a time. However, the 8th Divine Examination forced the healing abilities of the cold demeanor of Yi Lingling, represented by the verdant green, to coexist with his dark purple destructive power in the dark god form. This paradox, previously deemed impossible, manifested before him. In haste, Lin Tao unleashed his Mi Yue martial soul, only to discover that he could not sense it. He understood he was ensconced in a unique space dictated by the god of life and the god of destruction. Doubt gnawed at him regarding whether he could still summon his innate talents from Mi Yue. As he attempted to exert his abilities, Lin Tao found himself unable to access the void domain or the other two talents. He had always believed that his secondary martial soul, granted by the King's system, was entirely independent of the established norms of the Douluo Continent. To his dismay, the 8th Divine Examination had completely shielded him from utilizing it. However, he was relieved to find that his formidable soul power had seemingly not been stripped away. If even the power from his second martial soul's soul rings had been taken, he would have been utterly lost. Without the enhancement of the second martial soul's power, he could only speculate how diminished he would have become. Fortunately, he retained a significant portion of his strength, albeit exhibiting both extremes of his two states simultaneously. At that moment, the voice of the goddess of life echoed, proclaiming, "Life and destruction, seemingly opposing forces, are in truth of the same origin." The gentle voice of the goddess of life reverberated through the void, announcing the 8th divine trial, a test to ascertain whether you truly comprehend the essence of this delicate balance. The deep, resonant voice of the god of destruction followed closely. "Do not be deceived by flowery words, young one. Power is power. You either wield it or be annihilated by it." Lin Tao inhaled deeply, feeling the dual currents of divine energy flowing within him. He understood that this trial would be the final hurdle before his ascension to divinity. Should he succeed, he would earn the right to partake in the ultimate divine inheritance. "I am prepared," Lin Tao declared solemnly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. In this moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for his previous hubris. Before the commencement of the 8th divine trial, he had harbored an invincible sense beneath the gods. Now, confronted with the true might of divinity, he realized that it could easily strip away the abilities of his second martial soul. He also came to understand that the distinction of being a god must involve absolute powers that transcended even the rank of title de law. Lin Tao surmised that this power must resemble the force of rules. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom how his Mi Yue martial soul could be suppressed. At this moment, he also recognized the intrinsic flaw in his seemingly insurmountable innate abilities, the power of rules that lay beyond his comprehension. In the face of absolute strength, his innate energy was rendered insignificant, rendering any so-called life-preserving abilities utterly meaningless. At this juncture, Lin Tao discerned the path to strength, to elevate the grade of his innate skills. Otherwise, in future encounters with deities, if his energy were not on par, the overwhelming abilities would ultimately prove futile. As the void suddenly warped, Lin Tao ceased his introspection and focused on the divine trial ahead. He felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. When he regained his footing, he found himself standing upon a desolate expanse. Here, life was non-existent, silence prevailed, and even the wind was absent. The ground was cracked, the sky shrouded in gloom. The entire realm seemed to have been drained of all vitality. This was the eternal silence wasteland, a fragment of a realm utterly destroyed. The voice of the goddess of life whispered in his ear, "Your first task is to plant the seed of life in this dead domain and nurture it to sprout." A verdant seed materialized in the palm of Lin Tao's hand, emanating a faint yet pure life energy. He could sense that this seed contained a trace of the goddess of life's primal divine power. Kneeling, he meticulously dug a small hole in the cracked earth with his fingers and gently placed the seed within. However, the moment the seed made contact with the soil, its radiance dimmed significantly as the dead realm began to consume its life force. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, attempting to infuse the seed with his own life divine power. But the effect was negligible. The seed was akin to a droplet of water falling into a desert, swiftly absorbed without a trace. 3 days passed, and Lin Tao exhausted every conceivable method, yet the seed remained unresponsive. His lips cracked from thirst, and his divine energy waned continuously. This dead realm resembled an abyss, greedily devouring all energy. Destruction of life, Lin Tao murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a moment of clarity. If destruction is the end, what lies beyond the end? He resolved to make a bold decision, no longer infusing the seed with the essence of life, but instead gently directing the force of destruction around it. A dark purple energy enveloped the diminutive seed, forming a protective barrier. A miracle unfolded. The power of destruction unexpectedly carved out a unique space within the realm of death, shielding the seed of life from the voracious external world. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the destructive energy, giving rise to a thread of unusual vitality from pure annihilation. Thus, destruction heralded the dawn of life, and Lin Tao suddenly comprehended. He ceased to resist the opposition of the two divine powers, instead guiding them to form a delicate cycle around the seed. The force of destruction safeguarded the seed of life, while the seed drew unique nourishment from the very essence of destruction. At dawn on the 7th day, when Lin Tao had nearly exhausted all his divine energy, a tender green shoot finally broke through the soil. Though minuscule, the sprout stood resiliently upon the desolate earth, proclaiming the triumph of life. Well done. The voice of the god of destruction resonated with rare commendation. You have grasped the true significance of annihilation. Chapter 62, The 8th Divine Trial of Life. Before Lin Tao could catch his breath, the scenery shifted once more. He found himself in a suffocatingly dense forest. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, vines coiled like giant serpents, and various plants grew, spread, and consumed their surroundings at a visible pace. This was the eternal garden, an uncontrollable manifestation of life's divine energy. The god of destruction scoffed. Your second task is to locate and obliterate the core of the devouring ancient tree, but you must ensure that the entire ecosystem does not collapse as a result. Lin Tao immediately understood the purpose of the trial. If the previous task was to create life amidst destruction, this time it was to control destruction within life. He extended his divine perception and swiftly pinpointed the largest ancient tree at the heart of the forest. Its roots spanned like veins throughout the woodland, incessantly siphoning the vitality of other plants. Those drained of life crumbled to dust, while new plants frantically sprouted in their place, creating a twisted cycle. Lin Tao concentrated the force of destruction, preparing to directly annihilate the core of the ancient tree. Yet, at that very moment, an intense sense of danger surged within him. His instincts warned that such an action would upset the energy balance of the entire forest, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. I cannot act recklessly. Lin Tao retracted his divine energy and carefully observed the growth pattern of the ancient tree. He discerned a rhythmic flow of energy. Periodically, faint golden lines would appear along the trunk. That was the node of decline in the cycle of life. His eyes brightened. When the golden lines emerged once more, he precisely infused a small measure of destructive power into them. The ancient tree trembled violently, but did not collapse. Instead, it began to wither and shrink slowly. Lin Tao did not relent. He simultaneously directed the life force to redistribute the energy excessively drained by the ancient tree back to the surrounding plants. This was an exceedingly delicate operation, where even the slightest miscalculation could lead to failure. Sweat soaked Lin Tao's garments, his mental acuity razor-sharp, as if he were dancing upon the edge of a blade. Finally, the devouring ancient tree diminished to a normal size, and the entire forest regained its balance. The various plants no longer exhibited rampant growth. Instead, they manifested a harmonious and symbiotic natural state. The goddess of life, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked that the true essence of life is not an unending expansion, but rather a state of balance and cyclical renewal. Just as Lin Tao was about to respond, he abruptly sensed two divine forces within him beginning to churn violently. The life energy and the force of destruction ceased to coexist peacefully, transforming into two frenzied beasts clashing within him. In agony, Lin Tao collapsed to the ground, his meridians feeling as though they were being torn apart. His skin intermittently glowed with a vibrant green light, only to be veiled by dark purple patterns, as his body oscillated between dissolution and rebirth. This was the true trial. The voice of the god of destruction turned cold, warning that if he could not balance the divine power within, he would meet an explosive demise. Lin Tao gritted his teeth, striving to harness his will to control the two divine forces. Yet, the more he suppressed them, the more vehement their rebellion became. Suddenly, his left arm erupted into a mist of blood, only to rapidly regenerate under the influence of the life force. His right leg began to petrify, before shattering into dust. The pain nearly rendered Lin Tao unconscious, but at the precipice of life and death, he experienced a moment of profound realization. He ceased his attempts to control or suppress, instead allowing his body and mind to surrender, permitting the two divine forces to flow freely. Life requires destruction for renewal. Destruction nurtures new life. Lin Tao's consciousness transcended into an enigmatic state. He witnessed the birth and obliteration of celestial bodies, and observed the cycles of death and rebirth through the seasons. The two divine forces transformed from adversaries into two facets of an eternal cycle. Within him, the life force and the destructive power began to forge a flawless loop, where each collision no longer bred destruction, but rather mutual transformation, perpetually sustaining existence. Lin Tao's body gradually stabilized, as mysterious intertwining patterns of vibrant green and dark purple emerged on his skin. The void twisted once more, and Lin Tao found himself returned to the initial starting point. The figures of the goddess of life and the god of destruction appeared simultaneously, both gazing at him with approval. You have passed the 8th divine trial, the goddess of life said with a smile. The god of destruction, however, scoffed. Do not rejoice too soon, young one. The final trial is the true challenge. Feeling the newly circulating power within him, a peculiar energy imbued with both vitality and destruction, Lin Tao understood that he had touched the threshold of divinity. No matter what the final trial entails, I am prepared, he declared resolutely, confidence shimmering in his eyes. The goddess of life and the god of destruction exchanged a glance. Nodding in unison, in the void, a portal radiating a dual-colored light began to open, leading to the ultimate realm of trials. Lin Tao took a deep breath. Addressing the goddess of life and the god of destruction, I shall return, prepared for the final divine trial. As he spoke, both deities nodded, their forms dissipating into the ether, followed by the gradual vanishing of the entire scene. Lin Tao found himself once more in the wild forests of the Star Luo Empire. With his eyes still closed, the moment he arrived, an immense mental force surged outward, fervently exploring the surroundings. This time, his mental capacity expanded significantly, discovering no threats. He retained a fragment of his mental energy for further exploration. Subsequently, the mental energy enveloped Lin Tao, wrapping him as if he were a zongzi. With closed eyes, Lin Tao continued to comprehend the powers he had just grasped. Chapter 63, The Essence of Destruction. Although Lin Tao had withdrawn from the 8th divine examination, it appeared as though he remained within the simulation of mental power. Standing at the heart of the eternal garden, he gazed upon the ancient devouring tree that consumed all, his heart surging with unparalleled astonishment. He once believed that destruction was merely an end, a form of pure annihilation. He had unleashed the force of destruction countless times, each release accompanied by obliteration and death. Yet at this moment, he perceived a different form of destruction, not one stemming from external forces, but rather the collapse induced by the madness of life itself. The existence of the devouring tree finally illuminated his understanding. Destruction is not a terminus, but rather a component of the cycle. Lin Tao scrutinized the ancient tree, whose roots greedily siphoned the vitality of the entire forest, causing other plants to wither and decay. However, amidst this decay, new life quietly began to sprout. Without death, there can be no rebirth. Just as autumn leaves decompose into soil, nourishing the tender shoots of spring. Just as the obliteration of stars transforms into the dust of new celestial bodies. Destruction is not disappearance, but rather metamorphosis. He suddenly recalled the things he had once destroyed. Had they truly vanished completely? Their energy returned to the earth, their souls scattered throughout the cosmos, ultimately becoming part of the world. Destruction is but a link in the cycle of life. This eternal garden, in which the divine power of life had spiraled out of control, led to the frenzied growth of the devouring tree, culminating in its insatiable consumption. Unrestrained life ultimately leads to self-destruction, like a flame that, if left unchecked, will consume all, like a river that, without levees, will inevitably flood and wreak havoc. Life requires destruction for balance, otherwise, it veers towards self-cannibalism. Lin Tao finally understood why both the goddess of life and the god of destruction had chosen him, because the true path of life lies not in unbounded continuation, but in equilibrium. He observed the little sprite, parasitized by the ancient tree, struggling in agony yet unable to break free. Continuing to heal it with the divine power of life would only hasten its aberration. Sometimes, destruction is the true form of salvation. Like severing a diseased tree to prevent the spread of pestilence, like extinguishing an uncontrollable inferno to avert a greater catastrophe. Destruction is not cruelty, but a necessary decision. Gradually, he raised his hand. This time, it was not a force of healing, but a precise strand of destructive power. I am sorry, but this is the only way. A flash of violet-black light surged forth, and the parasitic vines on the sprite withered and disintegrated in an instant. Its suffering finally ceased, dissipating into the air as specks of luminescence, not a complete obliteration, but a return to nature. Lin Tao closed his eyes, his heart devoid of hesitation. The devouring tree continued its frenzied growth, and the entire forest teetered on the brink of collapse. Lin Tao no longer sought to heal it with the divine power of life. Instead, he began to search for its point of decline, the critical juncture in the life cycle that naturally led towards termination. Upon discovering a faint golden vein, he hesitated not, injecting the force of destruction with precision. The ancient tree trembled, its branches and leaves withering, yet the entire forest did not crumble as a result. On the contrary, those plants that were once suppressed have finally found the opportunity to breathe, rejuvenating with newfound vitality. Destruction does not obliterate all, rather, it paves the way for the potential of rebirth. Just as a forest, ravaged by fierce flames, will eventually welcome a more prosperous new green, akin to the phoenix's rebirth. Only through the experience of death can one attain a more powerful resurgence. At this moment, the two divine powers within Lin Tao no longer clash, but begin to circulate and merge. Life requires destruction for renewal, and destruction needs life to imbue it with meaning. His left eye shimmered with an emerald glow, while his right eye was as profound as the starry sky of annihilation. Upon his skin, the divine patterns of life and destruction intertwined, creating a perfect equilibrium. Thus, the true essence of destruction revealed itself. It is not mere devastation, but the inevitable cycle, the law of balance, and the continuation of new life. With Lin Tao's newfound insight, the dark destructive soul force underwent a transformation, evolving into a biochemical phenomenon, drawing forth potent life energy from destruction, significantly enhancing its destructive power. This newfound force of destruction could no longer be neutralized by other energies. Now, the force of destruction birthed life energy. Once struck by this destructive force, the resilient life energy could generate even greater destructive power through its own devouring capabilities. This cyclical process resembled a black hole, continually consuming and growing stronger, thereby obliterating all in its path. Chapter 64, The Essence of Life. With Lin Tao's advanced understanding of destruction, the evolution of his dark destructive soul force completed, and his spiritual realm transformed once again. Standing before a withered ancient tree, he lightly touched the cracked bark with his fingertips. The once all-consuming tree of life was now peacefully withering under his force of destruction. Yet, what astonished him was that beneath the cracked bark, countless delicate mycelia were weaving a new network of life. Death is not the end, Lin Tao murmured. His consciousness penetrated the surface, revealing decayed roots nurturing new seedlings. In that moment, he finally comprehended that life is never a stagnant existence, but an eternally flowing transformation of forms. Like a river in full flow, it appears to change with every moment, yet remains fundamentally the same river. Lin Tao spread his hands. In his left hand, the divine power of life transformed into a gracefully dancing emerald butterfly, while in his right hand, the force of destruction coalesced into deep purple flames. As he slowly brought his hands together, the two powers did not negate each other. Instead, they intertwined to create a dynamic balance. He recalled the frail plants suppressed by the ancient tree in the eternal garden. Excessive life had stifled diversity, much like the extremes of light can scorch the eyes. True vitality does not lie in relentless expansion, but in maintaining the delicate balance of coexistence among myriad species. The last glow of that tiny sprite dissipated in Lin Tao's palm. Such a fragile life, yet it retained a conscious awareness even while being parasitized by the ancient tree. This paradox led Lin Tao to grasp the profoundest characteristic of life. It is powerful enough to transcend time and space for billions of years, yet fragile enough to require meticulous care in every fleeting moment. The compassion inherent in destruction arises from an understanding of the preciousness of life. Gazing upon the newly reborn forest, Lin Tao finally comprehended the true significance of wielding the power of destruction. Like a gardener pruning branches or a surgeon wielding a scalpel, sometimes the ultimate goal is to ensure a more splendid continuation. When Lin Tao's consciousness resonated with the entirety of the forest, he beheld a breathtaking spectacle. The subterranean mycelial network, akin to the mental links of divine beings, interconnected the entire woodland. Trees conveyed nutrients through their roots, and injured plants received aid from their neighbors. The once isolated existence began to flow autonomously, initiated by the divine force absent within Lin Tao. He realized that the powers of the goddess of life and the god of destruction, seemingly opposing, actually belonged to a grander cyclical system, much like the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of breath, or the contraction and relaxation of a heartbeat. Within this mental illusion, Lin Tao witnessed every scene of healing he had previously enacted, every adversary he had vanquished. Their life trajectories intertwined like strands of light, leaving an indelible mark upon the fabric of time and space. He suddenly comprehended that the essence of life lies not in its duration, but in the degree of awakening it fosters. Destruction is not mere obliteration. It is a return to the essence of existence. The vortex of divine power within Lin Tao gradually stabilized. His martial spirit manifested, no longer in a singular form, but rather as a dynamic interplay of light and shadow oscillating between vitality and extinction. As the final insight coursed through his mind, Lin Tao's eyes illuminated with hues of emerald and deep violet. He gently raised his hand, and before him, the withered ancient tree transformed instantaneously into luminous specks, while from its former location, a nascent sapling broke through the earth. The meaning of life resides in its perpetual ability to discover new pathways. Lin Tao's voice echoed through the realm of mental illusion. In this moment of enlightenment, he finally grasped that the true divine realm transcends the dominion of life or annihilation. It is the profound understanding that they are, in essence, two facets of the same entity, much like light and shadow, existence and oblivion, eternally intertwined and harmonized. As Lin Tao experienced yet another moment of revelation, an immense vitality surged from his being. He now perpetually maintained the state of the Dark Destroyer, though intuitively. Yi Lingling's healing prowess should not manifest here. However, this time Lin Tao seemed to comprehend why he could exert two distinct powers while in the same state during the 8th divine examination. The pure healing ability unique to Yi Lingling began to transcend within Lin Tao's Dark Destroyer form as he attained enlightenment. This infusion endowed the Dark Destroyer with resilient vitality, and an unparalleled energy emanated from Lin Tao's body, harmoniously merging with his dark powers as though they were one. The vitality infused within the Dark Destroyer coalesced with the ultimate destructive force, bestowing the healing energy with the capacity to transcend time and space, shattering barriers and ensuring universal restoration. Any injury could find rebirth amidst destruction, reaching the very core of life itself, healing all. It was akin to a person severely burned. Under Lin Tao's current healing techniques, where destructive power would eradicate the irreversible scars, locating the innermost, most suitable layers for treatment, thereby facilitating direct healing. This enhanced the efficacy of the treatment while minimizing side effects, as the destructive force within the healing process obliterated all obstructions, resulting in stronger recuperation. Chapter 65. The Sublimation of Divine Power. With Lin Tao's profound realization about life, the destructive power intertwined with the healing essence within him emanates an increasingly potent aura. The opposing energies, born from the dark destructive spirit of Li Xian within Mi Yue's third spirit ring, have reached a remarkable synthesis. Following Lin Tao's trial of the 8th divine examination, his understanding, coupled with the intervention of the god of life and the god of destruction, has allowed the seemingly impossible energies to coexist in a state of sublime elevation. These two extreme energies, which both nurture and obliterate life, begin to merge in a wondrous interplay. In destruction lies the seed of life, and within healing, there exists the potential for ruin. As these contrarian energies intertwine, Lin Tao perceives not merely a rise in power, but a fundamental transformation in the essence of his soul force. Suspended in the void, with his eyes gently closed, Lin Tao's left side radiates a verdant light of life, while his right side is enshrouded in a dark purple force of annihilation. The starkly contrasting energies collide within him, yet gradually gravitate towards equilibrium under a higher order of existence. His consciousness delves deep within, as if witnessing the primordial emergence of the universe. Where the destructive force passes, cells disintegrate and meridians shatter, yet in the next moment, the life-giving power swiftly fills the void, and the newly formed tissues emerge more resilient than before. In those places healed by the life force, flesh revitalizes and soul power flourishes. However, in an instant, the destructive energy obliterates the excess energy to prevent the body from spiraling into chaos due to overhealing. True balance, it turns out, is not a state of stillness but a dynamic cycle. Just as forests require wildfires for rebirth and stars need supernovae to disseminate their elements, destruction is not the antithesis of life, but rather an essential condition for its continuity. Lin Tao gradually raises his right hand, palm facing upwards. The emerald light of life dances at his fingertips, healing every inch of his skin, while the dark purple force of destruction coils around him like an electric arc, precisely annihilating excess energy. Healing is not an infinite restoration, nor is destruction merely obliteration. It is a meticulous regulation. He suddenly comprehends the true intent of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. The goddess of life does not bestow immortality, but rather ensures that which should live thrives. The god of destruction does not grant indiscriminate annihilation, but allows that which must perish to pass. The unity of both embodies the supreme authority over life and death. The cycle of existence leads to the genesis of the divine core. Deep within Lin Tao's Dantian, the two divine powers cease to repel each other, intertwining like a spiral, gradually coalescing into a core that is half emerald, half purple. The life aspect of the core radiates a warm glow, capable of reviving withered trees and restoring flesh to bones, while the destruction aspect of the core is dark and profound, able to sever rivers and shatter mountains. Yet, the most profound revelation lies in their mutual transformation rather than separation. When the life force is exhausted, the destructive energy will autonomously decompose certain matter, transforming it into new life energy. Conversely, when the destructive force becomes excessive, the life energy will reorganize the remnants of destruction, restoring balance. Thus, this is the embryonic form of chaos. Lin Tao vaguely touches upon a power that transcends life and destruction, the very source of creation and annihilation. As the divine energy within him merged, intricate patterns began to manifest upon Lin Tao's skin. The markings on his left side resembled entwined vines, shimmering in verdant hues, embodying boundless vitality. In contrast, the designs on his right side appeared like thunderbolts cleaving the sky, pulsating in dark violet, exuding an aura of annihilation. Most astonishing were his eyes. The left, akin to jade, reflected the scenes of flourishing life, while the right, reminiscent of an abyss, gazed into the void of ultimate oblivion. In this moment, I possessed the power to bestow life as well as to decree death. As Lin Tao opened his eyes, he beheld a withered plant revived under his gaze, its vigor surpassing that of its former self. Meanwhile, a deformed poison weed beside it silently crumbled into dust, returning to the energies of the earth. Life and destruction are indeed two facets of the same entity. The blind pursuit of immortality leads only to decay, akin to the devouring ancient tree, while the reckless abuse of destruction ultimately yields to nothingness, reminiscent of the desolate wasteland. Only by balancing the two can one truly grasp the divine realm. Henceforth, Lin Tao's second martial soul, the Mi Yue martial soul, underwent a transformation. With its 3 soul rings representing the holy grail of restoration, and the first and second rings of the sovereign's heavy armor evolving anew. Their passive abilities ascended once more, their powers entwining. This new energy governed the cycle of life and death, bestowing a healing force of 30% per second or a destructive force of 30% per second. Lin Tao could seamlessly switch between these energies, and even employ them simultaneously. In the pinnacle of destruction, he could still salvage that which deserved saving. During healing, he would clear obstacles to provide care, while the excess power would prevent the healed from succumbing to wild excitement due to the overwhelming presence of destruction. Moreover, Lin Tao's transformation skill of the third soul ring, inspired by Li Xian, evolved as he fully mastered the dual energies. As the first thread of energy coalesced in his Dantian, the previously dark, destructive visage transformed. He wielded the scythe of the Grim Reaper, an embodiment of dark devastation ready to reap lives, alongside a resplendent green staff capable of healing all. Concurrently, with the ascension of the third soul ring, Lin Tao sensed the cold form of Yi gradually dissipating, merging into his dark destruction aspect, infusing him with burgeoning vitality and enhancing his formidable presence. Lin Tao felt an unparalleled strength coursing through him. At this moment, the Nine-Star Begonia had both vanished and been reborn. Chapter 66, The Dual-Born Shores. As Lin Tao fully integrated the divine powers of life and destruction, his martial soul underwent an ultimate metamorphosis. A divine blossom symbolizing the cycle of life and death blossomed beneath his feet, embodying the manifestation of his divine authority. The martial soul, named Dual-Born Shores, chaotic divine flower. Its form, the left petal, a pure, luminous white, transparent as crystal, radiated a gentle glow of life. The right petal, a profound dark red, resembled solidified blood crystal, enveloped in an aura of desolation. The flower's core was a swirling mist of chaos, symbolizing the source of the life-death cycle. Characteristics: the white petal could heal all wounds, even reversing life and death at a cost. The crimson petals possessed the power to annihilate all things, breaking down the target into its most primal form of energy. The chaotic mist of the flower's core can momentarily disrupt the laws of reality, allowing the departed to briefly return or causing the living to age instantaneously. The twin realms of existence, embodied in the flower's language, signify reincarnation and choice. On the life side, the white petals I grant you rebirth, yet you must endure an equivalent pain. Healing is not without cost. Those resurrected by the white petals will lose fragments of their memories or emotions, akin to the cycle of reincarnation. On the destruction side, the red petals, I offer you an end, but your demise will nourish new beginnings. Those obliterated by the red petals will see their energies return to the cosmos, birthing new forms of life. The chaotic flower's core reveals a third path beyond life and death. Only those who truly comprehend balance may touch the core, momentarily transcending the laws of life and death. This flower's prototype melds the Nine-Star Begonia from Douluo Continent with the mythic flower of the other shore from Eastern legends. Yet its essence is an original creation of Lin Tao, the chaos divine flower. Upon encountering this flower, the goddess of life deemed it a miracle that transcends divine laws. The god of destruction, however, coldly remarked, "How intriguing. This young one has redefined our dominion." In the heat of battle, the domain skill manifests as the cycle of life and death. When the twin realms bloom, a domain stretches across 1,000 meters, the greater the injury to allies. The stronger the healing power of the white petals, from death springs life. Conversely, the more vigorous the life force of foes. The more lethal the obliteration effect of the red petals, from great prosperity comes inevitable decline. The ultimate secret art, chaos of the other shore's return, occurs when both white and red petals wither simultaneously, unleashing an energy interwoven with creation and demise, resetting everything within the area to a chaotic state of neither life nor death, briefly forming an absolute domain. The flower's deeper metaphor reveals that the dew upon the white petals symbolizes Lin Tao's tears, representing all the regrets he could not mend. The fissures upon the red petals are marks of the souls he has slain, signifying irretrievable sins. Only the core remains pure and unblemished, for it embodies the divine heart forged through trials. Acknowledging the inevitability of destruction and respecting the preciousness of life are the paths to transcendence. In the moment the duality of the divine flower blooms, the laws of the entire Douluo Continent tremble. The divine realm senses the gaze of the goddess of life and the god of destruction. The divine consciousness of the goddess pierces through the barriers of dimensions, her gaze landing upon the resplendent flower of interwoven white and dark red, revealing a rare ripple in her eyes. There truly exists one who can bear our powers simultaneously. The ethereal form of the god of destruction materializes within the clouds, his staff of annihilation vibrating slightly. What a clever lad. He has even grazed the edges of chaos. The consciousness of the god of Shura sweeps across, pausing momentarily. This power is not even recorded within the Divine Council's annals. In the beast camp of the Star Do Forest, Emperor Tion's dragon eyes narrow into slits, black scales rising in alert, silver dragon lord. This power, the healing aura of Baiji spirals out of control, the emerald swan wings flapping autonomously in a windless space. Life energy rejoices? It is not in reverence. The heavens manifest anomalies, and all beings bow in worship. The plant-based soul beasts collectively turned towards the direction of the dual birth abyss, their branches and leaves unfurling as if in prostration. Under the crimson glow, the undead creatures wailed and dissipated, while the dying soul beasts were healed by the lingering white radiance. The Shura god, frowning in the divine realm, manifested the phantom of the sea god's trident at his fingertips. Tang San, with your current pace, I must intervene ahead of time. The silver dragon king, Guyuna, awakened from her slumber, her dragon claws piercing the ground. Humans can actually touch the secrets of creation? The projection of the abyssal holy monarch twisted and shattered in the far north, leaving only a roar. Stop him. Otherwise, our plans. As the dual birth abyss blossomed completely, two divine steps emerged beneath Lin Tao's feet. On the left, the divine light of life coalesced into emerald stairs, culminating in the gentle smile of a goddess. On the right, the purplish flames of destruction forged a skeletal staircase, with the stern figure of the god of destruction at its pinnacle. Yet Lin Tao remained motionless, his gaze fixed upon the chaotic mist at the intersection of the two flights, where a third door slowly materialized. At this moment, the fate of the entire Douluo plain rested upon his thoughts. Chapter 67, The Emergence of Crisis. With Lin Tao's evolution complete, he was astounded to discover that his soul power had reached a terrifying level of 75. He had not anticipated that this ascension would not only fundamentally transform his innate attributes, but also evolve all the soul skills of his Mi Yue martial soul. The once limited Nine-Star Begonia, due to bloodline inheritance, was utterly liberated. Lin Tao had nearly abandoned hope, especially since the divine soul ring from the seventh god examination, which surpassed 1,000,000 years of soul power, had failed to alter the attributes of his Nine-Star Begonia. He could scarcely conceive of any situation capable of changing his current state, given that 1,000,000-year soul ring was already the utmost limit attainable in the Douluo Continent. Yet the eighth god examination indeed surprised Lin Tao. This experience not only allowed him to grasp the essence of power, but also resolve the issues surrounding the bloodline inheritance of the Nine-Star Begonia. More crucially, Lin Tao now embodied a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense without the need for transformation. At this moment, he found himself contemplating once more. Who else might dare to compete? Before participating in the eighth god examination, Lin Tao had confidence in his survival beneath the gods. After partaking, he held confidence that, should the deities remain absent, no mere ants could escape his grasp. In fully comprehending the cycle of life and death, Lin Tao released his ties to Tang San. Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Tang Hao. He now felt that even insignificant creatures could not be equated to him. As the agent of the divine, what does it matter to ascend to godhood? Lin Tao had truly grasped the rules and powers that belonged solely to the gods, existing on an entirely different plane. With the fusion of his soul power, the ultimate evolution of his martial soul, and a significant enhancement of his soul power, Lin Tao sensed that there was not a single capable individual on the Douluo Continent, even if they banded together to assault him. With his Mi Yue martial soul and the extraordinary recovery ability of 30% every second post-evolution, it was clear that mere attrition would not suffice to overcome him. What Lin Tao feared least now was a war of attrition. He felt frighteningly powerful. Simultaneously, this evolution had also resolved his corporeal troubles entirely. Lin Tao has consistently embraced the form of the Dark Destroyer, as he finds little affinity for the goddess form. Although he has a profound admiration for beautiful women, assuming a feminine guise feels particularly uncomfortable for him. Now, with all issues resolved, there is no longer a need to switch forms to access certain abilities. Following this evolution, Lin Tao perceives the divine soul ring granted by the Ice Dragon King of the eighth god as merely a trinket. Of course, such a trinket may be a rare treasure that others might never encounter in their lifetime. Consequently, Lin Tao must once again recalibrate his battle strategy. Initially, he intended to cultivate both soul weapons concurrently to maximize his potential. Moreover, due to the unique healing attribute of the Nine-Star Begonia, he placed particular emphasis on the innate skills of the Mi Yue soul and the careful selection of soul rings. However, today Lin Tao is determined to fully nurture his dual ascent soul. After all, he now perceives this dual ascent as extraordinarily formidable, truly embodying a synthesis of offense and defense. His current objective is to ensure the completeness of the dual ascent, while he plans to address its shortcomings through the Mi Yue soul, devising ways to mitigate the weaknesses of the dual ascent. At present, Lin Tao's soul ring configuration for the dual ascent consists of 4 black rings, 1 red, and 1 gold. His soul power has surpassed level 70, marking a significant milestone for any soul master, as reaching this level allows for the manifestation of the true form of the soul. Logically, the 7th soul ring configuration holds great importance. However, Lin Tao is reluctant to utilize this divine soul ring. Undoubtedly, the divine soul ring would adapt perfectly to him. Yet when he engages with the dual ascent, he senses a power of an entirely different caliber. Lin Tao understands that he has not yet ascended to godhood. Yet the quality of his power has increased tremendously. Even his innate void domain seems surmountable, reminiscent of the formidable energy he encountered before the ice and fire duality eye, which constrained the void domain. He feels that his dual ascent transcends the energies of the ice and fire duality eye. Lin Tao resolves to determine whether to employ the divine soul ring upon grasping the final examination. For there are no other soul rings on the continent that pique his interest. Most crucially, he senses an inexplicable sense of impending crisis. Despite his current invulnerability to any adversary, he believes that even against the likes of Bibi Dong or Tang San, he could hold his own. For this realm is not the divine realm, and the powers available to a god in Douluo Continent are limited. Nonetheless, he remains perplexed about the origin of this sense of crisis. Thus, Lin Tao intends to reserve the divine soul ring for the most critical moment. Unbeknownst to Lin Tao, his soul's evolution has shattered the long-standing rules of the divine realm, birthing a divine rule's power within a non-divine entity. His premonitions stem from a foresight ability granted by the evolution of life energy. Chapter 68. A dramatic shift in circumstances. Far away in the divine realm, the god of Shura is currently in clandestine consultation with the sea god. The god of Shura states that, if his previous sensing is correct, a mysterious power has emerged in the lower realms that is no longer documented. This power is evidently not inherited and has garnered the attention of both deities. indicating that its rules undoubtedly surpass those of a first-level god. The sea god nods in agreement. Indeed, during my initial arrangements in the lower realm, I deployed the most comprehensive strategy, even sending forth a fragment of my consciousness. Feedback from my alter ego suggests that it pertains to the realm of Douluo Continent. However, due to divine restrictions preventing interference in the mortal realm, I am unable to discern the specifics of the situation. The Shura god, tapping his fingers against the chair beneath him, pondered deeply. After a brief moment, he turned to the sea god and said, "You possess a considerable amount of energy in the mortal realm. Therefore, the individuals you meticulously selected are currently undergoing the divine assessment you devised. You must find a way to communicate with the avatars in the mortal realm to lower the difficulty and increase the rewards, enabling the successors to swiftly acquire power and shorten the time required to ascend to divinity. Your divine examination already contains my clues. If you bestow upon him sufficient strength, he will be able to attain the inheritance of the Shura god more rapidly when the time comes. The dual divine inheritance will be enough for him to sweep aside obstacles in the mortal realm. Additionally, you should facilitate the other gods aligned with our faction to expedite their own inheritances. I harbor an ominous premonition, since no god should appear in the mortal realm. Allowing more individuals to receive divine inheritance means that, as long as they have not ascended to godhood, they will certainly not be adversaries capable of contending for divine power. Those who should not exist should be eradicated from history, much like the dragon god before them." Subsequently, the entire palace fell into silence. In Bibidong's chamber, while she was asleep, the Rakshasa god awakened her within her spiritual realm, informing her of a remarkably unique energy that had emerged on the continent. If she could devour this energy, it would undoubtedly enable her to ascend from a secondary god to a primary god, or even a supreme god. A glimmer of purple-black greed flickered in Bibidong's eyes. In the grand hall of the spirit hall, the high priest Douluo was in a state of meditation when he suddenly received a message from the angel god. As time passed, Douluo's frown gradually eased into a smile, clearly indicating that something joyous had occurred. Eventually, a look of elation graced his face. When the communication concluded, Douluo opened his eyes and mused. "Initially, I intended to sacrifice myself to enable Rinshue to achieve the angel godhood. But I never anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary being in this world. According to the angel god, if this individual's martial soul is used for sacrifice, it could not only secure the angel god position but also directly elevate her to the status of a 12-winged battle god, which is beyond the realm of secondary gods." Rising to his feet, Douluo gazed towards Rinshue's training grounds. "It is time to hasten our efforts. Otherwise, should this individual grow too swiftly, we may miss the opportunity for the final sacrificial ascension." With the birth of Lin Tao's dual-born existence, the speed of divine inheritance across the entire Douluo continent accelerated. All of this stemmed from Lin Tao's arrival. Some sought to obliterate him, while others aimed to absorb him for further elevation. Unbeknownst to Lin Tao, the evolution of his martial soul had subtly transformed the dynamics of previously hostile forces. A formidable power was gathering, and a vast net targeting Lin Tao was quietly being cast. Conversely, Lin Tao, having grasped his newfound powers, began to sense an impending threat, prompting him to postpone his original plan to venture deep into the Star Do forest in search of Ditian. Lin Tao suspected that something there might pose a danger to his existence, hence his decision to refrain from proceeding for the time being. In truth, Lin Tao had somewhat misjudged Ditian and others. He had merely just acquired divine power and was struggling to adapt. The sense of future crisis he felt was misinterpreted by him. Meanwhile, Lin Tao's precognitive ability, which he considers to be his sixth sense, could be deemed an affront to the divine power of life. In Chapter 69, Reunion After Long Absence, Lin Tao swiftly departed from the wilderness of the Star Luo Empire. With this movement, he realized that his previously lacking speed had now transformed dramatically. Lin Tao felt that his current pace was undoubtedly on par with that of Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, he was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's formidable speed, which was already exceptional due to her heritage as a speed deity. Despite his interference, not only had her speed remained unchanged, but Lin Tao also observed a significant enhancement in Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar 8th-level divine examination, both in speed and strength. However, he remained oblivious to the nature of the divine position Zhu Zhuqing would ultimately attain as a result of his intervention. Certainly, Lin Tao had his own solutions. Should his presence result in Zhu Zhuqing losing her divine status, he would ascend to divinity himself and create a divine position for her. He was confident that, as a dual divine heir, it would be relatively straightforward to bestow upon Zhu Zhuqing a divine title that aligned with her intrinsic qualities. With Lin Tao racing at an astonishing speed, he traversed the distance from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire in just one day. Subsequently, he no longer wished to travel, having sensed the location of the shadow mark. Although the distance remained considerable, Lin Tao felt an unwavering confidence that he could employ the second-tier shadow mark displacement from any point on Douluo Continent. Previously, he had been hastening his journey, propelled by the exhilaration of his newfound speed, and to his surprise, he arrived at the Heaven Do Empire in a mere day. As Lin Tao's form began to shimmer, Zhu Zhuqing, who was leisurely wandering the streets of the Heaven Do Empire, sensed a change in the mark on her body. Since her promotion to title Douluo, she had developed a pronounced awareness of the mark Lin Tao had placed upon her. Thus, when this mark shifted, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Lin Tao had utilized it to teleport directly to her side. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the road, and those admiring Zhu Zhuqing's beauty immediately noticed a man had materialized, embracing the goddess they were so captivated by. Lin Tao could only marvel at the power of desire, which indeed rendered one formidable. His displacement skill had once again been discerned, and by a group of rather unremarkable individuals. Lin Tao paid no mind to Zhu Zhuqing's location. Having unexpectedly appeared on the street, he was indifferent, and with Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace, he swiftly moved away. Zhu Zhuqing, ever cooperative, increased her speed as well. In the next moment, those astonished by the scene found that the two had vanished from the street. They began to question their own perceptions, wondering if they had indeed witnessed a beauty or if it had all been a mere figment of their imagination. Ultimately, they decided to return home and prepare for a nap before venturing out again. Lin Tao was unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's current residence. However, he led her directly to a high-end hotel, reminiscent of the establishment where Tang San first encountered Dai Mubai. The two remained indoors for the next 3 days, until Zhu Zhuqing, pleading for mercy, brought their seclusion to a temporary end. Lin Tao was acutely aware that his 8th divine examination had consumed a full 3 months. After parting ways with Zhu Zhuqing, more than 3 months had elapsed, which struck Lin Tao as quite astonishing. He had not perceived the passage of time to be so extensive. However, upon reflection, he considered that the flow of time in the divine realm diverged from that of the mortal world. He surmised that he had been situated in a trial space crafted by the god of life and the god of destruction, a realm neither of Douluo Continent nor the divine realm, making the irregularity of time's passage rather normal. Lin Tao chose not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer. During their 3 days of interaction, Zhu Zhuqing discovered that her soul power had unexpectedly ascended from level 95 to the pinnacle of 96, nearing level 97. With a mischievous grin, Lin Tao remarked, "I told you my essence is pure ability. Perhaps we should continue our training. Who knows? We might swiftly reach the ultimate Douluo at level 99. Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "No, even if I wished to train. My body lacks the energy right now." Observing her state, Lin Tao embraced her, playfully exploring until Zhu Zhuqing surrendered in her exhaustion, prompting him to cease. The couple then rested for 2 additional days at the hotel, as Zhu Zhuqing required time to recuperate. As they exited the hotel, the reception staff regarded them with envy. One young woman remarked, "This man may not look impressive, yet he possesses such strength. He hasn't left the hotel for 5 days." The prowess of Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing was unmistakable, and though they had stepped outside, the whispers did not escape their ears. Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush anew, while Lin Tao wore a self-satisfied expression. Chapter 70. The Unusual. Lin Tao wandered through Tiando City with Zhu Zhuqing, indulging in shopping and leisurely strolls. Observant onlookers could easily discern that they were a couple in the throes of romance, their hands intertwined. Given their formidable cultivation, they should not have been so leisurely. Yet Lin Tao encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to focus on her shopping. Some oblivious individuals found themselves ensnared in Lin Tao's mental influence, succumbing to the environment he created. Aware of Zhu Zhuqing's beauty and her relaxed companionship, Lin Tao noted her penchant for form-fitting leather attire, which inevitably attracted the attention of lecherous gazes. While Lin Tao remained indifferent to being admired, excessive scrutiny warranted a mental environment to teach a lesson about the consequences of insatiable desire. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing donned such attire for agility, thus he paid little heed to her clothing choices. This was no longer the earth of his past. Lin Tao recognized the dangers of attracting unwanted attention, yet this was a fantastical realm where those lacking strength who harbored ill intentions were merely seeking trouble. Much like Talon, who fancied Xiao Wu and suffered for his lack of power, Lin Tao realized he had not truly experienced the Douluo world. Despite having traversed into this realm for several years, he had scarcely paused to appreciate its wonders, spending most of his time in the wild honing his skills. His only respite came on Sea God Island, yet its exclusivity rendered him an outsider, relegating him to a solitary existence in the wilderness, devoid of genuine integration into the human society of this extraordinary world. Accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Tao leisurely strolled through the enchanting landscapes and cultural nuances of Douluo Continent. He sensed a palpable commercial atmosphere within the Heaven Do Empire, replete with numerous leisure and entertainment venues. This stood in stark contrast to the intense training ambience he experienced during his previous mission in the Star Luo Empire, where he had to confront Dai Mubai. The disparity between the two realms was exceedingly evident, not only in attire, but also in the overall atmosphere. Lin Tao perceived that the Heaven Do Empire bore a resemblance to the ambience of Earth, where indulgence in food and drink was commonplace, offering a semblance of happiness to ordinary folk. Yet, amidst this seemingly carefree environment, Lin Tao felt an unsettling dissonance. He had previously ignited conflicts among various factions. Could it be that, in such a brief span, animosities had dissipated? Most crucially, he recalled that during this period, the Spirit Hall should have been amassing power to unify the continent. However, he sensed no indication of such tension in the Heaven Do Empire. Convinced of his superior spiritual prowess, surpassing any individual on this continent, including the current Tang San, he was perplexed by the absence of an atmosphere charged with conflict. Suppressing this odd sensation, Lin Tao continued to wander with Zhu Zhuqing at his side. Their current strength rendered them virtually unencumbered as they explored. Upon entering a lavishly decorated establishment, Lin Tao's cursory glance revealed it to be akin to an extravagant luxury boutique on Earth, with prices that were shockingly exorbitant. With the coins in his possession, he surmised he could purchase little to nothing. This was truly a realm of noble consumption. Sensing Lin Tao's discomfort, Zhu Zhuqing gently released his hand, wrapping her arm around him, and suggested they seek out other venues, particularly for gourmet delights. Lin Tao regarded the perceptive Zhu Zhuqing with a silent exclamation of frustration. It was merely the high prices that deterred him. As a time traveler, hailing from a humble background, he had never experienced the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Yet, in this world, he stood as a figure of considerable status, unwilling to be deterred by trivial sums of silver. With a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing, he proposed they first earn some money, prompting their departure from the boutique. Lin Tao understood that the most lucrative opportunities on Douluo Continent lay within the spirit arena, a place notorious for its brutality, yet abundant in wealth. Much like the casinos of his previous life, gambling here revolved around combat rather than chance. With this understanding, Lin Tao led Zhu Zhuqing to the grand spirit arena of Heaven Do, each lost in their own memories. Lin Tao recalled the royal team he had partnered with Yi Lung Long, as well as Tang San's Shrek team, the site of many fierce battles. After a brief glance, Lin Tao guided Zhu Zhuqing inside, adhering to the rules of this world and opting not to resort to force to acquire funds. Upon entering, Lin Tao embraced the persona of a gambler within the circular arena, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, featuring multiple tiers for spectators and capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The interior boasted several sub-arena spaces, allowing for simultaneous duels among soul masters of varying levels. A noble exclusive private box is designated for the royal family, aristocrats, and esteemed soul masters to observe the battles. The main battle arena, crafted from specialized materials, is capable of withstanding the fierce clashes of soul emperors and even soul saints. Various combat environments are simulated, including forests, deserts, and aquatic realms, thereby enhancing the unpredictability of the duels. It is equipped with a resting area for soul masters, stationed healing-type soul masters, and a betting zone for wagers on the matches. The arena maintains a close collaboration with the Spirit Hall and the Seven Great Sects, where numerous formidable soul masters have made their names. The Heaven Do Great Soul Arena not only provides formal soul master duels, but also allows spectators to place bets on the outcomes. Governed by specific rules, single combat, 1v1 matches, where opponents are matched according to their soul power levels. Doubles combat, 2v2 matches, testing team coordination. Team combat, 7v7 advanced soul master teams face off, such as the Shrek 7 monsters against the Royal Combat Team. Life and death duels, rare both parties sign a life and death contract, with no retreat allowed, typically used to resolve deep-seated grievances. Official odds are established for each match, allowing spectators to bet on the victor or specific conditions, such as finishing the battle within 10 rounds. The odds are adjusted based on the soul power, records, and the relationships of the martial spirits involved. Underground betting, private certain nobles or factions secretly organize high-stakes betting, even manipulating match results, for instance, bribing soul masters to throw matches. Ordinary spectators have a betting limit to prevent financial ruin. Noble soul master families may participate in high-stakes bets, wagering soul bones, rare materials, and other precious resources. Lin Tao recalled how Shrek profited significantly in such settings. It was time for him to seek fortune as well. He borrowed some gold coins from Zhu Zhuqing, as his own funds were woefully meager. Zhu Zhuqing generously relinquished all her gold coins to him. After calculating, Lin Tao realized he had a total of 750 gold coins, combined with Zhu Zhuqing's 500 gold coins, revealing that he was merely a dependent on the wealth of others. Glancing at the day's schedule, Lin Tao noted there were 8 matches, with 3 occurring almost simultaneously, separated only by a 10-minute interval, while the remainder had ample time between them. He refrained from betting on the highest odds, but also avoided the lowest. Instead, he went all in on the first match, with odds of 5-1, featuring a newcomer against a seasoned opponent with a notable 4-match winning streak. Lin Tao placed his bet on the newcomer, as the odds were favorable, despite the majority of others betting on the veteran. Unfazed by the crowd's choices, Lin Tao's sole intention was to profit from the matches. With his formidable mental strength, he was capable of manipulating the pace of the battles. He prudently selected odds that were reasonable, steering clear of those that hinged on a single decisive move. Lin Tao simply sought to win and depart without courting trouble. As the matches commenced, the results indeed unfolded in alignment with Lin Tao's wager. His current mental prowess allowed him to control the rhythm of the battles, rendering the movements of both participants deceptively simple. Even a titled Douluo present would be oblivious to Lin Tao's methods. His mental strength had grown immensely alongside his twin souls. Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing spent 6 hours at the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, enjoying a lunch amidst the 8 matches. Lin Tao placed bets on all of them, going all in each time. At present, Lin Tao's fortune has surged from under 30,000 gold coins to an impressive 800,000. It can be said that he has been exceedingly fortunate. As Lin Tao departed from the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena with his gold, both he and Zhu Zhuqing became aware of being followed. With the onset of night, they were escorted back to the arena by several figures clad in black. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly showcased her prowess, allowing Lin Tao to amass an additional 4 million gold coins. Lin Tao entrusted the 4 million to Zhu Zhuqing for safekeeping, opting to carry only the 80,000 he had won that day. Noticing the late hour, the two returned to their hotel rather than continuing their exploration. After Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing's departure, the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena added their names to a blacklist within the system. While they could still attend matches, they were prohibited from placing bets. The following morning, when Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing arrived early at the arena, they were met by a dedicated reception staff. However, when Lin Tao attempted to place a bet, the system outright denied him the opportunity, recalling their previous night's actions. Just as Lin Tao was about to express his frustration, the manager, who had been reprimanded by Zhu Zhuqing for collecting a handling fee, approached them with a look of deep contrition, repeatedly apologizing. Lin Tao understood the situation. Although there was no evidence of foul play on their part, his consistent success at betting on unlikely outcomes raised suspicions. Their internal investigation had revealed that certain match results should not have occurred, which is why they had focused on him, unaware that he was not to be trifled with. Not only did they suffer losses, but they also faced a robbery. Meanwhile, several owners behind the arena, upon viewing Zhu Zhuqing's display of skill, acknowledged their miscalculation but were still unable to allow Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing to place bets. Lin Tao was acutely aware that he was being treated with the respect due to a formidable figure. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to forego the opportunity to profit from such a situation. Addressing the obsequious manager, he stated, "If you cannot permit me to place bets, we can still collaborate. Surely you have recognized my ability to influence match outcomes. Henceforth, when I visit, you need only inform me of the desired results for your matches, and I shall ensure your maximum profit. However, I require a fee of 100,000 gold coins for each match, regardless of whether you need my assistance or not." The manager, taken aback by Lin Tao's audacity, realized that with the arena hosting no fewer than 30 matches daily, this would amount to a staggering 3 million gold coins each day. The manager, feeling the weight of such a decision, could only convey Lin Tao's proposal to the owners. Lin Tao had already noticed the 6 owners seated in a room on the 3rd floor. However, he paid them little mind. His sole intention was to earn some money, which he could later retrieve as needed. Should negotiations falter, Lin Tao was prepared to engage in a more earnest discussion. He felt no burden in extracting wealth from such a gambling establishment, nor did he sense any imminent danger. Within Lin Tao's mental perception, the 6 owners displayed a range of reactions. Some pounded on the table, others indulged in cigars, while a few vocally expressed their grievances. Lin Tao could hardly be bothered to listen to their complaints. He surmised that their discontent stemmed from the discomfort of having their pockets picked so brazenly. Lin Tao was simply indulging in the fine tea provided by the manager. Neither in this life nor the last did he possess a habit of drinking tea. In his previous existence, it was due to financial constraints, while in this one, Yi Lingling, as a girl, similarly lacked the custom. After approximately an hour, the manager returned to the VIP room, holding a tray that bore a black card. Lin Tao awaited the other's words. The manager presented the tray to Lin Tao, stating that after discussions with the management, they were willing to offer him a monthly sum of 30 million gold coins. This was their highest-tier black card, which could be used for any expenditure or withdrawal, with a monthly limit of 30 million. Additionally, the card contained an initial balance of 100 million gold coins for his use. They hoped that in case of any trouble with the Tiando Great Soul Arena, he and his companion would lend their assistance. Having conveyed this, the manager respectfully placed the tray before Lin Tao. Lin Tao regarded the manager, understanding that this was the utmost sincerity being offered, 30 million monthly as a form of protection, coupled with an additional 100 million in cash, effectively binding him to the Tiando Great Soul Arena. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tao concluded that he rarely indulged in spending, finding little time to exploit such opportunities daily. He thus took the black card from the tray and departed the Tiando Great Soul Arena with Zhu Zhuqing. Once outside, Lin Tao reflected on the gambling industry in that world, recognizing the immense profits involved. To receive a monthly allocation of 30 million was indicative of the lucrative nature of gambling. Remarkably, they had also provided an initial sum of 100 million. Chapter 72, Nobility. Lin Tao did not concern himself with the process, as he now considered himself somewhat affluent, thus alleviating his previous financial woes. With Zhu Zhuqing by his side, he felt a newfound confidence as they set out to spend. Zhu Zhuqing, nestled in his embrace, smiled, marveling at Lin Tao's methods, which resolved a financial dilemma that could elude a person for a lifetime. Although Zhu Zhuqing had attained the rank of title Douluo, she had never envisioned such a straightforward solution to monetary issues. Initially, she had contemplated aligning with a noble faction to acquire wealth, but Lin Tao's approach transcended her understanding. Observing the incredulous expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Lin Tao took the opportunity to explain. In truth, the primary offer was the 100 million gold coins. The other amount was merely a limit, not a monthly payment of 30 million. The arrangement entailed that they would replenish whatever amount he spent within that limit. Individuals of their caliber typically focused on cultivation, and Lin Tao surmised that the other party must possess some means of assessment. Otherwise, it was peculiar that they would agree to such an outrageous proposal without first gauging their true capabilities. It was indeed strange, considering that previously, he had only dealt with a few Soul Emperors. An organization of such magnitude could likely afford to hire several titled Douluos. As for their immediate capitulation, Lin Tao speculated that there must be some method by which they gauged their strength. Zhu Zhuqing merely nodded in response, unable to resist the charm of her endearing demeanor. Lin Tao affectionately ruffled her hair. He then handed the black card to Zhu Zhuqing, remarking that he preferred to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Accepting the card, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Then let us indulge." Once again, Lin Tao took Zhu Zhuqing on a shopping spree, emboldened by their newfound wealth, purchasing whatever caught his eye. Zhu Zhuqing experienced a delightful first encounter with spending, free from the constraints of price. Previously, when the 7-treasure glazed tile school gifted Tang San 1 million, she considered it a fortune. This comparison opened her eyes. Despite being a member of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, she realized that such extravagant expenditures were rare in her world. The freedom to shop without concern for cost exhilarated her. The two indulged in numerous purchases, ranging from food to essentials and from practical items to mere decorative trinkets, guided solely by their personal tastes. As they entered a high-end boutique specializing in formal wear, Zhu Zhuqing initially hesitated, but Lin Tao insisted on exploring. Indeed, the exquisite custom designs were captivating, clearly tailored for the elite. Each garment was exceedingly opulent. Lin Tao encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to try on several pieces, all of which suited her magnificently. Her figure was truly commendable, capable of accentuating such elegant apparel. Lin Tao had long recognized, while watching the Douluo Continent anime, that Zhu Zhuqing surpassed both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in allure. Now, experiencing this reality firsthand, he affirmed her authenticity and beauty. As for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, Lin Tao had yet to encounter them in person. During a previous chance meeting with Tang San and others on Sea God Island, he only glimpsed them. At that time, Xiao Wu was in her rabbit form, and Ning Rongrong was not clearly visible. He had merely seen Tang San with Xiao Wu, while the others were already separated by a barrier. Lin Tao purchased a myriad of custom garments, and as Zhu Zhuqing approached him, she playfully tugged at his arm, stating she would not try any more outfits, as such attire was impractical for her day-to-day life. Lin Tao smiled, admiring her in a revealing dress, and swallowed hard, suggesting she could wear them privately for him. Flustered, Zhu Zhuqing playfully pinched his waist and continued to change into the other selected outfits. Lin Tao marveled at the magnificence of the various designs, noting how every piece showcased a unique charm on her. After over an hour, they departed the boutique with the staff's gracious farewell. Lin Tao had selected nearly 100 items for Zhu Zhuqing, including diverse sleepwear and intimate apparel. Many garments remained untried, deemed either too extravagant or unconventional for her. Nevertheless, Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of those outfits, and he persisted in purchasing them. Since his experience at the haute couture store, Lin Tao felt as if he had unlocked Pandora's box. He was captivated by every eccentric fashion display encountered along their stroll. As they wandered, a few individuals in the distance recognized Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing. One person swiftly departed, while two others trailed behind them at a distance. Lin Tao was thoroughly enjoying himself, maintaining a simple alertness with his mental energy, but the sheer allure of Zhu Zhuqing's numerous outfits distracted him, causing him to overlook the following figures. As night fell, their storage soul guide was nearly full. This day marked the first time Lin Tao had experienced such unrestrained joy in spending. The most significant aspect was having the exquisite Zhu Zhuqing by his side, a sense of pride that was perhaps beyond her comprehension. In his previous life, Lin Tao had also had a girlfriend. Those were classmates from university, yet, regrettably, due to the exigencies of life, the two had never experienced such a lavish lifestyle as today. Lin Tao's extravagant spending today felt like a means of fulfilling a wish from a past life. As night fell, their day of shopping came to an end. Zhu Zhuqing had also enjoyed herself. From birth, her future had been predetermined. The moment her martial soul awakened, her destiny was sealed, compelling her to toil diligently in her cultivation, always striving for survival. Upon learning of Dai Mabai's escape from the royal family, Zhu Zhuqing felt even greater pressure. Leaving the Star Luo Empire was not a release, but a burden to carry forward. For so many years, she had never acted as recklessly as she did today. Under Lin Tao's guidance, she ceased to regard her identity, status, or even her image. She indulged in the sheer joy of being wealthy, reveling in the moment. Today, the two resembled ordinary people, suddenly engaging in a bout of retaliatory spending. There was no semblance of their titles as Douluo. Instead, one could perceive their liberation, soaring freely. That evening, they did not return to the hotel immediately. Rather, they continued to a high-end restaurant frequented by the aristocracy, eager to indulge in culinary delights rarely encountered. Upon entering the opulent Zuasian Lu, reputed to be the most luxurious establishment in the Tiando Empire, they were nearly stopped at the door. However, upon Zhu Zhuqing presenting her black card, they were greeted with utmost respect. This was a lesson Lin Tao had imparted to Zhu Zhuqing, that showing the black card issued by the Tiando Great Soul Arena could resolve numerous inconveniences. Throughout the day, Zhu Zhuqing had experienced a newfound respect, as Lin Tao explained. This is the power of capital. Although strength reigns supreme in the Douluo Continent, sometimes money can resolve many matters. After presenting the black card, they were ushered directly to a VIP room. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered familiar faces, and Zhu Zhuqing's initially joyous demeanor swiftly dimmed. Before them stood Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the sword Douluo Chen Xian and the bone Douluo Gu Rong. Sensing Zhu Zhuqing's emotional shift, Lin Tao followed her gaze and recognized the identities of the trio from his memories. He firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and addressed the three. "Step aside and do not disturb my mood today." With that, he pulled Zhu Zhuqing into the VIP room. Upon entering, Lin Tao was taken aback by the vastness of the room, which undoubtedly exceeded 100 square meters, adorned in splendid decor. As Lin Tao settled down, still holding the somewhat stunned Zhu Zhuqing, he reassured her, "I know who those three are. Rest assured. There is nothing in this world worth disturbing your peace. I promise you, no one can sway your decisions. Since you made your choice, and I have chosen you, I will clear the path of your past. I will ensure a beautiful future for you." Tears streamed down Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks uncontrollably. Since being with Lin Tao, she had subconsciously avoided her past, fearful of encountering familiar faces, as she was unprepared to confront them. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wanted to leave, but found herself frozen in place. To this day, Zhu Zhuqing lacks the courage to confront her past self. However, today, Lin Tao's actions have provided Zhu Zhuqing with the support she needs to move forward. His earlier commanding words resonated with her instincts, imparting a sense of security and an urge to draw closer. Additionally, Lin Tao's remarks have emboldened Zhu Zhuqing to face her former friends. Lin Tao gently caresses Zhu Zhuqing's silky hair, wiping away her tears. Outside, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong, chastised by Lin Tao, momentarily stand in stunned silence. When the three regain their composure, they perceive the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Their brief stagnation is clearly a result of Lin Tao's formidable spiritual force, which struck them with unexpected intensity, leaving them defenseless. This spiritual assault only momentarily disoriented them. The trio promptly retreated to their private room. Chapter 73, Erroneous Intelligence. Earlier that day, Ning Fengji had received word from external intelligence agents about the sighting of Zhu Zhuqing. He found her movements perplexing. Although he was already aware of the rumors surrounding Dai Mubai's demise, he refrained from sharing this information with Tang San and his daughter, hoping instead to gather Zhu Zhuqing with his companions so that she could explain. Little did he know that this wait would lead to a lack of communication. Despite observing Tang San and the others' anxiety, Ning Fengji did not disclose Zhu Zhuqing's situation, nor that of Dai Mubai. Today, the intelligence personnel from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School confirmed Zhu Zhuqing's presence, piquing Ning Fengji's curiosity about why, following Dai Mubai's death, she had not sought out her Shrek companions sooner, thus leading to today's unexpected encounter. No one could have anticipated the presence of such a dangerous figure alongside Zhu Zhuqing, though it was certainly a lapse on their part. However, the situation now appears more intricate than anticipated. At this moment, Ning Fengji is uncertain whether to depart or remain. Fortunately, he possesses a private VIP room. The three did not leave immediately. In Lin Tao's VIP room, he regained the carefree demeanor he had earlier. As he began to select dishes, Zhu Zhuqing gradually set aside her concerns about Ning Fengji and the others, joining Lin Tao in perusing the exquisite menu. Lin Tao noticed a significant improvement in Zhu Zhuqing's spirits and continued to choose dishes that were unfamiliar to him. Together, they ordered an abundance of dishes, many of which they had never tried before. Their dinner extended for 2 hours, during which Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing indulged in a variety of culinary delights. As their meal drew to a close, Lin Tao observed the blend of joy and melancholy in Zhu Zhuqing's expression. He understood that this confrontation was inevitable, given his status. Lin Tao believed he would eventually clash with Tang San, though he had not anticipated that his first encounter would be with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, he preferred Zhu Zhuqing to confront it directly. Lin Tao was determined to prevent her from falling into peril due to unresolved emotions. Extending his spiritual force outward, Lin Tao sent a message directly to the adjacent room occupied by Ning Fengji. At that moment, the three were no longer caught off guard. They instinctively sensed the presence of Lin Tao's spiritual force. They rose and departed their private room, making their way to Lin Tao's chamber. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's face appeared somewhat pale, a sign that she was beginning to feel anxious. Given Zhu Zhuqing's current prowess, coupled with Lin Tao's lack of evasion, she was immediately aware of his spiritual energy as it emanated. Lin Tao grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, placing it upon his thigh, and stated, "From now on, I shall speak on our behalf. You need not respond or engage with them in any manner." As Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong entered, Lin Tao guided Zhu Zhuqing to a nearby tea table, casually extending his hand. Lin Tao took a seat first, with Zhu Zhuqing sitting closely beside him. Ning Fengji then settled directly across from Lin Tao, while Chen Xian and Gu Rong chose to stand on either side, refraining from taking a seat. As Lin Tao poured tea, he remarked, "There is no need for such wariness. The previous encounters were merely the fortune of the younger generation. If any offense was taken, I hope you will forgive." After pouring tea for Ning Fengji, he also served Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Ning Fengji, following Lin Tao's lead, affirmed, "Zhu Zhuqing is a dear friend of our Rong. Sword Uncle, Gu Uncle, please take a seat." Subsequently, the two took their places. Lin Tao lifted his teacup, taking a sip before offering Zhu Zhuqing a cup as well. He then addressed the trio across the table, stating, "There is no need for curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing is now my woman. The past is best left behind. Zhu Zhuqing has no ties to Shrek at present. Your visit today allows me to provide her with an explanation. First, to resolve your doubts. Second, to offer Zhu Zhuqing a clear understanding. When she chose to follow me, she did so without hesitation. She does not align herself with noble houses or factions based on their influence." He continued, "I must express my discontent with the current landscape of the continent. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinglua Empire do not represent my vision of an ideal state. Naturally, I hold no intentions of altering this reality. Should unavoidable conflicts arise in the future, I shall not affiliate myself with any faction. However, should any entity encroach upon my interests, I will not hesitate to take action." Lin Tao paused to sip his tea once more. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing grasped Lin Tao's true intentions. Previously, she had worried that Lin Tao might align with forces opposed to Tang San. Now, it was evident that he regarded all powers with disdain. Zhu Zhuqing had also surmised, after accompanying Lin Tao for so long, that he had not sought out any faction, primarily because he was formidable enough not to require such affiliations. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji felt perplexed, pondering whether this man possessed a powerful background or was simply delusional. To dismiss the prevailing forces of the day, he too took a sip of tea and remarked, "Indeed, we were merely informed of Zhu Zhuqing's appearance, as the other Shrek companions are currently away on their journeys." Lin Tao listened attentively, recognizing the underlying dynamics of the original work and the financial backing behind Tang San. It was evident that without Ning Fengji, Tang San would have struggled to establish the Tang sect. In terms of financial acumen, The seven-treasure glazed tile school was undoubtedly proficient. Lin Tao understood that they had not grasped the current reality, and it was unlikely they could fathom that Zhu Zhuqing had surpassed Chen Xian, the one hailed as the continent's foremost assault spirit master. Lin Tao was also prepared to make his intentions clear. Otherwise, in future encounters with Tang San, if the seven-treasure glazed tile school continued to stand behind him, Zhu Zhuqing would inevitably find herself at odds with Ning Rongrong. The rest mattered little, for Ning Rongrong held a uniquely significant position within the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Thus, Lin Tao was willing to invest extra time in discourse, solely to facilitate less communication for Zhu Zhuqing in the future, given her naturally reticent demeanor. Continuing, Lin Tao stated, "Firstly, your information is rife with inaccuracies. My name is Lin Tao, the one who has altered the current dynamics, which consequently enabled Zhu Zhuqing to break free from Shrek. Secondly, regardless of whom you choose to invest in, it would be prudent not to consider me as an adversary. In this regard, Jian Douluo, Chen Xian, Bon Douluo, and Gu Rong, together with Ning Fengji from your seven-treasure glazed tile school, are collectively no match for me. Shall we converse in the wilderness for further discussion? Otherwise, I fear your information may be outdated, leading to erroneous assessments of the current discourse." As Lin Tao's provocative words hung in the air, Gu Rong was the first to rise, his soul power coiled yet unexpressed. However, Ning Fengji remained still, while Chen Xian sat, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tao. Observing the tension, Lin Tao understood that miscalculations could indeed prove fatal. Without uttering another word, he took Zhu Zhuqing by the hand, declaring, "I shall await you 50 miles outside of Tiando City. Otherwise, this dialogue risks being utterly misguided." As Lin Tao departed with Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengji inquired, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, did you sense anything from him?" Gu Rong replied, "That arrogant youth possesses remarkable mental acuity. Yet it is only potent when he is unguarded. Presenting him with an opportunity now would not sway me." In contrast, Chen Xian expressed a differing perspective. Although this Lin Tao appears to lack formidable presence at first glance, he remains unaffected by our trio's aura. Especially considering that Gu Rong has concealed his soul power, this Lin Tao remains undeterred. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor is quite peculiar. Ning Fengji pondered more deeply, as the current chaos left him heavily invested in Tang San. The sudden emergence of Lin Tao had indeed taken him by surprise. Tang San's unparalleled background, combined with his monstrous talent and relationship with Rongrong, had led Ning Fengji to commit to him. Yet, today's encounter with Lin Tao, through their previous dialogue, had instilled a slight wavering of resolve within him. Unsure of the source of this sentiment, Ning Fengji, seasoned in guiding the sect, chose to trust his instincts. To quell his inner turmoil, he declared, "Let us go, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. We must discern what this brash young man relies upon." Chapter 74, The Emergence of the Twin Shores Brilliance. Deep within the sunset forest, in a clearing stirred by soul power, Lin Tao stood resolute as a pine. The setting sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting a golden-red halo around him. A gentle breeze ruffled his tousled hair, yet it could not conceal the sharp glimmer in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing remained at a distance, harboring unwavering trust in Lin Tao's formidable strength. Ning Fengji held the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, his jade-like visage reflecting a hint of curiosity. "Lin Xiaoyu, did you just claim you could take on 3 opponents alone?" Beside him, the sword Douluo Chen Xian cradled the seven-killing sword, a frown etched upon his brow, while the Bon de Gu Rong emitted a raspy chuckle, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Lin Tao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he extended his right hand, 6 soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Black, 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 red, and gold, the final golden million-year soul ring particularly striking. "Indeed, I wish for the 3 of you to join forces." Chen Xian gently caressed the sword's blade, a clear ringing sound resonating. "Young man, confidence is admirable, but arrogance is." Before he could finish, Lin Tao slowly raised his left hand, the soul rings amplifying his immense soul power, which now suppressed everyone present, save for Zhu Zhuqing, as Lin Tao deliberately allowed his power to bypass her. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted, and the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda instinctively radiated a brilliant light. In Lin Tao's left palm, an extraordinary flower began to bloom. Its petals a striking combination of crimson and white, red as blood and white as frost, with the essence of yin and yang swirling within. "My martial soul, the Evernight flower." Chen Xian's expression shifted, the seven-killing sword unsheathing itself with a resonant sound. "The legendary Evernight flower that bridges yin and yang, governing life and death?" Lin Tao nodded, his martial soul swiftly circulating, enveloping him in the red and white glow of the Evernight flower. "I humbly request your guidance." Ning Fengji took a deep breath, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. "Excellent. Since Lin Xiaoyu possesses such confidence, we shall honor your request. He turned to the two guardian Douluos. Sword uncle, bone uncle, do not hold back. Gu Rong let out a peculiar laugh as his form suddenly swelled. Bone dragon true form. His skin erupted with countless bone spines, transforming in an instant into a 10-meter-long skeletal dragon, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ethereal blue flames. Chun Xian merged with his sword, activating the 7-killing true form, his entire being morphing into a colossal sword that cleaved the air, severing the surrounding trees. Ning Fengji raised the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda high. The treasures of the 7 are famed. The first, strength. The second, speed. The third, soul. 3 beams of colorful light descended upon the 2 titled Douluos, their might surging once more. Lin Tao remained unperturbed as he activated his martial soul. The white evernight flower in his left hand radiated an eerie glow. Domain of life and death, open. Centered around Lin Tao, the red and white luminescence rapidly expanded, forming an extraordinary domain with a diameter of 100 meters. Within this realm, one half bloomed with white evernight flowers, pure as snow. The other half was a sea of crimson blooms, alluring yet sinister. Gu Rong was the first to strike, the bone dragon true form charging into the domain. 8th soul skill, nether bone breath. The pale breath surged toward Lin Tao like a tidal wave. Lin Tao waved his left hand lightly, and the blood-red evernight flowers surged forth, forming a wall of blossoms. The bone breath collided with the floral barrier, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Though the wall was largely corroded, it successfully thwarted the attack. Intriguing, Chun Xian's voice echoed from all directions as the 7-killing true form transformed into countless sword shadows, thrusting towards Lin Tao from every angle. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring. Lin Tao wielded the white evernight flower in his right hand, deftly parrying each sword shadow. Sparks flying upon impact. Simultaneously, the white flower of the other shore beneath him suddenly released a multitude of pollen, enveloping the domain in a mist. Gu Rong felt a wave of disorientation, and the scene before him transformed abruptly. He was no longer the bone Douluo, but a dying old man lying on a dilapidated wooden bed, surrounded by weeping descendants. Was this my past life? The momentum of Chun Xian's sword also faltered as he beheld the image of himself practicing swordplay in his youth. The stern reprimands of his master echoing in his ears. The sword is the blade of the heart. With too many distractions in your mind, how can you attain the realm? Ning Fengji stood at the edge of the domain, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda instinctively protecting its master, radiating a purifying light. He keenly sensed the anomaly. Sword uncle, bone uncle, be cautious. This pollen can awaken past memories. Lin Tao was secretly astonished by Ning Fengji's mental resilience, but continued his actions without pause. Seizing the fleeting moment when the 2 titled Douluo were momentarily dazed, he concentrated the red flower of the other shore in his right hand and formed a white and red flower in his left, sending it drifting toward Chun Xian. Awaken! Ning Fengji commanded, and the 7th spirit ring of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda ignited. 7-treasure true body, glazed heart protection. A wave of multicolored light swept across the domain, causing Gu Rong and Chun Xian to shudder as they broke free from the illusion. Gu Rong let out a furious roar, and the true form of the bone dragon spiraled violently, activating the 9th spirit skill, Bone Prison descends. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, forming a skeletal cage that ensnared Lin Tao within. Each spike shimmered with eerie runes, sealing the space. Chun Xian, merging with his sword, simultaneously unleashed his 7th and 9th spirit skills, 7-kill true body, divine and demonic dual slashes. A sword energy that spanned the heavens cleaved toward Lin Tao in the bone prison, a lethal strike. Ning Fengji, beads of sweat forming on his brow, exerted all his strength to assist. With the name of the 7 treasures, the 4th, defense. The 5th, offense. 2 additional beams of colored light descended upon the 2 titled Douluo, further reinforcing the bone prison and intensifying the sword energy. Within the bone prison, Lin Tao felt unprecedented pressure. The bone prison confined him, rendering him immobile. The 7-kill sword energy locked onto his aura, leaving no avenue for evasion. In that critical moment between life and death, a resolute expression flickered in his eyes. Dual life and death of the other shore. Lin Tao brought his palms together, and the red and white flowers of the other shore began to merge. The crimson petals pulsated with vibrant green life energy, while the white petals emanated a purplish-red destructive energy. A peculiar yin-yang fish pattern formed beneath him, slowly spinning. Boom! Chun Xian's sword energy descended, shattering the bone prison. However, as the dust settled, Lin Tao stood unharmed within a half-red, half-white sphere of light. What? Gu Rong exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Tao's mouth, yet he smiled as he separated his hands, causing the sphere to split. The red portion transformed into a sea of blood, while the white portion became a canopy of holy light. In the newly formed domain, each petal contained the power of life and death, and every flower of the other shore was brimming with vitality. Lin Tao's aura surged, momentarily reaching a realm beyond that of a tidal Douluo. Ning Fengji's expression grew grave. Sword uncle, bone uncle, unite. Chun Xian and Gu Rong exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. The three stood in a triangular formation, with Ning Fengji at the center. And the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda radiated brilliantly. Trinitarian glazed sword bone formation. Chapter 75, Invitation. Qinshin and Gulong exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. The three stood in a triangular formation, with Ning Fengji positioned at the center, as the seven treasures glazed pagoda radiated in overwhelming brilliance. The Trinity glazed sword bone array. Qinshin's seven-kill sword hovered in the air, splitting into seven shimmering sword shadows. Gulong then extricated seven crystalline bone spikes from his body, merging them with the sword shadows. The seven bone swords whirled around the trio, forming a formidable array of offense and defense. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, aware that this was the pivotal moment. He thrust both hands forward, compressing the realm of life and death with all his might toward the three. The seven bone swords converged, ready to clash head-on. A thunderous roar erupted. The two forces collided, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave flattened trees over a kilometer in radius, creating a vast circular pit in the ground. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the four figures were thrown backward. Lin Tao crashed through three massive trees before finally halting, his dual-soul weapon forcibly retracted, his complexion as pale as parchment. In the distance, Ning Fengji was shielded behind Qinshin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gulong knelt on the ground. Having dispelled his bone dragon form, Qinshin's hand trembled slightly as he sheathed his sword, cracks appearing along the blade. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji struggled to stand. Wiping the blood from his lips, "We have lost." Lin Tao nodded, his formidable recovery ability nearly restoring the energy he had expended in battle. He realized that while his dual-soul weapon was indeed powerful, its consumption was equally staggering. Without his remarkable recovery, relying on the dual-soul for prolonged operation would pose a significant challenge. It seemed that only he could fully unleash the entirety of his dual-soul's might. Gulong, unsteadily rising to his feet, suddenly burst into a raspy laugh. "Ha! What a lad! It has been years since I felt such exhilaration." Qinshin returned his sword to its sheath, a rare smile gracing his usually stoic face, an extraordinary top-tier martial soul, fearsome after the fusion of realms. Ning Fengji approached Lin Tao. "Young Lin, the strength you displayed today is enough to shake the entire soul master world." He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Tao's left hand. "Your Bian Flower martial soul seems to possess untapped potential." Lin Tao felt a jolt within, recognizing Ning Fengji's keen insight. His Bian Flower's Bian reincarnation indeed harbored deeper mysteries, but they were true forbidden techniques of life and death, to be employed only in dire circumstances. Were it not for the nature of this exchange, the use of Bian withering and the power of chaos could have obliterated the three in an instant. Suddenly, Qinshin spoke. "Lin Tao, would you care to become an honorary elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect?" The proposal took Lin Tao by surprise. As one of the top three sects, the honorary elder position was highly esteemed, typically bestowed upon the most distinguished titled Douluos. Regrettably, Lin Tao could only conclude that through this battle, Ning Fengji still failed to grasp the full extent of the situation. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached and stood beside Lin Tao. Ning Fengji, Qinshin, and Gulong simultaneously recalled Zhu Zhuqing's presence, astonished that she had emerged unscathed from the recent intense battle. Lin Tao offered Zhu Zhuqing a reassuring glance before addressing Ning Fengji. "As for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I must respectfully decline. Should the Tang San you support return, and we engage in a duel, it would spell the ruin of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My enmity with Tang San and Tang Hao is irreconcilable. I have not hesitated to threaten Tang Hao on multiple occasions using that blue-silver grass, which belongs to Tang San's mother. Thus, do you truly believe you can mediate our animosity?" Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, an awkward silence enveloped the three individuals. It was also the first time Zhu Zhuqing learned of Lin Tao's grievances with Tang San, yet she remained steadfastly by Lin Tao's side. Lin Tao, unperturbed by Ning Fengji's demeanor toward the trio, continued, "I acknowledge your investment in Tang San. His background and qualifications indeed warrant such backing. However, after years in business, you must realize that this approach cannot persist. Otherwise, the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be jeopardized. After all, in this world, martial prowess holds paramount importance. Should you neglect your own strength, investing in anyone will ultimately lead to a dead end." Or do you believe this is the path to growth you have chosen for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Chapter 76. Perspective. Lin Tao observed the three, their silence indicative of both wariness and skepticism towards him. Most critically, upon learning of his connection to Tang San, they likely resolved not to extend an invitation. Thus, Lin Tao was confident that if he chose to depart now, they would not impede his exit. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and understood that he would inevitably confront formidable foes in the future, including all forces allied with Tang San. However, with Zhu Zhuqing, a former companion of Tang San, by his side, he felt compelled to consider her well-being. Lin Tao turned to Ning Fengji with gravity, asserting, "You are drawn to Tang San for several reasons. 1. The rarity of dual martial souls. Tang San possesses both the Haotian hammer, the foremost weapon martial soul, and the blue-silver emperor, a top-tier plant martial soul. A combination exceedingly rare in the annals of soul masters. 2. The intrinsic value of innate full soul power. Tang San exhibited innate full soul power upon awakening, indicating his natural talents far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is affluent, geniuses with innate full soul power are a rarity. Moreover, there are hidden resources linked to Tang Hao's son. 1. Potential connections to the Haotian sect. Tang San's Haotian hammer martial soul directly reveals his ties to the Haotian sect. Investing in Tang San effectively establishes an indirect alliance with the Haotian sect, the foremost among the three great sects, which is crucial for the strategic security of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. 2. The bloodline inheritance of a titled Douluo. Ning Fengji, through his connections with titled Douluo Jian, is already aware of Tang Hao's prowess, the youngest titled Douluo. As Tang San's progeny, his growth potential is promising, akin to investing in blue-chip stocks within the Soul Master realm. Lastly, the strategic value of hidden weaponry technology. 1. Transforming the landscape for support-type Soul Masters. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Martial Soul is formidable, it lacks self-defense capabilities. The hidden weapons provided by Tang San, such as the Sand and Shadow Technique and the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, would enable the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to possess the capability to combat above their rank, fundamentally addressing the sect's most significant vulnerability. 2. Military-grade technological monopoly. Ning Fengji keenly recognizes the transformative influence of hidden weapons on warfare among Soul Masters. Early investment would grant the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School priority access to this technology, potentially leading to the establishment of a dedicated production line for Tang Sect exclusive items, such as the mass production plan for the Rain Pear Blossom Needle. 4. Personality traits and growth potential. 1. The wisdom of cultivating dual spirits. Tang San's decision to primarily cultivate blue-silver grass rather than immediately revealing the Haotian hammer showcases a maturity and strategic mindset that transcends his years, a rare disposition among young Soul Masters. 2. Practical combat ability beyond rank. In the elite competition of high-level Soul Master academies across the continent, Tang San repeatedly faced Soul Kings with the strength of a Soul Master, employing control tactics and hidden weapons that revealed his potential to command an army single-handedly. 5. Profound political considerations. 1. The necessity of balancing the Spirit Hall. In light of the expansionist pressures from the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must cultivate emerging forces, investing in talents like Tang San, who operate outside the Spirit Hall's framework, aligns with the prudent investment principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. 2. The construction of a next-generation network. By establishing connections through Ning Rongrong and the Shrek 7 monsters, the aim is to pave the way for the next generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such early investments will, in decades to come, evolve into formidable political alliances. Uncertain if I am correct, Ning Zhongzhu. This is the moment when Ning Fengji truly begins to regard Lin Tao with a discerning eye. While Lin Tao's combat prowess is extraordinary, Ning Fengji places greater value on Tang San. Lin Tao observes Ning Fengji nodding in agreement. Continuing, Lin Tao states, "I am speaking with your precious daughter in mind. First, I affirm that your investment is undoubtedly sound. However, my presence here indicates that your decision may indeed be misguided. Let me explain. First, you perceive hidden weapons in Tang San, altering the weaknesses of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet this choice guarantees that the school will only achieve the status of a third-rate sect. You possess wealth and resources, although your direct lineage comprises solely support-type Soul Masters. You could easily assemble combat-oriented Soul Masters, thereby establishing a foundation based on your own strength. While science may temporarily alter the current landscape, in the long run, such cold weaponry will inevitably fade from history. When change occurs in the world, or resources are enhanced again, other sects or forces will rely on strengthening their own capabilities, while you focus on perpetually upgrading hidden weapons. This is a fundamental misdirection. Ultimately, I must inform you that choosing Tang San is your gravest error. As Lin Tao's fingertips glided through the air, the light in the entire sunset forest abruptly warped. The sky, once painted crimson by the setting sun, was swiftly washed in darkness as if by an invisible hand. The second spirit, Chun Xian's seven-killing sword, emitted a piercing tremor, and for the first time, this pinnacle of swordsmanship displayed a grave expression. His sword heart warned of an extraordinary power awakening beyond comprehension. Ning Fengji's seven-treasure glazed tower trembled uncontrollably, its vibrant colors retracting as if encountering a formidable foe. The usually composed sect master's fingers quivered slightly. This is no ordinary spirit. This is Boom. A column of ethereal purple light shot skyward as the second set of soul rings slowly ascended beneath Lin Tao's feet. Black, dark gold, and gold. These three soul rings were all imbued with a profound black base, particularly that incomprehensible shade of gold. It had appeared once before, and now it re-emerged. Ning Fengji was uncertain of what the golden soul ring represented. Suddenly, the true form of the bone dragon let out a pained howl. This bone Douluo, who wielded the power of life and death, was horrified to discover that the marrow within his body was boiling uncontrollably. How could it be that my martial soul is in fear? In the beam of light, a graceful, ethereal figure gradually solidified. It was a woman clad in a dark phoenix robe, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and a dot of vermilion between her brows, strikingly red as blood. She merely floated silently behind Lin Tao, and the entire forest of soul beasts fell into silence. Mi Yue, Lin Tao softly called, his voice carrying an ancient cadence. As he summoned her, the ethereal figure slowly opened her eyes, pure black orbs devoid of pupils, yet seemingly reflecting the rise and fall of countless stars. Suddenly, innumerable black chains emerged from the void, each inscribed with ancient runes that flickered in a breath-like rhythm. These chains coiled around Lin Tao, yet they bore no sense of restraint. Instead, they resembled submissive servants. Dust Heart's sword trembled slightly. Having trained for a century, he had never encountered such an eerie manifestation of a martial soul. There were no beastly roars, no sharpness of weapon souls, yet it emanated an oppressive aura that transcended all rules. Ning Fengji let out a muffled groan as the radiance of the seven treasures glazed tower dimmed further. He finally understood why his martial soul instinctively feared Mi Yue. Surrounding her was the purest essence of the devouring principle. This was not merely a soul skill effect, but rather the inherent authority of a martial soul. The shadows of the setting sun forest began to twist and writhe, as if the entire realm was responding to the awakening of this dark queen. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing witnessed Lin Tao unleash his full power. Previously, he had only showcased his strength without revealing his martial soul. Chapter 77, Regretful Ning Fengji. Lin Tao retracted his soul rings and martial soul. At that moment, the expressions of the three individuals standing opposite him were peculiar. It was unclear what thoughts occupied their minds. Lin Tao turned to Zhu Zhuqing beside him and said, "Release your martial soul, so that your former companion Ning Rongrong's father and the two elders may witness it and offer guidance." Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Zhu Zhuqing understood that he was subtly distancing himself from the Seven Treasures glazed sect and her former companions. Ning Fengji, engaged in battle with Sword Douluo Dust Heart, and Bone Douluo Guiyong, had just returned from their astonishment at Lin Tao's display, now looking towards Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Tao's true essence was shrouded in mystery, and the golden soul ring exceeded their comprehension, leaving them at a loss for expression. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, her gaze resolute. "Lord Ning, esteemed elders, my martial soul has evolved." Dust Heart raised an eyebrow in intrigue. "Oh, can the nether cat evolve further?" Zhu Zhuqing refrained from further elaboration. Her soul power surged, and in an instant, her martial soul manifested. Boom! A terrifying wave of soul power erupted as a colossal ethereal figure of the nether emerged behind her. No longer merely a spiritual cat, but a new form, the nether holy shadow, infused with both darkness and a sacred aura. However, what is most astonishing is not the martial soul itself, but the soul rings that gradually rise beneath her feet. Black, 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 red, 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 red. 5 10,000-year soul rings, and 400,000-year soul rings. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted. This is impossible. Chun Xian, rarely losing composure, gripped the seven-killing sword with a trembling hand. 5 black and 4 red. Even a limit Douluo has never possessed such a soul ring configuration. Gu Rong inhaled sharply. "What on earth have you experienced, girl?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was profound as she replied softly, "A life-and-death ordeal allowed me to transcend the limits of my martial soul." She then cast a glance at Lin Tao. Ning Fengji chuckled bitterly. Such talent would surely astonish even Tang San. The final glance Zhu Zhuqing directed at Lin Tao did not escape the keen eyes of Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. It appears that Zhu Zhuqing's transformation is inextricably linked to Lin Tao. At this moment, the astonishment of the three had completely overturned their previous understanding of martial souls and soul rings, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing, who was well acquainted with her own origins. How could her martial soul suddenly evolve? And this terrifying soul ring configuration is certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual, shattering the records of Douluo Continent. Moreover, it had previously been a standard soul ring configuration. How could established facts be altered? Lin Tao patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder. Zhu Zhuqing retracted her martial soul, and as Lin Tao observed the three still in shock, he discerned much from their expressions. After a moment of silence, when the three regained their composure, he continued, "You have witnessed why I believe investing in Tang San is an immense mistake. It is neither my uniqueness nor Zhu Zhuqing's. It is simply the nature of this world. As long as one pursues the path to strength, even if failure occurs, there will always be those who succeed. With each generation's efforts, this world will inevitably evolve to a point beyond our imagination. This is what I mean by the ability to grow stronger through one's own efforts, rather than seeking strength through means inferior to oneself. This is a fundamental inversion, discarding the watermelon seeds while holding onto the watermelon. Today, considering Zhu Zhuqing's past experiences, I have chosen to communicate with you peacefully. However, if you approach me with your ruthless tactics and the petty-mindedness of Tang San, I shall not be so accommodating. Currently, your relationship with Tang San is merely one of cooperation, which is inconsequential. However, should you seek to advance further and form an alliance, I regret to inform you that I will not be so gentle in our next encounter. Regarding the recent battle, it was indeed exhilarating, let me assure you. When I unleash my second martial soul, I shall not need to exert my full strength. For the combined efforts of the three of you will not compel me to take more than 3 minutes. Whether or not you comprehend this, I implore you to believe my words. Such outdated thinking leads you to seek cooperation against the Spirit Hall and armed secret weapons. This is the most insulting behavior regarding your understanding of this world. I have often heard that among the 3 great sects, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, under Ning Fengji's unique vision, sees far. Today, I have witnessed the harsh reality of your shortcomings. As Lin Tao continued his relentless critique, the faces of the 3 grew increasingly grim. Had it not been for the recent display of Lin Tao's terrifying prowess, coupled with Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming capabilities, one might have already resorted to violence. As 3 individuals, it was their first experience of such humiliation. The Spirit Hall would never treat them in such a manner. Lin Tao paused for a moment, gazing at the trio, and spoke once more. You all believe in the exceptional lethality of hidden weapons. Thus, you must be aware of Tang San's true background. Can you fathom why he does not equip the Haoyan clan with such effective hidden weapons, but rather bestows them upon your 7 treasures, glazed tile school? Do not claim that Tang San's relationship with the Haoyan clan is fraught with discord, or that their spirits serve different purposes, one for offense and the other for support. Let me clarify. Tang San is acutely aware that hidden weapons have limited range, and the Haoyan clan is his genuine foundation. By arming you with hidden weapons, should any conflict arise, he can easily subdue you. Having delivered my words, I do not expect any transformation from the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. However, the next encounter may very well result in a life and death struggle. You should also arm yourselves with hidden weapons, such as those capable of assassinating a title Douluo, as suggested by Tang San. We shall see then how effective they are against me. With that, Lin Tao departed the area alongside Zhu Zhuqing. His final remarks were not merely an affront to the 3, but also a reflection of the sharp killing intent he sensed emanating from Ning Fengji. Lin Tao finally comprehended that, despite his earlier attempts to incite discord, the 7 treasures glazed tile school remained allied with Tang San, likely due to the fact that Tang San had provided Ning Fengji with hidden weapons capable of harming a title Douluo. As Lin Tao left, he recollected some descriptions regarding Tang San's hidden weapons. 1. Buddha's Fury Lotus. Classification: the foremost hidden weapon of the Tang sect, designed for area of effect destruction. Achievements: in the battle at Jialing Pass, it annihilated 76 Spirit Hall Flying Spirit Masters of level 70 or above, including several Spirit Douluos. The original text explicitly states that if a title Douluo is caught at the epicenter of the explosion and remains defenseless, they may suffer severe injuries or even death. Constraints: requires close-range detonation. A title Douluo who is on guard, such as activating their spirit's true form or defensive soul skills, may survive. 2. Rain of Pear Blossom Needles. Classification: the second-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect, renowned for its unparalleled single-target penetration. Features: crafted from the silver mother of deep-sea sunken treasures. It is launched silently, specifically designed to breach protective soul power. The original text mentions it has severely wounded a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Though it does not confirm a kill, it rendered them combat ineffective. Constraints. The timing of the user's launch is critically demanding. If the trajectory is anticipated, it may fail. 3. Guanin's Tears. Classification. The premier technique-based hidden weapon of the Tang sect, requiring internal energy from the Xiantian skill to activate. Achievements. Tang San, utilizing his spirit Douluo strength, pierced the heart of the divine-level defense of Mi Yue, the god of war. Theoretically, it can deliver a fatal blow to any earthly title Douluo. Constraints. Requires charging and consumes all soul power. It may only be used once in a lifetime, unless divine recovery occurs. 4. Yama's Letter. Classification. A highly toxic hidden weapon, guaranteeing death upon contact. Even titled Douluos cannot evade its effects. Achievements. It instantly killed the soul sage Shinian, dean of Tsanghui Academy. The original text indicates that if it strikes a vital point of a titled Douluo, such as the head or heart, it can inflict fatal damage. Limitations. The attack must be direct, and the toxin requires time to take effect. The titled Douluo may resort to suppressing with soul power or severing limbs to survive. With this thought, Lin Tao merely smiled faintly. His current abilities rendered him impervious to those hidden weapons. He possessed no so-called fatal weaknesses. Whether it be shattering his heart or fracturing his skull, it mattered not to Lin Tao at this moment. Only a true display of overwhelming strength could defeat him. All else was mere subterfuge. Chapter 78. Preemptive Warnings and Speculations. As Lin Tao departed, his heart was anything but the calm faade he presented. Although he did not fear the current protagonist group, he felt that his previous interference had yielded little effect. This left Lin Tao with a sense of imbalance. As a protagonist himself, he understood the patterns of development all too well. Having read the original work and watched the anime, along with other novels, he recognized that as long as the protagonist does not perish, various unrelated forces would invariably rise to thwart impending crises, charging forth to their demise. Ultimately, the protagonist would possess sufficient strength to exact vengeance. Initially, Lin Tao believed that employing the tactics of his past life could sever Tang San's backing, ensuring that future confrontations would be effortless. That was a previous notion. Now, with the enhancement of his martial soul, Lin Tao felt no trepidation towards those inconsequential characters. However, having glimpsed the essence of things through his comprehension of life and death, Lin Tao realized that he had birthed a dual existence beyond the realm of life and death. This profound understanding deepened his insight into the path of existence. Lin Tao did not wish to inadvertently involve innocent individuals, as this could pose significant obstacles to his future ascension as a titled Douluo or even to divinity. This was a sentiment Lin Tao harbored. He held unwavering conviction, and through his exchanges with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he confirmed that the earlier sense of crisis emanated from Tang San's side. Additionally, Lin Tao sensed that when he fully employed his dual essence, it felt as though he were set against the entirety of the Douluo Continent. This peculiar sensation led him to perceive an inexplicable force or energy altering the fundamental points of conflict within the Douluo realm. Originally, the core conflict lay between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires and sections. The essence of the discord: monopoly of power versus anti-monopoly. 1. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall. By controlling the resources of soul masters, soul awakening, soul ring distribution, they aim to establish a legion of soul masters, striving for continental unity while annihilating sects and imperial powers. Their methods included hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, intensifying conflicts with the Stardow Forest, and launching soul hunts, decimating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and severely injuring the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. 2. The resistance forces, the Tiando Empire. After Shueqinghe, Xianren was exposed, they stood in complete opposition to the Spirit Hall. The Xinglua Empire, a traditional military powerhouse, was less involved due to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's departure from the royal family. The three upper sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, destroyed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School survived but gravely weakened, and the Haotian sect emerged from seclusion. The Sea God Island, a city of slaughter, a neutral force, yet, due to Tang San's rise, became a pivotal connection. Climactic conflict. The Battle of Jialing Pass, the Spirit Empire versus the allied forces of Tiando and Xinglua. 1. The opposition of the three upper sects and the four lower sects. The four lower sects, such as the Elephant Armor sect, White Tiger sect, etc., aligned themselves with the Spirit Hall, becoming instruments to suppress the three upper sects. A typical incident: the Xiangjia sect targeted Shrek Academy during the Advanced Soul Master competition. The long-standing rivalry between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao slayed Qian Xuanji, leading to the pursuit of Ain by the Spirit Hall, while the Haotian sect closed its gates, inadvertently resulting in the abandonment of the 4 single-attribute clans. The survival crisis of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. As a support-oriented sect, it relies heavily on the protection of the sword-bone Douluo. And after the soul-hunting operation, it was compelled to forge a deep alliance with the Heaven Do Empire. In this scenario, Tang San played a unifying role, nearly consolidating all other forces. Originally, Lin Tao had intervened, believing that such a multitude of forces should not be involved. However, the situation has now surpassed Lin Tao's comprehension. He senses that the entire human landscape is undergoing a transformation, as if previously irreconcilable contradictions are beginning to shift, with himself at the center of this conflict. Such capability, Lin Tao gazed at the heavens, could only be the will of the divine. Lin Tao had thought that his current strength would allow him to effortlessly gather soul rings, develop, and ultimately choose the right moment for the 9th divine examination to ascend to godhood. It now appears that his mutation has attracted the attention of certain deities. Lin Tao surmised that this was likely due to the evolution of his martial soul. Initially, he had maintained a lighthearted demeanor due to the evolution, but now, with the martial soul's forewarnings, he felt an immense pressure. That evening, Lin Tao returned to the hotel with Zhu Zhuqing. After bathing, he joined Zhu Zhuqing in bed. Zhu Zhuqing's long, graceful legs intertwined with Lin Tao's, her ample figure pressed closely against him. In that moment, Lin Tao recalled descriptions from his past life regarding cats. A female cat, upon reaching sexual maturity, typically between 6 months to 1 year, enters estrus, exhibiting behaviors such as frequent vocalizations, rubbing against people, and raising her tail. The estrus cycle occurs approximately every 3 weeks, lasting around 37 days, aimed at attracting tomcats for mating to fulfill reproduction. Since breaking Zhu Zhuqing's aloof image, she had indeed become more proactive of late, which Lin Tao merely rationalized as an excuse for his own lecherous tendencies. He gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the ceiling, and remarked, "Zhuqing, perhaps my adversaries have changed. I feel an unusually strong premonition today." Zhu Zhuqing halted her movements, turning to Lin Tao, and asked, "Did you have enemies before?" While stroking Zhu Zhuqing's hair, Lin Tao replied, "Today, I only released 6 soul rings, yet managed to suppress the 3 strongest members of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong's reactions were exceedingly abnormal. It seems that even knowing my extraordinary power, they still chose Tang San. The matter of twin martial souls aside, the strength I exhibited is undoubtedly beyond Tang San's capabilities. I intentionally released my 2nd martial soul thereafter, yet their astonishment yielded little further reaction. This is particularly strange for Ning Fengji, who is seeking allies or partners. Logically, regardless of the conflicts between Tang San and me, given my displayed potential and strength, they should strive to win me over, abandon Tang San, or find a way to reconcile the discord between us. However, observing the current situation, it appears that Tang San has been ensnared, showing no reaction to my display of combat prowess. After listening, Zhu Zhuqing found it rather peculiar. Ning Fengji seemed to harbor intentions of winning her over regarding her exhibited strength, albeit subtly in the presence of Lin Tao. Yet, the more formidable Lin Tao displayed no such inclination. Lin Tao resolved to experiment whether divine intervention was at play, and began recounting to Zhu Zhuqing a clandestine tale concerning Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, a paragon of talent and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, possessed dual martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Yu Xiaojing, also known as the Master, hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but was scorned by his family due to a mutation in his martial soul, the Three-Headed Cannon, leading him to immerse himself in theoretical research. Upon discovering Yu Xiaojing's theories on soul masters within ancient texts of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sought him out for guidance, and the two became acquainted through their academic discourse. Yu Xiaojing was captivated by her intellect and sincerity, while Bibi Dong admired his talent and resilience. As their relationship deepened, they pledged to jointly explore martial soul theories and even contemplated departing the Spirit Hall together. This romance marked the sole beacon of light in Bibi Dong's life and represented Yu Xiaojing's most unadulterated love. However, the then Pope Qiang Sunji, upon realizing Bibi Dong's affection for Yu Xiaojing, deemed it a potential threat to the Spirit Hall's future. He forcibly severed their bond, coercing Yu Xiaojing to leave under the threat of annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The most brutal twist came when Qiang Sunji, as Bibi Dong's mentor, violated her and left her with child, who would become Qian Renxue, utterly shattering her love and dignity. Bibi Dong, compelled to coldly cast Yu Xiaojing away, led him to mistakenly believe she had turned her affections elsewhere. Heartbroken, Yu Xiaojing departed from the Spirit Hall, After enduring such a violation, Bibi Dong succumbed to darkness. Yet she bore her anguish in silence, biding her time for vengeance. In secret, she trained relentlessly, ultimately avenging herself by slaying Qiang Sunji during his moment of weakness and ascending to the papal throne. Though she continued to harbor deep feelings for Yu Xiaojing, she could not confront him, masking her pain with indifference and animosity. When Yu Xiaojing sought assistance from the Spirit Hall on behalf of Tang San, she covertly aided him, allowing Tang San to enter the Death Canyon for trials. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall obliterated Bibi Dong's happiness, transforming her from an innocent maiden into a cold-hearted pope. The tragedy for Yu Xiaojing lay in his perpetual ignorance of the truth, only grasping Bibi Dong's plight in the end. After absorbing Lin Tao's narrative, Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that true?" Chapter 79, Escalation of Public Opinion. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Lin Tao, asking, "Is that really the case?" Lin Tao turned his gaze toward the ceiling, replying, "The truth of the matter is inconsequential. I wish to ascertain whether divine forces are indeed at play." Zhu Zhuqing appeared bewildered, prompting Lin Tao to address her directly. Having visited Sea God Island and undertaken the 8th level divine assessment, you must have had first-hand experiences that should allow you to sense the divine gaze upon you. The most compelling evidence lies in the evolution of your martial soul following the divine assessment, culminating in your acquisition of the divine artifact, the Netherblade. This artifact serves as a symbol of divine inheritance. As for your lack of direct divine recognition, it is simply because you are one step away from a breakthrough, requiring the final divine trial from the deity who favors you. The 9th divine trial can lead directly to inheritance. However, now that you have acquired the divine artifact, the blade of the underworld, you should have gained the god's acknowledgement. Yet, due to the limitations of your innate potential, you were unable to inherit directly. Thus, I believe that once you reach the pinnacle of a level 99 ultimate Douluo, you will receive the final divine trial from your god. Zhu Zhuqing has already diverged from the original narrative regarding the acknowledgement of the speed god. Therefore, Lin Tao is uncertain about which deity currently favors Zhu Zhuqing. We can only wait to see if she can obtain the 9th divine trial inheritance upon reaching level 99 ultimate Douluo. The night passed without further conversation, with both individuals harboring different thoughts as they drifted into slumber. The following day, Lin Tao took Zhu Zhuqing to purchase a considerable amount of paper, and upon returning to the hotel, she remained perplexed about his intentions. Lin Tao then began to exercise his mental prowess, controlling several pens to recount the story of Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing. The narrative diverged from what he had shared with Zhu Zhuqing the previous night. Initially, it followed the same path, but soon transformed into a tale of Bibi Dong encountering her true love, Qinshuanji, leading to a mutual affection. After Bibi Dong confided in Yu Xiaojing, he departed from the Spirit Hall, harboring seeds of hatred. Subsequently, the unscrupulous Yu Xiaojing vowed to utilize his lifetime's abilities to dismantle the Spirit Hall. Upon encountering Tang San, who possessed twin martial souls, Yu Xiaojing recognized his opportunity. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to cultivating Tang San, whose dual martial souls, coupled with the backing of the Haotian clan and the continent's youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao, posed a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. As the story concluded, Lin Tao inscribed it with the signature of the Diamond Douluo, leaving a note proclaiming it to be from the First Intelligence Bureau of Douluo Continent. After reading it, Zhu Zhuqing perceived Lin Tao's method of rumor-mongering. Initially, she sought to suppress his dissemination of the tale. However, after a thorough explanation from Lin Tao over 5 hours of intense debate, she relinquished her resistance, allowing him to take charge of the narrative. That evening, what began as a solitary figure enshrouded in black, spreading slander, transformed into two. The next day, tales of Bibi Dong's romantic history and Yu Xiaojing's vengeful love began to spread rapidly from the city of Tiando throughout the entire Tiando Empire. The prominence of the characters, one being the current pope of the Spirit Hall and the other a renowned but deemed inept master, ensured that all notable soul masters were aware of their identities. In Bibi Dong's chamber, she shattered a marble table with a single strike of her palm, her intense hatred and murderous intent surging uncontrollably. The fleeting tenderness that once touched the depths of her heart was now utterly lost amidst the turmoil of her distorted emotions. Having already harnessed the domain of the god of death, Bibi Dong at this moment resembled a peerless harbinger of death, her murderous aura overwhelming. She fixated intently on the love story of Bibi Dong, suspended in midair through her soul power. As her murderous intent deepened, the domain of the god of death she commanded grew increasingly formidable, now rivaling that which Tang Hao unleashed within the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, the integration of Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god inheritance surged alongside her uncontrollable killing intent, climbing from 60% to nearly 80%. The swift surge of murderous intent significantly accelerated Bibi Dong's ascension to divinity. Yet, amidst this torrent of fabricated information, she yearned to mobilize the might of the Spirit Hall to unearth the puppeteer behind the slander and eradicate them. However, the obscured truth tarnished the reputation of Yu Xiaojiang, rendering her hesitant to deploy the full force of the Spirit Hall. This very predicament ignited a fervor within Bibi Dong, leaving her final vestiges of gentleness utterly incommunicable. She harbored a fierce desire to eliminate the individual known as the Diamond Douluo. Outside, Lin Tao's narrative incited considerable uproar, directly affecting the clandestine Tang sect established by Tang San. The lower four sects, which had privately formed an alliance due to Tang San's connections, were now compelled to ponder whether Tang San was being manipulated by Yu Xiaojiang, transforming them into mere pawns. As Tang San and the Haotian clan remained at the forefront, only fissures began to emerge. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, upon witnessing the unfolding saga, promptly dispatched the intelligence division to uncover the source of the rumors. He sensed that the tactics employed bore a striking resemblance to previous campaigns of misinformation. Furthermore, he surmised that these rumors would inevitably disturb the current equilibrium once more. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had already invested substantial resources in supporting Tang San's establishment of the Tang sect, and with the previous rumors still lurking in the shadows, the potential for another eruption of slander filled Ning Fengji with trepidation regarding the future. Frank, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong, each scrutinizing the tale of Bibi Dong's romantic entanglements, wore expressions of concern. As the rumors proliferated, and in the absence of any faction to clarify the situation, the majority had begun to accept them as truth, hurling insults at Yu Xiaojiang. Simultaneously, the National Soul Master Competition champion Tang San found himself the subject of public discourse. Lin Tao observed the repercussions of the rumors he had disseminated. Chapter 80. Escalation of Public Opinion 2. Lin Tao felt that the first phase had reached its conclusion. Accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, he commenced the second wave of public opinion escalation within their hotel room. Biographical account. Tang San. Tang San is the youngest titled Douluo, son of Tang Hao from the Haotian clan. 1. The old grudge between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall ancestral feud. Tang San's mother, Ayin, was a transformed blue-silver emperor of 100,000 years, hunted by the Spirit Hall under the command of Pope Qin Xuanji. In a bid to protect his wife, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce battle with the Spirit Hall, resulting in a yin sacrifice as Tang Hao's soul ring. He gravely injured Qin Xuanji, ultimately leading to the death of the former pope and rendering Tang Hao a fugitive, forced to live incognito. The consensus among humanity was that hunting soul beasts for soul rings was a given, yet Tang San's father, swayed by beauty, not only forsook his original beloved, Tang Yue, but also fell in love with the soul beast, redirecting his hatred towards the Spirit Hall. This was indeed a profound inversion of morality. It led Tang Hao to become consumed by his infatuation. True love, he believed, should remain hidden, lest that titled Douluo be tempted by the sight of a 100,000-year soul beast. According to the intelligence gathered by this agency, Tang Hao deliberately paraded a 100,000-year soul beast to draw the attention of the Spirit Hall, which ultimately led to a confrontation. Tang Hao was aware that this newly awakened soul beast would undoubtedly offer its devotion to him, thus paving the way for him to become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, showcasing his malicious intent. Having acquired a 100,000-year soul ring, a soul bone, and a unique skill, he managed to evade public scorn. As a prominent figure of the Haotian clan, living harmoniously with a beloved soul beast should have been simple. Yet he chose to engage in such ostentatious displays. It is evident that all humanity understands the intricate relationship between soul beasts and humans. Hence, Tang Hao was cognizant that this was a 100,000-year soul beast, and a scheme had already been set in motion. Returning to Tang San, much like his father, he found himself entangled with the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina, despite the ambiguity of their relationship. Furthermore, his companion, Xiao Wu, is also a 100,000-year soul beast. Therefore, based on his father's conduct, the outcome is not difficult to surmise. Indeed, during the National Soul Master Tournament Finals, Pope Bibidon of the Spirit Hall discovered Xiao Wu's true nature as a 100,000-year soul beast and ordered her capture, inciting Tang San and Tang Hao to wreak havoc in Spirit City. This was the initial step in revealing Xiao Wu's secret to the Spirit Hall, thereby coercing her gradually. When the Spirit Hall dispatched Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to pursue Xiao Wu, it led her to sacrifice her soul to save Tang San. Consequently, Tang San became irrevocably embroiled with the Spirit Hall, vowing vengeance. Have you noticed how these two share a similar narrative? Using the Spirit Hall as a bargaining chip to reap maximum benefits while manipulating the emotions of soul beasts and framing the Spirit Hall. As this agency has stated, knowing full well the dynamics between humans and soul beasts, they brazenly brought a soul beast to the Spirit Hall, the stronghold of the highest-ranking soul masters on the continent. Such cunning is truly remarkable. If love exists, why seek danger? If there is no love, why persist obstinately? If it is true love, how could one resort to hunting other soul beasts to enhance their own powers? Thus, the conclusion is that a 100,000-year transformed soul beast is indeed strikingly beautiful. And with immature intellect, it is easily won over, allowing access to soul rings and soul bones. Both Tang San and his father exploited the Spirit Hall to attain the greatest advantages, and under the instigation of Yu Xiaojiang, they harbored even greater ambitions. In opposition to the Spirit Hall, Tang San established the Tang sect, merging hidden weaponry with the power of soul masters, thus becoming a significant ally of the Tiando Empire. He allied with the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Haotian clan, which re-emerged, to consolidate the power of the Tang sect by uniting the four single-attribute clans: strength, control, agility, and destruction. Covertly, they began to assemble a formidable force of soul masters to catch the Spirit Hall off guard. Simultaneously, they manipulated the Tiando Empire through the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Regarding the biography of Yu Xiaojiang, first, his origin, the disgrace of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. 1. Family background. One of the three upper sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan is renowned for its overwhelming offensive prowess. Father, Yu Yuanjin, the clan leader and a titled Douluo. Brother, Yu Xiaojiang's cousin is Yu Luomian, father of Lu Erlong. He was destined to inherit the supreme beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, yet it mutated into the Ro San Pao, a soul beast resembling a dog. The mutation led to a soul power limit of level 29, rendering a lifetime inability to surpass level 30, unless one consumes celestial herbs. Viewed as a worthless member by his family, he faced disdain and ostracism, abandoned due to the flaws in his martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang chose to leave home and delve into the study of martial soul theory. His objective was to utilize knowledge to prove his worth and break free from the fate of being deemed a useless martial soul. During this period, Yu Xiaojiang, in pursuit of martial soul research, leveraged his familial connections to enter the martial soul hall and acquire knowledge. At his lowest point, he encountered the extraordinarily beautiful Bibi Dong. Faced with a lack of options, he resolved to win the heart of this martial soul hall saintess. After all, he had nothing to lose. Pursuing a gifted saintess would maximize his immediate gains. If he succeeded, it could alter his destiny. If not, he could rely on the martial soul hall to shield him from further bullying. Having a saintess as a pillar of support would undoubtedly elevate his status. Ultimately, the once downtrodden and dismissed soul master gained recognition through his studies at the Martial Soul Hall Library, backed by the current Pope, Bibi Dong. How many were aware of the true nature of a discarded soul master? It was the Martial Soul Hall that granted him his newfound prestige. All of these maneuvers were calculated strategies. After being rejected by Bibi Dong, he quickly became acquainted with another beauty, Lu Erlong. Their love blossomed, and they prepared for marriage. However, on the day of their wedding, it was revealed that Lu Erlong was his cousin, the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian. Yu Xiaojiang fled from the marriage due to ethical concerns, leaving Lu Erlong to remain unmarried for life. This situation reveals that if he genuinely cared for the current pope, he would not have encountered, met, or fallen in love with Lu Erlong. Thus, it is evident that all his actions were but schemes devised by Yu Xiaojiang. He later met Tang San, mentoring him and guiding his cultivation of twin martial souls, assisting Tang San in establishing the Tang sect to oppose the Martial Soul Hall. Furthermore, under the influence of the celestial herbs provided by Tang San, he transcended the 29-level limitation of his martial soul. Eventually, persuaded by Tang San, he began to accept his niece, Lu Erlong. This raises questions about the values of a person who would even resort to consuming soul beasts. Encouraging his mentor to accept a relationship with his niece reveals a perverse moral compass. All these burdens were shouldered by the Martial Soul Hall, which bore the brunt of undeserved wrath. Meanwhile, plans were secretly afoot to establish the Tang sect, manipulate the Tiando Empire, and overthrow the Martial Soul Hall's dominion. Presently, the Martial Soul Hall facilitates the awakening of martial souls in every child over the age of 6 and provides salaries to every soul master who joins. Even those who do not join but are certified by the Martial Soul Hall receive compensation. Yet, there are still some ungrateful individuals who, having reaped the benefits, aspire to topple the Martial Soul Hall. This situation is intolerable. In the Intelligence Bureau of Douluo Continent, Diamond Douluo, Chapter 81. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback as she gazed at Lin Tao, a former companion of Tang San, alongside those she knew well, Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the devastating impact once Lin Tao's revelation spread. Lin Tao, noting Zhu Zhuqing's resolute demeanor, understood that without providing her with a satisfactory explanation, she would not allow him to disseminate the information. Thus, Lin Tao sat down, took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and invited her to sit at the table, asking her to voice any questions she might have. Zhu Zhuqing, with her eyes slightly reddened, gazed at Lin Tao and said, "You cannot spread rumors about my former friends. Otherwise, if you truly look down upon them, we might as well engage in a duel. Even to the point of killing them. You must not malign them in such a manner." Observing the tears threatening to spill from Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Lin Tao understood that although she now stood by his side, she had indeed invested genuine emotions in the past. He realized that without providing Zhu Zhuqing with a satisfactory explanation, he would not be able to navigate through this predicament. Wiping away Zhu Zhuqing's tears, Lin Tao remarked, "How can you be so certain that I am spreading falsehoods? Am I not speaking the truth?" It was Tang San who administered the celestial herb to Yu Xiaojiang, enabling him to transcend the 30-level soul power limitation, was it not? Moreover, it was Tang San who encouraged Yu Xiaojiang to pursue a relationship with Lu Erlong. Where, then, is my fabrication? Lin Tao discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was primarily concerned about the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Thus, he resolved to first clarify the matter regarding Yu Xiaojiang. Listening to Lin Tao's words, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Finally, she murmured, "They truly are in love." Lin Tao gently stroked Zhu Zhuqing's hair and said, "Love does not necessarily equate to true love. It could merely be the bond of kinship that compels them to care for one another. In other words, your understanding of Bibi Dong's affection for Yu Xiaojiang is limited, making it difficult for you to assess his character accurately. Let me put it this way. If one were to bestow the heartbreak read upon Bibi Dong, she might indeed acknowledge it. However, if given to Yu Xiaojiang, that celestial herb would likely flee. You ought to evaluate Bibi Dong independently, rather than through the lens of the spirit hall." Lin Tao continued, "I am akin to you in understanding the true narrative between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, out of fear stemming from certain interests, hesitated to relinquish Bibi Dong, and his hypocrisy led to the tragic inception of their relationship. Given your status as a member of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, you should comprehend more profoundly than I what it means to be well-matched in social standing. Yu Xiaojiang hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He is acutely aware of this principle. Yet, he still chose to pursue Bibi Dong during his time at the Spirit Hall, indicating impure motives. As a royal, you should recognize that certain matters and positions are beyond one's control. At that time, how could Bibi Dong, as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, possibly be with Yu Xiaojiang? Even without Qian Xuanji's intervention, other titled Douluos or high-ranking powers from the Spirit Hall would have certainly descended upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The crux of the matter is that Yu Xiaojiang was merely a waste spirit master at that time. This outcome was fated to be tragic, was it not? Lin Tao paused to allow Zhu Zhuqing to reflect. As she pondered and recalled her own identity, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the truth in Lin Tao's words and began to nod slowly. Lin Tao continued, "Now, let us discuss the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Their acquaintance, encounter, and love are all acceptable. However, the issue arises when Yu Xiaojiang becomes aware of Lu Erlong's identity. His brother is Lu Erlong's father. You cannot deny this fact, can you?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded once more. Lin Tao pressed on. Upon learning this, to flee from the marriage was both right and wrong. It was right in that it prevented further mistakes, yet wrong in that it failed to provide Lu Erlong with the proper resolution she deserved. And when they crossed paths again, I believe that with the right attitude, it would be impossible for them to continue down the path of love. The narrative revolves around Yu Xiaojiang, who, in his advanced years, seeks love while neglecting familial bonds. At this juncture, one should refrain from asserting that love reigns supreme, for this situation borders on incestuous and remains unsolvable. My interpretation suggests that if one truly values ethics, they ought to maintain distance. Yet, observing Yu Xiaojiang's actions, he simultaneously chooses proximity while hesitating to provide a response. Coincidentally, with the encouragement of Tang San, the two find themselves together. Thus, I question whether it is erroneous for him to harbor ulterior motives. If he genuinely wishes to disregard such concerns, he should pursue a relationship openly. This indecision is less desirable than eloping and never crossing paths again, which would spare everyone from discomfort. I refrain from commenting on the issue of incest, focusing solely on Yu Xiaojiang's conduct. Moreover, he has the affection of Bibi Dong. I believe that when Shrek Academy conferred the title of honorary elder upon Yu Xiaojiang, it afforded him numerous advantages. If he did not love Bibi Dong, he ought not to have utilized her. Her love for him enabled him to reap the benefits of the honorary elder status. Should he be in love, he should not be entangled with Lu Erlong. Hence, it appears that Yu Xiaojiang desires it all. As for his feelings for Lu Erlong, I surmise they are not as profound as one might think. Might we witness yet another serendipitous encounter? Do you believe that Yu Xiaojiang could fall for another beauty? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing finds herself at a loss to counter Lin Tao's theory. Lin Tao, with a smile, proceeds to discuss the illusory love between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Let us be candid about your choice of celestial herbs. Do you wonder why Tang San initially gifted you the heart-wrenching red? It is because, deep down, Tang San knows he does not love Xiao Wu as much as he claims. The same applies to Dai Mubai, who chose to test you alongside Xiao Wu. I concede that Xiao Wu loves Tang San, but whether Tang San reciprocates that affection is uncertain. It is a simple matter. Tang Hao, Tang San's father, has always intervened at critical junctures. Take, for instance, the incident at the Spirit Hall, where Tang Hao rescued Tang San and Xiao Wu. Now, ponder why Tang Hao did not appear during Xiao Wu's sacrifice. I tell you, it is because that scene closely resembled the moment when his wife made her sacrifice. Furthermore, I must inform you that Tang San was aware of Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast long before. As a title Douluo, Tang Hao would have known even earlier. When you contemplate the relationship between humans and soul beasts, do you truly believe that allowing Xiao Wu to appear freely before high-ranking soul masters, particularly at the Spirit Hall, would yield favorable outcomes? This notion is fundamentally Tang San's misguided arrogance. However, since Tang Hao, as a title Douluo, did not intervene, it can only be concluded that he had already devised a plan for Tang San to obtain Xiao Wu's sacrifice through the Spirit Hall. If we were to consider a different force, such as the Star Luo Empire, would they have been inclined to abandon Xiao Wu, a relatively weak 10,000-year soul beast? At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing finds herself unable to respond to Lin Tao. She recognizes the validity of his assertions. Yet, the conspiratorial nature of Lin Tao's descriptions, devoid of love, proves difficult for Zhu Zhuqing to accept. Lin Tao advises against pitying those ruthless individuals whom you fail to perceive clearly. Do you genuinely believe that Tang San, Tang Hao, and Yu Xiaojing possess admirable qualities? They are merely individuals living for their own interests. Furthermore, do not assume that the Spirit Hall is lacking. Without it, the current landscape of soul masters across the continent would not exist. At the very least, it has provided every human with an equal opportunity to aid any qualifying child in awakening their martial soul. This is something neither the Tiando Empire nor the Star Luo Empire has achieved. Certainly, I do not perceive any merit in the Spirit Hall. Although it offers opportunities to ordinary soul masters, it monopolizes top-tier resources, rendering any quest for advancement ultimately reliant on the Spirit Hall. This situation is unavoidable, as their power is undeniable. It cannot be said that the position of Pope should rotate among other empires or sections. The reason Tang San and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect resist the Spirit Hall is that they see a chance to overthrow it and assert their dominance. Thus, war ensues. Elevating Tang San and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to power would merely replicate the Spirit Hall's model, ensuring that the best resources are retained for themselves. This is nothing but a second incarnation of the Spirit Hall. Consequently, all the so-called grievances are merely facades for vested interests. It is not the Spirit Hall pursuing Xiao Wu, but rather Bibi Dong and the continent's titled Douluo, or any soul master capable of defeating Xiao Wu. After all, who could resist the allure of a feeble 10,000-year soul beast? In Chapter 82, Potential Crisis, Lin Tao attempts to engage Zhu Zhuqing on the topic of humanity and soul beasts, but finds himself at a loss for rebuttal. He believes he has successfully persuaded Zhu Zhuqing as he reaches for a story on the table. Zhu Zhuqing, however, presses one hand down, her expression a blend of resistance and uncertainty. Lin Tao understands that while Zhu Zhuqing cannot counter his arguments, she remains reluctant to propagate them. Given that Zhu Zhuqing, once a companion of Tang San and Xiao Wu, reacts so strongly, it is easy to imagine the explosive nature of the news if it were to reach the uninformed public. Such revelations would undoubtedly ignite the fury of the masses. Having experienced various media skirmishes in his previous life, Lin Tao is acutely aware of the potential impact of public opinion on the Douluo Continent, especially in its current state of unknowing. However, Lin Tao desires the intensification of conflict. The timeline feels exceedingly peculiar. Logically, one would expect the Spirit Hall to be amassing power to confront the upper three sects and the Tiando Empire, yet everything appears unervingly tranquil. While calm may be understood, after all, storms often follow tranquility. Lin Tao, during his recent excursions in Tiando City and visits to the Spirit Hall branch and royal territories, perceives an unsettling stillness as if conflict is altogether improbable. Conversely, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, despite previous setbacks, continues to operate swiftly. Lin Tao even took the initiative to visit the 4 single attribute sects, discovering they have moved from their original locations. This indicates that his prior influence has not only failed to impede Tang San's establishment of the Tang sect, but has, in fact, accelerated its growth. Resources that were once visible are now covertly funded by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Lin Tao can sense a gradual consolidation of the previously chaotic powers within the Tiando Empire, a development that starkly contradicts its national conditions, yet it unfolds nonetheless. Thus, Lin Tao seeks to thoroughly ignite the interests and conflicts among the various factions of the Tiando Empire. He understands that the mindless forces opposing Tang San may soon become mere topics of casual conversation. However, Bibi Dong presents a different challenge. If she can be made to fully recognize Yu Xiao Gang, the pent-up emotions within her will not be easily quelled by mere unrest. Lin Tao is acutely aware of the current temporal context. Bibi Dong is likely in the process of receiving the legacy of the Rakshasa god. As long as negative emotions persist, coupled with the innate influence of the Rakshasa god, she remains fundamentally the same Bibi Dong. In Lin Tao's imagination, even if a deity were to affect the entire Douluo Continent, as the inheritor of the divine legacy, Bibi Dong should be the least influenced. Lin Tao gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, his other arm encircling her waist, effortlessly lifting her. With Zhu Zhuqing's strength, she could easily obliterate the papers inscribed with stories. Yet, caught in a conflict of emotions, she refrained from taking such an action. Lin Tao set Zhu Zhuqing down, and she remarked, "Can we not spread this? It would directly ruin every character in your story." Lin Tao withdrew his smile, gazing earnestly at Zhu Zhuqing, and said, "The war in reality is far more brutal than my current methods. As the center of the royal conflicts in the Star Luo Empire, you must have experienced this firsthand. Furthermore, as a former companion of Tang San, you should be aware of the irreconcilable tensions between him and the Spirit Hall. And it is indeed a fact that Tang San allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the shadows, more forces will unite. What begins as a ridiculous struggle over soul beasts could escalate into a full-scale war. This is merely an excuse. I suspect that if you and Dai Mabai were to inherit the Star Luo Empire, this war would still see the Empire's involvement, even if you choose not to participate. Once the forces established by Tang San conquer the Spirit Hall, they would inevitably attack the Star Luo Empire. Bloodshed would ensue regardless, merely dependent on who occupies the position of power, whether they yield or resist. My approach, at the very least, minimizes the scope of impact, concentrating the conflict among those at the center of power rather than spilling over to the common folk, thus avoiding an all-out war. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing released Lin Tao's hand. Lin Tao turned and walked to the table, organizing materials as he spoke. One day, I may face the collective wrath of all the powerful beings on the Douluo Continent. Zhuqing, if you choose to follow me, you must be mentally prepared. The dangers of following me far exceed those of the royal conflicts in the Star Luo Empire. You may find it hard to comprehend, but if I were to tell you that all my actions are for self-preservation, would you believe me? Chapter 83, Breaking the Consciousness of Divine Descent. As night fell and Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing disseminated their message, a new wave of public sentiment was poised to erupt. Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing awaited the impending ideological battle in Heavendo City, ignited by Lin Tao. For several consecutive days, the narrative that Lin Tao meticulously propagated did not unfold as he had envisioned. Instead, various factions fiercely suppressed it, while the Spirit Hall appeared indifferent to the developments. Concurrently, the Spirit Hall forbade any discussion of the matter. Any ordinary person attempting to broach the subject in public would be swiftly silenced by the various powers. Lin Tao could sense the spread of tension beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Heavendo City, a stark contrast to the previous state of peace. In the eyes of the various factions, Lin Tao glimpsed the essence of the former Heavendo Empire. He understood that this was the true nature of the Heavendo Empire. With the calm facade of the empire looming behind him, Lin Tao abruptly lifted his gaze. Fixated intently on the sky, Lin Tao's dual soul weapon, the Twin Shores, distinctly sensed a ripple of divine power emanating from a distant expanse of sky. Though fleeting, the sensation was undeniably real. In that moment, Lin Tao's prior conjectures and premonitions of impending danger were substantiated. Zhu Zhuqing, accompanying Lin Tao, also gazed skyward. But to her dismay, she perceived no anomalies. The tremors of divine energy subsided, and Lin Tao could no longer feel its presence. He averted his gaze and, together with Zhu Zhuqing, departed from the bustling marketplace, making their way toward the forest of setting Sunday. An hour later, Lin Tao arrived at the site where he had previously battled alongside Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. The area, once teeming with vigor, had been reduced to a desolate plain, extending 1,000 meters in all directions due to their fierce confrontation. Lin Tao glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and instructed her to maintain a protective distance of at least 100 meters. Observing the gravity etched on Lin Tao's face, Zhu Zhuqing complied, retreating to a position 150 meters away. Her soul power coursed through her, and her martial spirit adhered closely to her being. ever ready for combat. Lin Tao, reassured by Zhu Zhuqing's readiness, smiled. He addressed her, "There is no need for such trepidation. I shall initiate the assault shortly. Your role is to guard the perimeter, thwarting any adversaries, be they human or spirit beasts, that dare approach. I must channel my entire focus into unleashing my attack without distraction." Zhu Zhuqing acquiesced, redirecting her attention to the surroundings. Lin Tao fixated on the sky, where the divine energy fluctuated erratically. He unleashed the power of his Twin Shores weapon, and beneath his feet, a colossal flower of half white and half red began to bloom. Lin Tao channeled his soul power into the blossoming flower, facilitating its growth. As he released his energy, soul rings cascaded down, black, 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 red, and gold, each ring augmenting his formidable soul power. Subsequently, Lin Tao summoned his second martial spirit, the ethereal figure of Mi Yue, materializing behind him, adorned with 3 additional soul rings, black, dark gold, and gold. With each ring's descent, Lin Tao's aura surged once more. He intertwined his hands, forming a diminutive version of the Twin Shores flower between them. His eyes radiated a silvery luminescence as his mental energy compressed to an extraordinary degree, poised for release. As silver lightning flickered within his gaze, it was evident that Lin Tao's mental prowess had reached an alarming level of intensity. He bent low and roared. Shores, reincarnation. With this incantation, the magnificent Twin Shores flower blossomed rapidly, expanding to a diameter of 100 meters. As Lin Tao expended vast reserves of soul power, numerous smaller Twin Shores flowers coalesced within that radius, their cyclical life force spinning to provide sustained potency. With the continuous emergence of these diminutive flowers, Lin Tao unleashed his 50,000-year-old head soul bone. As it materialized, his mental energy surged dramatically. He projected a torrent of formidable mental force from his eyes, directing it into the small flower cradled between his hands. A formidable surge of mental energy infused the delicate blossoms, and with it, every flower within a 100-meter radius experienced a similar infusion of Lin Tao's mental strength. This energy emanated from the soul bone atop Lin Tao's head, releasing an even more potent force into the surrounding flowers. The entire realm of reincarnation underwent a transformation, as each blossom shimmered with silver-white mental lightning. Lin Tao raised his gaze to the heavens, unleashing an immense surge of soul power. As the 9 soul rings encircling him flickered, an overwhelming force erupted forth. With a resounding roar, Lin Tao ascended, obliterating all in his path. An energy far surpassing that of Ning Fengji, Qin Xian, and Gu Rong combined surged skyward. Such terrifying energy would typically dissipate rapidly upon leaving Lin Tao's martial soul's influence. However, by utilizing the dual reincarnation technique in advance, he minimized this consumption. With the soaring energy, everything remained within Lin Tao's mental dominion. At that moment, a surge of divine power emerged once more, and without hesitation, Lin Tao detonated all the energy directed toward the sky. An earth-shattering force silently transformed into silver-white energy, spreading outward without a thunderous explosion. Only the rapid division of energy could be perceived. The continuously fracturing silver-white mental force gradually faded until it became imperceptible. Yet, the sky quaked with Lin Tao's immense divine power intertwined with the chaotic mental energy. Releasing such colossal energy left Lin Tao gasping for breath, for it was the first time he had unleashed his full power, exhausting even his formidable regenerative abilities, leaving him in a state of weakness. As time passed, Lin Tao's terrifying recovery allowed him to regain his strength. In his eyes, the sky pulsated with waves, reminiscent of ripples forming on a tranquil lake as rain began to fall. Regulating his breath, Zhu Zhuqing, who stood closest, sensed the overwhelming energy Lin Tao emitted, causing her martial soul to tremble in fear. Fortunately, it was not directed at her. Nonetheless, her martial soul still felt trepidation. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to fathom how she would contend with such a terrifying strike if it were aimed at her. As Lin Tao's strength returned, he repeated his earlier actions. For 2 consecutive days, he continuously restored his state while unleashing the terrifying annihilation of reincarnation. With each release, the time required for Lin Tao to rest grew longer. He keenly sensed the intense fluctuations in the sky, akin to a serene lake being disrupted by a boulder, the integrity of which was on the verge of shattering. Just as Lin Tao prepared to unleash his soul power once more, the sky bore witness to a shattering sound only he could perceive. In the next instant, the formless divine power began to vanish, starting from the first fracture. Lin Tao retracted his martial soul and soul rings. Chapter 84. The Aftermath of Public Opinion. As Lin Tao withdrew his martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly approached him, supporting him. It was the first time Zhu Zhuqing witnessed Lin Tao gasping for air. She had long recognized his extraordinary recovery abilities, but today, even with such power, he was too exhausted to recover in time. Zhu Zhuqing promptly escorted Lin Tao away from the Sunset Forest. In the Divine Realm, within the Azura Temple, the Azura god opened his eyes, revealing a terrifying intent to kill. As the blood-red intent surged towards a divine pillar within the palace, the pillar, forged from jade and diamond, was assailed by the murderous aura of the Shura deity, resulting in numerous fissures. Yet, in a fleeting moment of azure light, the original cracks vanished once more. The Shura deity murmured to himself, astonished that someone from the mortal realm could penetrate his divine consciousness. My consciousness is at the level of a supreme deity. Although bound by the constraints of rules, I can only project a fragment. Nonetheless, it is not something an ordinary god could perceive. Is there perhaps a change in the lower realm that eludes my understanding? Or could it be that another deity of similar rank has intervened? The Shura deity rose and exited the palace. As the divine power in the sky above the Douluo Continent shattered, the peculiar energy that had been gradually suppressing the impulses of the people dissipated, rendering the entire continent considerably clearer. Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall shattered the recently rumored biographies of Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang with a single strike of her palm. Yet, she scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang's biography with a serious demeanor, exclaiming, "Oh, Yu Xiaojiang, I have devoted my heart to you, yet you so easily turn your affections to another. I have neglected even my own flesh and blood for your sake, holding only a place for you in my heart, while you continue your life unperturbed. You dare to conspire with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Haotian sect to overthrow me." At this moment, Bibi Dong reflected on how Yu Xiaojing had visited the Spirit Hall multiple times to inquire about twin martial souls, as well as Tang San's performance in the National Soul Master Competition and Tang Hao's timely intervention. It seemed she began to understand. Previously, her pursuit of the 100,000-year-old rabbit in the Star Doe Forest had inflicted severe losses on the Spirit Hall. And reports from the Ghost Douluo confirmed that Hu Laiina's involvement had allowed Tang San to exploit the situation, ultimately leading to the sacrificial act of Xiao Wu, an outcome that rendered Tang San the greatest beneficiary due to Hu Laiina's actions. Bibi Dong recalled the recent failures of the Spirit Hall, particularly the intimate gestures between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong during the finals. The last remnants of her tenderness faded away, and with its disappearance, the dark aura of the Rakshasa deity began to emanate from her being. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao, Tang San, Haotian sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Very well. If you all delight in playing schemes, do you truly believe the Spirit Hall is merely a fade? The night was as dark as ink. Heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, as if even the heavens held their breath for the impending bloody conspiracy. Within the highest chamber of the Spirit City, the flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows upon the cold stone walls. Bibi Dong sat regally upon the Pope's throne, her purple gold robe cascading to the floor. Her delicate fingers gently tapped the armrest, each tap resonating like a death knell, heralding the imminent doom for certain individuals. Her eyes glimmered with an eerie purplish-red hue in the dim light, a mark left by the countless souls of powerful beings she had consumed. "Are we all gathered?" Her voice, though soft, caused the temperature in the grand hall to plummet. The ghost Douluo emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. "Reporting to your holiness. As per your command, all 7 elders have assembled." Bibi Dong's gaze swept over the figures within the hall. Ghostly, Moonlight, Serpent Spear, Spike Porcupine, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, and Holy Dragon. Each and every one of them was a renowned title Douluo, yet at this moment, they bowed respectfully before her. A subtle, icy smile curled at the corners of her lips. These so-called powerful beings were merely pawns upon her chessboard. The purpose of convening them today was to announce a significant decision. Bibi Dong rose, her papal staff striking the ground with a heavy thud. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must vanish from the continent. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of candle flames. Yueguan raised his head, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Your Holiness, these 2 factions are among the top 3 sects, if we act rashly." Bibi Dong's voice was soft as a feather's caress, yet it silenced Yueguan instantly. "Do you presume that I have not contemplated the consequences?" She descended the steps with a graceful stride, her robe trailing behind her, producing a rustling sound. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses wealth rivaling nations. Ning Fengji, that old fox, has covertly supported the Heaven Do Empire for years. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is notoriously obstinate. Yu Yuanjin, that old curmudgeon, has repeatedly spurned our olive branches. She halted before Yueguan, gazing down upon him from her elevated stance. "Pray tell, what benefit would their continued existence bring to my Spirit Hall's grand ambitions?" Yueguan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. I am but a fool. Your Holiness, your foresight is unparalleled. Bibi Dong turned towards the center of the hall, her staff casting a blinding golden light upon the ground. The soul hunting operation commences at midnight tomorrow. Gue Mei and Yueguan, you are tasked with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sima, Sishen, Emo Xiong, and Gue Bao will handle the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. The holy dragon shall remain in Spirit City, ready to provide support at any moment. Gue Mei furrowed his brow. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is fortified by sword Dao Ancestor and bone de la Gulong. Not to mention Ning Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tower as an aid, it could prove troublesome. What is there to fear? Bibi Dong scoffed. I have already laid my plans within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. One of Ning Fengji's most trusted disciples is now in my employ. She produced a blood-red jade pendant from her sleeve and tossed it to Gue Mei. Crush it before the operation, and someone will open the sect's barrier from within. Sishan licked his lips. As for the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, Yu Engine's thunderous might cannot be underestimated. The 4 of us may struggle. Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with purple light. Leave Yu Engine to me. You need only to eliminate the other insignificant fish. Remember, I want no survivors. The 7 tidal Douluo knelt simultaneously, one knee to the ground. We shall obey the command of your holiness. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, then abruptly changed the subject. How are arrangements progressing with the lower 4 sects? The holy dragon Douluo replied. The elephant armor sect's Huyin Jun has clearly expressed allegiance. The wind sword sect, fire leopard sect, and rock antelope sect remain watchful. However, what? The white tiger sect's stance is ambiguous. It seems they still maintain ties with the Star Luo royal family. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Unappreciative wretches. After this operation concludes, they shall be next. She turned towards her throne. Remember, this operation must be disguised as the doing of the Star Luo Empire. Gue Mei, you excel in assassination. Before the operation, go to the Heaven-Do border and eliminate a few Star Luo scouts to muddy the waters. Understood. Bibi Dong returned to her throne, her fingers delicately caressing the gem atop her scepter. The continent had languished in tranquility for far too long. It was time for those self-important sects to comprehend who the true sovereign of this land was. Meanwhile, within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji stood atop the highest stargazing platform, his brow furrowed. The night breeze tousled his silvery hair, and the 7 treasure glazed tower shimmered with an ethereal glow beneath the moonlight. Fengji, why are you not resting at this late hour? The sword Douluo Qinshin appeared silently behind him, clad in robes as white as snow, the sword of slaughter at his back exuding a chilling aura, even while sheathed. Ning Fengji sighed softly. Qinshin, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. The merchant convoy sent to Spirit City 3 days ago has yet to return. Not even a single message from a carrier pigeon. The Bone de la Gulong emerged from the shadows, his gaunt figure resembling that of a skeleton. I too have sensed the unusual. The Spirit Hall's branch within the city has been frequently mobilizing spirit masters, as if preparing for some significant undertaking. Qinshin's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting? Let us hope I am merely being overly cautious, Ning Fengji replied, turning to face the 2 guardians. However, we must be prepared. Notify all disciples outside to return to the sect immediately. Activate the protective formation and discreetly reach out to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Tiando royal family. Gu Rong frowned. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Engine has always been haughty, I fear. Underneath a collapsed nest. How could there be unbroken eggs? Ning Fengji stated solemnly. If the Spirit Hall truly intends to strike against us, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will not escape unscathed. No matter how stubborn Yu Engine may be, he would never gamble with the lives of his entire clan. Qinshin nodded. I shall personally journey to Tiando City. The Snow Knight Emperor owes us a favor. It is time to reclaim it. Ning Fengji gazed towards the distant silhouette of Spirit City, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Let us hope it is not too late. Underneath the same night sky, the residents of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in the Thunder Canyon crackled with lightning. Clan leader Yu Engine stood at the edge of a cliff, allowing the wild lightning to strike him without harm. Behind him, several elders of the clan wore grave expressions. Leader, a secret message has arrived from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, warning us to be wary of the Spirit Hall. The Grand Elder Yulomian presented a gilded letter. Without even glancing at it, Yu Engine reduced the letter to ashes in his hand. That lad Ning Fengji is perpetually suspicious. My Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has thrived for a millennium. Whom have we ever feared? However, the Spirit Hall has indeed. Enough, Yu Engine's voice thundered, causing the skies to roar with lightning. Send my orders to strengthen patrols. Should the Spirit Hall dare to invade, my dragon-formed thunder will ensure they never return. The elders exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. They were unaware that in the shadows nearby, a figure quietly crushed the communication soul guide in their grasp. The darkness before dawn is the most profound. Within Spirit City, teams of black-clad spirit masters were secretly assembling. Bibi Dong stood atop a high vantage point, surveying the scene below, accompanied by the holy maiden, Hulaina. Teacher, must we truly proceed with this? Hulaina inquired softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. Once we begin, there shall be no return. A flicker of complexity crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Laina, remember, in this merciless world, compassion will only render you vulnerable. The slaughter of today paves the way for a greater order tomorrow. She raised her hand, a blood-red token hovering in the air. Send the order forth. The soul-hunting operation commences. With this decree, countless shadows surged forth from the Spirit City, racing towards the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The sky began to drizzle, as if even the divine wept for the impending bloodshed. Within the confines of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji suddenly awoke from a restless slumber, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. He hastened to the window, noticing that the protective array had somehow activated automatically, enveloping the entire sect in a soft blue luminescence. Has it finally begun? He murmured, his fingers instinctively tightening around the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile. On the distant horizon, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, yet they could not dispel the encroaching storm of darkness. Ning Yuheng's fingers trembled slightly over the ledger, ink droplets falling from his brush's tip, spreading dark tears on the rice paper. Outside, the setting sun bled crimson, casting the glazed tiles of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a fiery glow. Elder Yueng, here is this month's transaction list with the Tiando Imperial family. Please review it. A young disciple respectfully presented a scroll. Ning Yuheng snapped back to attention, quickly concealing the ink-stained ledger with his sleeve. Leave it there, he replied, his voice hoarse, as if parched from a long absence of water. Once the disciple exited the finance hall, Ning Yuheng exhaled deeply, retrieving a blood-red jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant shimmered with an eerie glow under the setting sun, its inner side engraved with the insignia of the Spirit Hall. This had been handed to him 3 days prior by a mysterious merchant, who had uttered but a single phrase. The Pope eagerly anticipates your fulfillment of the promise. Suddenly, the door to the finance hall swung open, and Ning Yuheng hurriedly tucked the pendant back into his garments. Yuheng, still occupied? Ning Fengji entered with a smile, accompanied by Sword Douluo Continent. Master. Ning Yuheng rose, unintentionally colliding his knee with the table. There are some accounts that require verification. Ning Fengji approached, the Seven Treasure glazed tile gently rotating in his palm, emanating a soft light. You appear unwell. Has an old ailment resurfaced? Ning Yuheng instinctively touched the scar on his left chest, a remnant from a soul ring hunt a decade prior. It throbbed faintly during rainy days or moments of emotional turbulence. Thank you for your concern, Master. I am fine. Yet you, yourself, have been overexerting. You ought to rest more. Ning Fengji sighed, casting his gaze out the window. A storm is brewing, indeed. Yuheng, starting tomorrow, transfer 30% of the sect's funds to our secret account in Star Luo. Remember, it must be handled solely by you. Ning Yuheng's heart jolted. Is the master concerned? It is merely a precaution, came the measured response. Ning Fengji gently patted his shoulder, asserting that the millennia-long legacy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must not be tarnished by their hands. Chun Xian's piercing gaze swept across every corner of the financial hall, finally resting upon the trembling hand of Elder Ning Yuheng, who appeared quite anxious. A cold sweat instantly soaked Ning Yuheng's back as he stammered, Sword Douluo Ming Jian. The accounts have become increasingly convoluted recently, and I fear I may fail the trust placed in me by the sect master. Chun Xian and Ning Fengji exchanged a subtle shake of the head. Ning Yuheng had served by his side for 20 years, and his loyalty was beyond reproach. After their departure, Ning Yuheng collapsed into his chair, the jade pendant in his hand now damp with perspiration. Trembling, he retrieved a portrait from a hidden compartment. The image depicted a youth of about 15 or 16, with a radiant smile, bearing a striking resemblance to him. You err, Ning Yuheng whispered, his fingertips caressing the painting, tears blurring his vision. I am so sorry, my son. 5 months prior, his only son, Ning Yue, had mysteriously vanished after participating in an exchange event at the Tiando Royal Academy. 3 days later, he received a letter accompanied by a severed finger, demanding that he act as an informant for the Spirit Hall within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or the next delivery would be Ning Yu's head. In the stillness of the night, Ning Yuheng found himself walking alone back to his residence. The nights at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were typically serene, yet tonight, an inexplicable suffocation enveloped him. The patrolling disciple saluted him, but he lacked the strength to respond. His abode, situated on the western side of the sect, was a secluded courtyard. Upon entering, he found the room shrouded in darkness. Ning Yuheng did not light a lamp, but proceeded directly to his study, retrieving an iron box from a concealed compartment in the bookshelf. Inside the box lay a neat stack of letters, each stained with blood. The earliest contained a severed finger of his son, while the most recent, received just 3 days ago, held a strand of Ning Yu's hair and a single pill. The letter warned that at the stroke of midnight tomorrow, consuming the pill would render him invisible for a quarter of an hour. Shattering the jade pendant would deactivate the protective formation for 1 hour. Should he dare to resist, the next delivery would be to the eastern graveyard at noon the following day. Ning Yuheng's nails dug deeply into his palm. For half a year, he had lived as a mere shell of a man. After each intelligence transmission, the Spirit Hall would send a personal item of Ning Yu's as a grim reward, starting with a belt and a jade pendant, progressing to fingernails and hair. Each item a dagger to his heart. What should I do? He sobbed silently, resting his forehead against the cold iron box. Chapter 86, Betrayal. On one side lay his blood-related son, and on the other, the sect master who had treated him as family, alongside the sect that had nurtured him for 40 years. Whichever path he chose would lead to irreparable ruin. Trembling, Ning Yuheng extracted the black pill, examining it closely under the moonlight. The pill emitted a faint metallic scent, its surface adorned with tiny, swirling runes, clearly a specialized soul guidance medicine crafted by the Spirit Hall. He placed the pill and jade pendant upon the table, retrieving a slim booklet from his pocket. This was a record of every transaction with the Spirit Hall he had discreetly documented over the past 6 months, detailing the intelligence relayed, the methods of receipt, and the various leads he had discovered regarding other spies the Spirit Hall might have embedded within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If I am to perish, I must at least leave behind evidence, Ning Yuheng murmured, concealing the booklet within a hidden pouch. Outside the window, dark clouds obscured the moon. Ning Yuheng sat in darkness for an extended period, until the sound of the bell echoed 3 times. Slowly rising, he retrieved from the depths of the cabinet a set of unblemished black attire, a birthday gift from Ning Yu last year, purported to be suitable for nocturnal patrols. Donning the black garments, Ning Yuheng cast a final glance at the family portrait on the wall. His wife had long passed, leaving behind only this solitary son. Now, he feared he might not be able to safeguard even this last kin. Yue, I am sorry, and I have failed the sect leader, he murmured, wiping away his tears before resolutely swallowing a black pill. As the pill slid down his throat, a chill coursed through his entire being. Ning Yuheng stared in astonishment as his hands gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the ether. He attempted to move, discovering that not only his form, but also his footsteps and breath were perfectly concealed. The methods of the martial soul hall were indeed insidious. He sighed silently and grasped the blood-colored jade pendant, stealthily making his way towards the core of the protective formation located within the glazed tower. The glazed tower was a forbidden zone of the 7 treasures glazed sect, typically guarded in rotation by 4 elders of the soul master level. Tonight's watch was held by elders Ning Tiexin and Ning Shuang, both formidable beings exceeding level 75. The invisible Ning Yuheng held his breath, carefully circumventing the main entrance to a concealed small window at the back of the tower. This emergency entrance had been specifically designed by him for the maintenance of the formation S circuitry, known only to the financial elder. With a gentle press of his fingers on 3 inconspicuous indentations on the window frame, the small window slid open silently. Ning Yuheng descended like a fallen leaf, landing without a sound. The interior of the tower was dimly lit, with only the 7-colored crystal at the core of the formation emitting a faint glow. Ning Yuheng ascended the spiral staircase, his heart racing like a drum. Each level was embedded with intricate soul power sensing formations. Even the slightest misstep could trigger an alarm. On the 7th level lay the core control room of the protective formation. Ning Tiexin and Ning Shuang were seated in meditation on either side of the crystal, their soul power intertwined with the formation, ensuring that any anomalies would be immediately detected. Ning Yuheng paused at the staircase's turn, beads of cold sweat soaking through his black attire. Time ticked away, the effects of the pill dwindling. His fingertips were now faintly visible. It was time to act. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew a small vial from his bosom, an elixir specially concocted by the 7 treasures glazed sect, intended to calm disciples during their cultivation. But excessive use could induce a brief slumber. Ning Yuheng poured the elixir onto a handkerchief, and under the impetus of his soul power, an odorless, colorless mist began to waft towards the 2 elders. This was his final opportunity. Failure would not only cost him his life, but also Ning Yu's. Suddenly, Ning Tiexin opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. Ning Yuheng froze, nearly holding his breath. Ning Shuang too became alert. The fluctuations in soul power are unusual. It seems someone is here. Before she could finish her sentence, the elixir began to take effect. The gazes of the two elders gradually dulled, ultimately causing them to slump down. I am sorry. Ning Yue revealed himself, hastening towards the core of the formation. The seven-colored crystal hovered in midair, countless strands of light extending beyond the tower, forming the energy network of the protective formation. The blood-colored jade pendant adhered to the crystal the moment it made contact, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Ning Yue watched in horror as the crystal's glow dimmed precipitously, each strand of light snapping one after another. No, stop. Suddenly, he was overcome with regret, wishing to remove the jade pendant, but was repelled by a powerful backlash. Outside the tower, the pale blue barrier enveloping the seven treasure glazed tile school flickered violently before shattering like a bubble. Almost concurrently, a thunderous clamor of battle cries and the explosive sounds of soul skills echoed from afar. The army of the spirit hall had arrived. Ning Yue collapsed onto the ground, despairingly observing the chaos around him. What had he done? In an attempt to save his son, he had personally opened the gates of the sect, delivering the lives of thousands of his fellow disciples into the jaws of death. An alarm sounded. The protective formation of the sect had faltered. Enemy attack. The air was filled with anguished cries. Ning Yue mechanically rose to his feet, stumbling down the stairs. He had to find Ning Fengji. He must warn them while there was still time. As Ning Yue burst from the glazed tile tower, the seven treasure glazed tile school was already in disarray. In the night sky, countless soul skills illuminated the darkness like falling stars, with explosions reverberating in succession. In the distance, the seven-killing sword of Chun Xian clashed with the peculiar mystic jade chrysanthemum of Yueguan, creating a blinding radiance. Nearby, the bone dragon of Bone Douluo Guron was entangled in battle with the shadow of the ghost Douluo. Where was the sect master? Ning Yue seized a panicked disciple. The sect master is organizing a resistance. Ning Yue sprinted toward the main hall, his heart aching at the sight of familiar pavilions and towers reduced to ruins by the bombardment of soul skills. Fellow disciples, with whom he had shared tea and philosophical discussions, lay in pools of blood. A group of spirit hall soul masters was pursuing a few young disciples. Stop! Ning Yue roared as he charged forth, the glazed tile tower manifesting in his palm. Third soul skill, Glazed Guardian. The vibrant barrier deflected a lethal blow, and the terrified children gazed at him in disbelief. Elder Yue, quickly, to the secret passage at the back mountain. Go! Ning Yue urged them toward safety, then turned to confront the group of spirit hall soul masters. Oh, is this not our insider? The leading soul master mocked. What is this? Have you betrayed your betrayal? Ning Yue recognized the individual as a spirit hall enforcer with whom he had previously conspired, his anger igniting. You promised not to harm the innocent. They are just children. His Holiness the Pope has decreed that the seven treasure glazed tile school shall be annihilated, the enforcer sneered, including disobedient pawns. The battle erupted instantaneously. Though Ning Yue was an auxiliary soul master, he possessed a soul power of level 78. With the amplification ability of the glazed tile tower, he found himself evenly matched against 5 soul emperors. Fifth soul skill, Glazed Illusion. The light of his tower surged brilliantly, enveloping a 100-meter radius in a kaleidoscopic mist. Within this mist, enemies would be ensnared in a fleeting illusion, while allies would gain enhancements in speed and strength. Taking advantage of the illusion's cover, Ning Yue rescued a dozen disciples he encountered along the way, guiding them toward the secret passage. With each life he saved, his inner guilt lightened a fraction. Yet deeper despair followed. The entire sect was crumbling before his eyes, and he was the architect of their ruin. In the main square before the hall, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Ning Fengji stood on the steps, the glazed tile tower fully deployed, providing comprehensive enhancements to Chun Xian and Guron. Despite the protection of 2 titled Douluos, he bore numerous wounds, his silver hair stained crimson with blood. Yuheng, what are you doing here? As Ning Fengji beheld him, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Quickly, assist in relocating the injured. The protective array has unexpectedly faltered. Before he could finish his plea, a shadow darted forth like a wraith. It was the ghostly Douluo, having breached Guron's defenses, aiming directly for Ning Fengji's throat. Be cautious, Sectmaster. Ning Yue threw himself forward without a moment's hesitation, the 7 treasures glazed tower emanating a brilliant light as he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Glazed Substitute. With a thunderous crash, the ghost claws pierced through Ning Yue's chest, yet Ning Fengji was instantaneously transported 10 meters away. Yuheng. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in despair. Ning Yue collapsed to the ground, blood surging from his mouth. He gazed up at the ghostly Douluo, whose eyes, concealed beneath a dark robe, glimmered with icy disdain. The fate of a traitor. I am indeed a traitor, Ning Yue replied with a bitter smile, retrieving a bloodied tome from his bosom and with his last vestiges of strength, cast it towards Qinshin, not to the Seven Treasures glazed sect. The ghost snorted derisively and swung its claws anew. Qinshin's seven-killing sword met the strike just in time, the clash of metal shattering the night's stillness. Seizing the moment, Gurong's bone dragon whisked the gravely injured Ning Yuheng to safety. Hold on. Ning Fengji knelt beside Ning Yuheng, the Seven Treasures glazed tower radiating healing light with all its might. Why do you claim to be a traitor? What has transpired? Ning Yuheng's breaths grew increasingly feeble as he trembled, pointing toward the tome. The spirit hall has coerced Yue to force me into becoming an insider. The protective array was my doing. Ning Fengji felt as though struck by lightning, instantaneously grasping the entirety of the situation. He clutched Ning Yuheng's hand tightly. No, you are not a traitor. You are merely a father driven to desperation. In the secret passage behind the mountain, the third storage room, I have hidden evidence. Ning Yuheng's gaze began to lose focus. And Yue, if you find him, tell him his father is sorry. I will, I promise. Ning Fengji choked out, tears blurring his sight. Ning Yuheng's pupils dilated, his final gaze traversing the smoke-filled night sky, as though he beheld his son's familiar smile. Yue. As his arm fell limply to his side, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated in the distance. The main hall of the Seven Treasures glazed sect collapsed under the concentrated assault of the spirit hall. Qinshin, bloodied and battered, staggered back to Ning Fengji's side. Fengji, we cannot hold our ground. We must retreat. Ning Fengji lifted Ning Yuheng's lifeless body, his tears obscuring his vision. Order all survivors to evacuate through the secret passage. The grievances of the Seven Treasures glazed sect shall be avenged on another day. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the smoke, the Seven Treasures glazed sect lay in ruins. Only the glazed tower stood resolute, its seven-colored crystal dimmed, reminiscent of Ning Yuheng's eyes that would never again close. Chapter 87. The loyalty of Hulaina. On the eve of the soul-hunting expedition, Hulaina found herself restless, unable to sleep. She donned her robes and approached the window. The night in Spirit City was eerily silent, as though even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds were stifled by an unseen pressure. The pale moonlight illuminated her exquisite features, revealing a pair of eyes filled with turmoil. Nana, are you not yet asleep? Hulaina turned abruptly, spotting Xiaoyu leaning against the doorframe, his silver hair glinting in the moonlight. She forced a faint smile. Neither have you, brother. The sinister moonlight poured into the room as Xiaoyu stepped inside. Standing beside her at the window, are you contemplating tomorrow's affairs? Hulaina offered no response, her fingers unconsciously tracing a scratch on the window frame, a remnant from her 10th year when she had inadvertently marred it while practicing her soul skills. At that time, she had harbored nothing but pure admiration and reverence for her teacher, Bibi Dong. Did you hear what the teacher said today? Hulaina inquired softly. No one shall be spared. Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment, reflecting, the teacher has her own considerations. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family have consistently obstructed the Spirit Hall's efforts to unify the continent. But what of the ordinary disciples? What of the servants and children who are not even soul masters? Hulaina's voice trembled slightly. They too must. Nana. Xiaoyu suddenly grasped her shoulders. Do not forget our identities. We are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the right and left arms of our teacher. To question her decisions is to question the very essence of our existence. Hulaina gazed into her brother's fervent eyes, feeling an unsettling sense of estrangement. Was this still the brother who would catch fireflies for her and vigilantly keep watch by her side when she fell ill? I understand. She finally lowered her head, though a sense of unease lingered. Xiaoyu released her, his tone softening. Rest now. Tomorrow holds significant tasks. Remember, everything we do is for the sake of a greater order. As Xiaoyu's footsteps faded into the corridor, Hulaina slowly sank to the ground. She recalled the rainy day 3 days prior when she had been dispatched to the outskirts of Spirit City to assist a team of reconnaissance soul masters. There, she had witnessed a heart-wrenching scene, a ragged little girl kneeling in the mud, cradling her lifeless mother. A charred wound marred the woman's chest, a clear consequence of a soul skill. The surrounding villagers whispered, claiming that members of the Spirit Hall had mistakenly harmed her while pursuing a fleeing disciple of the lower 4 sections. Why did they kill my mother? The little girl had asked her, tears brimming in her dark eyes. Mama said the Spirit Hall protects us. Hulaina stood frozen, her umbrella slipping from her grasp into the muddy water. She recalled how she mechanically retrieved several gold soul coins and thrust them into the girl's hands before fleeing the scene. Upon returning to the city, she reported the incident to Bibi Dong, hoping her teacher would express outrage and pursue the soul master responsible for such wanton cruelty. Bibi Dong merely acknowledged her with a soft hum, her violet eyes betraying no emotion. In these trying times, collateral damage is inevitable. Nana, remember, Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. In that moment, something within Hulaina quietly shattered. That night, Hulaina dreamt. In her dream, she stood in the plaza of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, her feet submerged in a thick pool of blood. Surrounding her lay the lifeless bodies of the old, the women, even curled-up children. Her foxtail was stained a glaring crimson, and warm liquid dripped from her fingertips. Why does a middle-aged man, his chest pierced, grasp my ankle, his eyes filled with confusion and pain? Hulaina was gripped by terror as she realized she had raised her hand, soul power coalescing in her palm. No, stop. I do not wish this. She jolted awake, cold sweat soaking her nightgown. Outside, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. It was but a dream. She trembled, concealing her face. Yet soon, reality would cascade upon her like icy water, in mere hours. This dream would morph into a grim reality. She, Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit hall, was destined to become a participant in the slaughter. As she groomed herself, the reflection in the mirror revealed a woman with a pallid complexion and pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes. She mechanically donned the spirit hall uniform and adorned herself with the saintess insignia, each article of clothing feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Lady Hulaina, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence, came the voice of a servant from outside the door. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong was finalizing her arrangements. Upon noticing Hulaina's entrance, she inclined her head slightly. Nana, today you shall accompany elders Ghost and Moonlight to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. This marks your first involvement in a significant operation. Observe closely and learn. Yes, Master, Hulaina replied, kneeling on one knee, her voice dry and strained. Bibi Dong seemed to sense something amiss, her violet eyes narrowing slightly. What troubles you? Hulaina lifted her gaze to meet those unfathomable eyes, words lodged in her throat. She recalled the little girl in the rain and the faces of the deceased from her dreams. Nothing, Master. I shall not disappoint you. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to gently stroke Hulaina's head. Good child. Remember, from this day forth, the continent shall embark upon a new order, and you will be among its foundational architects. As Hulaina exited the grand hall, her legs felt as though they belonged to another. She leaned against the cold stone pillar, gasping for breath. What is the matter, our noble saintess? Are you afraid? A mocking voice interjected. Turning her head, Hulaina beheld Yen, who leaned against the wall with arms crossed, his fiery red hair ablaze. It is none of your concern, she retorted coolly. Yen shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. But I must caution you. Hesitation on the battlefield can cost you your life. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, especially when your hesitation is noted by His Holiness. Hulaina's pupils constricted. Yen flashed a grin before turning away, leaving her alone in the empty corridor, her heart pounding like thunder. Chapter 88. Hulaina's Resolve. On the mountain road, 10 miles away, the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Legion advanced like a dark torrent. Hulaina rode at the center of the formation, flanked by the elders Ghost and Moonlight. Lady Saintess, you appear quite perturbed, remarked Moonlight, idly toying with a golden chrysanthemum. Ghost's ominous voice emerged from beneath his dark cloak. It is natural to feel anxious before shedding blood for the first time. Hulaina remained silent, her gaze fixed on the distant seven-treasure glazed tile school, where Ning Rongrong, with whom she had once crossed swords during the Soul Master competition, resided. What were those ordinary disciples, whom she had only seen in intelligence reports, doing at this moment? Were they aware that death was drawing near? Attention! The command has been issued. We are 5 miles from our target. All units prepare. Hulaina's body shuddered involuntarily as she instinctively summoned her fox spirit martial soul. In a pink glow, her eyes transformed into slitted pupils, and fluffy foxtails sprouted behind her. Remember the plan, Ghost commanded coldly. Moonlight will engage the sword Douluo, while I will handle the bone Douluo. Lady Saintess, you are to clear out any remaining resistance, particularly the soul masters of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Leave not a single one alive. Hulaina mechanically nodded, a sharp pain gripping her stomach. As the first assault spirit skill struck the protective formation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the night sky was illuminated as if it were day. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and the shockwave uprooted numerous ancient trees. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm bells rang throughout the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Hulaina followed the spirit masters of the spirit hall into the breached protective formation. She witnessed Chun Xian's 7 kills, swords slicing through the sky, colliding with Yu Guan's golden chrysanthemum, producing dazzling sparks. Ghostly figures flitted through the shadows, entangled with the ancient Banyan's bone dragon. Over here! A spirit master from the spirit hall shouted, spotting the spirit masters of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. Hulaina rushed towards the voice. seeing 5 or 6 young spirit masters led by a middle-aged woman, providing support to the frontline disciples. Their 7 treasure, glazed tile tower radiated brilliant colors, enhancing various attributes for their companions. 5th spirit skill, Fox Charm. Hulaina instinctively unleashed her spirit skill, a pink glow enveloping the group of auxiliary spirit masters. The middle-aged woman's eyes momentarily glazed over, but she quickly bit her tongue to regain her clarity. Everyone, be careful. It's the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. The battle was imminent. Hulaina, leveraging her spirit power advantage, quickly subdued her opponents, yet she deliberately controlled her strength, inflicting injuries without taking lives. What did we do wrong? A young spirit master, coughing blood, asked as he fell. Hulaina's hand froze midair, her spirit skill nearly dissipating. Lady Hulaina. A spirit master from the spirit hall rushed over, stabbing the young spirit master through the chest. Don't dawdle. There are more over there. Blood splattered across Hulaina's face, warm and metallic. She stood frozen, watching the light in the young spirit master's eyes gradually extinguish. Mommy, mommy, a tender voice suddenly cried out. Hulaina turned to see a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, running from the corridor's corner, throwing herself onto the lifeless middle-aged woman. Run, Xiao Tao! The woman gasped with her last strength, pushing the child away. A spirit master from the spirit hall had already raised his long knife, aiming for the girl's back. Hulaina's mind went blank. In the next moment, she found herself standing in front of the little girl, her foxtail wrapping around the spirit master's wrist. What are you doing? The opponent exclaimed in surprise. I will handle this child, Hulaina said hoarsely. You go support the eastern flank. The spirit master hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at her, but ultimately dared not defy the Holy Maiden's command and turned to leave. The little girl curled up, tears blurring her tiny face. Please, don't kill my mommy. She is already. Hulaina squatted down, trembling fingers checking the woman's pulse. It had ceased. She gazed at the girl's face. So similar to her sister's, her heart struck with sorrow. Listen to me, she whispered urgently. Run down this corridor until you reach a storage room at the end. Hide there and don't make a sound. After everything settles, someone will come to help you. The little girl looked at her in terror. But my mommy. There is no time. Hulaina heard footsteps approaching and pushed the little girl towards the corridor. Run. Remember, don't look back. The little girl stumbled as she ran away, glancing back at her only once. The terror and bewilderment reflected in her eyes would haunt Hulaina for the rest of her life. The battle raged on until dawn. When the last vestige of resistance was crushed, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect lay in ruins. Hulaina stood in the square before the main hall. Her feet stained with dried blood. Her foxtail and hands were smeared with blood, some belonging to her enemies, and some she dared not contemplate. Well done, Your Holiness, Yuguan remarked, approaching her, blood dripping from the golden chrysanthemum he held. For your first involvement in such a large-scale operation, your performance has exceeded expectations. Hulaina nodded numbly, her gaze sweeping over the square littered with corpses, some even dismembered. In the distance, a team of Spirit Hall Soul Masters was finishing off the wounded, ensuring no one remained alive. Report. A Soul Master rushed over, breathless. We've discovered a dozen women and children hiding in the western courtyard. How should we handle them? Yuguan waved his hand dismissively. The usual protocol, leave no one alive. Wait. Hulaina exclaimed impulsively. They no longer pose a threat. Both Yuguan and Gue may turn their sharp gazes upon her. Your Holiness, Gue may said ominously. The Pope's command is leave no trace. Do you have any objections? Hulaina felt her throat tighten. She recalled Bibi Dong's cold expression as she uttered those words and thought of the little girl she had saved. If she insisted on her viewpoint now, she would not only fail to save those people, but could also find herself under suspicion. No objections, she finally said, her voice hollow and unrecognizable. I simply wish to supervise personally to ensure no one escapes. Goeme scrutinized her for a few seconds before slowly nodding. Go then. Remember, the Spirit Hall does not require the soft-hearted. As Hulaina approached the western courtyard, her pace quickened, turning a corner and confirming no one was watching. She swiftly donned a plain cloak from her storage soul guide and scaled the wall into the courtyard. The scene within made her stomach churn. A dozen women and children huddled in a corner, surrounded by 5 or 6 Spirit Hall Soul Masters. A young mother knelt, pleading, Please, spare my child. He is only 3 years old. Enough with the nonsense. The lead Soul Master raised his long blade. Stop. Hulaina hissed, lowering her voice. The Pope has issued new orders. These captives are to be taken back to Spirit City for interrogation. The Soul Masters hesitated. But Elder Yuguan just said, the plan has changed. Hulaina revealed her Holy Maiden's token. These individuals may know the location of the 7 treasures, glazed tile sect's secret treasury. Now, step outside and stand guard. I will handle this. Once the Soul Masters reluctantly departed, Hulaina swiftly turned to the terrified captives. Listen carefully. I will only say this once. There is a gap in the back wall leading to the forest. Scatter and flee. Do not look back. Do not linger. The women could hardly believe their ears. The young mother trembled as she asked, "Why are you helping us?" Hulaina did not respond. Instead, she pulled a pouch of coins from her bosom and tossed it to her. Hurry. I cannot delay much longer. As the final silhouette vanished beyond the walls, Hulaina exhaled deeply. She deliberately disheveled her hair and clothing, then stumbled outside in a flurry. They have fled. She feigned a state of panic, claiming that someone had aided their escape and that she had failed to intervene. The spirit masters cursed as they pursued, but it was too late. Hulaina stood still, watching the rising sun bathe the ruins in a crimson hue, feeling an unprecedented depth of fatigue and revulsion. On the journey back to Spirit City, Hulaina was as silent as a lifeless husk. Yuguan attempted several times to engage her in conversation, but only received curt replies. It seemed the holy maiden was not in high spirits. He remarked meaningfully to Gue Mei. Gue Mei's cold gaze swept over Hulaina. Young one. The first experience is often disconcerting. However, a pawn that is excessively weak will inevitably be discarded. Hulaina pretended not to hear. In her hand, she clutched a small doll that she had discovered amidst the battlefield, taken from the grasp of a deceased girl. The doll was crudely crafted, yet it was evident it had been cherished. Is this the order you desired, master? She silently questioned in her heart. Can a path paved with the blood of the innocent truly lead to enlightenment? Upon sighting the towering walls of Spirit City on the horizon, Hulaina made a decision. She discreetly concealed the doll in her close-fitting pocket, as though hiding a seed of rebellion that had begun to sprout. Chapter 89. Shareholders of the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. With the Spirit Hall launching an assault on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Lin Tao understood that everything was returning to its rightful course, and he ceased to concern himself with the rivalries of these sections. Lin Tao remained at the hotel for 2 days. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was nearly annihilated. In contrast, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School retained most of its main forces. Lin Tao made a point to observe from a distance, noting that Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong remained unscathed. He distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered significant losses. Now, the 3 major forces were almost entirely intact. Lin Tao paid it no mind, believing that his series of interventions had triggered a butterfly effect, perhaps leading to a divergence from the original plot. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Tao learned through intelligence from the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena that the assailant against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the Spirit Hall S. Ju Gai Douluo. When Lin Tao inquired whether any other title Douluo had participated, he was assured that only Zhu Gue Douluo had played a significant role. This piqued Lin Tao's curiosity. In the original story, although Zhu Gue Douluo was Bei Bei's right hand, her combat prowess was relatively lackluster. Lin Tao recalled that the combined strength of these two was insufficient to match Tang Hao. According to the original narrative, Jian Douluo Chen Xian was not weaker than Tang Hao in strength. How could Zhu Gue Douluo alone besiege the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Lin Tao was filled with great doubts. Had Zhu Gue Douluo strengthened after his arrival in this world? Having engaged with Chen Xian, Lin Tao knew well that Chen Xian's strength was comparable to Tang Hao's. Thus, it could only be that Zhu Gue Douluo's combat capabilities had been elevated. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Additionally, none of the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall's Offering Hall participated this time, which deviated from the original narrative. Whereas Bei Bei personally attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. This was entirely beyond Lin Tao's expectations. With Bibidong's involvement, the survival of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect seemed utterly implausible. Lin Tao pondered whether his public discourse had borne fruit, compelling the furious Bibidong to personally eradicate the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, thereby severing ties with Yu Xiaojing. As Lin Tao absorbed all the information he sought, he regarded the manager before him, who exhibited utmost respect, along with the 3 proprietors seated nearby. Merely a day prior, the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena had reached out to Lin Tao. In light of the evolving circumstances, they expressed a desire for Lin Tao to assume the role of the 4th shareholder of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, along with all associated dividends and rights. From the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, Lin Tao learned of the prior royal connections to the Heaven Do Empire, as well as collaborations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. With the annihilation of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect by the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been rendered fragmented, and the royal family was now in a precarious state. Consequently, the 3 proprietors agreed to eliminate the cooperation of the 3 factions. Lin Tao gazed at the array of identity cards and symbols of status on the table, representing the shareholders. He contemplated, idly toying with the black number 4 shareholder card, which bore a value of 500 million gold coins. This card allowed for unrestricted spending across the two great empires of the Douluo Continent, and even permitted an overdraft limit of up to 500 million gold coins. Most significantly, upon becoming the fourth shareholder of the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, he would enjoy VIP treatment at any Soul Arena within either empire, along with access to all intelligence, protection, and a series of exclusive privileges. Lin Tao also learned from the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena that this was undoubtedly a formidable force overlooked by the Douluo Continent, albeit one solely focused on monetary gain. Steering clear of political strife. Drawing from his previous life experiences, Lin Tao recognized this as an entity that had been disregarded by all, despite its singular focus on wealth. Its real influence far exceeding expectations. However, acquiring this shareholder status was no simple feat, aside from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect seat. Lin Tao would need to negotiate personally with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, persuading them to relinquish their shareholder identities. The proactive withdrawal of 3 seats by the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena indicated to Lin Tao that this organization was far from straightforward, even without his consent. They would find their own means. Nevertheless, Lin Tao felt this circumstance might work in his favor, as he would no longer have to worry about finances wherever he went. And he bore no burdens regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do royal family. Thus, he readily agreed, stating he would persuade them the following day and that they could verify the outcome themselves. With a smile, Lin Tao mused aloud, "How much time has passed? Just as you have preserved your strength intact, since the Spirit Hall failed to strike, I shall step in." Chapter 90. To depart or to remain. Upon leaving the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, Lin Tao spotted Zhu Zhuqing outside and approached her directly. Zhu Zhuqing sensed Lin Tao's approach and allowed him to make the next move. Indeed, Lin Tao embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Let us go." It's settled. Departing from the Grand Soul Arena of Tiando, Lin Tao, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, embarked on a lavish shopping spree throughout Tiando City. In Lin Tao's words, he now deemed himself a wealthy individual, and thus felt compelled to indulge in extravagant expenditures. As they traversed the city, purchasing anything that caught their fancy, Zhu Zhuqing eventually found herself unable to rein in Lin Tao's enthusiasm, leading them to the auction house, where they procured a storage soul guide from the upscale 3rd floor, thereby creating space for further shopping. At noon, Lin Tao once again took Zhu Zhuqing to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a meal. Having dined there previously, Lin Tao was thoroughly pleased with the culinary offerings. They savored their meal for a full hour. As their powers continued to grow, their need for copious amounts of food to replenish their energy diminished. They could now rely on their soul power and the ambient energies of the world to sustain themselves. However, Lin Tao remarked to Zhu Zhuqing that they had yet to ascend to divinity, and as mortals, they should relish the pleasures of food and drink while they still could, for once they became gods, such delectable experiences might be lost to them. Thus, under the immense consumption of their formidable soul power, the two indulged in a plethora of exquisite dishes, which merely passed through their mouths to be converted into energy by their soul power upon entering their bodies. Within the span of an hour, they had gone through 2 rounds of an abundant feast. Zhu Zhuqing observed Lin Tao, who was unusually ravenous, devouring various delicacies. She sensed that despite his apparent enjoyment of the food, his mind was preoccupied with something beyond mere culinary delight, especially following their extravagant shopping spree, creating an illusion of excessive consumerism. As they finished their meal, Lin Tao pretended to pat his belly and exclaimed, "Ah, delicious. I'm so full. Zhuqing, I may soon have to confront Tang San directly." With that, he set aside his jovial demeanor and regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a steady gaze. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained perplexed as to why Lin Tao seemed so fixated on Tang San, given that there was no apparent conflict of interest between them. Lin Tao could read Zhu Zhuqing's expression, understanding her thoughts. He recognized that sometimes, deciphering the emotions of this aloof figure from Douluo Continent required keen intuition. He continued, "This is what I mentioned to you about Tang San. He will inevitably wage war against other factions of the continent, not out of personal grievances, but from a desire to unify Douluo. I, too, find myself at a crossroads. Regardless of whether I align with the Soul Arena, I will eventually have to contend with Tang San and the Spirit Hall, unless we abandon our aspirations of divinity and seek a tranquil existence elsewhere. We will be compelled to fight once our power reaches a certain threshold. The path to godhood is paved with blood and corpses. One cannot hope to achieve divinity without seeking one's true heart amidst adversity. Initially, I had planned to confront Tang San immediately upon his return from Sea God Island, but I found myself inexplicably entangled with the Soul Arena's forces. I can foresee clearly that the road to divinity has no shortcuts. If one wishes to ascend, there are only 2 paths: to confront one's true self, to fight, to struggle, and to carve out one's own destiny, or to rely on a higher deity to inherit their position. These two approaches differ fundamentally. The first involves proving one's own heart through personal effort, resulting in a deity with exceptional combat prowess. The second, though endowed with divine rank, lacking the trials necessary to forge a true heart, renders such a status illusory. Despite the elevation from the divine title, it merely surpasses that of a title Douluo by a slight margin. Regardless of the height of the divine rank attained, one's combat prowess pales in comparison to those who have ascended to godhood through their own arduous journeys. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to Lin Tao's words, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. She understood that this was Lin Tao presenting her with a choice: to follow him, requiring merely his divine ascension to elevate her as well. Simultaneously, Lin Tao offered her another path, one that demanded introspection and the quest for her true self, to prove her worth and earn a divine rank uniquely her own. Prior to this, Zhu Zhuqing had never contemplated the idea of attaining godhood. However, since aligning herself with Lin Tao, he had persistently instilled in her the belief that merely being a title Douluo was insufficient. True salvation lay in becoming a god. Yet, the thought of separation filled her with reluctance. Their years spent together had forged an unbreakable bond, encompassing all that should and should not be done. Zhu Zhuqing realized she could no longer envision life without this man. She felt an overwhelming willingness to sacrifice her very existence for Lin Tao, for he had enabled her to confront her true self. There had never been a need for mutual support or collaboration. It was all about being true to oneself and heeding the call of one's heart. This was a stark contrast to her upbringing, which had instilled in her the necessity to sacrifice her individuality for the royal tiger martial spirit to showcase her value. In Shrek, she had always perceived herself as a mere auxiliary, required to collaborate with others, especially Dai Mubai, to realize her utmost potential. Yet Lin Tao was different. Ever since that initial ambush, he had faced his own essence head-on. Their interactions were marked by profound respect for her autonomy, where being her true self sufficed without needing to align with him. Moreover, Lin Tao never regarded her as his possession. During their 2 years on Sea God Island, he rarely interfered in her divine trials, consistently cheering her on from the sidelines. The words he often imparted were to boldly embrace her limits, assuring her that he would always be there. This sentiment was one Zhu Zhuqing had never experienced before. Her life had been preordained from birth. Even her encounter with Shrek had been orchestrated by Tang San. She had never felt compelled to think for herself. However, Lin Tao was different. He allowed her the freedom to pursue her passions, observing and safeguarding her from a distance. For the first time in her life, Zhu Zhuqing felt truly alive. As she gazed into Lin Tao's attentive eyes, she knew that regardless of her choice, he would remain steadfastly supportive, never imposing his will upon her. Wiping away her tears, she recalled the profound sense of calling she had felt after completing the 8th trial on Sea God Island, an invitation that had lingered in her subconscious. At that time, the feeling was ambiguous, compounded by her genuine affection for being by Lin Tao's side. Yet, the longer she remained with him, the clearer this call became. As this sensation stabilized recently, Zhu Zhuqing recognized that it was time for her to embark on her journey alone. Though she had struggled to summon the resolve to do so, Lin Tao's proactive suggestion today had facilitated her decision-making process. Chapter 91, Level 97 Title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing wiped away her tears and plunged directly into Lin Tao's embrace. In a hushed voice, she murmured her desire to return to the hotel. Lin Tao recognized the resolute determination in her words. This was also the first time Zhu Zhuqing had taken the initiative to express such a wish. How could Lin Tao ever disappoint the charming Zhu Zhuqing? The two swiftly departed from the drunken, immortal pavilion, and Lin Tao chose not to return to the previous themed hotel. Instead, he guided Zhu Zhuqing to a regal hotel situated in the heart of Tiando City, near the Imperial Palace, within a bustling commercial district that epitomized royal grandeur and opulence. The architecture was magnificent, with interiors lavishly adorned using rare materials, such as lighting fixtures embellished with soul beast crystal cores and exquisite wooden furniture. The emblems of the Tiando Empire, including the swan insignia, royal banners, and statues, were omnipresent. This hotel was the most luxurious and extravagant establishment in the Tiando Empire, and Lin Tao was determined not to squander Zhu Zhuqing's bravery. Exclusively accessible to noble members, Lin Tao approached the front desk and presented a black card, symbolic of his status as a shareholder in the Tiando Great Soul Arena. He effortlessly secured the highest-ranking prince's suite. Ascending to the 5th floor, Lin Tao led Zhu Zhuqing into a room exceeding 400 square meters. At first glance, Lin Tao was struck by the opulence, while Zhu Zhuqing, who entered alongside him, merely marveled at the room's grandeur before turning to wrap her arms around Lin Tao's neck and kissing him fervently. Lin Tao reciprocated instantly, feeling the entirety of Zhu Zhuqing's being surrendering to him. Although they were clothed, Lin Tao was ensnared by the illusion that Zhu Zhuqing was unadorned. He understood that she had wholly entrusted her heart to him. As their passionate exchange intensified, Lin Tao's dual soul, the other shore, and Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat began to manifest. The other shore blossomed beneath their feet, a colossal flower cradling both Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Tao. While the nether cat reveled in the energy enveloping it, red petals cascaded around the perimeter of the room, contrasting with the white petals within. Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing were oblivious to the outside world, lost in their fervent embrace. Only Lin Tao, with his exceptional spiritual prowess, sensed the release of his other shore martial soul, forming a protective domain that ensured their safety. As their emotions soared, they found themselves devoid of garments. White petals danced around their bodies, weaving through them. Lin Tao remained unperturbed, as his recuperative abilities were formidable. However, Zhu Zhuqing's condition was markedly different. With the white petals of the other shore entering her body, she could distinctly perceive an unprecedented enhancement in her physique, energy, and overall state, all sustained at their zenith. In this moment, with her heart fully unlatched, Zhu Zhuqing, under the influence of Lin Tao's divine power and the white petals of the other shore, gradually elevated her attributes. Moreover, as the white petals symbolizing life contained destructive forces, they not only fortified Zhu Zhuqing, but also eradicated impurities within her body, further amplifying her potential and aptitude. Unbeknownst to Lin Tao, the white petals of the other shore, representing vitality, bestowed her with newfound abilities, constantly transforming Zhu Zhuqing's body to enhance her resilience. She unwittingly received the life essence from the white petals during her metamorphosis. Unbeknownst to her, at level 96, Zhu Zhuqing once again broke through her limits, advancing towards the pinnacle of level 97, the title Douluo. In this moment, she experienced a profound new understanding of life, leading her to shatter the constraints of level 96. Within the realm of Douluo, the ascent to title Douluo, level 90 and above, is exceedingly arduous. Even more so than the journey from Soul Master to Soul Douluo, levels 80 to 89. This formidable challenge arises from several core factors. 1. A dramatic surge in soul power accumulation. The geometric increase in required soul power after level 90 is staggering. For instance, the soul power needed to progress from level 91 to 92 may rival the total required from level 80 to 89. Additionally, the efficiency of conventional meditation for soul power growth significantly diminishes, often necessitating external aids, such as rare herbs, soul bones, or unique environments, or fortuitous opportunities. 2. Bottlenecks and insights. After reaching level 95, Super Douluo, mere accumulation of soul power is insufficient. A deeper comprehension of one's martial soul and the laws of the universe is essential, as exemplified by Tang San's Sea God trials and the Sword Douluo's breakthroughs in sword intent. Many title Douluo are perpetually stalled at levels 91 to 94 due to inadequate talent, such as the Poison de Gabo, whose martial soul defects hinder his advancement beyond level 95. 3. Competition for external resources. The struggle for rare treasures that can assist title Douluo in their breakthroughs, like the Chilua tulip, a millennium-grade ginseng, often leads to bloody conflicts. The most expedient path to transcending to level 99, limit Douluo, is through divine inheritance, such as Qian Rinchua's Angel God Trials or Bibi Dong's Rakshasa God Trials. Yet the qualifications for such inheritances are exceedingly rare. Each level difference among title Douluo resembles an insurmountable chasm, which explains the scarcity of Super Douluo above level 95 in the narrative. While the limit Douluo at level 99, like Poseidon and Qian Daolu, epitomize the zenith of mortal power. Zhu Zhuqing's recent fortuity stems from her own psychological breakthrough, coupled with the unique environment of the dual-born abyss, particularly the white petals that symbolize life energy, which ultimately facilitated her advancement. In Chapter 92, Gift Evolution Mark Guardian. As Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing's emotional bond deepened, an entire day passed. For 24 hours, under the energy of the white petals in Lin Tao's dual-born abyss, neither felt fatigue nor any negative state, maintaining their peak condition. As time flowed, both finally recognized the subtlety of their current state. Lin Tao conveyed mentally to Zhu Zhuqing the importance of maintaining this state, a rare opportunity to transcend the boundaries of level 96. He encouraged her to thoroughly absorb the energy and stabilize her condition. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The most awkward aspect was that they remained in a state of emotional exchange, making it challenging to retain tranquility in their current undressed state. The moment their minds wavered or other emotions arose, it would disrupt this extraordinary equilibrium. Unexpectedly for Lin Tao, he had anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing might withdraw from the current state due to her shyness. Thus, he urged her to seize the moment and stabilize her present condition. Zhu Zhuqing, having completely opened her heart to Lin Tao, had transformed from being his girlfriend into a woman who resolutely identified herself as his. The previously timid girl had evolved into a mature woman after a profound emotional journey over the past 24 hours. Consequently, regardless of their current postures or circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing remained undistracted. In fact, with a calm mind, she tightened her embrace around Lin Tao. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Lin Tao's body, adjusting the flow of her internal soul power. In this state, her martial soul detached from her body, quietly absorbing Lin Tao's life energy. Unable to summon her martial soul, she relied solely on her mastery of soul power to maintain its operation. As this situation unfolded, white petals began to descend upon the left rear side of Zhu Zhuqing's body, where Lin Tao had left a shadow mark. Suddenly, a peculiar occurrence transpired. As Zhu Zhuqing gained control over her body, the energy touching the shadow mark was wholly absorbed by it. With the first white petal's energy being drawn in, it opened a floodgate, causing more white petals to hasten towards the shadow mark on Lin Tao. Lin Tao quickly noticed the unusual changes occurring in his innate shadow mark. The speed of this absorption was rapid, and the energy required was astonishing. Naturally, Lin Tao was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. Actively taking charge of the dual-born martial soul and utilizing his soul power to generate more white petals. After an hour, Zhu Zhuqing found it increasingly difficult to maintain her state of unrestrained absorption. As her consciousness deepened, this unconscious intake began to face rejection. Realizing that this state was nearing its end, she hastened to stabilize her condition, ceasing the absorption of Lin Tao's white petal energy. As Zhu Zhuqing stabilized her energy, the spectral saint soul promptly withdrew from its free state, responding to her summons and consolidating its energy. The white petal energy, no longer being absorbed, ceased to enter Zhu Zhuqing's body. However, the energy gap opened by the shadow mark became fierce, as the white petal energy created by Lin Tao rapidly transformed into beams of white light that surged directly into the mark on Zhu Zhuqing's body. This terrifying devouring power went unnoticed by the stabilizing Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Tao sensed the insatiable strength of the mark's absorbing force intensifying. What had started as one or two beams had quickly escalated into a tumultuous torrent, ravenously consuming everything in its path. He could feel the abyss-like nature of this devouring force. Fortuitously, Lin Tao decided not to use the red petals for defense. The realm of the other shore unfolded, and the life and death energy surged swiftly. From within Lin Tao's dantian, a thread of the purest life and death combined energy chaos was separated. When this strand of chaotic energy entered the shadow mark, the previously bottomless devouring force was suddenly sated. Simultaneously, in Lin Tao's close-range spiritual perception, the mark, originally a deep purple-black, gradually transformed into red, then gold, before ultimately vanishing from Zhu Zhuqing's body. It seemed as though the entire mark had vanished. As the final form was completed, the twin souls had no outlet for their release. Lin Tao discovered that Zhu Zhuqing had stabilized her state, awaiting his completion. Lin Tao also lifted the domain of the other side, retracting his martial soul. At that moment, the voice of the King's system echoed in Lin Tao's mind, announcing the evolution of the talent skill, Shadow Mark, to the God-level Mark Guardian. The God-level Mark Guardian releases a mark that permanently resides on the marked entity. Simultaneously, any damage incurred by the marked being can be transferred to the original body via the mark. Likewise, any damage sustained by the original body can be redirected to the marked entity through the mark. The God-level Mark Guardian possesses a second-tier displacement ability. Upon re-releasing the mark, the original body can shift towards the marked entity. During this transfer, the original body becomes ethereal, making it undetectable, impervious to attacks, and unable to release other skills. The third-tier displacement ability of the God-level Mark Guardian can be actively initiated by the original body. The marked entity becomes ethereal, moving towards the original body, during which it cannot be locked, attacked, or release other skills. Furthermore, the energy consumption for the third-tier displacement is borne solely by the original body, and only the original body can initiate it. The marked entity cannot actively utilize its displacement ability. The maximum number of marks that the God-level Mark Guardian can employ is 3. Chapter 93, A Forceful Appearance. Both individuals emerged from their meditative state. Lin Tao and Zhu Zhuqing stood facing each other in an ambiguous manner. Zhu Zhuqing pinched Lin Tao's waist and remarked, "If you continue to stare, I might as well get dressed." Lin Tao awkwardly smiled and retrieved a set of clothing from his soul guide device. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, also produced a set of garments and began to dress before Lin Tao. Once they were both attired, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Lin Tao and said, "Having broken through the 96-level barrier, I now perceive a mysterious call more clearly." She gestured in a particular direction. After lowering her hand, she continued, "How did you remove the mark from my body?" Lin Tao turned Zhu Zhuqing around, noting that the mark still lingered on her back, remaining in its invisible state. Despite having been at the 96th level, Zhu Zhuqing had been able to clearly sense her shadow mark. Now, having ascended to the 97 level, she claimed to feel nothing. Lin Tao recalled the King's system notification regarding the evolution and thus stated, "By chance, my talent, shadow mark, has just evolved into the divine mark guardian." He proceeded to share the details of the new marking energy with Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, Lin Tao informed her, "I have left a safety measure within your mark. Should you encounter fatal damage, it will transfer once to me. In the direst moments, you can opt for a mutual demise to grant yourself a chance to escape." Zhu Zhuqing embraced Lin Tao tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "You are too good to me." Lin Tao replied, "You are my woman. This is what I must do. And you know my recovery ability. What is a mortal wound for you may only require mere seconds of recovery for me." As they held each other, Lin Tao found it increasingly difficult to resist the allure of Zhu Zhuqing's perfect figure, leading to yet another instance of clothing being wasted. The following morning, Lin Tao gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was adorned in her new attire. Dressed elegantly, Zhu Zhuqing leaned in to bestow a kiss upon the bedridden Lin Tao. With her gaze filled with emotion, she declared, "I shall undoubtedly keep pace with you, forging my own path to divinity through my own capabilities." With that, she wiped away her tears and vanished into the shadows, departing from the royal hotel. Lin Tao understood that lingering would likely compel Zhu Zhuqing to remain by his side. So he refrained from further words, allowing actions to speak. Observing the opulence of the room, he threw aside the covers, rose from the bed, and proclaimed, "It is time I confront the choices within my heart." After settling his bill downstairs, he proceeded directly to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Aware that his adversaries were gathered there, he felt a sense of irony, having supported the old aristocracy during the 7th divine examination, only to find himself ensnared in the puppet regime of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. This clearly illustrated that power is dictated by brute force. The old aristocracy had no titled Douluo, and the soul poisoned Douluo had long been persuaded to abandon the center of power. As Lin Tao walked, a curiosity sparked within him about whether Douluo Bo had completely distanced himself from the power centers. He gazed at the towering city walls and the patrolling royal guards, resolutely making his way to the Tiando Empire's palace. Naturally, his approach immediately raised the vigilance of the patrols. However, Lin Tao did not intend to enter stealthily. He was prepared to confront the choices of his heart directly, ready to stand firm on the path he had chosen. The approaching soldiers found themselves incapacitated by Lin Tao's mental prowess from 50 meters away. He loudly announced his visit to the Tiando imperial family, declaring, "I come to pay my respects." In Chapter 94, Reunion of Old Friends, within a palace of the Tiando imperial family, Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school rose to his feet. The voice resonated with familiarity, reminiscent of the formidable entity they had battled previously. Chun Xian and Gu Rong soon arrived at Ning Fengji's side, and mutual apprehension flickered in their eyes. Gradually, the palace filled with the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, Flender, and the Titan from the Li family, all convening in this place. While the others were unfamiliar with Lin Tao, the recent assault by the Spirit Hall had compelled various factions to converge upon the Tiando Empire. The reigning Snow Prince had become a mere figurehead due to the disparity in strength, with true authority resting in the hands of Ning Fengji. Thus, the assembly instinctively gravitated towards him. Ning Fengji regarded the gathered individuals and stated, "I am not well acquainted with Lin Tao, but he is exceedingly dangerous. Previously, he engaged us in battle and did not falter." He refrained from disclosing that the strongest 3 of the 7 treasures glazed tile school had confronted Lin Tao, subtly indicating his formidable nature. After some discussion, the group resolved to approach Lin Tao to ascertain his circumstances, with Chun Xian's soul power sending forth a signal. The royal guards ceased their obstruction of Lin Tao. Both parties advanced towards one another, and soon they encountered each other in a spacious plaza. Lin Tao, recognizing the individuals across from him through the cold memories of Yi, found himself somewhat familiar with them. At that moment, Ning Fengji took the initiative to speak. "Young friend, it has been a while. I wonder what brings you here this time." Lin Tao's gaze swept across the few individuals present, lingering momentarily on the formidable Yu Xiaojiang and the companion beside him, Lu Erlong. At that instant, Lin Tao's mischievous inclination resurfaced. He pondered why the original narrative completely omitted the more powerful Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, pondering if it was merely to make way for the theme of incest. After all, as long as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had peers or elders like Yu Xiaojiang surviving, the notion of incest would indeed violate humanitarian principles. An insidious smile crept across Lin Tao's face as he regarded the two, causing an immense discomfort for Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong across from him. Shifting his focus, Lin Tao addressed Ning Fengji directly, declaring, From this moment forth, I shall be the fourth shareholder of the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Henceforth, you and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall no longer partake in the dividends from the Heaven Do Empire. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, as this represented a substantial financial loss, especially in a time when they were facing devastating blows and desperately needed funds. Observing Ning Fengji's indecision, Lin Tao bluntly remarked, "What a spendthrift! How could the spirit hall subdue you? Is my authority no longer effective?" Lin Tao's words were harsh and unrefined. He had no intention of engaging in polite negotiations, especially in the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, whom he detested the most. Regardless of whether it was from reading the original work or watching the anime, or even his own experience in this world, Lin Tao could discern nothing remarkable about Yu Xiaojiang that could elicit such profound affection from the exceptional Bibi Dong, a beauty of unparalleled talent on the Douluo Continent. Despite their differing allegiances, Lin Tao found himself favoring Bibi Dong, admiring her intellect beyond mere romantic inclinations. As Lin Tao's derogatory remarks echoed in the arena, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The individuals present had all suffered, in varying degrees, from the assaults of the spirit hall. Logically, Lin Tao's brazen confrontational approach, especially with two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School present, should have provoked an immediate response. Yet, the trio, despite their apparent anger, refrained from taking any significant action. The only ones truly incensed were Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, as the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been annihilated, and Lu Erlong had lost close relatives in that tragic battle. After painstakingly comforting one another, they had finally begun to recover from that sorrow, only to have their wounds reopened. Lu Erlong stepped forward, demanding, "What did you say?" At this juncture, Ning Fengji found himself unable to intervene, nor did he have any justification to do so. If his own sect had been obliterated and he was openly mocked, he too would find it unbearable. Nevertheless, his awareness of Lin Tao's formidable prowess allowed him to maintain a semblance of calm. As Lu Erlong advanced, with Yu Xiaojiang trailing behind him, Lin Tao's contempt for Yu Xiaojiang deepened. He exclaimed, "Who did I think it was? Shouldn't you be pleased? Your family is not destroyed. How could you possibly marry your uncle?" This statement ignited Lu Erlong's fury. As he prepared to charge at Lin Tao, Flinder glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and instinctively stepped forward to restrain Lu Erlong. Flinder, one of the calmer figures in the arena, recognized the youth's provocation towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and having witnessed their reaction, he understood that this individual was certainly no ordinary threat. Furthermore, Ning Fengji had previously warned him of this person's danger. Thus, Flanders found himself unable to intervene, while Yu Xiaojiang, consumed by fury, could only step forward to confront Lu Erlong. Chapter 95, Lu Erlong's Fury. Lu Erlong suppressed the last vestiges of clarity and released Flanders. Lin Tao observed the comical trio. Only Flanders appeared composed, while Lu Erlong was genuinely enraged and eager to charge forward. Lin Tao's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang remained unwavering. Although Yu Xiaojiang seemed to be in a state of extreme rage, he displayed no action, lacking the courage to advance or utter a word. This contradictory mindset reminded Lin Tao of the time when Yu Xiaojiang first prepared to marry Lu Erlong. Upon discovering her true identity, he instinctively chose to flee. This escape had persisted for many years. Lin Tao scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang closely. With a sigh, he acknowledged his deep-seated dislike for him, devoid of potential and talent, yet exuding an air of arrogance. In critical moments, he lacked both courage and responsibility, hesitating as if his greatest skill lay in manipulation. His attempt to evade marriage had led his good friend Flanders to persuade him, as if he were oblivious to the fact that Flanders harbored feelings for Lu Erlong as well. He professed his affection for Lu Erlong, yet required his disciple Tang San to nudge him into expressing his sentiments. As for Bibi Dong, he was utterly unworthy to stand alongside her. He meandered through life like a scorned lover, believing others owed him something. Why should the holy maiden of the spirit hall pursue him, offering her entire domain to him? As Lin Tao continued to unveil Yu Xiaojiang's hypocritical facade, it was Lu Erlong who could no longer contain herself. In a moment of explosive rage, she unleashed her fury, overwhelming Flanders, who lacked the strength to restrain her. Beneath Lu Erlong's feet, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose in a brilliant display. Despite her wrath, she retained a semblance of rationality. Recalling Ning Fengji's warning that she was indeed a formidable threat, without hesitation, she summoned her 7th soul skill, transforming into a colossal fire dragon. The rampant fire energy swept across the plaza, causing the temperature to soar. Lin Tao cast a glance at Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and the titan beside him, provocatively suggesting, "Shall we join forces?" In his view, these individuals were united by their connection to Tang San and ought to support one another. Rather than waiting for an unexpected strike, He preferred a more forthright invitation. The Titan, hesitant, noted that the seven-treasured glazed tile school had no intention of intervening, thus maintaining his composure amidst uncertainty. Crucially, Lin Tao had never mentioned his own lineage or motivations for engaging in the fray. As Lu Erlong, now a massive fire dragon, charged towards Lin Tao, Flanders followed closely, poised to act. In the face of the approaching fire dragon, Lin Tao clenched his right fist, feeling the rapid churn of his soul power. With a speed surpassing Lu Erlong's, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly at the dragon's head. The immense force shattered Lu Erlong's martial spirit form. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly result in more than mere injury. At this moment, Flanders, trailing behind, was ready to play his part. As the Flander cat-eagle spirit caught Lu Erlong's body, the white feathers of the cat-eagle continuously dissipated the immense force of the impact. Eventually, both individuals landed, having transferred the majority of the force, with the final remnants of power absorbed upon contact with the ground. Lu Erlong, blood surging backward, coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Her martial spirit, the fire dragon, is a mutated form of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. 1. Source of mutation: the bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, with her father, Ulumi, being an elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Due to her mother being a soul master with a fire attribute spirit, Lu Erlong's martial spirit mutated into a fire dragon, retaining the formidable strength of a top-tier beast martial spirit, while possessing an even greater affinity for flames. 2. Flame characteristics: the fire of the fire dragon spirit is exceedingly violent, harmonizing with her personality marked by a penchant for slaughter, resulting in formidable aggression during combat. 3. Martial spirit fusion technique: in collaboration with Yu Xiaojiang, Luo Sanpao, and Flander, Cat Eagle, they can execute the Golden Triangle fusion technique, the Golden Sacred Dragon, with Lu Erlong's fire dragon spirit leading the offensive attributes. Lu Erlong's soul techniques: 1. First soul technique, Dragon's Fire. Effect: arms transform into dragon-like appendages, enveloped in high-temperature flames, significantly enhancing melee attack power and capable of incinerating foes. Characteristic: a foundational enhancement soul technique, akin to the dragon transformation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, yet infused with fire attributes. 2. Second soul technique, Blazing Dragon Breath. Effect: exhales a torrent of fire, executing a wide-range attack with extreme temperatures capable of melting metal. Prototype reference: a fire variant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus's Thunder Dragon Breath. 3. Third soul technique, Fury of the Tyrannosaurus. Effect: temporarily transforms into a fire dragon, experiencing a surge in all attributes, with flames doubling in potency. 4. Fourth soul technique, Fiery Explosion Strike. Effect: concentrates flames within fists and feet, resulting in explosive damage upon impact, with formidable single-target destructive capability. 5. Fifth soul technique, Inferno Storm. Effect: releases flames to form a tornado, causing widespread and sustained burning while restricting enemy movement. 6. Sixth soul technique, Fire Dragon Piercing Strike. Effect: transforms into a fiery dragon shadow, charging in a straight line with tremendous penetration power capable of breaching defenses of the same rank. A singular lethal strike reminiscent of the fire variant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus's Rage. 7. Seventh soul technique, True Form of the Martial Spirit, Fire Dragon. Effect: completely transforms into a colossal fire dragon, achieving peak range and power of fire attacks, rendering her nearly invincible for the duration. Side effect: enormous energy consumption, leading to increased ferocity, aligning with the title of Slaughter's Corner. Combat style: primarily focuses on close-range assaults, engulfing the battlefield in flames, with increasing power corresponding to her growing fury. Drawback: an excessive reliance on emotional outbursts may result in the loss of rationality. Chapter 96. The Unpleasant Yu Xiaojiang. As Lu Erlong's mightiest strike was thwarted by Lin Tao, those previously unaware of Lin Tao's strength gained a sudden and clear understanding. Titan, internally astonished, realized that Lin Tao had not even released his martial spirit. Rather, he relied solely on soul power to achieve such formidable strength. After calculating, Titan discerned that should he attempt to confront Lu Erlong's martial spirit true form, he would dare not withstand the impact without the enhancement of his martial spirit, let alone shatter the true form with a single blow. Believing himself to possess strength rivaling that of a titled Douluo, Titan found himself enlightened by Lin Tao's formidable power. In truth, Titan had not witnessed Lin Tao's soul power eruption, as Lin Tao forcibly elevated his strength with soul power far surpassing that of an ordinary titled Douluo. Titan's judgment remained clouded by conventional understanding. Equally astonished was Yu Xiaojiang, who quickly regained his composure and swiftly evaluated Lin Tao's strength. Arriving at a conclusion he could scarcely believe, This individual's power is not inferior to Tang Hao wielding the Haoyan hammer in its normal state. This realization left Yu Xiaojiang momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Flinder, supporting Lu Erlong, seethed with anger, calling out to Yu Xiaojiang. Flinder's voice jolted Yu Xiaojiang back to reality. Indeed, Lu Erlong was injured, and he should not be idly analyzing the opponent's strength. Yu Xiaojiang hurried to support Lu Erlong, while Flinder entrusted her to him. Remaining vigilant in observing Lin Tao, judging by the reactions of the three, it was clear that Flinder possessed the greatest combat experience, consistently making the most astute decisions. In contrast, Yu Xiaojiang's performance fell woefully short. However, Lin Tao reflected on Yu Xiaojiang's previous status as a mere level 29 soul beast, devoid of any significant combat experience. Even with the breakthrough beyond level 29 thanks to the celestial herb, he remained a soul master of inferior potential, lacking the practical skills to thrive in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Lin Tao found it perplexing that Yu Xiaojiang, despite Lu Erlong's injury, could maintain such a calm demeanor. Lin Tao was certain that had Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong been injured simultaneously, this scoundrel would be incapable of making a choice. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of Lu Erlong's transcendent love, nor was he deserving of Bibi Dong's pure affection, bestowed upon him as a wealthy and beautiful woman. Lin Tao harbored no fondness for Yu Xiaojiang, as he could find no redeeming qualities in him within this fantastical realm. Lin Tao remarked to Flinder that had he not encountered Yu Xiaojiang, he would not have felt compelled to care for a worthless individual due to Lu Erlong's connection. Lin Tao's words left the three momentarily speechless, particularly Lu Erlong, who desperately wished Yu Xiaojiang would step forward at that moment. However, sensing Yu Xiaojiang's hand retreating slightly from his grasp, Lu Erlong understood that Yu Xiaojiang had yet to fully accept her. To spare Yu Xiaojiang any embarrassment, Lu Erlong endeavored to calm her blood and regain her strength, ultimately standing upright. Yu Xiaojiang, too, promptly withdrew his hand, as if to declare before all present that Lin Tao's assertions were mere fabrications, that he and Lu Erlong shared only a kinship, devoid of any deeper connection. Lin Tao gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him down, truly a master of manipulation. Yu Xiaojiang had never actively expressed his affections. Rather, it was the others who, through their insistence and encouragement, had compelled him to reluctantly accept their feelings, portraying himself as a passive recipient. He had not shattered societal norms. That was the doing of Lu Erlong, Flinder, and Tang San. Lin Tao regarded the teacher of the Douluo Continent's protagonist with disdain, especially since Tang San acknowledged Yu Xiaojiang as a paternal figure. Lin Tao pondered that indeed, those who play with schemes often come together, deceiving the kind-hearted. Yu Xiaojiang undoubtedly served as a benefactor to Tang San. Early stage, Nottingham Academy Phase Foundation and Enlightenment. 1. Theoretical installation of martial spirits. Upon discovering Tang San's dual martial spirits, the Haoyan hammer and blue silvergrass, Yu Xiaojiang devised an optimal developmental path for his dual martial spirits through a lifetime of theoretical research. He prioritized the blue silvergrass, enhancing it with soul rings that added poison and control attributes, such as the mandala snake soul ring, to compensate for its inherent weaknesses. The Haoyan hammer was kept concealed to protect Tang San's identity, reserved for a later decisive moment as his ultimate trump card in combat. A pivotal decision was made to allow Tang San to absorb the 400-year mandala snake soul ring beyond his level. Establishing the foundation for the extreme soul ring theory, subsequent soul rings would feature non-standard configurations. 2. Combat system formation. Integrating Tang San's Tang sect secret arts, such as the Shintian skill and Ghost Shadow Phantom steps. With martial spirit theory, he proposed a core positioning for control-type soul masters, emphasizing tactics of using the weak to control the strong. He guided Tang San in developing techniques like the spider web binding and parasitic combinations, enabling him to contend with higher-tier soul masters early on. 3. Psychological development. Drawing from his own experience of being cast aside by his family, he taught Tang San to shatter prejudices through strength, such as the belief that the blue silvergrass is a useless martial spirit. He instilled the philosophy that there are no useless martial spirits, only ineffective soul masters, significantly bolstering Tang San's self-confidence. 2. Mid-stage, Shrek Academy Phase Practical Combat and Resource Integration. 1. Integration of Academy resources. He recommended Tang San to Shrek Academy, facilitating his connections with Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and other companions, ultimately forming the Shrek 7 monsters. Through relationships with Flinder and Lu Erlong, he secured simulated training environments and resources from the Soul Beast Forest, such as Dugabo's Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I, for Tang San. 2. Tactical Command Core. During the Soul Master competition, Yu Xiaojiang's unified 7-in-1 fusion tactics temporarily elevated Tang San's combat prowess to that of a Soul Sage, turning the tide of battle. He analyzed the weaknesses of opponents, such as the Blaze Academy and Spirit Hall teams, and devised targeted strategies to maximize Tang San's advantages as a control-type soul master. 3. Foreshadowing of heritage truths. He discerned the connection between Tang San and the Haotian sect ahead of time, following the incident where Spirit Hall pursued Xiao Wu, discreetly contacting Tang Hao to set the stage for the subsequent awakening of the Haotian hammer. 3. Later stage, confrontation with Spirit Hall to ascend to divinity's spiritual leader and strategic pivot. 1. Overall planning against Spirit Hall. He unified the forces of the Heaven Do Empire, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the Tang sect, constructing an anti-Spirit Hall alliance centered around Tang San. He proposed a combat system for the Tang sect's hidden weapon soul masters, such as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, compensating for the combat power gap among lower-tier soul masters. 2. Catalyst for the dual deity ascension. Prior to the trials on Sea God Island, he advised Tang San to prioritize completing the Sea God assessment, due to the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit's greater compatibility with the Sea God legacy. When Tang San inherited the Shura God position, he indirectly aided his dual deity unification through Bibi Dong's covert intelligence, the interference of the Rakshasa God. 3. Emotional bonds and legacy. When Tang San collapsed due to Xiao Wu's sacrifice, he stabilized his emotions in a fatherly manner, urging him to carry on her spirit. He compiled his lifetime of theories into the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, which Tang San would pass down to future generations, laying the foundation for a new era of soul masters. Theoretical practice. The martial soul theory, once merely a theoretical construct, is ultimately validated through Tang San's achievements, such as the ascension through dual martial souls and the ability to absorb soul rings beyond their level. Generational legacy. Tang San's accomplishments invigorate Yu Xiaojiang, transforming him from a figure of theoretical ridicule into a revered master within the soul master community, thus completing his personal redemption. The replacement of father-son affection. This dynamic compensates for Tang Hao's earlier absence and guidance, forming a unique bond of stern mentorship and paternal care. In summary, Yu Xiaojiang's influence on Tang San is a progressive journey from technical advisor to spiritual leader. Without Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San might remain overshadowed by his blue-silver grass martial soul's limitations. The potential of his dual martial souls would be unrealized, such as the premature exposure of the Haotian hammer, and he would lack a systematic strategy against the Spirit Hall. He is the sole architect who has consistently participated in Tang San's remarkable journey. Chapter 97. The Golden Sacred Dragon. Lin Tao observed the three in their disarray and advanced a step further. Flinder, Cat Eagle, Yu Xiaojiang, Luo Sanpao, and Lu Erlong, Fire Dragon, swiftly formed a triangular formation, their soul powers resonating, merging into a magnificent golden dragon, the Golden Sacred Dragon, whose majestic presence exerted pressure that rivaled that of a tidal Douluo. The sacred dragon roared with fury, exhaling dragon breath, while its claws tore through the air with fierce aggression. Lin Tao smirked, remaining unperturbed, and with a single palm strike, he dispersed the scorching dragon breath effortlessly. As the sacred dragon lunged to bite, Lin Tao retaliated with a punch aimed at the dragon's head, unleashing a terrifying force that warped the very fabric of space, forcing the golden sacred dragon back, its scales shattering. Flinder's speed, his forte, appeared trivial before Lin Tao, who took a step forward, leaving an afterimage, and seized the dragon's tail, swinging the entire sacred dragon down to the ground. The martial soul fusion technique was forcibly undone, leaving the three to collapse, bloodied and defeated. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion turned pale, unable to comprehend how someone could dismantle their ultimate fusion technique with mere physical prowess. Flinder struggled to rise, shielding the others. This man is beyond what any human can contend with. Yu Xiaojiang's heart trembled. The martial soul theories he had devoted his life to were being upended in this moment, causing a profound inner turmoil. Soul masters had always chosen based on the attributes and age of soul beasts, never considering that a soul master could become this formidable. It was no longer merely a matter of physical training. This offers a hint regarding his own theories. As such, physical strength undoubtedly poses a challenge to the limits of his martial soul and soul rings. The golden sacred dragon disintegrated, leaving Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong drained of soul power, collapsed, and in disarray. Lin Tao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his attire undisturbed, his breathing steady, as if the previous battle had merely involved swatting away a few bothersome flies. He approached with measured steps, looking down upon the trio with a smirk of derision, his voice low and oppressive. Lin Tao remarked, "Is this what you call the Golden Iron Triangle? 3 ants banded together to become a dragon? Ridiculous." He stepped on a shattered dragon scale, grinding it to golden dust. The martial soul fusion technique. Merely a fragile exterior. I can revert it with a single punch. Lin Tao turned his gaze to Yu Xiaojiang, "You Xiaojing, where is your invincible theory? Can you not withstand even one of my blows? Clinging to your meager research on martial souls, thinking yourself wise, yet what is the outcome? Waste is ultimately waste." Lin Tao let out a cold laugh, questioning if Luo Sanpao was still capable of mere flatulence. He then turned his gaze towards Flander, remarking, "Flander, you are slightly superior to those two. At least you have the courage to stand. Alas, you are merely a minuscule ant." He continued, "Your speed, in my eyes, is as sluggish as a snail's crawl." Finally, Lin Tao directed his attention to Lu Erlong, stating, "Lu Erlong, your temper is quite explosive, yet your strength fails to match your fiery disposition. The so-called Golden Iron Triangle? Huh, it is nothing more than a farce composed of a coward, Yu Xiaojing, a miser, Flander, and a madwoman, Lu Erlong." He concluded by addressing the three of them. "Together, you three lack even the qualification to warm me up." Yu Xiaojing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, feeling an immense blow to his spirit. Yet a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. Flander, with shattered glasses and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stared intently at Lin Tao's retreating figure, murmuring, "Who on earth is this monster?" Lu Erlong, furious to the point of madness, was restrained by Flander, who prevented her from recklessly charging to her demise. With a casual wave, Lin Tao unleashed his formidable soul power upon Flander, sending him flying. Without Flander's restraint, Lu Erlong, still blinded by rage, rose once more to attack Lin Tao. Lin Tao cast a glance at Yu Xiaojing, who dared not speak and lowered his head, while the injured Flander hurriedly approached. As Lu Erlong closed in, Lin Tao's soul power erupted once more, this time even more potent than during his battle with the Golden Sacred Dragon, rendering Lu Erlong unable to approach him. Subsequently, Lin Tao charged his right fist, at which point Flander shouted for Erlong to dodge. The unleashed soul power caught Yu Xiaojing's attention again, prompting him to exclaim, "Erlong." The others present, whom Lin Tao merely glanced at, remained motionless. With a soul-infused punch, Lin Tao struck Lu Erlong in the abdomen, shattering her martial soul and inflicting catastrophic damage upon her body. A thunderous sound echoed as Lu Erlong was sent flying like a severed kite. Flander swiftly caught her, but this time, Lin Tao had exerted all his strength, and the cat-eagle martial soul could not absorb the force. Both were propelled even further, landing with such force that they left a scar exceeding 20 meters on the ground. As Flander came to a halt, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The indirect damage to Flander was severe, while Lu Erlong, having sustained direct harm, succumbed to unconsciousness in Flander's arms. Just as everyone turned their attention to Flander and Lu Erlong's condition, Lin Tao accelerated and lunged towards Yu Xiaojing, landing a punch to his abdomen. Yu Xiaojing's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, was shattered by Lin Tao's strike, accompanied by a desperate cry before it dissipated into nothingness. Yu Xiaojing also fell unconscious, collapsing towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao retracted his fist and executed a spinning kick, sending Yu Xiaojing flying. With this battle concluded, the Golden Iron Triangle lay in disarray, 2 unconscious and 1 gravely injured. Yu Xiaojing's martial soul core had been shattered by Lin Tao, relegating him to the status of a mere mortal, and he bore multiple severe injuries, likely requiring a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Lu Erlong, having had her martial spirit meridians shattered by Lin Tao, finds herself in a predicament where, without a remarkable opportunity, her martial spirit cannot be enhanced. As time progresses, the broken meridians lead to a continuous depletion of soul power, causing both her soul power level and soul rings to diminish and eventually vanish. Henceforth, she is rendered incapable of engaging in combat. The more she attempts to harness her soul power, the quicker the loss ensues, ultimately relegating her to the status of a soul master around level 20, while also being gravely injured. Similarly, Flander is severely wounded, albeit with no significant injuries to the others. In Chapter 98, the encounter with Dugu Bo unfolds. Lin Tao resolves matters with Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, and Flander. He casts his gaze upon the remaining 4 individuals present and remarks, "Having dealt with 3 insignificant foes, I find myself still yearning for a challenge. Would any of you care to engage in a bout? After all, I have yet to satiate my appetite for combat." Lin Tao surveys Titan, who for the first time lowers his head. This marks an unprecedented moment for Lin Tao, as he witnesses the proud leader of the Titan family bowing his head in humility. With a sense of ennui, Lin Tao turns his attention to the 3 representatives of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who regard him with evident caution. A smile graces Lin Tao's lips. "Shall we engage in a rematch? Given that you have sustained minimal injuries and are in peak condition, what do you say? I hold the sword Douluo in high regard. During our last encounter, you unleashed your full potential, yet I perceived your power to be at around 80%. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda provided assistance, and you fought valiantly. So, Would you care for another exhilarating contest? Allow me the honor of witnessing the true prowess of the 7-killing sword. Bon Douluo Gu Rong. You two seemed to display your full strength last time, but I sensed it was merely at 80%. How about we all go all out this time for an authentic thrill? He then addresses Ning Zhongzhu as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit in the continent. Surely the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda possesses untapped secret techniques to enhance your abilities? Perhaps, if you employ them, I may find myself overwhelmed by the combined strength of the 3 of you. What do you think, Ning Zhongzhu? My proposal is rather splendid, especially considering how last time you suffered a bit of embarrassment, unable to secure a victory against me despite the 3-to-1 odds. Lin Tao provocatively regards Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. At this juncture, Ning Fengji responds, "Indeed, young friend Lin, your prowess is formidable, but there is no need for reckless abandon. We have already sparred previously. Congratulations on becoming one of the 4 major shareholders of the Tiando Great Soul Arena. On behalf of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Imperial family, I hereby permanently withdraw from our position as shareholders in the Tiando Great Soul Arena." Observing Ning Fengji's polite demeanor, Lin Tao finds his desire for combat dissipating. He glances between Titan and the trio from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, ultimately unable to muster any inclination for a fight. Lin Tao concedes. Since you all are disinterested in engaging with me, allow me to reiterate, I will inevitably confront Tang San and Tang Hao. You are allies of Tang San, and I shall not impose upon you. However, upon our next encounter, I shall not extend an invitation but will instead charge directly into battle, provided you remain his allies. Lin Tao turns back to Ning Fengji and continues, "This is my second warning to you. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions when the time comes. If you wish to clear the path for Tang San, now is the moment to act." He then addresses Titan. "You represent the 4 single attribute sects present here. Do relay a message to the other 3 sections. The next time we meet, it will not matter whether you accept my terms or not. In my view, what advantages do you gain from following Tang Hao? There is no monetary benefit, nor is there any protection from a sect. Nor are you being taught any particularly unique cultivation techniques." Lin Tao cast another glance at Ning Fengji and remarked, "Tang San's hidden weapons are merely trivial. I am aware that you possess a formidable concealed weapon. Feel free to demonstrate it on me. I will not defend myself. Furthermore, I offer you this piece of advice. This world is advancing. Do not overly develop so-called hidden weapons. Such actions would be the greatest affront to this realm. The world should not embrace hidden weapons or soul-guiding devices." Observing the 4 who remained unresponsive, Lin Tao grew impatient. He turned away from them and slowly departed from the Heavenly Do Palace. As Lin Tao left, a shadowy figure in the distance also slipped away. Upon exiting the palace gates, Lin Tao turned to the side and remarked, "This Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena is quite intriguing. I have never heard of any forces associated with the Soul Arena in my previous observations of the Douluo Continent. It seems audacious to spy on today as confrontation. Logically, it should not be a faction without significance, yet I have never encountered any mention of this force in the numerous conflicts depicted in the original work." Lin Tao paid it little heed and continued on his way. After departing from the royal family of the Heavenly Do Empire, Lin Tao wandered the streets for a while before heading towards the outskirts of the city. As he traveled further away, he realized he had already left Tiando City. Coming to a halt, he spoke, "Douluo, I assumed you were merely passing by. Why then are you following me from the palace through the streets and now accompanying me out of the city? Is this truly a coincidence? Or do you wish to convey something to me?" Behind Lin Tao appeared Douluo, with long dark green hair casually tied back, occasionally shimmering with a phosphorescent hue. His elongated, slit-like pupils, reminiscent of a serpent's eye, gleamed a faint green in the shadows. His pallid complexion bore an unhealthy grayish tint, with pronounced cheekbones and a cold smirk at the corners of his mouth. He wore a dark green robe, intricately embroidered at the collar and cuffs with serpentine patterns, and at his waist hung a jade vial containing poison. His feet were clad in deep green boots, smooth as if made from snake skin. This individual was none other than Douluo, the poisoned Douluo. Lin Tao turned to face him, and Douluo wore an expression of confusion. "Do you recognize me?" Chapter 99. The invitation from Douluo. Lin Tao smiled and replied, "Indeed, I was once the close friend of your beloved granddaughter, Douluo. How is it that you do not recognize me in this form?" At Lin Tao's words, Douluo was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that the individual who had once inhabited a female body was now entirely in a male guise? With not a single aspect of appearance or soul power remaining the same, Douluo found himself in a rather awkward position. Lin Tao continued, "There is no need for you to feel constrained, Douluo. After all, Douluo was once my dear friend. You haven't come here representing some faction to invite me, have you?" At this, Douluo became even more uncomfortable, as though Lin Tao had hit the nail on the head. Since the encounter with Lin Tao, where he discerned that Tang San was not Tang Hao's son, Douluo has gradually distanced himself from Tang San. He has since taken on the role of honorary elder under the Snow Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, enjoying the benefits that come with it, which ensures a worry-free life for both himself and Douluo. This position was also a result of the Snow Prince's earlier act of saving him, thus securing his honorary title within that lineage. However, following the assault by the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was forced to relocate to the Imperial Palace, turning the former nobility into mere puppets of the government. Having previously rejected Tang San, he now also declined the invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, choosing to live as a recluse. Today, due to the turmoil in the palace and at the behest of the Snow Prince's final request, he considered whether he could invite Lin Tao to become an elder of the imperial family. Douluo, feeling somewhat pressured, conveyed the Snow Prince's invitation. Having witnessed Lin Tao's formidable strength within the palace, he had no desire to provoke him, yet the Snow Prince's plea, rooted in a debt of gratitude, weighed heavily upon him. After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced, though he clarified that he could only deliver the message once, with no guarantees and no further entanglements with the royal family. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao pondered briefly and surmised that, although Douluo had rejected both Tang San and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he bore no ill will towards them. As a puppet regime, the royal family was in urgent need of reliable strength, and perhaps today's display had instilled a glimmer of hope within them, especially with Lin Tao's continuous provocations towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Looking at Douluo, Lin Tao remarked, "I wonder how your granddaughter, Douluo, is faring." His tone was calm, as if they were old friends. Douluo, having experienced Lin Tao's overwhelming prowess, felt certain that, despite being a title de law, he could not best Lin Tao, particularly since Lin Tao had not even unleashed his martial spirit, leaving Douluo uncertain of the true depths of his strength. In response, Douluo said, "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has been annihilated, and my granddaughter is currently attending to Yu Tianheng." "Oh, I hadn't realized Yu Tianheng had escaped a calamity. That does ensure a continuation for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect," Lin Tao replied dismissively. "I am accustomed to my freedom and cannot exert influence on behalf of others. Please convey that to them. Moreover, the palace is far from a sanctuary. Various factions are now entrenched here. Once Tang San and the others return, coupled with Yu Tianheng's desire for vengeance, I doubt you will be able to maintain your neutrality. Your involvement in the conflict with the Spirit Hall is inconsequential. But should a confrontation arise between Tang San and myself, it would be wise for you to safeguard yourself and Douluo." Lin Tao held Douluo in favorable regard, recognizing that he was merely striving to protect his granddaughter. Furthermore, Lin Tao had gained considerable benefits from the ice and fire yin-yang well, which engendered in him a sense of respect for Douluo, leading him to refrain from any provocations. Lin Tao was indifferent to Douluo's choices, even if, after persuasion, Douluo chose to ally with Tang San, it would lead to a fierce battle. Lin Tao was acutely aware that in this world, unlike his previous life on Earth, there was no concept of surrender, only the primal reality of the victor extinguishing rival forces. He stated, "I am currently the 4th shareholder of the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. You may wield my black card to reside in the Great Soul Arena of Heaven Do, for once Tang San and his companions return. It is likely they will once again unite various forces. Yu Tianheng, as the sole heir of the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, hardly possesses any significant combat power, thus ultimately requiring your participation as a title de law. Regardless of whether we engage in battle with the Spirit Hall, joining Tang San's faction would certainly lead to conflict. My discord with Tang San is irreconcilable. When they return, you shall realize the existence of the divine legacy beyond title de law. We are the impediments to each other's ascension to godhood, so you may wish to contemplate this." Lin Tao withdrew the black card, which holds a monthly limit of 30 million, from his soul guide, and placed it upon the ground before departing. As he left, Lin Tao remarked, "Do not inquire about the matters following title de law with Tang San. This world is advancing. If you truly wish to explore the path beyond title de law, with your poison de law prowess, there are myriad places on this continent to seek opportunities akin to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes you once possessed. Your lack of understanding has only served to elevate Tang San. You can seek your own path. Relying on Tang San is far less advantageous than aligning with the Spirit Hall. The path Tang San has chosen leads to a regression of the entire world." Lin Tao's figure vanished completely, leaving behind an echo in the air. Tang San, World, Regression. Chapter 100, City of Slaughter. After Lin Tao's departure, Douluo gazed at the black card on the ground, replaying Lin Tao's words in his mind. Given the recent tribulations of the Blue Electric Tyrant clan, Douluo understood that Yu Tianheng and Yu Shaojiang were drawing closer, intent on avenging the Blue Electric Tyrant clan. Everything awaits the return of Tang San and his companions. His granddaughter undoubtedly intends to act in concert with Yu Tianheng. Dugu Bo cast a glance in the direction where Lin Tao had vanished, muttering to himself that perhaps he could not avoid participating in the impending conflict. As Lin Tao had advised, he then recalled Lin Tao's overwhelming prowess, having subdued the Golden Iron Triangle with absolute dominance in the Royal Plaza earlier that day. The final image that flashed in Dugu Bo's mind was that of Dugu Yin. Unwilling to yield, he clenched his fist tightly before releasing it, channeling his soul power. He collected the black card into his possession and turned to leave the area. Lin Tao had resolved the matter of the variable stakeholder in the great soul arena of Heaven Do and sensed the mark of Zhu Zhuqing, who was still on the move. Lin Tao directed his gaze toward the spirit hall, aware that it was time for him to embark on his own trials. Engaging with these powers was merely a waste of time. The reason Tang San possesses formidable influence is due to the mindless adherence of these factions. By establishing his own power without consuming time, he could utilize these forces to stall others while focusing solely on enhancing his strength. However, Lin Tao decided to create some trouble for Tang San before his departure. Familiar with the original narrative, Lin Tao recognized that the two pivotal opportunities for Tang San upon returning from Sea God Island were the City of Slaughter, which Tang San had exploited, and the deep-sea demon Whale King offshore. The crimson moonlight bathed the ruins of the City of Slaughter, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Clad in a black robe, Lin Tao traversed the void, with his dual aspects martial soul blossoming behind him. The moment he unleashed his dual aspects, he could sense the City of Slaughter. He had detected something during his previous confrontation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After breaking through the celestial consciousness of the Douluo Continent, the perception became increasingly pronounced. It was at this juncture that Lin Tao surmised he was in the City of Slaughter, a realization stemming from his precognitive abilities. However, he had yet to fully master this gift, only occasionally triggering it under specific circumstances, likely when confronted with similar entities or energies. As Lin Tao unleashed his dual flower of the other shore, he gazed upon the abyssal illusion before him, recognizing it as the very entrance to the City of Slaughter. He felt that his dual flower, whether in its white or red form, seemed to counteract the inherent rules of this realm. Here, the use of soul skills was forbidden, fortuitously aligning with his own lack of such abilities, allowing him to maximize his potential. The life forms in this place appeared tainted, rendering his healing powers akin to poison in this environment, resulting not in restoration but in mutual negation. The red force of destruction could only manifest at 60% efficacy, as though a trace of annihilation permeated the City of Slaughter. Step by step, Lin Tao advanced while simultaneously activating his kilometer-radius skill, the cycle of life and death. As he traversed, the white petals seemed intent on healing all afflicted souls. Yet, those petals encountered a formidable adversary and began to dissolve under the weight of an unseen force. The energies of the cycle of life and death clashed with those of the City of Slaughter, compressing the originally expansive area to a mere 100 meters. Nevertheless, the energy of the city was rapidly depleting. Although the red petals exhibited resistance, they appeared to revel in the destruction, launching relentless assaults that unleashed violent energy shocks. With each area annihilated, the petals, emblematic of death, absorbed a fragment of the deathly power, thereby augmenting their own strength. The Slaughter King, seated upon his throne, sensed the anomaly. An energy was seeping into the City of Slaughter. The accompanying harbinger of death swiftly departed to assess the situation. Within the city, Lin Tao felt an exhilarating surge of emotions, as if he were on the verge of complete liberation. Amidst a wave of energy, Lin Tao keenly sensed an approaching presence. The moment the harbinger of death materialized, he waved his hand, enveloping the area in his dual flower of the other shore. The newly arrived harbinger had yet to utter a word before disintegrating under the onslaught of Lin Tao's petals. In that moment, Lin Tao felt invigorated, and he declared with fervor, "Slaughter King, today marks your demise." As the blood pool surged, a towering figure gradually emerged. At this moment, Tang Chun was no longer himself, but a puppet controlled by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, his eyes ablaze with crimson. "Intruder, die?" The voice of the Slaughter King rasped, akin to metal scraping against metal. Chapter 101. The Slaughter King. Basic information of the Slaughter King. Identity, Tang Chun. Controlled by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, formerly a rank 99 limit Douluo. Martial soul, Haotian hammer. Domain, domain of slaughter, suppresses opponent's soul skills, enhances personal killing intent. Combat style, savage, ruthless, combining the dominance of the Haotian hammer with the cunning of the Bat King. First soul skill, Blood Fiend Shock, strikes the ground to unleash a crimson shockwave, accompanied by mental intimidation, merging with the Bat King's piercing shriek. The second soul skill, Soul Rend, entwines the hammer with the murderous aura of Azura, directly eroding the soul upon attack. It inflicts permanent damage on opponents with weak mental fortitude. The third soul skill, Bat Shadow Flash, instantaneously creates 3 Blood Shadow clones, allowing the original to switch positions at will, borrowing the agility of the Bat King. The fourth soul skill, Blood Frenzy Assault, restores 10 soul power with each enemy slain, granted by the unique characteristics of the City of Slaughter. The fifth soul skill, Blood Prison of 1,000 Tons, unleashes a torrent akin to a river of blood, slowing the movements of enemies within its range, reminiscent of gravitational control. The sixth soul skill, Grip of Azura, extends a colossal hand from the blood pool to ensnare enemies, necessitating the aid of the City of Slaughter's environment. The seventh soul skill, True Body of the Martial Soul, Blood Demon Haotian, transforms the user into a hybrid of man and bat, a colossal hammer demon, with attacks that possess a life-draining effect. The eighth soul skill, Great Susumi Hammer Blood Sacrifice, shatters a soul ring, enhancing the power of the next strike by 300, albeit at the cost of increased risk of losing control. The ninth soul skill, Eternal Night's End, harnesses the energy of all blood pools within the City of Slaughter to unleash a cataclysmic blow, requiring a build-up of energy and resulting in a brief depletion of the city's resources post-usage. Exclusive abilities of the City of Slaughter, not soul skills, but often used in conjunction. 1. Blood Pool Manipulation. Freely mobilize the energy of blood pools to heal injuries or augment attacks. 2. Dominion of the Fallen. Command the Fallen within the City of Slaughter to besiege enemies. 3. Rule Suppression. Within the confines of the City of Slaughter, further restrict the use of opponent's soul skills. Lin Tao gazed upon the suddenly revealed King of Slaughter, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in a dark red aura of blood, emanating a sense of distorted terror and oppression. His presence seemed to meld with the City of Slaughter itself. Each step he took caused viscous blood plasma to ooze from the ground. The once resolute outline of Tang Chun was faintly discernible, yet his skin was pallid as that of a corpse, marked by dark crimson veins. His left eye burned a vivid scarlet, with slit pupils characteristic of a bat, while the right eye appeared murky and yellowed, occasionally flickering with a glimmer of struggling clarity, remnants of Tang Chen's consciousness. The corners of his mouth were torn to the roots of his ears, revealing sharp fangs, and his words were laced with a bloody breath. His ash-white hair hung disheveled, with tips dripping an unceasing flow of blood. Embedded in his chest was a pulsating blood core, the source of energy for the City of Slaughter. His left arm remained normal, though with sharp, dark purple nails. The right arm had morphed into a bat-like claw, with bone spikes extending from the elbow. On his back, a pair of tattered blood-colored membranous wings spread 5 meters when fully unfurled, typically folded like a cloak. The more Lin Tao observed, the more exhilarated he became. In the entirety of Douluo, there existed only 3 level 99 limit Douluo, and he had yet to have an opportunity to engage with Qian Daolu, especially since he had no current conflicts with the Spirit Hall. Previously, he had restrained himself due to Poseidon's involvement with Zhu Zhuqing during the divine examination. Now, however, he yearned for a full-fledged battle, and the King of Slaughter was undoubtedly the most suitable opponent. As Lin Tao's aura surged, so too did his soul power pressure, causing his domain to expand. The previously constrained domain, due to the inherent rules of the City of Slaughter, began to swell once more under Lin Tao's growing excitement. His eyes shimmered with a crimson light of annihilation. This was the first time Lin Tao had unleashed his murderous intent without reservation. Lin Tao recalled that Tang San had awakened Tang Chun from the clutches of the King of Slaughter using the light of the sea god. Thus, Lin Tao resolved not to employ any mental attacks, seeking a more exhilarating confrontation. The spirit rings and soul power of his Mi Yue martial spirit augmented his own capabilities, rendering his presence nearly as formidable as that of the King of Slaughter. The sole advantage of the latter lay in the fact that they were in the City of Slaughter, where the King's power was enhanced by the very essence of the city itself, making him considerably stronger than he would be elsewhere. It could be posited that within the City of Slaughter, even the other 2 99th level limit Douluos would find it difficult to best the king. Similarly, on Sea God Island, Poseidon enjoyed a home field advantage, while Qian Daolu benefited from the headquarters of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the reluctance of these limit Douluos to venture far from their domains was understandable. The King of Slaughter had not anticipated the immense strength of today as challengers, believing that even with his advantage, no one could unleash their full potential within the confines of the city, compounded by the restrictions imposed by the rules that hindered the use of soul skills. Yet, as he observed this individual, whose overwhelming aura bore the essence of destruction, it was evident that he was not subdued by the murderous intent of the City of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter had no choice but to unleash his domain of slaughter, as his formidable malevolence began to rise. As the two forces clashed, Lin Tao and the King of Slaughter simultaneously surged in power, resulting in a terrifying pressure that enveloped all those present in the City of Slaughter. Many were knocked to the ground, while the weaker souls fainted outright, their essence merging into the crimson sea of blood beneath the city. When both combatants reached the zenith of their might, they lunged at one another. The King of Slaughter wielded the Haotian hammer, while Lin Tao donned the devastating gloves formed from the twin red petals of his martial spirit. With a punch and a hammer strike, the ensuing collision unleashed cataclysmic explosions. Each impact generated massive shockwaves that obliterated surrounding structures and tore through the ground, transforming the devastation, whether from the King's malevolence or Lin Tao's destructive force, into streams of blood-red energy that flowed back into the subterranean sea of blood. Lin Tao remained unfazed, relentlessly delivering punch after punch, as if engaged not in battle, but in a cathartic release of pent-up frustrations at the injustices of his transmigration, at not being the protagonist, and at the divine interventions that sought his demise. As Lin Tao intensified his assault, each blow grew more potent than the last, his soul power spiraling within him, providing an unending source of strength. Conversely, the King of Slaughter found that with each strike of the Haotian hammer, his power only increased, allowing him to match Lin Tao's ferocity. Unfazed by energy consumption, he drew inexhaustibly from the blood sea of the City of Slaughter. As their exchanges grew increasingly rapid, Lin Tao discerned that the King's hammer strikes were gaining momentum, a technique he himself lacked. Nevertheless, Lin Tao grew more fervent, compensating for his limitations with sheer willpower and soul energy. In their fierce exchange, both combatants unleashed their domains to their fullest extent, wary of the potential repercussions their domains could impose upon them. Thus, apart from their initial clash of escalating might, they began to compress their domains, solidifying their power. Following the 71st strike, Lin Tao's right fist shattered, yet he exhibited no reaction, continuing to engage with his left fist on the next approach. Due to the immense energy inherent in both combatants, each clash generates shockwaves that force them apart. As his left fist is shattered, the King of Slaughter presses forward with relentless attacks. At this moment, Lin Tao's right fist has miraculously regained its former strength. With a triumphant shout, Lin Tao channels even more destructive power into his right fist, resulting in yet another explosive separation. The King of Slaughter, wielding the Haotian hammer, strikes twice more, amplifying his strength. A raspy voice echoes, proclaiming the might of Haotian. At this juncture, the Haotian hammer radiates an overwhelming force. Lin Tao, summoning all the soul power within him, directs it towards his right fist, culminating in a clash of their full power. The resulting shockwave from their contact sends the King of Slaughter flying, while Lin Tao endures the explosive energy. As the residual energy dissipates, Lin Tao's entire right arm is rendered to nothingness, absorbed into the blood sea governed by the rules of the City of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter is taken aback by the ferocity of this individual. Suddenly, Lin Tao bursts into laughter, exclaiming how exhilarating it is. With each exclamation, he seems to expel all his grievances and negative emotions, whether in his past life or in the present realm of Douluo Continent. Lin Tao experiences an unprecedented sense of liberation, casting aside all worries. Just as the King of Slaughter perceives Lin Tao as a madman, he witnesses the miraculous restoration of Lin Tao's physical form right beneath his gaze. In that moment, the King of Slaughter realizes the extraordinary nature of this human, who possesses an indomitable resilience. The crucial factor is that the King of Slaughter requires the energy from the blood sea within the City of Slaughter to expedite his healing process, making Lin Tao even more peculiar. Lin Tao's hands transform into twin blossoms of the other shore, blooming once more. He declares, "You underestimated me. Let us engage in a second round." The giant fists of the other shore manifest, as white and red petals swiftly coalesce within the domain, forming enormous fists of approximately 5 meters in size. The moment the fists come together, the King of Slaughter recognizes their astonishing destructive potential, raising the Haotian hammer high. He rasps, "Seventh soul skill, martial spirit, true body blood, demon Haotian." Before the King of Slaughter can complete his transformation, Lin Tao propels the two colossal fists towards him at breakneck speed. As they near the king, Lin Tao's eyes shift, his hands crossing as he shouts, "Twin blossoms of the other shore, you've fallen for it." The two gigantic hands rapidly merge, and in this moment of conflicting energies, a terrifying force erupts without a sound of explosion. From the epicenter of the explosion, the anguished cries of the King of Slaughter emerge. Meanwhile, under the King's influence, the blood sea beneath the City of Slaughter churns violently, gathering a tremendous amount of blood energy towards the explosion's center. The expanding shockwave of the twin blossoms of the other shore is suppressed by the governing power of the City of Slaughter. In his mental perception, Lin Tao observes a battered king of slaughter undergoing constant restoration. Regulating his breath, Lin Tao's formidable regenerative ability gradually replenishes his depleting soul power. Once again, he releases the twin blossoms of his martial spirit within the domain, as enormous flowers begin to bloom anew. Observing the king of slaughter on the verge of recovery, Lin Tao remarks, "How slow you are, I shall not wait." Third round, prepare for your life. Chaos of the other shore, return to the void. As Lin Tao unleashed his ultimate move, the king of slaughter, overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending doom, hastily summoned all his martial spirits, knowing that the ninth spirit ability required time to activate. In this critical moment, he was compelled to pay a hefty price to confront his adversary. With a resolute heart, the king of slaughter activated the great Sumeru hammer's blood sacrifice, sacrificing 3 spirit rings in a single, fierce blow. Although this battle would leave him considerably weakened, preserving his life took precedence. He merely needed to remain in the city of slaughter, where he would eventually recuperate. The sacrifice of 3 spirit rings granted the king of slaughter a staggering 900 enhancement in power. The Haotian hammer expanded rapidly, while Lin Tao's magnificent twin petals, one white and the other red, simultaneously withered, transforming into pure, unadulterated energy. Wherever this energy flowed, both space and time were suspended. Lin Tao's soul power was depleting at an alarming rate. Even with his extraordinary limits, it could only sustain him for a mere 10 seconds. However, combined with Lin Tao's abnormal regenerative abilities, he could prolong his duration significantly. In Chapter 103, The Key to the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter wielded the colossal Haotian hammer, exceeding 100 meters in length, with a cataclysmic aura striking towards Lin Tao. At the moment of contact, the very fabric of space and time around the King of Slaughter was frozen. Lin Tao floated towards him, observing the King of Slaughter in a state of chaotic limbo. Lin Tao remarked, "You have ultimately failed to transcend the level of tidal Douluo. Lacking divine power, you are powerless in the face of my ultimate absolute domain." With that, Lin Tao's finger touched the immense Haotian hammer, and in the next instant, it shattered into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into nothingness. Crossing over the remnants of the Haotian hammer, Lin Tao approached the King of Slaughter once more, directing his finger at him. Within Lin Tao's chaotic realm of annihilation, once subjected to his domain, one would fall into a state of limbo, where life and death rested solely in Lin Tao's hands. The body of the King of Slaughter began to fragment, disintegrating into energy particles. An energy beam shot from his head, but it barely traveled 10 meters before being confined by the absolute domain. Lin Tao sensed it was a fragment of the soul. With no time to ponder, he flicked his finger, and that soul power vanished into thin air. On the central island of Sea God Island, Poseidon, who was meditating meticulously, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, followed by an inexplicable surge of heartache that grew increasingly intense, causing tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Poseidon was baffled by the sudden emotional turmoil, but felt an unbearable pain, as if the most precious aspect of his life had vanished. The relentless tears transformed the continent's mightiest woman into a figure of sorrow. As the King of Slaughter began to dissipate, Lin Tao prepared to cease the activation of his absolute domain, for even his monstrous soul power had been severely taxed. This domain could only be maintained briefly, yet its effectiveness was astonishing. Just as he was about to terminate the domain, he noticed that the core of Slaughter did not dissolve amidst the disintegrating body of the King of Slaughter. Instantly, Lin Tao halted his preparations to end the absolute domain. Within this domain, whether living or inanimate, everything under its control should be subject to Lin Tao's command. The persistence of this core indicated that it belonged to energy of equal or even superior caliber. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would not have occurred. Lin Tao intensified his output in the realm, determined to eradicate the unknown entity. As Lin Tao's energy surged forth, the core began to resist, emanating a sanguine energy in opposition to Lin Tao's chaotic force. He discerned that this core possessed an energy level superior to his own, each exerting a toll upon the other, yet the core's crimson energy seemed to dissipate at a slower pace. With the core's vigorous resistance, the entire city of Slaughter began to transform. The blood sea beneath roiled and contracted, compressing energy at an alarming rate. Lin Tao sensed a formidable energy converging. Coupled with the dwindling time to wield his absolute domain, he hastily recalled what this entity could be. From prior encounters, Lin Tao surmised it was akin to a controller of the city of Slaughter, as he had previously shattered the Slaughter King, relying on this core to continuously supply energy to him. With time of the essence, Lin Tao resolved to take a gamble, speculating that the core was now unclaimed. He forced his spirit to seize the core, for he lacked the means to destroy it, while a terrifying energy gathered in the shadows, instilling fear within him. Lin Tao summoned the spirit bone from his head, his mental prowess surging, and directed his spirit into the core. To his surprise, the core offered little resistance to his mental force, allowing him to penetrate it with ease. As Lin Tao's spirit began to resonate and take possession of the core, he acquired a wealth of information. The energy compressed from the blood sea erupted from underground, hurtling towards Lin Tao with cataclysmic force. Every being who had partaken of the blood sea was reduced to ash, merging into the energy sphere with astonishing speed. Finally, it halted mere meters from Lin Tao, and upon nearing his absolute domain, its velocity diminished by only half, revealing the extraordinary quality of this energy. The energy sphere was even larger than Lin Tao himself, its power utterly terrifying. The only force able to halt this dreadful energy was Lin Tao, for he had first grasped the core. This core bore many names. Lin Tao referred to it as the key to the city of slaughter. It possessed the ability to control all within the city. Remaining unclaimed, whoever occupied it could command the city, and it also served as the key to unlock the Shura God's divine test. It was akin to a legacy key. The Slaughter King had not unlocked the Shura God's test despite possessing this key, simply because he was entwined with two souls. Only when one soul remained could he inherit the Shura God's legacy. Until then, he could only act as the core controlling the city of slaughter. It was Lin Tao's attack that had provoked the key's unconscious resistance, causing the blood sea below to converge and compress energy to assail him. Having unraveled this mystery, Lin Tao now stood as the new master of the city of slaughter, akin to a new Slaughter King. With his soul power nearly depleted, he hastily dispelled his absolute domain. Chapter 104. The Shura God's legacy is not worthy of a dog. Lin Tao relinquished his absolute domain, mentally commanding the core of the city of slaughter. Lin Tao, through the invasion of his mental prowess, realized that he lacked dominion over the realm of slaughter, rendering him incapable of maintaining control over this core for an extended duration. As he gazed upon the energy sphere compressed from the sea of blood, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. With keen perception, Lin Tao recalled a previous confrontation in the sky that bore a resonant connection to this sanguine energy. He deduced that the city of slaughter was, in fact, the sacred ground of the Ashura God's legacy. Thus, he concluded that the entity harboring animosity towards him was none other than the Ashura God himself. With narrowed eyes, Lin Tao contemplated the core of slaughter. To embark on the path of the Ashura God's inheritance, he must first acquire dominion over the God of Slaughter's realm and subsequently gain complete control over the slaughter core. Only then could he initiate the divine examination of the Ashura God's legacy, and this would be the direct inheritance from the Ashura God. Lin Tao perceived the core of the city of slaughter as the key to the commencement of this divine legacy, imbued with palpable malice. The entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated scheme against him by the celestial forces. If the celestial consciousness were allowed to envelop him for an extended period, Lin Tao was convinced that the conflict between Tang San and the Spirit Hall would not only remain dormant, but would eventually culminate in a concentrated animosity directed towards him. This realization had instilled within him a profound sense of impending danger. Observing the entirety of the city of slaughter, Lin Tao surmised that it must also serve as a sanctum for the Ashura God's inheritance, a domain that likely did not belong to the Douluo Continent, but rather was a realm meticulously crafted for the purpose of inheritance by the Ashura God. Through the core of the city of slaughter, Lin Tao was acutely aware that several individuals, all of whom had surpassed level 80, remained alive, having evaded demise through extraordinary means during previous crises. He extended his hand to manipulate the rules of the city of slaughter, directly invading the minds of the living and transforming them into puppets. These individuals were accustomed to consuming the yellow spring dew, rendering them particularly susceptible to his control. Ultimately, Lin Tao conducted a comprehensive mental scan of the city of slaughter, seeking any untainted souls still alive. Should any exist, they could pose a threat to his forthcoming endeavors. As he swept his mental gaze across the expanse, he found no signs of life, simultaneously eradicating all other creatures within the city of slaughter, including rodents. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself. While the controlled puppets congregated around him, 5 in total, Lin Tao once again exerted his mental control over them. Initially puppets of the slaughter core, they now found themselves under his dual-layered dominion, significantly mitigating the risk of losing control. Addressing the 5 individuals, Lin Tao noted the addition of a 6th. Within the core of slaughter, he discovered a unique defensive barrier of the city of slaughter. By utilizing his own blood essence in conjunction with the blood sea, he could create a spatial barrier by positioning himself at 4 cardinal points. However, this method would exact a significant toll on the 4 individuals releasing the secret techniques of blood essence, potentially resulting in a regression of their powers or, in severe cases, costing them their lives. Lin Tao, employing his mental prowess, identified 4 individuals with formidable auras. The fifth individual was directly absorbed by the slaughter core, transforming into a mist of blood, their energy merging into the sanguine sphere. He then directed the four to sprint towards the four cardinal directions, establishing a radius of 500 meters centered around himself. Subsequently, he instructed them to optimize their states for the task at hand. In pursuit of optimal results, Lin Tao extracted 4 strands of energy from the Blood Sea energy orb and administered them into the mouths of 4 individuals. The huangquandu they typically consumed was, in fact, a diluted byproduct of the Blood Sea. However, what they ingested now was an ultra-concentrated energy derived from the Blood Sea's compression. Although this infusion would momentarily unleash their full potential and significantly elevate their prowess, the cost was their very lives. Lin Tao had no intention of preserving their existence. Thus he sought to exploit them to the fullest. Controlling the core of slaughter, Lin Tao compressed the entirety of the city of slaughter, encompassing both its structures and the remaining Blood Sea. Within the confines governed by the slaughter core, he transformed everything into pure compressed energy from the Blood Sea. With continuous compression, the once renowned city of slaughter was effectively eradicated from the Douluo Continent. As the city's energy was entirely converted, Lin Tao found himself in possession of 2 more energy orbs, comparable in size to the previously acquired compressed energy from the Blood Sea. Next, Lin Tao commanded the 4 individuals to simultaneously perform a secret technique, sacrificing their lives to establish a Blood Sea barrier. He calculated that this barrier would undoubtedly withstand the intensity of a level 96 Super Dao for 3 days, and could endure for at least a month without sustaining any attacks. Lin Tao made adjustments to the slaughter core, stabilizing this pure energy to take on the form of soul rings. Having previously absorbed energy, and with it still within his control, Lin Tao could effortlessly transform this energy into his own soul rings. He surmised that this compressed energy was capable of penetrating the absolute domain, and its quality was undoubtedly extraordinary. The only drawback was the surplus of energy orbs, which left Lin Tao pondering how to configure the soul rings. Nonetheless, he decisively regarded the slaughter core as the key to the Azura God's legacy, believing that the potency of this energy surpassed that of the combined 3 energy orbs. Most crucially, this core's quality should exceed that of the compressed energy, making it the most fitting for the 7th soul ring of the dual-born. Such high-quality energy sparked within Lin Tao a sense that it possessed a minimum age of at least 1,000,000 years. He contemplated prioritizing the refinement of the 3 energy orbs, fearing that if he first refined the core, he might lose control over the orbs. As Lin Tao deliberated, he chose the reflective armor first, recognizing himself as a tank with high defenses, capable of engaging in direct confrontation with titled Douluos, bolstered by his extraordinary soul power. Lacking innate talents or special soul skills, each configuration of soul rings had significantly expanded his soul power, transforming him into a mobile armory. Coupled with his remarkable regenerative abilities, he was undoubtedly a frontline contender in prolonged battles. Thus, Lin Tao contemplated his tank attributes, noting that the reflective armor would directly eliminate enemies. He remained uncertain of his current abilities after the transformation within the King's system, but he anticipated that his attributes would be similar to his equipment, contingent upon compatibility with the Douluo Continent, as well as the energy's age and quality. Selecting the initial Blood Sea compression orb, he deemed it the purest and possibly the strongest among the 3. Having made his selection, Lin Tao summoned the Mi Yue martial soul and activated his innate skill, energy absorption. The ethereal shadow of Mi Yue emerged, casting chains that shot towards the Blood Sea energy orb. Lin Tao sat cross-legged, bracing himself for the impending surge of energy. Chapter 105, Mutation. As Lin Tao's Mi Yue martial soul lock made contact with the Blood Sea compressed energy, a surge of immense power was drawn in by Lin Tao's innate skill, transforming it into the purest energy. Just as he was poised to continue this absorption, the Blood Sea compressed energy began to tremble unexpectedly. Lin Tao promptly employed the slaughter core to suppress the Blood Sea compressed energy sphere. However, moments later, the sphere quivered once more. Despite Lin Tao's attempts to command it through the slaughter core, the Blood Sea compressed energy resisted all directives. Simultaneously, the energy absorption that had previously relied on Lin Tao's innate skill ceased, marking the first instance of his innate abilities' failure. Until now, only the void domain had been limited in effect in the face of ice and fire. At that moment, Lin Tao realized that the bottleneck of his innate skills likely resided at the divine or demigod level. Nevertheless, he had never anticipated that his energy absorption would also be countered. After all, his absolute domain had previously surpassed the limits of the title Douluo, seemingly entering the divine realm, which had allowed him to swiftly subdue the King of Slaughter with shattered 3 soul rings. The Blood Sea compressed energy sphere could breach his absolute domain, indicating its divine nature as well. Lin Tao understood that it would be impossible for him to achieve his goal of soul ring configuration through absorption and transformation today. The Blood Sea compressed energy sphere appeared to be reacting instinctively, rendering it beyond his grasp. Concluding that he should abandon his efforts, Lin Tao ceased energy absorption and relinquished the transformation for the soul ring. Yet at that moment, he suddenly discovered that the energy absorption chain could not be retracted or released. Typically, his innate skills would either disconnect upon exceeding distance or cease upon his volition, causing the chain to vanish. The current situation was utterly beyond Lin Tao's comprehension. The only certainty was that the Blood Sea compressed energy sphere was up to no good. Reluctantly, with his energy absorption's maximum effective range limited to 200 meters, Lin Tao controlled the Slaughter Core and the two other compressed energy spheres to retreat, intending to create the distance necessary to render his skill passive. As Lin Tao moved, the Blood Sea compressed energy sphere mirrored his motion. Seemingly aware of the chain's diminishing proximity, he found himself in a dilemma. The sphere showed no further intent to act. Thus, a stalemate ensued. His innate skill, in essence, required no consumption of soul power, akin to a colossal energy sphere hanging from the chain. Lin Tao gazed at the Blood Sea compressed energy sphere, his irritation beginning to surface. At that moment, the chain began to shake violently, signaling the sphere's initiation of action. Prepared for the impending confrontation, Lin Tao soon sensed a wave of destructive power coursing along the chain towards him. The process was slow, yet indeed in motion. Concurrently, the overwhelming energy rendered the chain incapable of serving as a transmission medium, causing it to fracture extensively. Observing these changes, Lin Tao altered his stance, unleashing his formidable twin-dimensional blossoms. He once again invoked the chaos of the abyss. As white and red petals simultaneously fell, a wave of colorless energy surged forth. Lin Tao once again unleashed his absolute domain. He declared that since his opponent wished for mutual destruction, they should now see the extent of each other's strength, whether it would be the adversary's annihilation of him or his own consumption of them. The activation of the absolute domain caused the energy sphere of the Blood Sea compression to transform into destructive energy, its velocity diminishing rapidly. Simultaneously, the speed of the invading chains decreased to 1/10 of its original pace. The chains, on the brink of rupture, began to heal within Lin Tao's absolute domain. However, the previously domineering destructive energy continued its rampage, albeit significantly slowed by the restorative power of Lin Tao's domain. Subsequently, Lin Tao seated himself once more, levitating in the air. He exerted all his control over the Mi Yue martial spirit. Lin Tao intended to compete with the energy sphere of the Blood Sea in terms of time. If he could suppress it before the conclusion of his absolute domain and subsequently consume this energy, it would signify his victory. Conversely, if his domain ended, he would be obliterated by the transformative destructive force emanating from the chains. Lin Tao channeled the full power of his second innate skill. Mi Yue's hollow gaze seemed to have perceived the provocation from the energy sphere, as a bizarre red light flickered within her empty eye sockets, accompanied by the emergence of crimson bats. This form resembled Lin Tao's dynamic maneuver of Mi Yue's bats in the game Honor of Kings. Previously, Lin Tao had wondered why he had chosen the Mi Yue martial spirit, which lacked the most apparent characteristics of bats. In this moment, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This was indeed the true visage of Mi Yue. With the appearance of the bats, Lin Tao also recognized that his second innate skill, the power of consumption, was continually augmenting. The chains fractured and repaired themselves repeatedly. Lin Tao noticed that with each restoration, a trace of the destructive energy from the Blood Sea compression sphere infiltrated the chains. The newly mended chains began to display flecks of gold amidst their deep crimson hue. As the chains endured destruction and repair, the influx of destructive energy increased, and the golden embellishments multiplied. Lin Tao pondered the unexpected turn of events. Originally, it was a matter of either consuming the Blood Sea compression sphere or being annihilated by the destructive energy it emitted. Why had the situation begun to develop in such an unforeseen direction?